Meanwhile, at the hotel, Suzukai's patience was running out. Last night, he indeed stayed in Chen Lifin's room with bodyguard Lao Chen, which was next to Su Nianhe's. He had no bad intentions. Chen Lifin was Lao Chen's younger brother, someone he trusted most. Sending him to protect Su Nianhe was the best choice. He was simply curious about this young girl in her 20s. Wasn't the Su family her backing? How did she manage to get those antique paintings and calligraphy? And how did she have the courage to buy military winter coats in Hong Kong? The more he got close to her, the more he wanted to understand her. The more he understood, the more he felt sorry for her. He just wanted to help solve all her problems. His conversation with Chen Lifin last night was just about his doubts about her abilities. He just wanted to uncover these mysteries. He didn't realize that telling Su Nianhe would make her try even harder to escape from him. At this moment, Suzukai had already obtained the paternity test results for Su Nianhe, Su Jiming, and Zhao Manyun. It confirmed that Su Nianhe was not the biological daughter of Su Jiming and Zhao Manyun. So now, he was leisurely having breakfast and discussing the next steps with Lao Chen. He was waiting for Su Nianhe to wake up, then he would send Chen Lufeng to knock on the door, and the three of them would go to the Su family together. "Lufeng, go see if Miss Su has woken up," Suzukai said as he wiped his mouth. Chen Lufeng responded and left, but soon returned quickly, looking puzzled. "President Su, no one answered when I knocked. I asked the hotel front desk, and they said they haven't seen Miss Su leave." Suzukai frowned. She hasn't gone out? Could she be sleeping so deeply? A faint unease crossed his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Let's wait a little longer. Another hour passed, and Suzukai couldn't sit still anymore. He asked Lao Chen to go directly to the hotel manager, citing concerns for the guest's safety, and forcibly opened Su Nianhe's room. The room was empty, the bed neatly made, with no signs of anyone having slept there. The window was tightly shut, and her small bag was still on the bedside table. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. How is that possible? Suzukai's face instantly darkened. He paced around the room, his sharp eyes sweeping every corner. She's just a weak woman. Where could she have gone?
Could it be?
He suddenly looked at Chen Lufeng. Did you notice anything unusual when you talked to her last night? Did she hear something? Chen Lufeng was startled. He thought carefully, and his face turned slightly pale. I was outside the door talking to you. My voice might have been loud. Could Miss Su have heard us? Suzukai slammed his fist against the wall. His usually gentle mask shattered completely, revealing a furious and grim expression. Useless. She must have heard our conversation and thought I had bad intentions, so she ran away. He never expected that Su Nianhe was not as fragile and easy to deceive as he thought. He also didn't expect her to have such decisiveness and action. She had quietly slipped away right under his nose, possibly even preparing to fight back. Find her. Immediately go look for her. Suzukai shouted at Lao Chen. Check the surveillance. She definitely hasn't gone far. Find her for me. The atmosphere in the hotel room suddenly became tense and heavy. At this moment, Su Nianhe had stored all the necessary supplies into her space and was thinking about how to safely send these life-saving items, along with the badly injured man in the space, back to the front lines of Jin City, which was under constant attack. In the space, Shen Yanji was watching silently as countless medicines and some strange-looking objects quietly appeared in the small attic courtyard. At first, he was full of surprise, but then he was overwhelmed with joy. He muttered, "The soldiers of Great Jin are saved." After Su Nianhe had stored all the supplies into her space, she quickly entered herself. Seeing Shen Yanji immersed in happiness, she didn't smile much. The biggest problem still hadn't been solved. How could Shen Yanji, just one injured soldier, safely deliver all these supplies to the camp? She couldn't go to his Great Jin dynasty. Looking at the mountain of medicines and strange devices emitting mixed smells, Shen Yanji's joy was gradually replaced by the reality of the difficult situation. He struggled to stand but pulled at his wound, groaning softly, his face turning paler. Su Nianhe hurriedly supported him, her brows furrowing. "Young Master Shen, with your injury, How can you carry all these? Moreover, the outside situation is unclear. It's too dangerous for you to go alone with so many things. Shen Yanji clenched his teeth, glancing at the supplies, and said firmly, "No matter what, I must get the medicine back quickly." Every moment of delay could mean one more brother dead. Seeing his determined look, Su Nianhe knew her advice was useless. She took a deep breath and quickly picked out a few items from the pile of equipment. Fine. Since you're both going, take these for self-defense first. She picked up a black stab-proof vest. Put this on. It can block knives and sharp weapons. She also handed him a powerful flashlight, a stun baton, and several cans of wolf spray. Take these. If you encounter danger, they might help you surprise the enemy. Press here on the flashlight to turn it on. It's very bright and can blind people. Use the stun baton on enemies by pressing the switch, and spray the wolf spray into the enemy's eyes. She quickly demonstrated how to use them. Shen Yanji, though feeling these strange objects, knew they were not ordinary items from Su Nianhe. He carefully remembered everything. With Su Nianhe's help, he painfully put on the tight stab-proof vest and carefully tucked the other items into his coat pocket. The electric shock stick and spray felt cold to the touch, very different from the usual cold weapons he knew, but strangely gave a sense of safety. Miss Su, I am very grateful. I will never forget. Once I stabilize the situation, I will quickly bring people to get the medicine, Shen Yanji said seriously, clasping his fists, even though his movements were a bit deformed because of his wound. Su Nianhe nodded. Be careful. I will wait here for your news. Shen Yanji said no more. He focused on sensing the token. The space trembled again and appeared. He took a deep breath and stepped into the strange, colorful world, then disappeared. At the same time, in the Jin Kingdom, near the city of Jin, Yan Jingshao led hundreds of elite cavalry, riding wildly and whipping their horses, rushing in the direction Shen Yanji left yesterday. His face was pale, and his old wound hurt from the bumps, but his worry was even greater. After the enemy retreated last night, he counted the casualties and realized that His Highness only took a few people out of the city to seek help at the mysterious Manhwa breakfast shop, and he hadn't returned yet. Thinking about the enemy soldiers they saw outside the city yesterday, Yan Jingshao felt his blood run cold. Hurry. Faster, he urged hoarsely, his eyes sharp as an eagle, scanning the empty surroundings for any clues. Finally, near the Manhwa breakfast shop, they found signs of a fight and the bodies of several loyal guards. The bloodstains had dried and darkened, but Shen Yanji was nowhere to be seen. General, over here, a soldier shouted. Yan Jingshao galloped over and saw the place where the Manhwa breakfast shop had appeared last time, now just a stone door. The soldier pointed at the stone door, looking uncertain. It's right here. Last time, His Highness disappeared and reappeared inside this door. Yan Jingshao's heart sank. He looked around. Besides dry grass and scattered stones, there was no sign of a shop. Had His Highness really met with misfortune? Or had he already entered the space he told himself about, to meet Miss Su? But if His Highness didn't go into that strange space this time, then what had happened to him? A huge panic and helplessness seized him. If anything happened to His Highness because of Jin City, he would never forgive himself. Split up and search. Expand the area. Find him alive if possible, dead if necessary. Find the body. The last few words were almost forced out with clenched teeth, trembling slightly in his voice. The cavalry immediately dispersed and searched carefully. Time passed slowly, with nothing found. A sense of despair began to spread. At that moment, a surviving old soldier who had once followed Shen Yanji and seen him disappear bravely stepped forward and said to the anxious Yan Jingshao, "Major General, I saw with my own eyes that His Highness disappeared from here, then reappeared shortly after. Maybe we just need to wait patiently here? If we disturb that Miss Su, it might not be good?" Yan Jingshao suddenly looked at him with bloodshot eyes. His reason told him this was too unbelievable, but with no clues, it seemed to be the only hope. He tightly gripped the reins, his nails almost digging into his palms. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed by anxiety, a faint light flashed, and a figure staggered out from the stone door, falling heavily to the ground. That person was wearing a torn, blood-stained black robe, with a face smeared with dirt and blood. Was it Shen Yanji or who else? Your Highness! Yan Jingxiao exclaimed in shock, immediately dismounting and rushing forward recklessly. The soldiers also hurried over, both surprised and alarmed. Shen Yanji struggled to lift his head. When he saw Yan Jingxiao, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Jingxiao, you're here. I was worried no one would bring medicine." "That's great. Miss Su. Prepared. Lots of medicine.
And
Items to defend against enemies." His voice was hoarse and weak, but full of urgent excitement and joy. Yan Jingxiao looked at his narrow escape from death and heard such wonderful news. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. He quickly helped him up. "Your Highness, you're injured." "You." He then noticed Shen Yanji was wearing a strange black close-fitting garment he had never seen before. "Minor cuts. Are fine." Shen Yanji steadied himself with his help and hurriedly said, "Quick. Bring more people. The herbs and tools Miss Su gave us are many. We need to get them back to the camp as soon as possible. Hurry." Yan Jingxiao didn't ask more and immediately ordered, "Quick. Support His Highness. You go back to the camp and send wagons and people. Ride fast. The rest of you, stay here with us and wait." As soon as the orders were given, the team moved efficiently. Seeing Yan Jingxiao here, Shen Yanzi's tense heart finally relaxed a lot. He endured the sharp pain from his wound and the weakness from blood loss, quickly telling Yan Jingxiao, "Jingxiao, wait a moment. I will explain the situation to Miss Su, and we'll start transporting supplies immediately." Before he finished speaking, he focused again on communicating with a wooden token. His figure disappeared from the stone door once more, surprising Yan Jingxiao and his soldiers. Inside the space, Su Nianhe was anxiously waiting. When Shen Yanji returned, she immediately went to meet him. "Young Master Shen, how is the situation outside?" "Miss Su, General Yan is waiting just outside the door. Some soldiers have returned to the camp to organize vehicles for support," Shen Yanji said quickly, his eyes shining with hope. "We can start moving the supplies now." Su Nianhe let out a long breath, feeling like a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. "That's great. There's no time to lose. Let's begin right away." She immediately focused her mind, locking onto the mountain of medicine boxes and equipment cases. Suddenly, boxes of Yunnan Baiyao, iodine, gauze, antibiotics, and packed protective clothing and flashlights floated as if lifted by an invisible hand, flying neatly toward the entrance of the space, and then disappearing outside. Outside the space, Yan Jingxiao and his soldiers were tense and confused, watching the ancient stone door with wide eyes. Suddenly, a series of unfamiliar cardboard boxes with strange symbols and patterns appeared out of nowhere, landing steadily on the open ground in front of the stone door. The production information and trademarks on the boxes were still as incomprehensible to them as before, like a mysterious script. The first box startled a soldier who had never seen such a thing before, nearly drawing his sword in alarm. But as more boxes, second, third, and many more, quickly piled up, their initial shock turned into wild joy. "It's medicine. Your Highness really managed to get divine medicine again." One sharp-eyed soldier exclaimed excitedly, noticing the words, "Yunnan Baiyao," printed on the boxes, even though they couldn't read simplified Chinese. The traditional character for medicine looked familiar, and there was a drawing of herbs. Yan Jingxiao's heart pounded, but he tried to stay calm. He commanded the stunned soldiers, "What are you waiting for? Hurry! Go forward and support. Stack the supplies neatly. Handle them carefully. As soon as the vehicles arrive, load them immediately." The soldiers, as if awakening from a dream, suppressed their excitement and shock. They quickly moved forward, carefully carrying the boxes that kept appearing, stacking them neatly to the side. They moved gently, as if touching fragile treasures. In fact, these were treasures that could save many lives. Inside the space, Su Nianhe was fully focused, her forehead sweating slightly. Moving large amounts of supplies was a big burden for her. Shun Yenji watched anxiously, but couldn't help. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling deeply grateful to Su Nianhe. Supplies were sent out in batches, including medicines, medical equipment, and strange-looking security devices. After the last batch was successfully transported, Su Nianhe finally relaxed a little, her face pale. She looked at Shen Yenji and said, "Young Master Shen, everything has been sent out. I will explain again how to use these medicines and items. Please remember carefully, especially the medicines, dosage and method must be correct." Shen Yenji immediately focused, acting like a diligent student, and replied seriously, "Miss Su, please speak. I will remember every word and not forget anything." Su Nianhe picked up the samples nearby and explained one by one, "This is Yunnan Baiyao powder, best for stopping bleeding. These are iodine and alcohol, used to clean and disinfect wounds. These are anti-inflammatory tablets called amoxicillin and cephalosporins. Take 3 times a day after meals. They can reduce internal heat toxins, inflammation. I mentioned these to you last time. Your military doctor should already know how to use them." Shen Yenji nodded eagerly, like a student eager to learn. "This time, there's an extra medicine. If someone is seriously injured, there's a small red pill called insurance capsule. It must be given first, it can save lives. And these are powerful painkillers. Take one if the pain is unbearable, but don't take too many. Also, these," she said, picking up a stab-proof vest, a high-powered flashlight, an electric shock baton, and a wolf spray. The stab-proof vest is worn on the body and can save your life in critical moments. The flashlight is used at night. Press here. It's very bright and can temporarily blind enemies. The electric shock baton is used close to enemies. Press this switch to activate. Spraying the mist into the eyes can cause a person to temporarily lose their ability to move. These items need to be used carefully, especially the stun sticks and sprays, as their supplies are limited." Shen Yenji listened very carefully, watching Su Nianhe's gestures and the objects she pointed to. Although he couldn't understand the modern medicine names, units, mg, simplified characters, or concepts like electric and battery, he relied on his excellent memory and understanding. He memorized the appearance of each medicine, their general uses, stopping bleeding, reducing inflammation, relieving pain, how to use them, topically, internally, how often, and the activation methods and effects of those strange devices. He occasionally repeated key points: white powder for external use, red pills to swallow first, iodine and alcohol for cleaning, white anti-inflammatory tablets 3 times a day, 2 pills each time. Painkillers when necessary, 1 tablet. Bright light causes dizziness, electric shocks close to the body, sprays for eye attacks. Seeing how quickly he understood, Su Nianhe felt a bit relieved and nodded. "Yes, that's basically it. For specific situations, your military doctors might be able to use these medicines more effectively. The use of these tools also requires choosing clever and reliable people. Rest assured, Miss Su, Shen understands." Shen Yenji nodded heavily, his eyes full of gratitude and determination. "Your grace in saving me will never be forgotten by me and the soldiers and civilians of Jin City. Once the war calms down, I will come back to thank you again." Time was tight, and he dared not delay. He bowed deeply to Su Nianhe, then turned decisively to communicate with the token. When he appeared outside again, Yan Jingxiao immediately stepped forward to support him. Seeing the mountain of divine gifts before him and the pale but bright-eyed prince, Yan Jingxiao's voice trembled with excitement. "Your Highness, this, all thanks to Miss Su's life-saving items." Shen Yenji said firmly. "Jingxiao, arrange for people to quickly bring these back to the main camp. Prioritize treating the seriously wounded. Also, select a group of capable and quick-witted soldiers to come here. I have special devices to distribute and teach how to use." "Yes." Yan Jingxiao clasped his fists and quickly gave orders, his voice full of renewed energy and hope. In the distance, the sound of hooves thundered as a convoy of supplies and soldiers from the camp rushed over. After dealing with Shen Yenji's matters, Su Nianhe finally let out a heavy sigh. She picked up a porcelain bowl beside the spiritual spring and poured herself another cup of the water. Her fatigue eased a little, and her spirits gradually lifted. With nothing to do, she wandered around the small building in the space twice. The more she looked, the more uncomfortable she felt. The building was empty, without any decent decorations, giving off a strange, cold feeling. She couldn't help but think to herself, in novels, the main characters' spaces are always modern villas, fully equipped with modern appliances and furniture, beautiful and convenient. Looking at her small building, it was not only empty but also lacked electricity, making it seem very plain. As she thought about this, an idea suddenly came to her. Why not buy some tables and chairs, bring in furniture, and decorate the first and second floors nicely? She could also come in any time to rest. While she was thinking about decorating the small building, she suddenly noticed movement outside the warehouse. It then occurred to her that she had entered the space while receiving goods in the warehouse, which Chun Li Hui had helped rent. Could it be that they found out she was missing and came looking for her? Her guess was correct. Meanwhile, Suzuki had sent people to find her for a long time, but had heard nothing. He was both anxious and angry, and he scolded Chun Li Hui harshly. Just then, a subordinate who had gone out to look for her called and said that several pharmacies in the provincial city had sold out all their external wound medicines. Thinking back to how Su Nianhe had bought a lot of medicine in Gangcheng and purchased supplies in the provincial city in bulk, Suzuki and Chun Li Hui exchanged glances and almost simultaneously realized this was almost certainly Su Nianhe's doing. Then they thought, since she had bought so many things recently, she probably wouldn't rent another warehouse soon. Most likely, she returned the items to the original warehouse address. With this thought, the three of them immediately drove to the warehouse. When Su Nianhe sensed the noise outside, she knew she couldn't hide it anymore. Fortunately, the matter with Shun Yanji had been settled. It was better for her to go out and meet them herself, so they wouldn't find out about the missing supplies if they entered the warehouse, which would only raise suspicion. Having made up her mind, she immediately exited the space, came out of the warehouse, and casually locked the door. Suzuki's black car suddenly braked sharply and stopped in front of a warehouse. Before the car fully stopped, he, Chun Li Hui, and Old Chin quickly got out of the vehicle. At this moment, the heavy iron door of the warehouse creaked open with a soft squeak. Su Nianhe calmly walked out, dressed in plain, rough dark cloth clothes. Her headscarf was still on, and her face looked peaceful, even with a hint of just right curiosity, as if she was only casually checking the supplies in the warehouse. She saw the three people outside, especially the pale-faced Suzuki. Her steps paused slightly, and she looked surprised as she asked, "President Su? Why are you here?" "Lingfeng, how did you find this place?" Suzuki's eyes were sharp like a hawk, locking onto Su Nianhe and scanning her from head to toe. Seeing her outfit and recalling the report that a modestly dressed middle-aged woman cleared out several drugstores of first aid supplies, he was already sure of her identity. Watching Su Nianhe act so calm after doing something so big, yet pretending nothing happened, Suzuki felt a surge of anger. His face turned ugly instantly, filled with shock and fury. This woman, she is really too bold. In just a few hours, she managed to disguise herself and buy almost all the first aid supplies and related equipment in the city. Such a big move, such a large amount of money flowing. Isn't she worried about attracting attention or investigation? Does she realize how risky her actions are? If someone with bad intentions targets her, the consequences could be terrible. What secrets is she hiding that give her such courage and confidence? Does she really think she can hide everything just by herself? Or has she not even considered the consequences? These thoughts flashed rapidly through Suzuki's mind, making his face dark and almost dripping with gloom. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his rising emotions, but his voice still carried a cold, incredulous tone. "Su Nian, he." He almost spat out these three words through clenched teeth. "What are you really doing? Do you know how much trouble you'll cause if you cause a scene in the provincial city after this?" Su Nianhe slightly curled her lips, her tone tinged with mockery. "President Su, are you worried about me?" Suzuki was momentarily stunned by her indifferent attitude and slightly sarcastic reply, feeling a tightness in his chest and almost rolling his eyes in frustration. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and told himself that as long as the people were found, it was good enough. At least he hadn't caused a bigger problem. He glared sharply at Su Nianhe and said firmly, "Get in the car." Su Nianhe raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. She opened the door and sat in the back seat. She knew she had no other choice now. Although Suzuki had his own motives, he could really help her solve many problems at this moment. After she got into the car, Suzuki turned to Chen Liheng and quickly whispered, "Liheng, handle the follow-up. The pharmacies she raided today, think of a way to smooth things over. Keep the story consistent. Say it's for our group's foundation, purchasing supplies for disaster relief in a conflict zone in Africa with the paperwork to follow. Make sure to minimize the impact and prevent people from digging deeper." Chen Liheng nodded seriously. "Understood, Mr. Su. I'll take care of it right away." He glanced at Su Nianhe inside the car, a flicker of complexity in his eyes, then quickly turned and left to deal with this sudden public relations crisis. Suzuki rubbed his forehead, sat back in the front passenger seat, and Lao Chen started the car, heading toward the Su family estate. The atmosphere inside the car was tense. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, another scene was unfolding. Today, Su Ziming used connections and inquiries from multiple sources and finally learned that Su Nianhe was auctioning jade pieces. The jade and ancient paintings she sold actually fetched over 2 billion yuan. This news hit like a heavy bomb, making him dizzy and stunned for a long time. After the shock, he couldn't help but feel uncontrollable joy. Where did this girl get so many treasures? Could it be left to her by her mother? No, I must get that money back. Over 2 billion. That's a huge fortune, far beyond what the Su family's assets could cover if sold. Although he had never liked Su Nianhe and even despised her existence at the time, reminding himself of his own past shame, she was still his daughter, bearing his surname Su. Her household registration was still under his name. This windfall, wasn't it destined to fall into the Su family's hands? Good. Su Ziming was pacing excitedly in the study, his face flushed with excitement. "I didn't expect this rebellious girl to have some use. She's truly a lucky charm for our family. Haha." Meanwhile, Zhao Manyun and Su Nianwei, upon hearing this news, became even more jealous, their eyes turning red with envy and then consumed by greed. "Over 200 million. Mom, how much is that exactly?" Shen Nianwei clutched her chest, feeling her heart pounding so hard it seemed like it might jump out. It was as if the mountain of money was right in front of her. Zhao Manyun's eyes sparkled with cleverness and greed as she spoke excitedly. "Ziming is right. Su Nianhe is still a daughter of the Su family. Her money is our money. Besides, she's just an inexperienced girl. How can she keep such a large sum? It should be handed over to us to manage." Su Nianwei immediately agreed, a malicious and proud smile on her face. "Exactly. That fool Su Nianhe doesn't deserve to have so much money. Dad, Mom, we need to find a way to make her give up the money quickly. Also, the Lu family has been pushing for a marriage alliance, right? Perfect. Let Su Nianhe marry into their family. Their son is basically a vegetable now, so marrying him means she'll be a widow forever. It's a good way to make her leave the Su family and stop bothering us. Plus, we should use her money as her dowry so I can marry into a good family in style." Zhao Manyun patted her daughter's hand with satisfaction. Wei Wei is right. 2 birds with 1 stone. Su Nianhe, your good days are over. Your money and your fate are no longer in your control. The family of 3 was immersed in their passionate plan to seize others' wealth and craft a bright future, as if Su Nianhe and her huge fortune were already in their hands. Su Ziming's face showed a determined smile, already planning how to persuade Su Nianhe to voluntarily hand over her money and how to renegotiate the marriage with the Lu family to maximize their benefit from Su Nianhe's remaining value. I need to find her and have a serious talk with her." Su Ziming sneered coldly, his eyes devoid of any paternal warmth, filled only with cold calculation and greed. At this moment, Suzukai's car was slowly driving toward the Su family villa, carrying Su Nianha, who was unaware of the upcoming ambush at her home. The black car gradually stopped in front of the grand, yet somewhat cold iron gate of the Su family villa. Suzukai was the first to get out of the car, still showing a hint of anger and suspicion on his face. He opened the car door for Su Nianha and said firmly, "We're here. Get out." As Su Nianha stepped out of the car and was about to stand steadily, she heard hurried footsteps and a slightly sharp voice coming from inside. Suddenly, the heavy carved wooden door of the Su family was pushed open from inside. Su Ziming, dressed in a suit, was clutching a brown paper file bag tightly. His face was flushed with excitement and greed, and he hurriedly walked out. Behind him, there was Zhao Manyun, with a carefully made-up face that couldn't hide her sharpness, and Su Nianwei, looking excited and scheming. A few tall bodyguards followed closely, ready to go out and handle something. It was clear they were about to leave to catch someone. The two sides bumped into each other right at the porch. Su Ziming immediately saw Su Nianha standing by the car. He was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with a big, obvious smile, as if he had just seen a moving gold mountain walking right to his door. "Nianha?" Su Ziming's voice trembled with excitement. He quickly stepped forward, almost rushing to her. You're back? That's great. Dad was just saying he wanted to find you." While speaking, he instinctively tried to hide the file bag behind him, but it was obvious he was hiding something. Zhao Manyun and Su Nianwei were also surprised and happy. Their eyes locked onto Su Nianha with greed and jealousy shining in them. Zhao Manyun immediately forced out a fake, overly sweet smile. "Oh, Nianha, it's so good that you're back. We were worried sick about you, my dear child." She reached out to hold Su Nianha's hand, acting overly affectionate and making others feel sick. Su Nianwei stood behind her parents, looking at Su Nianha with a critical and jealous gaze. She looked her up and down at her plain clothes, then curled her lips. But when she thought about the 2 billion yuan, she suppressed her disdain and forced a smile. Her eyes drifted to Suzukai, who looked elegant and cold. In her heart, she thought, "As long as I get that woman's 2 billion yuan and marry the paralyzed, vegetative Liu family man, I will definitely him and make him marry me." Su Nianha clearly saw through the three people's acting skills and their hidden scheming, and she sneered inwardly. She stood still, neither dodging nor responding to their fake enthusiasm. Instead, she looked at them calmly, even with a hint of indifference. Suzukai had already noticed the unusual warmth and greed in the attitude of the Su family. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he took a half-step forward, subtly shielding Su Nianha beside him, forming a protective stance. He looked at Su Ziming with a calm but commanding tone. "Mr. Su, are you leaving now?" His gaze swept over the file bag in Su Ziming's hand and the bodyguards behind him, implying something. Only then did Su Ziming notice Suzukai. Recognizing him as the leader of the Su group in the inland, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly suppressed his overly eager expression and forced a smile. "So, it's President Su. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. We were just about to go find Nianha. We didn't expect President Su to personally bring her back. Thank you so much." As he spoke, he secretly signaled Zhao Manyun with a glance. Zhao Manyun understood immediately and quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. Yes, President Su, please come in." "Nianha, hurry, invite President Su inside." "Standing at the door isn't appropriate," she greeted warmly, as if Su Nianha was a much-loved daughter, and they were a harmonious family. Su Nianha also responded softly. "Yes, President Su, sister, come in quickly." Su Nianha watched their performance, feeling deeply sarcastic. She raised her eyes and met Su Ziming's calculating and anxious gaze, her heart turning icy. She knew that this family must have found out about her earning over 200 million from auctioning jade. The three of them sat on an expensive European-style sofa in the living room, and the atmosphere was tense and delicate. Momo Wang brought over tea and immediately saw Su Nianha sitting beside Suzukai. She was so shocked that her hand trembled, causing the teacup on the tray to clink loudly. She hurriedly steadied herself, lowered her head to place the teacup, and shot a quick, incredulous, and anxious look at Su Nianhe, thinking to herself, "Oh my goodness. Little troublemaker. Didn't I tell you to take the money and go back to the county? Why did you come back?" And at this time, this is like a sheep walking into a tiger's den, walking straight into a trap. The master and madam are sharpening their knives. Su Nianhe caught the worry and panic in Wang Ma's eyes. While Su Jiming was busy exchanging polite greetings with Su Zikai and Zhao Manyun's daughter pretending to be attentive, she quickly and subtly shook her head at Wang Ma, giving her a reassuring look. That look showed no fear or panic, but a strange calm and confidence, as if everything was under control. Wang Ma was stunned for a moment, seeing Su Nianhe's calm and steady expression, very different from her usual timid self. Her heart still fluttered, but she managed to steady herself a little. She didn't dare stay longer. After placing the tea, she lowered her head and left worriedly, glancing back every few steps. Su Jiming was completely focused on the 2 billion yuan in his mind. He didn't notice this small scene. He rubbed his hands and tried to look as kind and friendly as a father, then looked at Su Nianhe. "Nianhe, it's good you're back. It was my fault before, I didn't care enough about you. From now on, you can stay at home peacefully. Our family is together and happy, that's great." Zhao Manyun immediately smiled and responded sweetly. "Yes, Nianhe, I was neglectful before. I will make it up to you. Look at you, you've probably suffered a lot outside and lost weight." She even pretended to reach out and touch Su Nianhe's face. Su Nianhe slightly turned her head, avoiding her touch, and said calmly, "No need to worry, I'm fine." Zhao Manyun's hand froze in midair. A flicker of embarrassment and anger crossed her face, but she quickly masked it with a fake smile. Su Nianhe watched silently, rolling her eyes inwardly and cursing, pretending to be so noble. "You'll cry later." Su Jiming coughed twice, deciding not to beat around the bush. He picked up a brown paper file bag, pulled out a few sheets of paper, and with a smile on his face, his tone carried an unrefusable insistence. "Nianhe, I know you got a pretty good sum of money this time. You're still young and inexperienced. Carrying such a large amount of money is unsafe and complicated to manage. So, I'll help you handle it. I'm your biological father. I won't let you down. Just sign this management power of attorney, and I promise your money will grow." He was about to hand the agreement and a pen to Su Nianhe. Su Zikai watched silently, then finally spoke. He gently tapped the armrest of the sofa with his finger, his tone calm and emotionless. "President Su, what does this mean? As far as I know, Miss Su Nianhe is an adult and has full rights to manage her own property." Su Jiming's face stiffened. He quickly explained, "Mr. Su, you misunderstood. I only want what's best for Nianhe. She's just a girl with a lot of money, and it's easy for her to be tricked or taken advantage of. As her father, I have to protect her." "Oh," Su Zikai raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze sweeping over the agreement. "Protect her? How does President Su plan to manage this money? What's the expected return? What's the risk control plan? Since it's a trust, there should be a detailed plan and a proper financial contract, not just a simple agreement like this." His words hit the point directly, leaving Su Jiming speechless and sweating slightly on his forehead. He didn't have a detailed plan. His only thought was to get the money first. If he couldn't, he planned to force it. He never expected that this stubborn girl had teamed up with Su Zikai, who was backing her. Zhao Manyun saw this and quickly added, "Mr. Su, you are a big shot. You don't understand how we parents feel. We're just worried about our child being taken advantage of. As a family, we don't have so many rules and restrictions. Exactly because we are a family, we should be clear and honest about money," Su Zikai interrupted her coldly. "Otherwise, misunderstandings will happen later." "Miss Su, what do you think?" Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Su Nianhe. Su Jiming's gaze was full of pressure and urgency. Zhao Manyun and her daughter looked greedily, and Su Zikai watched with a hint of curiosity and patience. Su Nianhe slowly raised her head, her gaze calm as she swept over her so-called family. A faint, mocking smile appeared on her lips. She didn't look at the agreement, but directly looked at Su Jiming, her voice clear and firm. How my money is handled, you don't need to worry about it. He suddenly slammed the agreement onto the coffee table with a sharp bang, his face darkening and his tone turning cold and firm. Su Nianhe, don't be so shameless. I am your father. Your money is the family's money, and you have no right to do whatever you want. You have to sign today, whether you like it or not. This family matter is not for you to decide. He revealed his true intentions, showing a desire to seize power, with a fierce look in his eyes, as if Su Nianhe was not his daughter, but an enemy blocking his pursuit of wealth. Zhao Manyan and Su Nianwei immediately stopped smiling falsely and stood behind Su Jiming, glaring fiercely. Faced with Su Jiming's anger and threats, Su Nianhe did not back down. She had expected this, and she also knew that since Su Zikai dared to bring her here, he must have better plans. She slowly stood up, her gaze cold as ice, directly facing Su Jiming. The pressure in her eyes was so strong that even the experienced businessman Su Jiming felt a moment of shock. My money is not your money, nor is it the family's, she said softly but clearly and firmly, with an undeniable strength. If you want to take it by force, try it. Su Jiming was completely angered by her attitude, especially by that look, as if she was looking at a clown. He lost his reason and suddenly raised his hand to slap Su Nianhe. How dare you? Today, I will teach you a lesson for your late mother. However, his wrist was firmly grasped by a stronger hand, preventing him from moving. Su Zikai had also stood up without him noticing, blocking in front of Su Nianhe. His face was cold as frost, his eyes sharp as a blade, and his grip was so strong that it made Su Jiming's wrist bones ache. Mr. Su, Su Zikai's voice was icy and without warmth. You really love your daughter. Want her money? If you can't get it, you try to take it by force. If this gets out, people will just laugh. Su Jiming struggled to pull back his hand but couldn't escape. He was shocked and furious, his face turning a dark purple. He stared at Su Zikai and roared, Mr. Su, this is our family matter. I am her father. I can discipline my daughter however I want. It's none of your business. Let go of me. Leave the Su family immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Family matter? Su Zikai sneered, shook off his hand as if it were dirty, and said, forcing your adult daughter to sign a property transfer agreement and even trying to use violence is beyond family matters. It may be illegal. His tone of contempt and warning made Su Jiming even more furious. Su Jiming looked around. Several bodyguards were present, but Su Zikai only brought his driver, Old Chen, who was waiting in the car outside. It was not a big threat. He then became more aggressive. A cruel look appeared in his eyes. This is the Su family. As long as he can control Su Zikai, he won't worry about Su Nianhe not submitting. If needed, he could apologize later, claiming it was a misunderstanding. The Su family is powerful, but a strong dragon doesn't dominate the local snake. For over 200 million, it's worth the risk. He took a step back and shouted at the bodyguards behind him, what are you standing there for? Mr. Su is drunk and not thinking clearly. Take him and the young lady back to their rooms to rest. No one leaves without my order. The bodyguards immediately showed fierce expressions and moved closer. The atmosphere in the living room instantly became tense, ready for conflict. Su Nianwei, seeing her father about to act, was first startled, then saw Su Zikai surrounded by bodyguards. Despite being at a disadvantage, he stood tall, with a noble and cold aura. His handsome face, slightly angry, made him even more attractive. An even more malicious and crazy idea suddenly filled her mind. An opportunity. This is a huge chance. If she took advantage of the chaos, drug Su Zikai and let him bully her, it would be a done deal. With media coverage and public opinion pressure, he might be forced to marry her. Then she could become Mrs. Su, enjoy wealth and honor, and completely crush Su Nianhe. This thought made her tremble with excitement. She quietly retreated, sneaking toward the wine cabinet in the dining room, where she had prepared some special items to deal with targets she liked. Her eyes shimmered with twisted affection and greed, her heart pounding as she planned how to carry out this wicked scheme. Inside the hall, Su Ziming's face was twisted with anger, and the bodyguards pressed closer. Su Zakai protected Su Nianhe more tightly, his eyes alert as he looked at the encroaching crowd, calculating the situation. The atmosphere in the living room was tense, with the bodyguards closing in. Su Zakai held Su Nianhe more tightly, his eyes alert as he scanned the crowd approaching him, calculating the situation. Su Nianhe remained calm, but a cold glint appeared deep in her eyes. Just as the bodyguard's hand was about to touch Su Zakai, a deep, penetrating voice shouted from the doorway. Everyone froze and looked toward the sound. They saw old Chen, the driver who was supposed to be waiting in the car, standing like a tall iron tower at the entrance of the living room. He wasn't very bulky, but his posture was steady and firm, his eyes sharp like an eagle. He radiated a serious, commanding presence, unlike an ordinary driver. Just standing there, his invisible aura made the frontline bodyguards hesitate and feel danger. Su Ziming was also surprised. He didn't expect Su Zakai's driver to have such presence. He had thought the bodyguard next to Su Nianhe wasn't following, so he felt confident. But he still shouted loudly, trying to intimidate. "What are you doing here, just a driver? This has nothing to do with you. Get out." Old Chen ignored him and looked directly at Su Zakai, nodding slightly. "Mr. Su." Su Zakai's face remained unchanged. He simply said calmly, "It's too noisy." "Understood." Old Chen responded quickly. His movements were so fast that it was hard to see clearly. In a flash, the two bodyguards at the front didn't even see what happened. They only felt a sharp pain in their wrists, as if caught by strong pliers. They cried out in pain, dropping their stun batons. Old Chen kept moving, elbow strikes, side kicks. His actions were simple and sharp. Each move hit the target precisely, but was controlled enough to only disable their ability to fight. In just a moment, the 4 or 5 aggressive bodyguards who had been threatening earlier were now lying on the ground, groaning in pain and completely unable to fight. The entire living room suddenly fell silent. Su Ziming and Zhao Manyun stared in shock, their faces pale, like ducks with their necks squeezed, unable to speak. They couldn't believe what they saw. Those injured bodyguards and old Chen, who calmly retracted his hand and stepped back half a step behind Su Zakai, looking like a monster. This isn't just a driver. This is a top-level bodyguard. How could Su Zakai have someone like this? Ziming suddenly realized he had stepped on a very dangerous situation, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He had just thought about forcing Su Zakai. What a foolish idea. Su Zakai calmly adjusted his sleeve, as if everything that just happened was nothing more than dust being brushed away. He looked up at Ziming, who was pale and trembling, and spoke in a calm but powerful voice. "Mr. Shi, can we now have a peaceful talk about family matters? Or do you need me to invite some friends to listen to how you manage your daughter and handle your finances?" He emphasized the word, friends, clearly hinting at police or lawyers. Ziming's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed. His lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word. A huge fear took over him. The temptation of 200 million yuan seemed insignificant compared to Su Zakai's strong power and the serious consequences that could follow. Zhao Manyun was even more terrified, clutching the armrest of her chair to keep from falling. At that moment, Shen Nianwei, who had secretly moved to the wine cabinet, was holding a small bag of colorless powder, ready to pour it into a glass of red wine. When she heard the fighting outside and the sudden silence, along with her father's extreme fear, she instinctively looked back. She saw Lao Chen quickly take down all the bodyguards, and her father nearly fainting from fright. She also saw Su Zakai's cold, piercing eyes sweep through the living room, pausing slightly in the direction where she was hiding. Shen Nianwei's hands trembled violently, almost dropping the powder on the ground. Her heart was pounding wildly, as if it might jump out of her throat. All her foolish hopes and evil plans were shattered by the harsh reality at that moment. Su Zakai was not someone she could manipulate. She even suspected that he might have known her plan all along. A wave of fear and regret overwhelmed her. Her face turned pale as paper. Quietly, she shoved the powder back into her pocket, hiding behind the wine cabinet, not daring to breathe or think any more reckless thoughts. Suzuki looked away as if he hadn't noticed anything. He looked at Su Jiming, who was trying to stay calm but was trembling at his fingertips. Slowly, he took out 2 paternity test reports from his briefcase. His voice was cold like ice. Su Jiming, stop using Su Nianhe as an excuse. She is not your biological daughter. How do you know that? Su Jiming's face turned pale instantly, as if struck by lightning. He staggered back, hitting the sofa armrest before barely standing firm. He stared tightly at the reports in Suzuki's hand, filled with disbelief, shock, and fear. How could Suzuki know about the secret he had kept for nearly 20 years? Suzuki threw one report in front of him and handed the other to Su Nianhe beside him. His movements were calm but carried a sense of control and dominance. How I know doesn't matter, Suzuki said coldly. What matters is that both reports from 2 authoritative organizations clearly show that there is no biological relationship between you and Miss Su Nianhe. The words are clear and written in black and white. Su Nianhe took the report and quickly flipped to the conclusion page. When she saw the clear words, excluding biological parent-child relationship, her pupils shrank suddenly, and her fingers tightened around the report. Although she had suspected her background because of Su Jiming and Zhao Manyun's different treatment of her and Su Nianwei, seeing the solid evidence still caused a storm inside her. So that's it. No wonder he has been so cold and harsh to her since childhood, treating her like dirt. A complex emotion surged in her heart: relief, sadness, and a cold sense of finality. She looked up at Su Jiming, and her gaze was so cold it made his heart freeze. No, this can't be. It's fake. You forged it. Xiao Xue would never betray me. Su Jiming, clutching at the last straw, yelled hysterically. He tried to rush forward to grab the report back, but was stopped by Lao Chen's sharp glance. Fotge, Su Zekai's ne. If President Su doesn't believe it, you can go to any trusted organization now and get a retest. I will pay the cost, but I wonder, when the results come out, what will it mean if President Su forcibly claims the huge inheritance from his non-biological daughter, or even tries to use violence to imprison her? He paused, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Manyun, who was equally stunned and speechless, and Su Nianwei, hiding in the restaurant and listening in shock. His tone grew colder. Moreover, how did Mr. Su force Nianhe's mother to submit to you, and how did he ignore her after gaining her trust? Do I need to list all these old stories one by one? Actually, you know more about Nianhe's background than anyone else. You just refuse to admit it. If it weren't for your kind-heartedness, Mrs. Su, and your concern for her starving and freezing outside, she might have already lost her life. These words hit like loud slaps, sharply striking Su Jiming's face and completely tearing apart his last bit of hope and pretense. He trembled all over, sweating profusely, unable to hold on any longer. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, muttering, "It's over. Everything is over. Nai." Nianhe's tears fell like rain. She realized that her grandmother had known all along she was not Su Jiming's child, yet she had quietly prepared a way out for her. Meanwhile, Zhao Manyun finally snapped out of her shock and, like a madwoman, lunged at Su Jiming. Her scream was sharp and piercing, like nails scraping glass, loud and frantic. She resembled an angry lioness, disregarding her manners, swinging her sharp nails to attack the man sitting helplessly on the ground. "You murderer! You've lied to me for so many years. Turns out, this illegitimate child is your affair outside. Your old, dead mother even conspired with you to deceive me, saying she was an orphan girl picked up by the roadside. I was blind to marry you, this useless man. You liar," she shouted, clawing at Su Jiming's face and body without reason. Su Jiming, already shaken to his core, was caught off guard and knocked down. Several fresh scratches appeared on his face, causing him to scream in pain. He desperately raised his hands to block her. "Crazy woman. Stop it. Don't scratch anymore. Things aren't what you think. Haven't you seen the paternity test? Manhwa is not my daughter at all. So what if she's not? You still lied to me and cheated on me outside. Otherwise, where did Manhwa come from? You betrayed me, and now you still want to deceive me. Soon Nianwei heard her mother crying and scolding, and her father shouting from behind the restaurant. She no longer cared about hiding and hurriedly ran out. Seeing her parents fighting in a messy scene, she felt both anxious and angry, and she also felt she had lost face in front of Suzuki.
Mom.
Mom, stop hitting.
Dad.
Please let go. She tried to break up the fight, but Zhao Manyun's wild waving arms pushed her away, almost causing her to fall. The whole living room was chaotic, with crying, shouting, and fighting all mixed together, like a ridiculous and wild show. Suzuki watched this embarrassing scene with a cold gaze, showing no emotion, only deep disgust. He slightly turned to the side and quietly said to Su Nianhe, "We should leave now." Su Nianhe looked at her parents fighting on the ground, then at Shen Nianwei, who was anxious but looked foolish, and finally at the cold report in her hand. Her last bit of feelings about family was completely gone, replaced by total indifference. She nodded softly and carefully put away the report. Since her suspicions had been confirmed, there was nothing left here worth her attachment.
Suzuki signan to Lao Chen.
Lao Chen immediately stepped forward, and his invisible presence made Shen Nianwei, who was trying to stop them, instinctively step back, afraid to get close. Suzuki protected Su Nianhe and turned to leave, ignoring the chaos still happening behind him. Mr. Su, please don't go. Listen to my explanation. Su Ziming saw them leaving and struggled to get up and stop them, but Zhao Manyun grabbed his hair tightly, causing him to cry out in pain. Seeing this, Su Nianwei was anxious and, ignoring her parents, wanted to make one last effort. She tidied her hair, forced a gentle, pitiful expression, and quickly reached the door, blocking the way with a coquettish voice and a crying tone. Mr.
Su, my sister. Please don't go.
Our family is in chaos, and you might think it's funny, but it's all a misunderstanding. My dad was confused for a moment. As she spoke, she looked at Suzuki with affectionate yet aggrieved eyes, trying to evoke his sympathy. Mr. Su, I know you're a good person. We are grateful to you today. I will do better in the future. Suzuki kept walking without stopping, not even giving her a glance, as if she was just an annoying piece of air. Old Chen stepped forward at the right moment, expressionless but with a firm tone. Miss Su, please move aside. Su Nianwei was intimidated by Old Chen's presence. Seeing Suzuki completely ignore her, all her acting felt like hitting cotton. Embarrassment, jealousy, and awkwardness flooded her instantly. Her face turned red and white alternately. She froze in place, only able to watch helplessly as Suzuki carefully protected Su Nianhe, crossed her, and headed straight for the black car outside the door. Madame Wang had been secretly watching from the corner of the corridor. Seeing this scene, she felt both sad and relieved. She quietly wiped her tears and silently thought, "It's good that she's leaving. Miss Su Nianhe, this home was never really yours. In the future, the sky is high and the sea is wide.
Be well and happy."
The black car smoothly drove away from the Su family villa, completely cutting off the crying, curses, schemes, and all the painful past behind. Inside the car, it was very quiet. Su Nianhe looked out the window at the rapidly retreating street scene, silent for a long time. Although she felt free, the sudden realization of her background and the complete severance from her past still needed time to process. She also wondered how her biological mother had ended up with Su Ziming and who her real father was. Suzuki didn't disturb her. He silently handed her a document. Su Nianhe snapped back to her senses, looked down, and saw a job offer letter. "What is this?" she asked, a bit confused, looking at Suzuki. "Miss Su, I would like to invite you to join the Su group. Would you accept?" Suzuki's tone was serious and unmistakable. Su Nianhe was stunned. She thought Suzuki helping the Su family handle their troubles was already a kind gesture. She didn't expect him to directly offer her an opportunity to join the Su group. This unexpected recognition made her feel a little overwhelmed, but she quickly suppressed her surprise. Right now, she had no plans to work for others. Her main goal was to help Shun Yenji stabilize the situation in dying. Once everything settled, she could consider developing in Jing City. Moreover, the mystery of the wooden plaque space still lingered in her mind. Why did Shin Yenji have to be at the breakfast shop to use the token to enter the space? Since the token made of the same material as the wooden plaque could let Shin Yenji enter, could Wenwan also do the same? She hadn't seen Wenwan and her servant for a long time. How are they now? Thinking of these things, Su Nianhe was eager to return to her hometown in the county. If they could use tokens made of the same material as the wooden plaque left by Grandma to enter the space and communicate with her anytime and anywhere, doing business with ancient times would become much easier and more convenient. But right now, the most important thing is that since she already knows she is not Su Jiming's biological daughter, her top priority is to completely sever her household registration from the Su family. President Su, I appreciate your kindness, but I have more urgent matters to handle right now. Su Nianhe paused for a moment before speaking slowly, with a hint of apology in her tone. Are you thinking of transferring your household registration out of the Su family? Su Zakai directly guessed her thoughts. Yes. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Nianhe's eyes. This person seemed to see through her mind. He could always accurately guess what she was planning. This matter should be done as soon as possible. Tomorrow, let Li Hui go with you to the police station to handle the procedures. Su Zakai changed the subject and said, as for whether you want to work at the Su Corporation, there's no need to rush your decision. Think it over and let me know. Remember, as long as you want, the doors of the Su Corporation will always be open for you. His gaze was sincere as he looked at her. He knew well that Su Nianhe was wary of him, but he didn't expect this suspicion to extend even to Qin Li Hui. Since that was the case, he decided to temporarily hold back on investigating her secrets, waiting until she truly let down her guard and trusted him completely. Su Nianhe initially wanted to refuse Qin Li Hui from following her, but after thinking it over, she realized that although Su Zakai had been trying to find out her secrets these days, he hadn't done anything malicious. In fact, just now, he even helped her solve the problem of leaving the Su family. Considering this, she finally nodded and agreed to this matter. When the car arrived at the hotel, as soon as they entered the lobby, a staff member approached politely and said, Miss Su, hello. There is a guest waiting here for you for a long time. Su Nianhe was a bit surprised. Who could be looking for her at the hotel? She didn't know many people in the provincial capital. Old Huang and mentor Meng Mingyuan were two of them, but the mentor had already called to say he had returned to Beijing, and old Huang was always busy with his own affairs, so he wouldn't have come specifically to find her. As for the other big shots in the VIP room that day, she had only met them once and didn't even remember their faces, let alone have any close relationship. She exchanged a glance with Su Zakai, both of them showing some suspicion and caution. Let's go see, Su Zakai said softly, his tone calm, giving her a little more confidence. She nodded and followed the waiter toward the hotel's VIP lounge. Driver Lao Chen had already parked the car and silently followed a half step behind, staying alert. The waiter gently pushed open the door to the VIP lounge. Inside, the scene made Su Nianhe's heart tighten instinctively. An older man in his 50s, Mo Laoma Tianqiong, was sitting comfortably on the sofa, playing with an unlit cigar. Behind him stood a sharp-eyed, fit bodyguard, someone she had seen at the auction last time. Why would Mo Tianqiong come to see her? What does he want? The thought of Su Zakai's earlier comment about this person being not simple echoed in her mind, making her feel a little uneasy. Su Zakai seemed to notice her sudden tension immediately. Naturally, he reached out and gently held her cool fingers in his warm, dry palm, giving a soft squeeze to silently comfort her and show, I'm here. Su Nianhe took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Mo Tianqiong saw them enter, especially their clasped hands. His eyes quickly flashed with surprise, then turned into a deeper look of scrutiny. He stood up, showing a businesslike, unreadable smile. Mr. Su, Miss Su, I apologize for the sudden intrusion. Please forgive me. Mr. Mo is very well informed, Su Zakai said calmly, his tone showing no emotion. He still held Su Nianha's hand and sat down with her on the sofa opposite Mo Tianqiong. Lao Chen silently stood behind Su Zikai's sofa, like a silent mountain. Mo Tianqiong smiled, his gaze flicking briefly over their clasped hands. His attitude was more cautious than at the last auction. He probably saw Su Nianha as a special girl, lucky to be noticed by Su Zikai. But now, it seemed Su Zikai valued her much more than expected. Mr. Su, you're joking. It's just that some matters came up, and I wanted to talk with Miss Su. I had no choice but to wait here, Mo Tianqiong said directly, no longer beating around the bush. He sat back down and clearly stated his purpose. Miss Su, at the last auction, I bought the Roaring Tiger Mountain Forest Jade Pendant. Do you still remember it? Su Nianha nodded and said, it left a deep impression. That auction was full of twists and turns. The Roaring Tiger in the Mountains is not a one-of-a-kind piece. Mo Tianqiong leaned slightly forward, speaking with some excitement. Based on the clues I found, the famous craftsman from the Jing dynasty, nicknamed Ghost Hand Lu, carved 2 jade pendants. One is the Roaring Tiger in the Mountains, and the other is the Fierce Lion Roaring. Both pendants are exceptional in material, craftsmanship, and the aura they contain. If they are a pair, their value is far more than just 2 items combined. He looked intently at Su Nianha. Since you managed to find the Roaring Tiger in the Mountains, it's very likely you also know where the Fierce Lion Roaring is. My simple goal is this. If you can find the Fierce Lion Roaring pendant and are willing to sell it, I, Mo Tianqiong, am willing to pay 200 million yuan to buy it. This number made Su Nianha gasp slightly. Mo Tianqiong's offer was much higher than she expected. He was willing to pay such a huge price just to complete a pair. But she quickly calmed down. First, she didn't even know where the Fierce Lion Roaring was. Even if she did, Mo Tianqiong's determination suggested there was more behind his interest than just collecting. This person was very deep. Rushing into this would be unwise. She suppressed her feelings and showed just the right amount of surprise and regret on her face. Old Mo, thank you very much for your appreciation. However, I have never heard of the Fierce Lion Roaring pendant, nor do I know where it is. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. Mo Tianqiong carefully observed her expression, seemingly judging the truth of her words. After a moment, he smiled with some regret. Is that so? That's a pity. But he changed the subject. If you have any clues about this pendant in the future, feel free to contact me. The price can be discussed further. He handed her a platinum business card with only his name and personal phone number. Su Nianha didn't immediately take it but looked at Su Zikai first. Su Zikai nodded almost imperceptibly. Only then did Su Nianha accept the card. All right, if I find any clues, I will remember to contact old Mo. Mo Tianqiong watched her small gesture and reevaluated her importance in Su Zikai's heart. He said no more and stood up to leave. In that case, I won't bother you two any longer. Looking forward to Miss Su's good news. After seeing off Mo Tianqiong, the VIP lounge returned to silence. Su Nianha looked at the heavy business card in her hand, frowning slightly. 200 million. Just for a jade pendant? What does he really want? Su Zikai's eyes were deep. Mo Tianqiong never does things without reason. If he's willing to pay that price, then the Roaring Lion pendant must be worth much more than 200 million to him. It might be connected to some important secret or benefit. He looked at Su Nianha. But since you don't know anything, there's no need to worry too much. The most important thing now is to handle your own matters first. I'll keep an eye on Mo Tianqiong. Su Nianha nodded and put the business card away. Although the temptation of 200 million was huge, the unknown risks were even greater. The most important thing now was to completely separate herself from the Su family, then quickly go back to her hometown to find out the secret of the wooden plaque space. And also, she should look into her own background. Alright, I agree with you. Tomorrow, let Li Fin accompany me to handle the procedures to leave the household registration of the Su family, she said softly with a firm tone.
Okay, Su Zikai tiếp lip.
However, just as they stepped out of the VIP lounge, Su Zikai's phone rang. He answered the call, listened for a moment, and his expression grew slightly serious. After hanging up, he said to Su Nianha, There's an urgent project at the company that requires me to fly abroad immediately. Be careful. Su Nianhe was momentarily stunned, then said, It's okay. I can handle the household registration myself, and Chen Lifan can go with you. She didn't really want Chen Lifan to go with her. It was better to take this chance to ask Su Zakai to take him away, so she wouldn't always feel watched. But Su Zakai shook his head and looked at her with a serious gaze.
No.
The Su family's matters might not be fully settled, and Mo Tianqiong suddenly appeared. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone. He paused briefly, his tone slowing but still firm. I know you think I sent Chen Lifan to monitor you, but right now, you can't do without him. Lifan has been with me for many years. I trust his ability. With him here, at least your safety is guaranteed, and he can handle some minor matters you're not comfortable dealing with. When I return, you can decide whether to keep him or not. His words were straightforward, revealing his concerns while also addressing her doubts. Su Nianhe was silent for a moment. Su Zakai's words are reasonable. Su Ziming and Zhao Mannion suffered a big loss today, and it's hard to say they won't act rashly. The appearance of Mo Tianqiong also seems quite strange. Having Chen Lifeng, an experienced person, nearby makes many things easier. At least, he can handle the household registration change at the police station and calm any troublemakers from the Su family. After weighing the pros and cons, she no longer insisted. All right. Fine then. Yes, I will inform him properly, Su Zakai said, a faint sense of relief in his eyes when she finally agreed. I've already arranged everything domestically. If there are any problems, Li Feng will report directly to me. Feel free to ask him for anything. Just then, Chen Lifeng appeared quietly on the side of the hall. Seeing their conversation finished, he walked over steadily. Mr. Su, Miss Su, he said in his usual calm and capable manner. Li Feng, I have an urgent matter that requires me to go abroad. During this time, you need to follow Miss Su and cooperate fully with all her arrangements to ensure her safety and handle any issues. Priority over everything else, Su Zakai ordered seriously. Understood, Mr.
Su.
Rest assured, Chen Lifeng replied efficiently without any unnecessary words. Then he turned to Su Nianhe and nodded slightly. Miss Su, please advise. After everything was arranged, Su Zakai looked at Su Nianhe deeply, as if he wanted to say something but ultimately only said, Stay in touch. I have to go now. Time was tight. He left quickly with old Chen. Su Nianhe watched his figure disappear at the hotel entrance, then looked back at Chen Lifeng and said, Lifeng, I might need you to accompany me to the police station tomorrow to handle the household registration transfer. Of course. Miss Su, do you need me to prepare any documents? Chen Lifeng asked. The main proof materials. The paternity test report should be enough. As for the rest, we'll see what the police station requires. Su Nianhe replied after some thought. Okay, I will check the process and required documents in advance, Chen Lifeng said efficiently. After Su Zakai left, Su Nianhe returned to her hotel room with Chen Lifeng. They didn't speak all night, but Su Nianhe's mind was full of thoughts about her background, the wooden plaque, Xinyan, and the gentle servant-master relationship in her mind. Fortunately, early the next morning, Chen Lifeng had already spoken with the relevant department in advance, so Su Nianhe didn't worry much about the issue of establishing her independent household. Chen Lifeng drove, and the two of them went straight to the police station that handles household registration for the Su family. Inside the police station, people came and went. Chen Lifeng's calm presence made Su Nianhe feel surprisingly at ease. They took a number and waited in line, soon being called. They were attended by a middle-aged police officer who looked serious and official. What service do you need? Hello, I want to transfer my household registration out and establish an independent household, Su Nianhe said, trying to keep her voice steady. She handed over the prepared documents, the top one being the report that proved she was not the biological daughter of Su Ziming. The officer took the documents and looked through them carefully. When he saw the paternity test report, he looked up and examined Su Nianhe with a slight scrutinizing gaze. Then his eyes shifted to Chen Lifeng, who stood tall and commanding behind her. Yes, this report is legally valid and can be used as a reason for the application, he nodded. Then he added the most common requirement in such cases. However, for household transfer, especially when moving out of the family household, the law generally requires the head of the household, your father, Mr. Su Jiming, to be present and agree, and to show the original household register. Su Nianhe's heart sank. She knew it wouldn't be that simple. With Su Jiming's attitude yesterday, how could he easily agree? Having him present and give consent was like trying to catch a tiger with bare hands. Officer, Su Nianhe tried to explain, my father might not cooperate. We have some complicated family issues. This report already shows the situation. Could you make an exception? The officer looked hesitant and shook his head. Rules are rules. This is mainly to prevent family disputes and unauthorized household changes. If he truly cannot be present, he needs to sign a consent form and have it notarized or verify by phone, and we need to record the conversation. Can you contact him now? What was meant to happen will happen. Su Nianhe took a deep breath, glanced at Chen Lifeng. Chen Lifeng gave her a calm, confident look that said, proceed as planned. All right, I will call him now. Su Nianhe took out her phone and turned on speakerphone, making sure both the police officer and Chen Lifeng could hear the conversation clearly. The call rang for a long time before being answered, and Su Jiming's impatient voice with a hint of fatigue and anger came through. Hello?
Who is this?
In the background, there seemed to be faint crying and shouting from Zhao Manyun, indicating that the storm in the Su family was not over. It's me, Su Nianhe, she said coldly. There was a brief silence on the other end, then Su Jiming suddenly roared angrily. It's you? You ungrateful person. Dare to call? You've caused chaos at home enough already. Get lost. Don't call again. I'm at the police station. I need your permission to transfer my household registration out of the Su family, Su Nianhe said directly, ignoring his yelling. Transfer my household registration?
Dream on.
Su Jiming refused harshly, his tone sharp. Humph. I've raised you for so many years, and now you want to leave? No way. The household registration is like a chain tying you down. If you want to completely cut ties with the Su family, I'd have to be dead. I tell you, as long as I'm the head of the household, you can't easily move your registration. You'll always be my daughter in name only. Don't even think about it. His voice was sharp through the microphone, even making the police officer nearby frown slightly. Su Nianhe's anger rose, but more than that, she felt cold disappointment, which she had already expected. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Lifeng stepped forward and made a leave-it-to-me gesture. Su Nianhe pursed her lips and slightly pushed the phone toward Chen Lifeng. Chen Lifeng spoke into the phone, his voice calm but with undeniable authority, clearly reaching through. Mr. Su, I am Chen Lifeng, the special assistant to President Su. Su Jiming on the other end was visibly stunned for a moment, and his arrogance was instinctively lowered by half. Assistant Chen? Yesterday, a few bodyguards had been beaten by old Chen and were still groaning in the hospital. He dared not offend anyone close to Suzuki. Chen Lifeng's tone was calm but sharp. Mr. Su, before leaving, President Su specifically instructed that you must assist Miss Su in handling all matters, including the household registration issue. He hopes this can be resolved peacefully and quickly. I understand what President Su means, but Su Jiming still wanted to act tough. Chen Lifeng interrupted him directly, his tone suddenly turning cold as he revealed his trump card. Mr. Su, if you clearly refuse to cooperate with the household registration transfer now, I will call Mr. Su, Mr. Liu of the Liu Group, Mr. Zhang of the Zhang Group, and the other 3 companies currently working with your company within 5 minutes, after hanging up. He paused slightly to let Su Jiming absorb the weight of his words, then calmly explained the consequences. The message is simple. Due to your extremely uncooperative attitude in handling family matters and your direct conflict with Mr. Su's wishes, the Su Group suggests they reevaluate their trust and the sustainability of their cooperation with your company. If these 3 companies suddenly cut their contracts with you and stop doing business, can your family's business survive? The silence on the other end of the phone was instant and complete. Even the background sounds of crying and shouting seemed to disappear. Su Jiming's breathing grew heavy and rapid, filled with unbelievable fear and immense pressure. He had no doubt about the truth of Chen Lifeng's words, nor about Su Zakai's ability to ruin him with a single sentence.
You
guys. Su Jiming's voice trembled, full of despair and helplessness, as if he was being tightly controlled. Mr. Su, what is your decision? Chen Lifeng's voice remained calm and steady, as if he was simply asking about the weather. After a long, suffocating silence of more than 10 seconds, the voice on the phone sounded as if Su Jiming had aged 10 years in an instant, speaking with great difficulty and humiliation. Every word was squeezed out from between his teeth. Did I agree? He finally surrendered. In the face of absolute power and the threat of huge benefits, his pathetic desire for control was no match. Chen Lifeng nodded at the police officer. The officer, experienced in dealing with crises, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. He cleared his throat and confirmed into the phone, Mr. Su Jiming, this is police station. Do you agree to have your daughter, Ms. Su Nianhe, transfer her household registration out of your family household? I agree. Su Jiming's voice was weak and defeated, full of despair. Okay, the call has been recorded, the officer said routinely, then signaled that Su Nianhe could hang up. Su Nianhe pressed the button to end the call, and the police station counter was suddenly silent. She looked at Chen Lifeng with complicated feelings. She felt both relieved to be free from her restrictions and a little nervous about Su Zakai's strong methods.
Thank you, she said softly.
Chen Lifeng nodded slightly. It's my duty. Next, under the police officer's guidance, Su Nianhe provided her ID card, the report, and other remaining documents. Although the house owner was not present, there was a recording as proof, and her reasons were clear. The police quickly accepted her case and began processing her move-out procedures. On the household register, which symbolized the last official connection to the Su family, the page about Su Nianhe was about to be stamped with moved out. From then on, Su Nianhe would truly be independent. After leaving the police station, Su Nianhe and Chen Lifeng first went back to the hotel to check out. She called Old Huang to inform him that everything in the provincial city was settled and that she was preparing to return to the county. Old Huang didn't ask many questions. He repeatedly told her to stay safe on the road and emphasized that if she found anything interesting, she must tell him immediately. Then, he quickly ended the call. Su Nianhe wanted to go back to the county alone, but Chen Lifeng, following Su Zakai's orders, stayed close to her. Where she went, he followed. This made Su Nianhe feel increasingly annoyed. The county was a small place. Having a stranger like Chen Lifeng always by her side would surely attract gossip. Besides, she was eager to open her breakfast shop as soon as she returned and see Wenwan's household again. She also wanted to look at that wooden sign a few more times to see which eras it could take her breakfast shop to. Although Chen Lifeng was quite sensible and never spoke much, his constant presence was not sustainable. It seemed she needed to find a way to get rid of him. On the way back to the county, Su Nianhe kept silent, staring out the window, her mind racing to think of a natural way to shake him off. Confronting him directly wouldn't work, as it would break her promise to Su Zakai and might make Chen Lifeng more suspicious. She needed a reasonable excuse that wouldn't raise suspicion. The car smoothly entered the county, and familiar street scenes appeared. A rough plan began to form in her mind. Lifeng, she said, trying to sound natural, thank you for your help these days. I have my own rented place in the county, quite simple, so it might not be convenient to host you. You see. Chen Lifeng immediately understood her meaning and responded calmly, Miss Su, you don't need to worry about my accommodation. Mr. Su has already arranged everything. I will stay at the best hotel in the county and won't disturb your private life. My duty is to ensure your safety and assist you with your affairs. If you need anything, just contact me at any time. He handed her a business card with only his name and phone number. This answer was perfect, maintaining distance while clearly indicating he would continue to follow her. Su Nianhe took the card, secretly admiring that Su Zakai's team was well trained. All right, then. I'll go home now to pack a bit. I'm a little tired and want to rest. If I decide to visit the shop later, I'll contact you. Su Nianhe planned to use the delay tactic, first saying she would go home alone. After all, the last time she went to her small building with Suzuki, it was old Chen, not Chen Lifeng. He probably didn't know the address of her grandmother's small building.
Okay.
I'll take you downstairs. Chen Lifeng agreed without objection. Following Su Nianhe's instructions, he drove the car to the old residential building she rented. Su Nianhe got out of the car and watched as Chen Lifeng's car didn't leave immediately. Instead, it stopped at a spot not too close or far, where he could see the stairway entrance, but it didn't seem conspicuous. She understood. Completely shaking him off wouldn't be so easy. She deliberately pretended to turn and head upstairs, but while Chen Lifeng wasn't paying attention, she quietly slipped out through another side door of the stairway. As soon as she left the community, she flagged down a taxi, gave the address at 128 Fuxing Street, and headed straight to her small building. Su Nianhe returned to her grandmother's small building, but after being away for a week, it felt like a long time. She pushed open the familiar side door and felt a sense of coming home, her heart beginning to relax. She carried her luggage up the small stairs quietly to the second floor, returning to her cozy, tidy room. After placing her simple luggage down, she took a deep breath. Finally, she had temporarily escaped from Chen Lifeng and gained her freedom. She didn't rest, but slowly wandered around her small building, her fingers brushing over the stair railing, window frames, and table corners. Although the building had been renovated, her grandmother's presence was everywhere. Thinking about how Grandma knew she wasn't her real granddaughter, but still raised her like one, and even planned her future, Su Nianhe started to cry again. She carefully looked around the two-story building connected to Aunt Six's house. Since Shen Yanji's down-filled military coat was taken away, the place looked empty. The area planned for the breakfast shop still had its framework, but it was covered in a thin layer of dust, showing that business had stopped. Seeing this empty place, which should have been lively with the smell of food and warmth, Su Nianhe felt a complex emotion she couldn't quite describe. Her breakfast shop had faced many problems since opening and hadn't been able to operate properly for even a few days. First, she accidentally connected to Shen Yanji's world, busy helping him with meals and saving his life. Later, she met Wenwan, a gentle yet strong woman from ancient times, who seemed to be in a difficult situation. She promised to help her, but couldn't visit her in Dashing Dynasty because of Shen Yanji's sudden problems and conflicts with the Su family. Wenwan didn't have Shen Yanji's token, so she couldn't enter her space freely. She must have been waiting anxiously. A feeling of guilt and responsibility grew inside her. She needed to prepare quickly and reopen the shop, at least to help Wenwan and her servant. Su Nianhe went to the breakfast shop area and looked at the pots and bowls she had bought. Most of her usual kitchen tools were still there, but the ingredients she had were all gone. The fridge had been unplugged and emptied a week ago when she left. Now it was empty, giving off a cold plastic smell. Thinking about welcoming Wenwan again, she knew she couldn't have nothing. She needed to restock ingredients and daily supplies. But she also worried about running into Chen Lifeng outside, who might follow her closely if he was hiding nearby. That made her feel uneasy and annoyed. "Can't go out," she muttered softly, frowning. Her eyes swept over the counter and landed on her smartphone. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Maybe she could just buy everything online. That would be a good way to avoid Chen Lifeng's attention. She quickly picked up her phone and opened her favorite shopping app. Su Nianhe chose a nearby store and ordered some food and daily necessities online. She carefully selected some long-lasting rice, flour, grains, cooking oil, dried spices, and some frozen snacks. These would be convenient for her future shop and also serve as supplies. If Wenwan came over, she could quickly heat them and serve her. She also chose some candies and beautifully packaged pastries that seemed rare in ancient times, hoping to bring Wenwan a little novelty and comfort. When filling in the delivery address, she was very careful to make sure it was her grandmother's small building's exact location. Before placing the order, she quickly typed a note to the customer service, clearly stating that the delivery must arrive in the evening. She emphasized, "Please make sure to deliver after 6 p.m. today." Thank you. The order was successfully placed, with an estimated delivery time of 6 to 7 p.m. tonight. Su Nianhe sighed in relief and put down her phone. This way, she not only replenished supplies but also minimized the risk of being exposed. Now, she only needed to stay quietly at home and wait for the delivery. She walked to the window and carefully looked down the street again. She didn't see Chen Lifeng's conspicuous black car. It seemed Chen Lifeng couldn't find her for now, or maybe he didn't suspect her, and went directly to a hotel instead. Next, she started cleaning the dust in her shop, preparing for the special business that might happen tomorrow. In the evening, the items she needed were delivered by the courier. Su Nianhe then began preparing ingredients for the next day's breakfast shop. This time, she directly entered Wenwan's era in the Great Shang Dynasty. She pushed open the roller shutter of the breakfast shop and flipped the wooden sign twice with her hand. In an instant, the familiar street view outside the shop disappeared, replaced by the muddy path Wenwan and her servant had come along. She steadied herself, found a seat inside the shop, and waited quietly. But after waiting for a long time, she saw no sign of Wenwan and her servant, and few people passed by on that small road. Su Nianhe's heart gradually grew anxious. She couldn't help but wonder if she had made a mistake with the sign and come to the wrong place, yet she clearly remembered that Wenwan and her servant had come to her shop twice before, walking along this very path. Just when she was feeling discouraged and almost ready to give up, a figure suddenly appeared on the distant small road. It was a man about 40 years old, a woodcutter, carrying a bundle of firewood on his shoulder, walking steadily toward her. The woodcutter approached the shop entrance, hesitated, and stopped. His hands, rough and calloused from years of work, rested on a shoulder-mounted bundle of firewood. He looked around at the neat little shop suddenly appearing in the remote countryside, his face full of surprise and doubt. After a moment of hesitation, he finally put down his firewood and pushed open the glass door, which looked so clean it was almost unbelievable. The door's wind chime jingled softly. Su Nianhe suppressed her disappointment. He wasn't gentle enough, and put on a friendly smile to greet him. "Big brother, you've traveled far and are tired. Would you like to rest here? Would you like something to eat?" The woodcutter wore simple rough cloth clothes. His face was dark and honest. He stood awkwardly on the smooth floor, unsure where to put his hands and feet. His eyes kept glancing at the bright kitchen tools and tables and chairs inside the shop, which he had never seen before. He swallowed hard and asked in a dry voice, "Shopkeeper, what do you sell here? Why open a shop in such a remote place?" Su Nianhe kept smiling and spoke casually, "Just some simple food and soup for travelers passing by. Would you like to try? We have freshly cooked rice porridge and some snacks." She pointed to the hot rice cooker and steamer nearby. Inside were frozen buns she prepared last night and porridge she cooked this morning. The woodcutter looked in the direction she pointed, smelling the delicious aroma in the air. His stomach growled loudly. His dark face turned slightly red with embarrassment. He rubbed his hands nervously and asked carefully, "How much for? Rice porridge?" He instinctively touched his thin wallet at his waist. 3 coins per bowl, 2 buns for 5 coins, Su Nianhe said with a fair price. Her eyes swept over the heavy bundle of firewood at his feet. "If you're short on money, you can pay me next time." Hearing this, the woodcutter's eyes brightened, and he seemed to breathe a little easier. He quickly said, "That's not right. How about I trade firewood? I have good firewood, very dry." He was about to go move his firewood. "Big brother, don't rush to pay me just yet," Su Nianhe stopped him. "Sit down and eat something first. Rest a bit, then we'll talk." She led him to a table, quickly filled a big bowl with steaming rice porridge, and brought over 2 meat buns on a plate. The woodcutter looked at the pure white porridge in front of him, much finer than the coarse rice porridge he usually ate, and the soft, fragrant steamed buns. His throat moved roughly, and he didn't bother to be polite. He simply said thank you, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating quickly and eagerly. After finishing, he planned to use firewood to pay for his meal. Su Nianhe waved her hands quickly and said, "Big brother, forget about the money and firewood.
You can take it back."
If you really want to thank me, can you tell me if you've seen a young lady named Wenwan around here? She's about this tall, dressed simply, and probably has a maid with her." She gestured with her hand to show her height. Hearing the name, Wenwan, The woodcutter suddenly froze, his rough smile stiffening instantly. His face showed a complex mix of surprise, sympathy, and caution. His dark face twitched, and he instinctively looked toward the door again, as if afraid someone might be listening. He lowered his voice, leaned slightly forward, and asked Su Nyenha, "Mississippi, what do you want to ask about Miss Wen? Who are you to her?" His eyes showed curiosity and a hint of worry that was hard to notice. Su Nyenha felt a tightness in her chest. He definitely knew something. She kept her excitement in check, lowered her voice, and explained half-truthfully, "Honestly, big brother, I was helped by Miss Wen before. A few days ago, we agreed to meet here, but she didn't show up. I'm worried about her. Could something have happened to her?" Hearing this, the woodcutter's face lit up with a smile, an expression mixed with admiration and relief. His earlier tension eased a lot. "Miss, if you're asking about someone else, I might not know. But if you're asking about her, you're asking the right person," he said confidently, even with a hint of pride. "That Miss Wen is the only daughter of General Wen of our great Shang dynasty. General Wen is a true hero." He paused, then lowered his voice again, but his excitement couldn't be hidden. "Not long ago. Oh, it was a terrible injustice. Some treacherous official in the court falsely accused General Wen of treason and collusion with enemies. The emperor believed the slander and sentenced the Wen family to exile. Miss Wen, a noble daughter of high status, was taken away in shackles. It was heartbreaking to see. That night, it rained heavily. The officials couldn't find a place for her and her servants, so they stayed overnight in my broken firewood shed. I secretly gave them 2 small bread loaves. Sigh, what a mistake. She was sentenced to exile, yet you still dared to let her stay in the inn. Aren't you afraid of the authorities blaming you?" Su Nyenha asked, pretending to be surprised, but her heart was tight with worry for Wenwan's experience. The woodcutter straightened his chest, showing the stubbornness and integrity typical of farmers. "Afraid? Of course I am. But General Wen is different. He's the hero who protects our great country and makes the border tribes fear us. In our town and nearby villages, everyone has a shrine for him. I don't believe he's a traitor. That night, I told my wife, this must be a terrible misunderstanding. Helping Miss Wen is a good deed. If the officials come after us, I'll accept it." He spoke passionately, his eyes turning red, then suddenly lowered his voice, his face shining with excitement, almost dancing with joy.
Look.
"I told you. Heaven is watching. Just a few days ago, great news came. It turns out General Wen was not a traitor at all. It was a trap to fake his surrender. Now, with inside and outside help, they've captured the barbarian king's court. We won a huge victory. The good news is being rushed to the capital." He rubbed his hands excitedly, as if he had won the battle himself. "The emperor is very pleased and has ordered an official pardon for General Wen. I hear the pardon and the reward are on their way. Miss Wen's exile order is naturally cancelled. If you think about it, the officials probably already released her on the spot and are escorting her back to the capital. The Wen family is about to rise again. Heaven truly has eyes." It seemed when one was being chased by officials. The story of her seeking her father at the border after being rescued hadn't spread. But hearing that her family had been cleared of charges, Su Nyenha finally relaxed, her heart filling with joy. "That's wonderful. Truly wonderful," Su Nyenha said sincerely, her eyes even a little moist. "Thank you, big brother, for telling me this good news. What thanks? This is a great blessing." The woodcutter also smiled broadly, his face full of wrinkles. "General Wen, Miss Wen, such good people, deserve good fortune. Girl, you're a friend of Miss Wen, so you're a good person too. You must accept this bundle of firewood." Without hesitation, he shoved a small bundle of dry wood into the corner of the shop door, as if completing an important ritual. Su Nyenha looked at the small bundle of firewood placed in the corner of her shop door with a mix of tears and smiles. She watched happily as the cheerful woodcutter, constantly muttering, "Heaven has eyes," left. Su Nyenha stood alone inside the shop, feeling her mood settle slowly. Although she couldn't see Wenwan immediately, knowing she was safe and about to have a turn in her fate was the most important thing. She imagined how excited and tearful Wenwan must be when she learns her father has won and her family has been cleared of accusations. Looks like Wenwan doesn't need my help for now, Su Nianhe whispered with a smile, feeling a big weight lift from her heart. She was happy for Wenwan. But since she was here, and Wenwan was probably on her way back to the capital, maybe she could stay a little longer? What if Wenwan and her father passed by here again on their way back? She found the idea tempting. She decided to keep her shop open tomorrow, waiting for Wenwan to come looking for her, while also exploring the dynasty called Desheng more deeply. Perhaps she could even build a business connection with Desheng. In the past few days, Su Nianhe stayed inside her shop to avoid Chen Hui. She either shopped online obsessively or kept flipping the wooden sign at the shop entrance early in the morning. She kept hoping to unlock more dynasties, but no matter how she tried, she could only connect to the Jin dynasty, where Shenyanji was, and Desheng, where Wenwan was. Other dynasties remained unresponsive. After several days of trying, Shenyanji was probably busy with wars and hadn't contacted her. Now, with chaos in Jin, her shop had no customers. Things weren't much better in Desheng. Only the woodcutter, who came daily to buy buns or noodles, leaving a small bundle of firewood before leaving, and Wenwan still hadn't appeared. Su Nianhe's heart grew heavy. She had ordered a batch of military boots for Shen Yanji some time ago, but since she hadn't seen him, she started to worry. Could he have died in battle? The women's supplies she prepared for Wenwan had also arrived, but she had nowhere to send them.
Sigh.
After a soft sigh, she decided to order a set of supermarket shelves, arranging the newly arrived goods by category on the top layer. Now, besides the breakfast area, the first floor had become a small supermarket. She was thinking, if the wooden sign is used in other dynasties, having a supermarket like this would make things more convenient for ancient people. When she received the military boots, Su Nianhe first stored them all in the first floor of her space. Looking at the empty second floor, she ordered a sofa, tables, and chairs online, turning it into a simple office. Using the first floor for storage and the second for work, if a large amount of supplies arrived, she could also pile them in the yard, keeping everything organized. After finishing these tasks, she had nothing to do, so she tidied up some items sent by Yan Jingxiao and Xin Yanji that she hadn't auctioned yet, placing them in a discreet spot in the office. More than 10 days passed, and Chen Lifeng hadn't shown up again. Business at the shop remained slow, and Su Nianhe finally couldn't stay still. She secretly wondered, since Chen Lifeng hasn't contacted her in so long, maybe he has already gone back to report? Also, the ruby and ring given by Shen Yanji still haven't been appraised. Maybe she should go out now, first visit Grandpa Sun for an expert opinion, then ask old Huang to take a look? Just as she made up her mind, she hurriedly packed her things into her bag and was about to leave. But as she reached the staircase, her phone suddenly rang. The caller ID was Grandpa Sunday. "Girl, are you at home right now?" Grandpa Sun's voice was a bit anxious over the phone. "Yes, Grandpa Sunday." "What's wrong?" Su Nianhe's heart sank suddenly, her fingers turning cold as she held the phone. On the other end, Grandpa Sun's voice was very worried. "Girl, you need to find a place to hide. Something big is happening. Your dad and your aunt are leading a group of people heading straight to your small building. I heard they're after the house you're living in now, and they said since you're not a real member of the Su family, you can't inherit your grandma's property. How dare they?" Su Nianhe's voice trembled slightly, but mostly, she felt cold anger. That Su Jiming really has no shame. He wants to take her grandma's inheritance and come to her small house? It's all about money. I heard your aunt recently lost a lot of her business, and your dad seems to need money urgently too. They must be targeting you because they think you're easy to bully. Girl, listen to me, they are many. Don't confront them directly. Leave through the back door and come to Grandpa's place to hide. Grandpa Sun's tone was full of worry. "Thank you, Grandpa Sunday. I understand." Su Nianhe took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm. "Don't worry, I will handle this," she said. After hanging up, she stood still, her chest rising and falling. Anger and sadness flooded her mind like a wave, but she quickly pushed them down. Should she hide? Where could she go now? This small building was left to her by her grandmother. It was her home. She would never be driven out so easily. She quickly walked to the window and carefully pulled back a corner of the curtain to look down. Sure enough, a few cars were parked crookedly in front of the building. Leading them were her father, Su Ziming, and her aunt, Su Hongmei. About 20 people were gathered, loudly arguing and shouting in front of the closed gate. Su Ziming was pounding on the iron door loudly, making a clang-clang sound, shouting, "Su Nianhe,
Come out.
we know you're inside. This house belongs to the Su family. Why are you occupying it as an outsider?" "Exactly. Hand over the property deed now, or we won't be polite," Su Hongmei's sharp voice echoed. The neighbors around had already been disturbed. Some peeked out, whispering among themselves. No one understood what was happening. How could Su Ziming speak to his own daughter like that? But because it was a family matter, no one stepped in to interfere. Looking at the ugly faces downstairs, Su Nianhe's eyes grew colder. She touched her phone in her pocket, then her ruby and ring in her bag. It seemed her plan to have the gemstones appraised today was going to fail. She quickly stored them in her space. Su Ziming and Su Hongmei's visit today was surely not friendly. Good people don't come uninvited. Maybe they would claim that the antiques and paintings at the auction were also left by her grandmother and shouldn't be given to an outsider like her. She needed to think of a plan. Confronting them directly would only cause trouble. Should she call the police? Su Hongmei had come once before, and she had already shown her the property deed. Today, she was still causing trouble with Su Ziming. This was clearly bullying her alone. The shouting and banging at the door outside grew louder, even with the sound of metal tools prying open the lock. How dare they break in during the daytime? Su Nianhe's eyes sharpened, and she no longer hesitated. She went downstairs, confidently took all the items she had bought over the past few days, and stored them in her space. Then she ran back upstairs, used her phone to record the scene below as evidence, and immediately dialed 110. The call was quickly answered. "Hello, officer. I want to report that someone is trying to force open my door and break into my house. Is that so? Stay calm and do not open the door or confront them directly," the police officer said firmly. "We are sending officers right away. Since they are illegally entering a home and causing trouble, we will handle it." With the police's reassurance, Su Nianhe felt a bit more at ease. Right after she made the call, the noise downstairs grew louder, and it seemed like they were about to break the lock on the rolling shutter door. Su Nianhe was not afraid at all. She clenched her fists, slowly walked down the stairs, and reached the first-floor hallway. She didn't open the door but spoke calmly, almost coldly through it. "Su Ziming, Su Hongmei, I've already called the police. The will clearly states that this house belongs to me. It has already been transferred to my name. Your current actions are illegal. The police will arrive soon." The commotion outside suddenly quieted, as if they hadn't expected her to be so firm and direct. But soon, Su Hongmei's sharp voice rang out again. "Calling the police? Who are you trying to scare? We're your elders, coming to handle family matters. Does the police have to get involved? Su Nianhe, open the door now. Don't be ungrateful. Elders?" Su Nianhe sneered. "Elders who come to forcefully take my property? This is the first time I've seen that. If you have something to say, wait until the police arrive and tell them." As she finished speaking, she turned to go upstairs. She wasn't afraid of these people causing trouble. She had already stored all the store's goods and Xinyanji's unsold items in her space. Even if they broke the door, what could they gain? Her only thought was to endure today, then sign up for a quick self-defense class. She couldn't always rely on her space to escape danger. Next time she faced such trouble, she needed some ability to protect herself. But before she could step onto the stairs, the rolling shutter door suddenly made a loud bang and was pried open. Su Ziming and Su Hongmei rushed in like hungry wolves. In that critical moment, Su Nianhe reacted quickly. As soon as she thought of it, she reached into her space and pulled out a stun baton. This was a special self-defense tool kept for emergencies when preparing supplies for Xinyanji. Now it finally came in handy. Just as Su Ziming and Su Hongmei angrily rushed forward, reaching out to grab Su Nianhe's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, she pressed the switch on the electric baton. A bright blue arc of electricity suddenly burst out, accompanied by a sharp crackling sound, hitting Su Jiming and Su Hongmei at the front.
Ah!
Both of them let out loud, pig-like screams, convulsing violently. It was as if all their strength was drained instantly. They fell to the ground with a thud, their limbs twitching uncontrollably. Their hair stood up slightly, and their faces showed shock and pain that was hard to believe. A few bodyguards and relatives who rushed in behind them were immediately startled. They stopped abruptly, looking nervously at the dangerous-looking blue glow of the short stick in Su Nianha's hand, then at the two people twitching on the ground. For a moment, they didn't dare to step forward.
You
little brat. How dare you electric shock your dad and your aunt? This is going too far. You ungrateful wolf. Zhao Manyun, who had followed, reacted and pointed at Su Nianha, scolding her fiercely. Su Hongmei, lying on the ground, caught her breath, grimacing in pain. Hearing this, she immediately started crying and shouting loudly, "This is unfair. Everyone look! Su Nianha, this wild girl, is trying to kill us. Not only is she stealing from our Su family, but she also wants to kill us."
Mom.
Open your eyes and see. What kind of disaster have you raised? Su Jiming also gasped heavily, his chest feeling numb. The pain made it hard for him to speak clearly. He could only glare fiercely at Su Nianha, his eyes full of hatred, as if he wanted to peel her apart. Su Nianha tightly held the electric baton, alert and coldly warning the group of people who dared not come closer, but stared fiercely. Her voice was icy. "Anyone who steps forward again, don't blame me for being rude. I said, the property was legally left to me by Grandma. I don't know anything about the property you're talking about."
Bull.
Zhao Manyun screamed. "If it wasn't secretly given to you by Grandma, how did you get those antiques, calligraphy, jade, and treasures worth 200 million? Who would give you such expensive things for no reason? Those are all our family heirlooms. Spit them out immediately, without missing a single one. And this house, you must transfer it to your dad right now. You're an outsider, and you have no right to take a single cent from our Su family." "Exactly. Hand it over. Or today, it's not over." Such an ungrateful person. Other relatives nearby also chimed in loudly, trying to use their voices to overpower her. Su Jiming then ordered several bodyguards forward, saying, "Catch her. Go to the property bureau now to transfer the ownership. You brat, don't think that just because Su Zakai is interested in you, you can compete with me. Let me tell you, I've already found out that after Su Zakai returned to Hong Kong, his parents forced him to meet with wealthy women for marriage. He's too busy now to care about your matters." Seeing the bodyguards obey Su Jiming's command and approach again with fierce looks, Su Nianha felt a surge of regret and helplessness. The electric baton had limited power. It had already been used quite a bit. Facing so many trained bodyguards, she couldn't hold out much longer. If only Chun Liheng were here. At least he could delay until the police arrived, instead of forcing her into a dilemma. Either be caught or hide in a space while everyone watched, treated like a monster. She clenched her teeth and bravely swung the electric baton, making a crackling sound, trying to scare the encircling bodyguards away with the flashing blue sparks, desperately hoping for the police to arrive sooner. But her wild swings were full of flaws in the eyes of professionals. One bodyguard seized the opportunity, dodging the electric arc with a quick sidestep, then delivered a precise palm strike to Su Nianha's wrist. Ugh! Su Nianha cried out in pain, her wrist numb, and the baton fell to the ground with a clatter. Losing her only weapon, she was immediately held tightly by two other bodyguards, one on each side, unable to move no matter how she struggled. "Let me go. You're breaking the law," Su Nianha shouted angrily, her voice full of defiance. Zhao Manyun saw this, and a smug, fierce smile appeared on her face. She stepped forward, her long, pointed nails almost touching Su Nianha's face. "Breaking the law?
Ha!
Stealing your own property is called breaking the law? Hand over the property deed now, or you'll regret it." Su Jiming was also helped to stand, his body still numb but his face showing a fierce expression. What are you waiting for? Take her to the car. Head straight to the property bureau. He seemed to already see the scene of the property being transferred into his name. Just at this moment of despair, stop! A loud, angry shout suddenly exploded from outside the courtyard, like thunder on a clear day, causing everyone to freeze in surprise. Su Nianhe quickly looked up, her heart pounding with hope. Was the police finally here? But what she saw was the most unexpected person at this moment. Su Zakai led the charge, rushing into the courtyard like a whirlwind. Usually his eyes, full of teasing and mischief, were now burning with cold anger. His gaze immediately locked onto Su Nianhe, who was being roughly restrained by bodyguards and looked very helpless and vulnerable. His face darkened instantly. Following him was Chun Lihui, who had just been regretfully hoping for help. Chun moved even faster, like a ghost, swiftly passing Su Zakai without wasting words, and went straight into action.
Bang!
Two sharp, bone-jarring sounds and a muffled cry almost at the same time. The two bodyguards holding Su Nianhe didn't even see Chen's move clearly. They only felt their arms twisted into strange angles by an unstoppable force, causing sharp pain. They screamed and loosened their grip. Chun then delivered two heavy elbows, knocking them to the ground. They curled up, groaning in pain, unable to get up again. All of this happened in an instant. Su Zakai stepped quickly to Su Nianhe's side, shielding her completely behind him. His eyes, cold as ice, sharply swept over the stunned Su Jiming and Zhao Manyun. His voice was icy and sharp. Su Jiming, Zhao Manyun, you really have some nerve. Bringing a bunch of thugs into my family's home to cause trouble? Do you think I'm not in the mainland, so I can't control this? Or do you think my words are just empty talk? His arrival, along with Chun Lihui's powerful skills, instantly silenced everyone. The originally aggressive relatives of the Su family and the remaining bodyguards were so frightened by this sudden change and Su Zakai's intimidating presence that they didn't dare move. Su Ziming's face changed drastically. He never expected Su Zakai to appear at this critical moment, and he looked furious. He forced himself to stay calm and tried to explain. Young Su, this is all a misunderstanding. It's a family matter of the Su family. That girl. Family matter? Su Zakai cut him off coldly, his tone full of sarcasm and pressure. I think it's robbery. Breaking into the house, causing harm, and attempting to seize the property deed? Mr. Su, are you planning to go to the police station for a chat, or should I invite you there? At that moment, sirens approached from afar and real police officers finally arrived at the scene. Their arrival quickly brought order to the chaos. The lead officer looked around the yard with a serious expression, at the broken lock on the door, the injured bodyguard on the ground, the nervous family members of the Su family and Su Nianhe, who was protected behind Su Zakai and appeared to be the victim. Standing nearby was Chun Lifeng, looking imposing. What's going on? Who called the police? The officer asked in a deep voice. I did, officer. Su Nianhe immediately stepped forward. Though still shaken, her voice was clear. They forced open my door, entered my home, accused me of stealing property, and ordered the bodyguard to attack me. They tried to forcibly take me to the property bureau for transfer. These are my friends. They came to stop their violence. She pointed at Su Zakai and Chun Lifeng. You're lying. Officer, don't listen to her nonsense. We came to get her house back. She's not part of our Su family, so she has no right to claim our property. Su Hongmei struggled to get up from the ground, shouting sharply. Her hair was messy from the electric shock earlier, making her look particularly disheveled. Whether she's part of the Su family or not, that's not up to you to decide. Su Zakai said coldly, turning to the officer. His tone was calm but firm. Officer, this is clearly illegal entry and attempted theft. We have solid evidence, including the damaged lock and witnesses who saw them trying to forcibly take people away. He gestured to Chun Lifeng and himself. Chun Lifeng stepped forward and succinctly added, multiple people with tools forcibly broke in and used violence against the homeowner. The facts are clear. The officer nodded, understanding the situation at a glance. He turned to the pale-faced Su Jiming and the still defiant Zhao Manyan and Su Hongmei. Any property disputes should be settled through legal channels, not by gathering a crowd and breaking in. Your actions are already illegal. Now, everyone involved must come with me to the police station for questioning. Officer, this is a family matter. Su Nianhe is not my biological daughter, but she's taken all my mother's property.
Su Zimin explained loudly.
Since it is property, it should be decided by the court. However, your forced entry into the house is illegal. Please come with us to clarify everything. The police officer interrupted firmly and signaled his officers to take Su Jiming, Zhao Manyun, Su Hongmei, and the bodyguards involved in the altercation away. Other relatives of the Su family, seeing this, were already terrified and tried to slip away, but they were stopped by the police and asked to cooperate with the investigation. Finally, the chaos temporarily ended. Watching the Su family members being led onto the police cars with worried faces, Su Nianhe's tense nerves finally relaxed. She felt weak in the legs and almost couldn't stand. Su Zikai quickly helped her and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Su Nianhe shook her head, sounding tired. "I'm fine. Thank you for arriving so quickly. How did you get here?" Su Zikai glanced at Chen Liheng and explained, "Liheng has been watching over you. When he noticed something unusual with the Su family's movements, he contacted me immediately." He paused and added in a serious tone, "It seems I arrived a bit late and caused you to be frightened." A warm, complicated feeling rose in Su Nianhe's heart. She sincerely thanked him again. "No, you arrived just in time. Thank you so much." Chen Liheng only nodded slightly, still looking quiet and dependable. The police finished collecting evidence at the scene, reminded Su Nianhe to go to the police station later for a detailed statement, and then left. The small house finally returned to peace, with only the broken door silently telling of the earlier danger. "This door needs to be fixed quickly," Su Zikai frowned as he looked at the damaged lock. "I'll have someone come to replace it with the best security door and lock." Su Nianhe didn't refuse his kindness. If it weren't for him and Liheng today, the consequences could have been terrible. She was full of questions. Su Ziming had clearly said that Su Zikai was in Hong Kong City for a blind date. Why did he suddenly appear in this small town? Su Zikai naturally saw through her thoughts and explained proactively, "After I finished my work abroad, I did go back to Hong Kong City, but I didn't go on any blind date at all." For some reason, hearing Su Zikai's explanation, Su Nianhe's panicked heart, which had been racing, suddenly felt like it was paused and instantly calmed down. "Nianhe, don't throw a tantrum anymore. Don't refuse to let Liheng stay by your side to protect you." Su Zikai spoke with a serious tone, leaving no room for argument. "I believe that brother and sister Su Jiming are not easy to deal with. If I'm right, they will soon come out and claim that you are a relative of the Su family, suing you to return the house and antique jade items that Grandma left you. These 2 small buildings were originally left to me by Grandma. They can't take them away. And those antiques and jade items were not given by Grandma at all," Su Nianhe said firmly, with a stubbornness that refused to give in. "But they won't listen to your explanation," Su Zikai interrupted her, his eyes darkening. "For greedy people, everything you have belongs to the Su family." He paused for a moment, then changed his tone to a gentler one. "But don't worry, I've already asked your Grandpa Sunday. The Su siblings are not your grandmother's biological children. Your grandmother couldn't have children, so she asked your grandfather to bring the Su Jiming siblings into the family. If they say you have no right to inherit, then they have no right either. That means your grandmother's will is completely valid." Su Nianhe suddenly looked up, surprised. "Grandpa Sunday called you?" "Yes, Nianhe." "Have you ever thought about finding out about your background?" Su Zikai suddenly asked. Hearing this, Su Nianhe immediately remembered the last time she confronted Su Jiming at the Su family, when he mentioned Xiao Shui, and she was surprised to learn that Su Zikai also knew this person. Her heart tightened and she quickly asked, "Mr. Su, do you know about my background?" "I can only say I know a little," Su Zikai replied more softly. "To learn everything, you need to visit Grandpa Sunday. Actually, the reason I was able to calm down Su Jiming last time was not only because of business pressure, but also because he was afraid that your mother's past might be exposed. I got this information from Lao Huang. Lao Huang said that Grandpa Sun told her, so if you want to understand the full story, you still need to find your grandfather. There's no need to look for him. I've come. Before Suzuki finished speaking, Grandpa Sun entered from the door and sat directly on the chair opposite them. You girl, you've been back for half a month, and I haven't heard a word from you. If Su Xiao hadn't called me, I wouldn't even know you returned home. Old Mr. Sun's voice carried a slight tremor and concern. He hurriedly walked in, first looking up and down at Su Nianhe to make sure she was safe. After confirming she was unharmed, he let out a small sigh of relief, then put on a serious face again. Seeing Grandpa Sun suddenly appear, Su Nianhe was both surprised and guilty. She quickly stepped forward to help him sit down. Grandpa Sun, I'm sorry. I just got back and encountered some problems, so I haven't had a chance to see you. Old Mr. Sun waved her off, interrupting her apology. His sharp gaze swept over Suzuki, who looked calm, and Chen Lufeng, who stood silently. Finally, his eyes returned to Su Nianhe, and he sighed. You girl are too proud. Something big happened, and if Suzuki hadn't been clever and guessed that the troublemakers from the Su family might come looking for you and contacted me early, would you have just endured it alone? Su Nianhe bit her lip but didn't reply. She was used to facing things alone. Suzuki spoke at the right moment, his tone respectful but firm. Grandpa Sun, you're just in time. You saw what Nianhe just went through. The Su family won't give up easily. Soon, they might go to court under the pretext of her not being related by blood. The most urgent thing is to find out about Nianhe's background and her mother, Xiaoxue's past. This is not only key to fighting back against the Su family, but also very important for Nianhe herself. When mentioning the name, Xiaoxue, Grandpa Sun's expression darkened noticeably, and a deep sadness and complexity flashed in his eyes. He was silent for a moment, his cloudy eyes looking out the window as if lost in distant memories. Xiaoxue. She was a very unfortunate girl. Grandpa Sun's voice was low and hoarse, carrying the weight of years. She wasn't from our place. About 20 years ago, in the winter when heavy snow was falling, she fainted right at your grandmother's door. Su Nianhe's heart suddenly clenched, her breathing instinctively softening, afraid of missing a single word. Her fingertips unconsciously clenched her clothes tightly. I think she might have lost her memory. He paused and recalled. At that time, your grandpa Su had already passed away, and Su Hongmei had long been married. As for Su Jiming, he married Miss Zhao Manyan from the provincial city and stayed there. Your grandmother was alone running that breakfast shop, feeling very lonely. When she saw Xiaoxue, who was pitiful and kind, she took her in as a foster daughter. The two depended on each other and lived a peaceful life, but who would have thought that one day, when Su Jiming came back to visit your grandmother, he saw Xiaoxue and was instantly captivated. After that, he started visiting more often. At first, your grandmother thought he was finally showing filial piety, but gradually she realized his mind was on Xiaoxue. At this point, old Mr. Sun's tone grew a bit angry. Your grandmother immediately scolded him harshly, calling him shameless. Su Jiming was scared and stayed quiet for a while, not daring to come back often. Your grandmother thought it was over, but it wasn't. There were more troubles ahead, until one day your grandmother noticed Xiaoxue was secretly vomiting. It looked like she was pregnant. After asking several times, Xiaoxue cried and told her about Su Jiming. Your grandmother was so angry she almost fainted, but the damage was done. She couldn't change it, so she quickly called Su Jiming back to ask clearly. Su Jiming didn't deny it. He even promised to divorce Zhao Manyun and marry Xiaoxue. But later, he reconsidered. If he divorced, he wouldn't be able to inherit Zhao's family estate, so he changed his mind and didn't care about feelings. Your grandmother couldn't do anything. To protect Xiaoxue and the baby in her belly, she had to keep this a secret. Later, not long after Xiaoxue gave birth to you, she wasn't feeling well. Su Jiming didn't come to see her, and he was always gloomy. Gradually, he fell seriously ill and couldn't get out of bed. Before long, he passed away. Old Mr. Sun's voice grew sad and full of regret. After Xiaoxue passed away, your grandmother felt sorry for you, an orphan girl, and worried you might be upset by Zhao Manyun. She secretly registered your name under Su Jiming's, saying you were her daughter from another relationship and that she would raise you. Zhao Manyun even agreed to this. Actually, at that time, Su Jiming himself didn't know that you were not his biological daughter. He agreed to acknowledge you partly because of guilt towards Xiao Xue and partly because he was afraid that the old lady would tell Zhao Manyun about his past with Xiao Xue, which could cause trouble at home. Does my grandma know I am not Su Jiming's child? Su Nianhe's voice trembled, and her fingertips tightened slightly, with her breath carrying a hint of uncertainty. I think she probably does, Old Sun sighed, with a firm tone. Back then, they only said you were born 7 months early, but in reality, you were born full term. Grandma, Su Nianhe choked, tears falling like broken beads. To protect her helpless child, Grandma was willing to hide the truth from her adoptive son and kept her under Su Jiming's name, bearing this secret alone. Seeing Su Nianhe crying uncontrollably, Su Zakai slowed his tone and gently patted her trembling shoulder. He fully understood her sadness and helplessness, as he had experienced similar feelings before. So, as for your real parents, we neighbors really don't know anything, Old Sun said regretfully. His words hit Su Nianhe like a heavy. She staggered, her face turning pale instantly, and instinctively held onto the nearby table to steady herself. Although her grandma knew she was not Su Jiming's biological daughter, she still devoted herself to raising her. This bond, despite no blood relation, felt more like family, filling her heart with indescribable emotion. But who exactly was her father? The huge amount of information overwhelmed her, making it hard to process. Her chest felt tight, and a sour feeling surged to her nose. Su Zakai keenly noticed her swaying and supported her elbow steadily, silently offering strength. His gaze never left her, filled with a complex, hard-to-express concern. Chen Liheng still stood quietly a little farther away, like a steady mountain, alertly guarding the surroundings. His eyes also subtly swept over Su Nianhe, ensuring her condition. Zhao Manyun's neglect of me for over 20 years is understandable, but Su Jiming, who never knew I wasn't his biological daughter, is just as heartless. Clearly, he has no real feelings for my mother. Such a scoundrel doesn't deserve to be a husband or a father. Su Nianhe thought about the suffering her mother endured in the past and couldn't hold back her emotions. For more than 20 years, she believed she was just a daughter who was not favored by her father. She never imagined that her background held such a complicated and even tragic story. Her mother had escaped, lost her memory, and was taken in by her grandmother, but was mistreated by Su Jiming and eventually died of sadness. Her biological father remained a huge mystery. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her turbulent feelings, and her gaze gradually became firm. She looked at Grandpa Sun and asked, "Grandpa Sun, about my mother. Do you know anything? Did she leave anything behind? Or say anything special? Do you have any clues about my father?" Grandpa Sun thought for a moment and shook his head. That girl, Xiao Xue, keeps her thoughts to herself and is very secretive. She rarely talks about the past. As for your father, he frowned and tried to remember. I think I heard your grandmother mention once that when Xiao Xue first arrived, she sometimes had nightmares at night, crying out things like it wasn't intentional or let her go. And she also vaguely mentioned a place name that sounded like deer. Or Lu? Sigh, I'm getting old. I can't remember clearly. I didn't pay much attention back then. Deer?
Lu?
Su Nianhe silently noted this vague sound. Su Zakai pondered and said, that at least gives us a lead. Maybe it's a place or a person's name with deer or Lu in it. I'll have someone look into the population movement records from over 20 years ago to see if there's a match. He looked at Su Nianhe. The most urgent thing now is to handle the immediate trouble. Su Jiming and the others have been taken away, and they won't be quiet. They will try to fight back. We must prepare all evidence, including Grandpa Sun's testimony, the will, and the proof of their illegal intrusion today, to face possible legal action.
Yes, Su Nian nodded heavily.
The mystery of her background needs to be slowly uncovered, but the fight ahead must be won. This is not only to protect Grandma's inheritance, but also to comfort the spirits of my mother and grandmother in heaven. Thank you, Mr. Su, she said sincerely and gratefully, looking at Suzuki. And Li Feng, if it weren't for you today, you don't need to thank me. I'm also thinking about our future cooperation, Suzuki interrupted her, returning to his usual calm and slightly distant tone. And since I said you're someone I want to protect, I've already arranged for someone to change the locks. They will come soon. In the future, let Li Feng stay with you, just in case. By the way, you'll still need to pay Li Feng's monthly salary. I don't want to cover that expense myself. Okay? This time, Su Nianhe didn't refuse again. She knew very well that Su Ziming and Zhao Manyun had no bottom line when it came to their shamelessness. Soon, the locksmith arrived and began installing a sturdy new security door and high-quality locks with a cheerful clatter. Suzuki took a call, seeming to have urgent matters to handle. Before leaving, he told Su Nianhe, I'll have the police station's lawyer follow up. Just tell the truth when you give your statement, and leave the rest to the professionals. If anything happens, have Li Feng contact me at any time. He then looked at Chen Li Feng and nodded. Chen Li Feng responded with a nod, and everything was understood without words. After Suzuki left, the small courtyard returned to peace for the moment. Su Nianhe looked at Grandpa Sun's tired face and softly said, Grandpa Sun, you must be tired. Why don't Li Feng take you back to rest for a while? Old Sun sighed and patted her hand gently. All right, girl. Don't worry. Justice always wins. The things Grandma left you, no one can take away. As for your mother's matter,
Take your time.
one day, the truth will come out. Su Nianhe helped Grandpa Sun toward Chen Li Feng's car. Just as she stepped over the threshold, her peripheral vision caught sight of some bundles of firewood piled beside the shop door. Girl, where did this firewood come from? Old Sun pointed at the bundles, looking puzzled. Grandpa Sun, I don't know either, Su Nianhe quickly made up a lie. Maybe Grandma left it here before? I clearly asked the renovation workers to clear it out, so why is it still here? Maybe I should just throw it away now. She was about to let go and move the firewood, embarrassed to admit that she had exchanged it for breakfast this morning from a woodcutter at Dashing. The woodcutter was quite simple-minded. He insisted on giving the wood in exchange for nothing, and now it was piled here, taking up space. Girl, don't throw it. Let me see a few pieces first. Old Sun suddenly raised his voice, his tone full of urgency, and his face changed color. Su Nianhe saw his unusual expression and quickly stopped her action, tearing off 3 pieces from the bundle of firewood and handing them over. This might be agarwood. That's a treasure worth a lot of money. Old Sun's hands trembled as he held the firewood, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. He asked again, Girl, are you sure you remember correctly? Is this really something your grandmother kept in her old house? Agarwood? Su Nianhe was so surprised that her voice changed. The firewood in her hand suddenly felt heavier. She secretly regretted. Her knowledge of antiques was useless. She couldn't even recognize valuable agarwood. How embarrassing. Old Sun's hands trembled as he held the 2 pieces of firewood, his eyes wide with amazement. He carefully examined the wood grain again and even sniffed deeply at the smell, his face showing increasing excitement.
No mistake.
This oily line, this aroma. Girl, this is very likely top-quality agarwood. His voice rose with excitement, trembling with disbelief. This is a treasure that sells by weight, worth more than gold. How could your grandmother have this? And to think she just left it here with ordinary firewood? Su Nianhe was stunned by her grandfather's words, her mind buzzing. Worth more than gold? Agarwood? She had just traded a bowl of plain porridge for a bunch of firewood this morning. Did that honest woodcutter know what this was? Grandpa Sun, are you sure? She asked, her voice trembling. Most likely, but I need to take it back quickly and examine it carefully with tools. Old Sun tightly gripped the 2 pieces of wood, as if afraid they would fly away. Oh, and I need to call old Huang over. He's better at working with wood than I am. Let him see if he can tell. Suddenly, he remembered something, his expression serious. He lowered his voice urgently and warned Su Nianhe, Girl, Listen to Grandpa. Don't tell anyone about this first. Especially don't say it's something your grandmother kept in the shop. If it gets out, and those troublemakers Su Jimin and Su Hongmei find out, they'll definitely come to it, making a bigger fuss than now. Just pretend you don't know anything, understand? Suddenly overwhelmed by a large amount of information, Su Nianha felt a bit dizzy, but Grandpa Sun's serious and tense expression made her instinctively nod. I understand, Grandpa Sunday. I won't say anything. At that moment, the sound of vehicles came from the alley entrance. The workers installing the new rolling shutter and locks arrived, dragging their tools and equipment toward the small courtyard. Seeing this, Su Nianha had to temporarily suppress her turbulent feelings and said to Chen Lifeng, "Li Feng, you take Grandpa Sun back to rest. I'll stay here and watch." Chen Lifeng glanced at the few bundles of unremarkable firewood, then looked at Su Nianha, who was trying to stay calm. He nodded and said, "Okay, Miss Su. Call me any time if you need anything." He carefully helped the trembling old man, who was still staring at the wood in his hands and muttering to himself from excitement, and headed toward the car. After seeing them off, Su Nianha turned around and looked at the bundles of firewood she almost considered trash. Her heart was pounding like a drum. The workers had already started dismantling the old door, making loud noises. She dared not delay. She took a deep breath, forced a relaxed smile, and said to the foreman, "Master, these bundles of old firewood are blocking your work, right? I'll move them upstairs first, so they won't get in the way." As she spoke, she bent down, pretending to struggle as she carried a heavy bundle of wood, walking unsteadily toward the stairs. The foreman, seeing this, wanted to help, but she quickly refused. "No need, no need. You're busy, master. I can handle this myself. Don't let it delay your work." Once on the stairs, she avoided the worker's eyes and immediately thought to herself. The bundle of wood, emitting a special fragrance, disappeared instantly from her arms and was safely stored in her wooden tag space. She repeated this process several times, quickly and quietly transferring all the bundles of firewood from the corner of the shop into the secure wooden tag space. After finishing, she stood at the top of the stairs, watching the busy workers, her palms slightly sweaty. The fragrant Nanmu wood, worth a fortune. If the Su siblings knew, they might go completely crazy. This treasure must never stay in this small building again. By evening, the rolling shutter and security locks were fully installed. The workers packed up their tools and left. Chen Lifeng took Grandpa Sun home, then stayed close to Su Nianha, not leaving her side. As the sky darkened, he showed no intention of leaving. Su Nianha felt a bit worried. Was Chen Lifeng planning to stay in her small building tonight? She was also thinking about continuing her breakfast shop tomorrow morning. Since the woodcutters were cutting valuable agarwood, she thought it would be good to trade some modern food for it. But now, Chen Lifeng was staring at her so intently, she couldn't move. Seeing her look troubled, Chen Lifeng broke the silence first. "Miss Su, do you make dinner here? Can I use your kitchen to cook a couple of dishes?" Su Nianha was completely stunned. She wondered if Chen Lifeng really planned to stay in her small building. "Miss Su," Chen Lifeng called softly again. "Yes, that's fine," she replied listlessly, sounding very discouraged. After getting her permission, Chen Lifeng immediately turned and went into the kitchen, skillfully taking ingredients from the fridge. After about an hour of busy cooking, he came out carrying 3 dishes and a soup. Su Nianha tentatively took a bite. Her taste buds were instantly amazed. This flavor was just as good as that of a top hotel chef. She was once again shocked. Who exactly are the people around Uzakai? Even the bodyguards have such good cooking skills. No wonder they earn such high salaries. After dinner, Chen Lifeng voluntarily tidied up the dishes and cleaned the kitchen thoroughly, not making Su Nianha worry at all. As the sky darkened completely, Chen Lifeng still showed no signs of leaving. Su Nianha was thinking about how to politely ask him to go when she heard him say, "Miss Su, I've booked a room at a hotel across the street. If you need anything, just call me." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and got into his car, driving straight into the underground parking lot of the hotel across the street. Su Nianha watched his car disappear, feeling relieved. She thought, I really chose the right bodyguard. Not only is he attentive, but he also knows how to act appropriately and respect boundaries. The taillights of Chen Lifeng's car vanished at the hotel entrance. Su Nianhe's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. She quickly went back to her small building, pulling down the brand-new rolling shutter with a loud bang, then carefully locked and reinforced the security door from inside. Suddenly, everything was quiet. Only her heartbeat could be heard clearly in the empty building. Su Nianhe finally entered the space and immediately saw the small building where her grandmother's belongings had been hurriedly stored. Everything was still neatly arranged in the small hall, exactly as it had been before. In the future, if she wanted to open a shop, she could just think about it, and the items would appear, saving her a lot of trouble. But after the chaos during the day, and knowing Chen Lifeng was across the street, she was afraid he might notice something. She knew she couldn't act rashly now. Thinking of this, Su Nianhe calmed her mind, left the space, and went back to her grandmother's small building on the second floor. She lay down and fell asleep. Perhaps because she had been so exhausted during the day, she slept until late morning. She was suddenly awakened by her phone, ringing loudly beside her bed. She hurriedly answered the call, and familiar voice of Grandpa Sun came through. "Girl, come here quickly. Old Huang and Teacher Meng heard the news and came overnight to wait for you at my shop. You need to come now." Grandpa Sun's voice was full of excitement and urgency he couldn't hide. Su Nianhe's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly became alert. Old Huang and Teacher Meng came overnight? They must have been very eager. It seems Grandpa Sun isn't losing his eyesight after all. This must be the elusive Chinon Wood. Okay, Grandpa Sunday. I'm coming right away. Su Nianhe agreed and immediately got up to wash. On her way downstairs, she steamed 2 buns in the kitchen. Holding the buns in her hand, she put on her backpack, took a bite, and opened the side door to leave. Just as she locked the door and turned around, she was startled by a silent car parked beside her. The car window rolled down, revealing Chen Lifeng's face, expressionless, but with sharp eyes. "Miss Su, good morning. Are you going out?" His tone was calm, as if they just happened to meet, but Su Nianhe knew he had probably been waiting there for a while.
She swallowed her bun, nodded.
"Yes, I need to visit Grandpa Sunday. Get in." "I'll take you," Chen Lifeng said, already unlocking the car door. Su Nianhe hesitated for a moment. Thinking about Grandpa Sun's urgent call and the possible questions about Chinon Wood and her mother's past, having Chen Lifeng there might help avoid unnecessary probing and trouble. She opened the car door and got in. "Thank you. That's my duty," Chen Lifeng replied briefly. He started the car smoothly and headed toward Grandpa Sun's shop on the antique street. The car was filled with the faint smell of leather and cleaning agents, along with the aroma of her meat bun. Su Nianhe quietly ate her breakfast, her eyes looking out the window at the rapidly passing street scene, but her mind was full of thoughts. She heard that Old Huang was very skilled at wood identification, even more so than his expertise with antique jade. Although Professor Meng was an archaeology professor, he was especially passionate about identifying ancient wood. Even these 2 experts had come overnight, probably because those bundles of wood sent by the woodcutter as firewood were very likely genuine agarwood. The car quickly stopped in front of Bo Guzhai. As soon as Su Nianhe got out, she felt that the atmosphere was different from usual. Old Sun's shop was open, but a sign saying, "Closed for now," hung at the door, and it seemed much quieter inside than usual. Chen Lifeng parked the car silently behind her, half a step back, scanning the surroundings with a cautious look, like a professional shadow. Su Nianhe took a deep breath and pushed open the glass door to go inside. Inside, Old Sun was sitting with 2 elderly people beside a tea tray. One was Old Huang, lively and vigorous, with a head full of neatly combed silver hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looked very sharp. The other was Professor Meng, dressed in traditional Chinese clothes, elegant and gentle, with kind eyes that also looked carefully at everything. The 3 of them were closely examining 3 long pieces of wood that Old Sun had brought from a good source the day before. When they saw Su Nianhe come in, their eyes all turned to her, especially Old Huang, whose gaze was sharp enough to seem to see through her. Grandpa's son, Old Huang, Professor Meng, Su Nianhe hurried forward and respectfully greeted them. Nianhe is here. Come, sit down, Old Sun said, but his eyes kept flicking toward Chen Lifeng, standing behind her like a guardian, with a questioning look. This is Mr. Chen Lifeng. He is my friend, here to help, Su Nianhe briefly introduced, deliberately hiding his role as a bodyguard. Chen Lifeng nodded slightly, as if greeting them, then quietly moved to a corner near the door, where he could protect them at any time without disturbing their conversation. His presence was low, but his eyes never stopped observing the surroundings. Old Huang only glanced at Chen Lifeng once, then immediately turned his attention back to Su Nianhe. He spoke plainly and loudly. Girl, where did you get these 3 pieces of wood? Su Nianhe's heart tightened, but she still followed her previous story to Old Man Sun, showing just the right amount of confusion and a hint of nostalgia on her face. It was found in the corner of Grandma's small building, mixed with some old clutter. It didn't look like ordinary firewood, but I didn't think much of it. Grandpa's son only thought it was unusual when he saw it yesterday. Old Man Huang and Professor Meng exchanged a look. Professor Meng spoke gently. Nianhe, don't be nervous. We just want to confirm where it came from. Those 2 pieces of wood, after our initial inspection, are definitely high-quality wild agarwood, and they are very old. Their value is priceless. Although she was mentally prepared, hearing it confirmed by an authority made Su Nianhe gasp and tighten her grip unconsciously. Old Man Sun excitedly added, Old Huang says, these 3 pieces of wood, their appearance and oil content, could be worth several times more than gold per gram. And they are not for sale. Old Man Huang nodded with a serious expression. The key is the quantity. Girl, how many bundles of such firewood did you see back then? Su Nianhe felt her throat go dry. She couldn't reveal the truth about time travel and the woodcutter from the Dashing Dynasty, so she forced herself to continue. Probably a few bundles. I didn't count exactly. It looked like the stock Grandma used to use for her stove. Few bundles? Old Man Huang's voice suddenly rose, almost standing up from his chair, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses wide with shock. Such treasures being used as firewood? That's a terrible waste. He pounded his thigh in distress. Professor Meng remained calmer but looked equally shocked. Nianhe, are you sure all of it is with you? Has anyone else taken some?
Or
could your grandma have stored similar items elsewhere? They should all be with me. I haven't found anything else, Su Nianhe replied, but her mind was on the pile of firewood in the space of the wooden plaque, her palms slightly sweaty. This matter is very serious. Old Man Huang lowered his voice, leaning forward with an unprecedentedly serious look. Girl, an innocent person is not guilty, but possessing such treasure is a crime. Once even a little bit of this information leaks out, it won't just be your reckless adoptive father and his family who come after you. Countless predators will be watching you. You're just a girl, it's too dangerous. Professor Meng also agreed. Old Huang is right. Nianhe, your current situation is already complicated. Su Jiming won't give up easily. And on top of that, you must be very careful. Old Sun nodded repeatedly. That's why I called you all here, to discuss a safe plan. Su Nianhe felt genuine concern from the elders, which warmed her heart, but she also felt a lot of pressure. She looked at Chen Lifeng, who was silent in the corner. He didn't seem interested in their conversation, but Su Nianhe knew he was listening. As for Suzuki, he would probably find out soon. Old Huang hesitated for a moment and then looked at Su Nianhe. Girl, what do you plan to do with these things? Leaving them as they are isn't good, and handling them requires very careful methods. Su Nianhe took a deep breath, her eyes becoming firm. Old Huang, Teacher Meng, Grandpa's son, thank you. My mind is a bit confused right now, and I need some time to think, but I know these things can't be left exposed. Until I come up with a solid plan, could you 3 please keep this secret? Don't tell anyone. The 3 elders looked at each other and nodded seriously. Of course, don't worry, girl. Our old bones still know how to keep secrets. After a few more words, mainly about whether there were any other subtle clues about her mother's past and more context about the sounds Lu or Mu, but Su Nianhe's knowledge was limited. Old Huang and Professor Meng finally agreed to start investigating her mother's background from the characters Lu or Mu. Su Nianhe, clever and sensible, decided to give each of the three elders the 3 pieces of wood she had shown old Sun yesterday. When the elders heard this, they all smiled happily, feeling that this girl was both thoughtful and kind. Since then, they felt more protective of Su Nianhe, doing their best to care for her. When she left Bogakai, Su Nianhe felt her steps were a bit unsteady. Chen Lifeng silently followed and opened the car door for her. Sitting in the car, Su Nianhe leaned back, closed her eyes, and felt her temples pounding. Wealth was within reach, but it felt like holding a ticking time bomb. The mother's mystery, the clues about her biological father, the watchful Su family, the mysterious and unpredictable Suzukai, and the skilled bodyguard by her side. There is also a breakfast shop that can connect to another era and exchange for rare fragrant wood like firewood. All of this requires her careful handling. The car moved smoothly. Chen Lifeng looked at the tired Su Nianhe through the rearview mirror and suddenly spoke, his voice steady and calm. Miss Su, President Su asked me to tell you that Su Jiming and Zhao Manyun have been released. They are likely to go to court to ask for the house and what they claimed. But he has already arranged for lawyers to gather evidence. The Su siblings are not your grandmother's biological children and are not entitled to inherit your property, so your chances are good. Also, President Su asked if you need him to come over today. Su Nianhe opened her eyes and looked at the rapidly retreating street outside the window. She was silent for a few seconds before softly replying, "Please thank President Su for me. No need for him to come now. I want to go back and be alone for a while." She needed time to sort out all this chaos and think about how to use that sudden firewood without risking herself. Understood. Chen Lifeng said no more and focused on driving. The small building was ahead, with a new security door shining coldly in the sunlight. It was her grandmother's sanctuary, now also the center of secrets and storms. Su Nianhe clenched her backpack strap, her eyes becoming firm again. No matter how difficult, she had to keep going. After sending Su Nianhe back to the small building, Chen Lifeng checked into the hotel across the street as usual. As soon as Su Nianhe stepped inside her home, she keenly sensed an outsider had entered the wooden sign space. She concentrated and investigated, discovering the intruder was Shan Yanji. Perfect timing, Su Nianhe thought to herself. She had just ordered 3,000 pairs of military boots for his soldiers online. Now was a good chance to let him try them out. If they fit, she could place a bulk order later. As her thoughts settled, Su Nianhe's figure flickered and entered the wooden sign space. Shen Yanji saw her come in and immediately looked delighted. Su Nianhe quickly noticed that he was no longer dejected. His military uniform, though dusty and slightly dull, couldn't hide his victorious and energetic spirit after a great win. His eyes and brows showed relief and excitement, as if he had survived a disaster and was proud and happy. Sure enough, without waiting long, Shen Yanji couldn't hold back his excitement. He quickly walked toward her, speaking loudly and happily. "Miss Su, we have won." A great and thrilling victory. His eyes shone brightly, as if still immersed in the intense battlefield atmosphere. He eagerly began to describe vividly. "Miss Su, the divine objects you provided truly helped us in this battle." He suddenly patted his thigh, as if he were back on the fierce battlefield. At the start of the fight, the enemy relied on their good armor and charged at us fiercely. When we fought hand-to-hand, blood splattered everywhere. But our frontline soldiers, wearing the protective vests you gave, stubbornly endured countless deadly strikes and stabs. Many brothers were hit in the chest and abdomen, but they only staggered briefly and then turned around to cut down the enemies. The enemy was stunned, thinking our soldiers had divine protection, and their morale dropped immediately. Shen Yanji mimicked the soldiers' blocking attacks with sharp eyes. "And those cut-resistant gloves," he raised his hand and gestured. "Our brothers holding weapons became more stable and confident, even daring to block enemy blades directly or fight barehanded to seize weapons." Some skilled fighters, using the gloves, managed to enemy blades with their bare hands, turning the tide of battle instantly, leaving the enemy stunned. Getting excited, he spoke faster. During the daytime, we fought fiercely and had the upper hand thanks to our armor. But when night fell, that's when the real surprise attack began. He lowered his voice, as if afraid of disturbing the secret nighttime operation. We selected the best fighters, and at midnight, silently approached the enemy camp. When their sentinels were drowsy, we suddenly shined a powerful flashlight. Shen Yanji made a sudden forward motion with his hand, eyes full of amazement and joy. In an instant, dozens of blinding white lights, like tiny suns, suddenly lit up, directly shining into the enemy watchtowers and patrols. The enemies were caught off guard, blinded by the bright light, screaming in pain, and instantly lost their way. They flailed around like headless flies. While they were in chaos, unable to see, we charged into the enemy camp like fierce tigers. When we encountered resisting officers or leaders, we used this stun baton. He mimicked the action of stabbing forward with the stun baton. There was a crackling sound, blue sparks flashing. No matter how brave and strong the enemy was, touching it made them tremble all over, foam at the mouth, and collapse to the ground in a flash, unconscious. Capture the thief first, then the king. We almost took down their leaders without much bloodshed. Shen Yanji took a deep breath and summarized. In this battle, the enemy's morale was shattered. They thought we had the divine weapons of thunder and fire, and they broke apart. Compared to before, our casualties are less than 1 in 10. Miss Sue, these little gadgets are truly divine weapons that change the world. I really don't know how to thank you. His voice trembled slightly with excitement, and his eyes were filled with deep gratitude and unbelievable shock. Listening to his vivid description, Sun Yan, he could almost see the thrilling battlefield and the stunned enemies. She couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for Shen Yanji and his soldiers. Her tense heart relaxed, and a sincere, happy smile appeared on her face. That's wonderful. Young Master Shen, hearing about your great victory and few casualties makes me so happy. I'm glad I could help. These items have played such a big role in your success, and that makes my effort worthwhile. She truly felt proud for them. The modern items she brought saved many lives and protected the prince and his ideals. It made her feel that her connection to this strange new world was more meaningful. Then she remembered the important supplies she prepared. Her smile faded slightly, and her expression became more serious and practical. She said, "By the way, young Master Shen, I saw that you and your soldiers traveled a long way and fought hard. Many of their shoes are already torn or even worn out, with some soldiers walking barefoot, bleeding from the wear. I really couldn't bear to see that. In marching and fighting, good shoes are very important. If the feet are damaged, even the bravest soldiers can't fight." She paused briefly, organizing her words, trying to explain in a way they could understand. "So, I specially prepared for you and your men a kind of, well, let's call it our special military boots." Seeing Shen Yanji's curious expression, she continued to explain. "These boots have very thick, durable soles made from a special tough material, much stronger than the usual leather. Even after walking for a long time over rocks and thorns, they won't wear out easily. The boots are a bit taller than your usual ones, wrapping tightly around the ankles to protect them and reduce the risk of sprains. Inside, there is a soft, elastic lining that helps reduce foot fatigue and soreness during long marches. Most importantly, the entire shoe has a special waterproof treatment. Even if crossing rivers or stepping into mud, it can keep the inside dry for a short time, preventing feet from becoming sore or infected due to prolonged dampness." She roughly gestured to show the height and shape of the boots. "Initially, I managed to prepare 3,000 pairs. The quantity is limited, so we might not be able to equip the entire army immediately, but we can let your elite soldiers try them first. If the soldiers find them comfortable and useful, and if they help reduce fatigue and improve combat ability, we can discuss further bulk orders later." Upon hearing this, Shen Yanji was momentarily stunned. Then his face broke into an uncontrollable expression of surprise and joy. Since arriving at the frontier, He knew very well what a good pair of shoes meant for soldiers. Many brave young men did not die in battle but because of worn-out shoes, feet blistered and infected, eventually collapsing on the march, or being unable to move freely due to foot injuries, losing their lives unnecessarily. The boots Su Nianhe described, durable, ankle-supporting, shock-absorbing, waterproof, each feature hit exactly what he needed most deep inside. This was truly a timely help, more practical and exciting than receiving dozens of bulletproof vests. He suddenly clasped his fists, trembling slightly with emotion, raising his voice a bit with sincere gratitude. "Miss Su, your thoughtfulness is beyond careful planning. It's truly considerate, like a quartermaster in our army." No, even a quartermaster wouldn't think of such a miraculous item. Shin, on behalf of all the soldiers, thank you for your great kindness." He bowed deeply, almost performing a formal salute. Such kindness concerns the feet and lives of thousands of soldiers, more valuable than gold or silver. I truly don't know how to repay you." Overcome with emotion, he suddenly remembered something very important. His excitement slightly subsided, replaced by a serious expression. He looked around carefully, knowing there was no one else in this mysterious space, and instinctively lowered his voice. Gently, he reached out from inside his sleeve and carefully took out a rolled object wrapped in light blue silk. The silk itself shimmered with a fine luster, clearly not an ordinary material. He held the rolled item with both hands, solemnly presenting it to Su Nianhe. "Miss Su, your repeated help is like rebirth." Shun had won this time by luck and found some treasures in the private vault of the defeated enemy leader. Among them was an item hidden deep inside a fragrant wooden box. He slowly lifted the light blue silk covering, revealing an ancient and elegant scroll. The wooden rods of the scroll were smooth and cool to the touch, carrying a quiet sense of age. Both ends were inlaid with pale jade carved with cloud patterns. Though the silk wrapping the painting was slightly worn, its fine craftsmanship and simple design were still clear. "I know you've always liked antique paintings, so I brought this for you," Shin Yanji said with rare respect. Since the enemy leader hid it so carefully, it must be something precious. He then offered the scroll forward again, his tone sincere. "I offer this as a small token of gratitude. It's a humble gift, far from enough to repay your kindness, but please don't refuse it, or I'll feel uneasy." Seeing his seriousness, Su Nianhe was moved. She accepted the scroll with care. When her fingers touched the smooth jade and fine silk, she felt a quiet weight of history, as if time itself had reached across the centuries. She slowly unrolled the painting, and a faint scent of sandalwood mixed with the aged ink spread through the air. Before her eyes appeared a painting done mainly in ink, full of strength and grace. The old silk was a soft ivory color, and on it were drawn several scholars of an ancient dynasty. Some sat or reclined by streams and forests, playing the zither or talking quietly. Their robes seemed to flow in the wind, the brushwork fine and continuous, showing the elegance of their wide sleeves. Their faces were calm and handsome, and though their eyes were drawn with only a few strokes, they carried deep thought and a sense of peace. The mountains and trees in the background were painted with light, simple lines and soft ink, creating a quiet, otherworldly mood. The layers of ink gave the painting depth and harmony. Though it had no color, it showed a refined and timeless beauty. When Su Nianhe's gaze fell on the artist's signature and seal in the corner, her breath caught for a moment. Although I was mentally prepared, seeing the genuine artwork with its vivid brushwork and lively spirit, clearly attributed to the painting master Gu Kaiji, still deeply moved me. This painting is not only a priceless antique, but also a shining jewel in the history of Chinese art. Su Nianhe carefully held the heavy genuine Gu Kaiji scroll, feeling the delicate texture of the 1,000-year-old silk and the smoothness of the jade rod. Yet, a strong sense of unease and guilt welled up in her heart. The gift Shun Yanji used to thank her was worth far more than she could imagine. The bulletproof vest, stun baton, and military boots she provided, though considered divine in his world, were just common industrial products in her time. This difference in value made her feel like she had gained a big advantage, especially since the other person was so sincere. Driven by this guilt, she carefully placed the scroll aside and turned toward the rustic shelves in the room. Her eyes swept over them, and she casually picked up several common 500-milliliter transparent plastic mineral water bottles, simple, even somewhat plain containers in her view. She quickly walked to a corner of the room where a faint white mist hovered over a clear, sweet spring and unscrewed the caps, filling each bottle with water. Holding these bottles of water, she returned to Shen Yanji and handed them to him. General Shen, your generous gift is much appreciated. I am truly grateful. These are special spring waters from my side, slight remedies for healing, restoring strength, and boosting spirits. Please accept them as a token of thanks. They may come in handy during your military endeavors. Shen Yanji looked at the strange-shaped, smooth, cold, transparent bottles with the clear liquid inside, completely stunned. Isn't this just well water? Why would Miss Su use such unusual glass bottles to hold water and give it to him? His face was filled with confusion and doubt. If he didn't trust Su Nianhe deeply, he might think she was joking. Seeing his expression, Su Nianhe immediately understood and quickly explained, "Young Master Shen, please don't misunderstand. This water is not ordinary well water. It comes from a very special spring with spiritual energy from heaven and earth. It has remarkable effects on healing internal and external injuries, relieving fatigue, and even detoxifying. Ordinary people who drink it can also strengthen their bodies and improve their spirits. Later, when you were seriously injured, I gave you some, and it worked very well." She paused. Then, to gain his trust, she unscrewed the cap of one bottle and held it out to him. "General, if you don't believe me, try a sip yourself." Shen Yanji hesitantly took the bottle, mimicking how Su Nianhe had just opened it. Clumsily but quickly, he unscrewed the lid. He looked uncertainly at the colorless, tasteless water inside, then at Su Nianhe's encouraging eyes. Finally, he carefully took a small sip. The water was cool and sweet, far better than any mountain spring wine he had tasted. More amazing was a refreshing coolness that spread instantly from his throat through his whole body. All the tiredness from the past days and the pain from old injuries seemed to wash away as if warmed water had cleansed him. Almost instantly, he felt much better. Instead of fatigue, he felt clear-headed and full of energy, as if he could do anything.
Teach this.
This. Shen Yanji's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the bottle and felt the incredible change inside him. He was so excited that his voice changed. Overwhelmed, he blurted out, "This isn't just spring water. It's divine dew. Nectar from heaven."
Misu.
Could you really be a celestial maiden descended from the ninth heaven? To bestow such divine water. I humbly bow to you. He was so moved that he almost knelt down, his respect for Su Nianhe reaching its peak. In his eyes, Su Nianhe was no longer an ordinary person. She could produce those world-changing, magical weapons and casually give away this life-saving, immortal water. If she wasn't a fairy, what could she be? He loudly declared, "Miss, your kindness is like rebirth, and you have bestowed divine treasures again and again. I have no way to repay you. If you ever need anything, whether it's stars from the sky or the moon from the water, just say the word, and I will risk my life to find it for you." Shen Yanji's passionate vow was like a bright light, suddenly illuminating another important matter in Su Nianhe's mind. She remembered old Mo's request for her to find another jade pendant with a roaring lion design. Since Yan Jingshao had the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest pendant, the Lion's Roar jade pendant must also be somewhere in the Great Jing dynasty. As the Prince of Dying, Shen Yanji naturally encounters many rare treasures, war trophies, and rumors from the martial world, more than ordinary people. Isn't he an excellent person to gather information from? Once Shen Yanji's mood calmed down a bit, Su Nianhe took the opportunity to speak, her tone curious. "By the way, General Shen, when you mentioned earlier, it reminded me of something. I'd like to ask for your help in the future to keep an eye out. Miss, please feel free to say it." "I will remember it carefully," Shen Yanji replied confidently, pounding his chest. I'm looking for a jade pendant called Roaring Lion. This pendant, along with Tiger Howling in the Forest, was made by Ghost Hand Lu. The material seems special, not ordinary jade. It feels cool to the touch, or perhaps it contains some mysterious power. It's said to have an extraordinary background. She looked at Shenyanji with hope. I wonder if you have seen such a jade pendant among some people in the royal family? Shenyanji listened carefully, his brows furrowing as he tried to recall all the fragments of information about jade pendant, lion, and roar. He thought for a long time, filtering through his past experiences, but in the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. He was clearly a neglected prince, and his father favored the crown prince for anything valuable. Then, Shenyanji looked a bit apologetic. Miss Su, perhaps I am too ignorant. I have never seen this jade pendant myself. But don't worry, I will remember this matter firmly. I will pay special attention to any clues related to it in the future, whether it's in the military treasury, circulating in the markets, or rumors in the martial world. Once I hear anything, I will do my best to inform you immediately. Although he hadn't found the clues she wanted, Shenyanji's serious promise made Su Nianhe feel more at ease. She nodded with a smile and sincerely said, "Thank you, General Shen, for your trouble." They paused for a moment. Su Nianhe looked at Shenyanji and asked first, "Does young Master Shen have someone helping you with supplies?" Shenyanji shook his head and smiled. "Not exactly. I was just in my tent, holding that wooden token, thinking about seeing you. I didn't expect to enter your space naturally." Su Nianhe's eyes widened with disbelief. "Are you saying that as long as I have this token and I think about seeing me, I can come in?" Seeing Shenyanji nod, Su Nianhe's mind quickly became active. She muttered to herself, "Does that mean others can do the same? Like Wan or that woodcutter? This is really a blessing. Now I can trade with ancient people anytime." She paused, then frowned, thinking about a key problem. But the main issue is, where can they find a token like this one made of the same material as my wooden badge? Seeing Su Nianhe lost in thought, Shenyanji couldn't figure out her intentions. He thought she might have misunderstood his earlier words about wanting to see her. He hurriedly explained, "Miss Su, I mean no offense. I was just so excited about the good news of our victory that I rushed to tell you, and accidentally said something inappropriate. I didn't mean to offend." Su Nianhe finally snapped out of her trance. She quickly said to Shenyanji, "Young Master Shen, I understand. I was just distracted. Since you came from the camp, I will send the military boots directly to you, so you won't need soldiers to carry them." As she finished speaking, she focused her energy and used her mind to control the teleportation of the military boots. Meanwhile, inside Shenyanji's tent, Yan Jingxiao was hurrying over, planning to discuss an urgent matter with Shenyanji. Earlier, the emperor had noticed that Shenyanji had been at the border near Jincheng for a long time but hadn't sent any news back to the capital. He suspected Yan Su and his son of holding their own troops and had sent someone to the border to issue an imperial decree, clearly intending to pressure them. But as Yan Jingxiao lifted the tent flap and entered, he was stunned by what he saw. In the corner of the tent, a continuous stream of objects resembling military boots was pouring out, stacking higher and higher. Yan Jingxiao's mind raced. He immediately guessed this was Su Nianhe's doing. He never expected that she could use such divine power to precisely send things into the tent. He was momentarily stunned. Just as he was overwhelmed with surprise, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Shenyanji appeared to walk straight out from the corner where the objects were being sent from. Yan Jingxiao's pupils shrank suddenly, and his jaw nearly dropped in shock. "Third Prince?" Yan Jingxiao's voice trembled with disbelief. He even instinctively rubbed his eyes.
You
went to see Miss Su?" But Shenyanji clearly didn't expect to run into Yan Jingxiao as soon as he entered the space. A flash of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly calmed down. He glanced at the pile of brand-new military boots beside him, then looked at Yan Jingxiao's shocked expression, and suddenly understood everything. "Jingxiao," Shenyanji stepped forward quickly, lowering his voice. "Yes, speak softly." Yan Jingxiao took a deep breath, trying to suppress the shock inside him, but the surprise in his eyes still couldn't be hidden. He looked at Shin Yenji and asked urgently, "Are you saying that now we don't need to go to the Nyenha breakfast shop to see Miss Su?" Shin Yenji nodded slowly, reached out, and pulled him into a quieter corner of the tent, deliberately lowering his voice. "That's right. I just went to another special place to meet Miss Su. It's a place others can't enter." He intentionally concealed the key detail about entering the space with a wooden token, secretly calculating. If Yan Jingxiu also knew how to freely enter Miss Su's fairyland, wouldn't that mean sharing her attention? Actually, Shin Yenji was overthinking. Even if Yan Jingxiu took his token, he still couldn't enter Miss Su's space. Because the token only has spiritual energy in Shin Yenji's hands, and it can only activate with the wooden token in Miss Su's possession. But Shin Yenji didn't know this now, and neither did Miss Su. When Yan Jingxiu heard this, he froze in place, his face full of disappointment. Over the past few days, he had secretly gone to the Nyenha breakfast shop several times, but the door was always closed, and he never saw Miss Su's shadow. He had been hoping to find a way to meet her, but unexpectedly, Shin Yenji had obtained such a special opportunity. The shock and disappointment in Yan Jingxiu's eyes intertwined, finally turning into a barely audible sigh. He suppressed his many questions, and his gaze fell on the strange, beautifully crafted military boots that appeared out of nowhere. He forced himself to focus on reality. Are these the divine boots given by Miss Su? He squatted down, picked up one, and examined the thick yet springy sole carefully, touching the smooth, waterproof fabric. His eyes showed admiration again. "Such craftsmanship, I've never heard of it." "Exactly." Shin Yenji nodded and picked up a boot, affectionately rubbing it. "Miss Su understands the hardships our soldiers face with their footwear, so she kindly gifted us these boots. They are durable, waterproof, and can protect the ankles and absorb shocks, which is very helpful for marching and fighting." He paused and looked at Yan Jingxiu with a serious tone. "Jingxiu, the matter of my contact with Miss Su concerns the survival of our army and even the fate of the country. Her abilities are far beyond what you and I can imagine. What you saw just now, I understand." Yan Jingxiu suddenly interrupted him, looking more serious than ever. "Yenji, this matter is known only to heaven, earth, you and me. No one with bad intentions will find out. I, Yan Jingxiu, swear on my family's loyalty and my life that I will keep this secret and never reveal it. Miss Su has helped our border army, and I will never forget her kindness. I am not the kind of person to be ungrateful or cause trouble." He looked at Shin Yenji with clear and firm eyes. "Your Highness, it's a blessing for our army to have Miss Su's help. I am just grateful and have no other thoughts." But he hesitated slightly and lowered his voice.
Miss Su.
"Is she still well? Next time we meet, could you please help me thank her?" Seeing his sincere attitude, Shin Yenji felt a little relieved. He patted his shoulder. "Miss Su is safe and sound. I will definitely pass on your thanks." He looked at the increasingly piled-up military boots inside the tent. "The most urgent task now is to distribute these boots, especially to the scouts and the vanguard soldiers. The Imperial envoy is about to arrive, and it's a good chance for them to see the spirit and morale of our border soldiers." "Good." Yan Jingxiu's spirit lifted. He immediately called his personal guards and whispered instructions. Soon after, a group of trusted soldiers quietly entered the tent. They looked at the mountain of boots that appeared out of nowhere, their faces full of surprise. But under Shin Yenji and Yan Jingxiu's stern gazes, no one dared to ask questions. They efficiently and silently carried the boots out in batches, delivering them to each camp. Not long after the last batch of boots was taken away and the tent returned to normal, a message arrived. The Imperial envoy, Wang Gonggong's procession had reached. Shin Yenji and Yan Jingxiu exchanged glances, tidied their clothes and armor, and walked out of the tent together to greet them. Gonggong Wang, dressed in splendid palace robes, approached surrounded by a group of guards. He scanned the camp like an eagle. He thought that after so long without supplies, the soldiers would look exhausted. But instead, the camp was neat and orderly, and the soldiers looked energetic. What surprised him even more was that many soldiers wore the same black boots he had never seen before. They walked steadily and silently. Your Highness, General Yen manages his troops strictly. He truly lives up to his reputation, the old said with a forced smile. Even the soldiers' shoes are so uniform and new. It seems the border supplies are much better than His Majesty thought. Shen Yanji bowed calmly and replied, Old, you flatter me. The border is tough, and our soldiers fight bravely. These small improvements in equipment are just to help them protect our homeland better and repay the Emperor's kindness. Supplies are still tight. These boots are lucky captures or gifts from local heroes. We dare not trouble the court. Oh, local heroes? Such skilled craftsmen who make these strange boots. The old looked suspicious, narrowing his eyes as he examined him. Do you know who they are? If I return to the capital, I can report to His Majesty and recommend a reward. Shinyenji kept his expression steady. That hero is a noble person who does not seek fame. He helps our army out of loyalty to the country and has not left his name. His whereabouts are now unknown. But his kindness is deeply appreciated by everyone in our army. He skillfully changed the subject. Old, you've traveled far and worked hard. I have prepared some wine. Please come inside and rest. The detailed battle reports from recent fights with the northern barbarians are ready for your review. Hearing this, the old temporarily set aside his doubts and followed Shinyenji into the main tent. Inside, Yen Suer and Yen Jingxiao, father and son, had arranged food and wine and prepared a report in advance. The old took the heavy report and slowly unfolded it. The more he looked, the faster his arrogance faded, replaced by shock. The number of enemies defeated, the list of spoils, and the almost negligible casualties on their side. Each figure far exceeded his expectations, even surpassing the most optimistic estimates from the Ministry of War in the capital. Is this, General Yen, are these battle results all verified? The old S voice trembled slightly, barely noticeable. He was not unfamiliar with military affairs and knew what such achievements at the border meant. Every statement is true, and each piece of evidence, including military records and official documents, supports this, Yensa said calmly but confidently. With the Emperor's support, the third prince's good fortune, and the soldiers' loyalty, we can achieve this small victory. Small victory, Grand Wang almost gasped. If this is considered a small victory, then past reports must have been mere child's play. He forced himself to stay calm and continued reading. When he saw words like stabbing-proof vest, electric baton, and new military boots, and their significant roles in the battle, his gaze sharpened again. General Yen, these weapons. Grand Wang drew out the words. They are small devices we developed based on actual combat needs. The manufacturing process is quite complex and requires special materials. A brief explanation has been sealed and sent along with the report for the Ministry of War's craftsmen to review. Shen Yenji responded promptly, giving an explanation consistent with Yen's words. This not only demonstrated strength, but also left enough ambiguity to prevent the court from easily copying or investigating the source. Grand Wang paused for a moment, knowing he couldn't get more information by asking further. The Shinyenji before him was no longer the gentle, seemingly harmless third prince in the capital. The bloodshed and smoke at the border had forged him into a capable general with real power and a commanding presence. Now he had formed a solid alliance with Yen Suo and his son, who controlled the army, and behind him was a mysterious and unpredictable force. The crown prince's position in the capital was probably destined to change soon. Wang Gonggong silently sighed in his heart. Enough. The current emperor was old and no longer as clear-minded as before. His actions had become increasingly foolish. The crown prince was even more useless, indulging in pleasures and neglecting his studies. If things continued like this, the vast territory of Dying would eventually fall into the hands of these two sons. If the third prince could come forward to restore order and revive the court, it would be a blessing for Dying. A genuine smile finally appeared on his face as he lowered his tone. Third Prince, General Yen, thank you for your hard work. I will report everything you saw and heard to the Emperor, without omission. Having such talented generals guarding the border is a blessing for the court and the people. That evening at the banquet, the atmosphere seemed harmonious, but everyone had their own thoughts. Grand Wang was pondering how to speak well of Xin Yanji when he returned. Yan Su and his son were wondering if the emperor might take away their military power. Xin Yanji was worried that his father might be suddenly betrayed by treacherous officials and that his life could be in danger. After sending away Lord Wang, everyone dispersed, and Yan Su also left. Yan Jingxiao went to Xin Yanji's side and whispered, "Your Highness, Lord Wang has temporarily handled the situation, but once he returns to the capital, His Majesty probably won't easily believe the story of folk heroes. The court's suspicion of the border army will only grow, especially the Crown Prince's faction. They will make a big fuss over this." Xin Yanji's eyes grew cold, and a faint smile of mockery appeared on his lips. When have they ever relaxed their suspicion? Father is old and suspicious, while the Crown Prince is lazy but clings tightly to power. They are not afraid of the border army being weak, but of it being too strong and uncontrollable. In the past, when we lacked clothes and food, they could manipulate us. Now, after our recent victories and better equipment, they are naturally more uneasy. He looked toward the distant, endless tents and his tone became firm. But this is a strategy. The more we fight and seize, the more helpers we gain. Even if they suspect us, they won't dare to act against us easily. Instead, they will rely more on us to stabilize the border. Our task is to seize every opportunity to become stronger, so strong that all their doubts and tricks become powerless. Miss Su's help is one of our greatest strengths, Yan Jingxiao added, hope shining in his eyes. Exactly, Xin Yanji nodded, his gaze steady. Right now, our main tasks are, first, to train the soldiers more diligently, second, to get more supplies from Miss Su, using these supplies not only to help the people rebuild their homes and win their hearts, but also to gather strength to remove the crown prince from the throne and restore the order of our great Jin dynasty. Your Highness's words are very true, Yan Jingxiao said earnestly. I will always follow your Highness.
But
has Miss Su given any instructions on what items to exchange for the supplies she needs? Hearing this, Xin Yanji's mind suddenly moved. He remembered what Su Nianhe had previously told him, to find another jade pendant engraved with the roaring lion. Xin Yanji, prompted by Yan Jingxiao's reminder, suddenly slapped his forehead. Look at me. Focused on the war and dealing with the imperial envoy, I almost forgot Miss Su's most important instructions. He straightened his expression and said to Yan Jingxiao, Miss Su does have specific needs. She is not helping us without reason. She requires us to exchange certain ancient items for the supplies she needs. After you gave her the roaring tiger in the mountains pendant last time, she specifically mentioned wanting to find another jade pendant engraved with a fierce lion roaring pattern.
Fierce lion roaring, jade pendant?
Yan Jingxiao frowned and thought carefully. Such designs are rare. I seem to have some memory of it. He tried to recall from his mind. Seeing this, Xin Yanji felt nervous and quickly asked, Jingxiao, do you know where to find it? Or have you seen something similar? This item seems very important to Miss Su. Yan Jingxiao hesitated for a moment and spoke cautiously. I can't be sure. I only heard my grandfather mention that the roaring tiger in the mountains jade pendant was a gift from Emperor Jing's ancestor. There is also a matching fierce lion roaring pendant. Both were made by the jade carving master, Ghost Han Lu, of the Jing dynasty. He paused and added, it is said that the ancestor once mentioned that the fierce lion roaring should be kept for the future heir of the great Jing Empire. Based on this, I believe this pendant is still in the emperor's hands. Jingxiao, if it's in the emperor's possession, then it's as difficult as climbing to the sky. Unless I can sit on that supreme throne. Xin Yanji's voice grew more serious, unable to hide his impatience. Third Prince, Yan Jingxiao hurriedly interrupted, lowering his voice further. Be careful, there might be ears listening. Yes. Jingxiao is right. We shouldn't speak of treason so casually. Before Xin Yanji finished, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the tent. Yan Su, who had gone and returned, appeared at the door. General Yan, I. Xin Yanji was caught off guard and stopped mid-sentence. Yan Su's gaze was sharp as lightning. He slowly swept over the two inside the tent, who looked a bit tense and finally fixed on Xin Yanji's face. Your Highness, Yan Su's voice was steady, without showing any emotion. but carried an undeniable authority. I think I heard. Fierce lion roaring? And His Majesty. He stepped into the tent. His heavy military boots made dull sounds as they hit the ground, each step seeming to strike the hearts of Xin Yanji and Yan Jingxiao. The air inside the tent almost froze. Father, Yan Jingxiao's throat moved, and his voice carried a hint of unnoticeable fear. He knew his father's temper very well. He has always been loyal to Great Jing and the court. Even if the emperor doubted him and deliberately made things difficult, such as withholding military supplies, his father never showed any signs of betrayal. If the words about seeking the throne that the third prince just mentioned reached his father's ears, it would surely make him angry and displeased. No one expected that Yen's next words would suddenly make the two people hanging in the air feel grounded again. He raised his hand to his forehead and let out a soft sigh that filled the air. Just now, I listened to what you said, and I have a rough idea. If you want to achieve great things, the first thing to learn is to stay calm. Hearing this, Yan Jingxiao and Shun Yanji almost simultaneously relaxed, and their tense shoulders eased a little. Shun Yanji looked into Yen's serious eyes and spoke as calmly as possible. The general's arrival is perfect. This matter needs to be discussed with you. He carefully chose his words, making sure not to reveal the secret of Su Nianhe's space or the true nature of the deal, while also making Yan Su understand how important this was. Miss Su. She has helped our army a lot, but her actions seem to be bound by certain rules. What she needs is not ordinary gold or silver, but he deliberately blurred the concept. Earlier, Jingxiao's Tiger Roar Mountain Forest jade pendant seemed to meet her requirements. Now, she clearly mentioned that she needs a matching Lion Roar jade pendant. Yen's brows furrowed deeply as he listened quietly without interrupting. Shun Yanji continued, his tone becoming more serious. Earlier, Jingxiao and I speculated that if this item truly pairs with the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest and relates to the Grand Ancestor's teachings and the heir's position, it is very likely in the hands of the emperor. He paused here, watching Yen's reaction. The old general's face remained calm, but a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Your Highness, do you know? Yen's spoke slowly, his voice low, what it means if this item is truly in His Majesty's hands? And do you understand the crime of secretly plotting for this item, once it is exposed? His gaze was as firm as steel, fixed on Xin Yanji. Yanji understands. Xin Yanji met his gaze without flinching, his voice carrying a resolute tone. This is a crime of treason, akin to conspiracy. But, General, the help Miss Su has given, what it means for the border army and Jing, you have seen for yourself. The military boots, the anti-stab vests, that stun baton. Perhaps even more support beyond our imagination. If we can continue to gain her support, the border can be peaceful, the people safe, and even, he hesitated, swallowing the words, overthrow the crown prince, and change his tone. Even helped Jing restore its national strength. Compared to personal risk, Yanji believes it is worth it. Moreover, Miss Su clearly indicated she wanted this item. Perhaps, to her, this object holds special meaning beyond our understanding. There was a brief silence inside the tent. Yen's gaze lingered on Xinyan's honest and firm face, then shifted to his nervous son nearby. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh, filled with a mix of helplessness, determination, and the worries of an elder general about the country. Since your Highness has spoken frankly, I will not pretend to be ignorant anymore. Yen's voice lowered so only the three inside could hear. That roaring lion jade pendant, as Jingxiao said, is indeed a relic of the great ancestor, symbolizing military power and the nation. Although His Majesty has been neglecting government affairs and trusting treacherous advisors in recent years, such a precious item must be kept in the imperial treasury, guarded by strong soldiers and complex mechanisms, making it impossible for outsiders to approach. His words confirmed the worst guesses, and Shun Yan's heart sank. But Yen's tone shifted, and a cunning light appeared in his eyes. Stealing it directly or forcing it would be suicidal, and the chances of success are slim. However, there may be other ways. Xin Yan and Jingxiao immediately became alert, looking at him together. Recently, His Majesty has been obsessed with alchemy and seeking immortality. often summoning alchemists to the palace, Yensis said slowly. If we can find a trustworthy expert skilled in this art, gain His Majesty's trust, we might discover where the jade pendant is kept. Or, under the guise of offering gifts, prayers, or forging magical tools, we could find a chance to get close. This is a roundabout plan, dangerous and risky, requiring long-term planning and careful schemes. It's not something that can be done overnight. He looked at Shen Yan with a serious expression. Your Highness, this matter cannot be rushed. The most important task now is to secure the border, train strong soldiers, and win the people's support. Only when your foundation is solid and your strength is enough can you have the room to pursue the jade pendant or respond to any trouble in the capital. Perhaps other ancient treasures or rare items in Miss Su's collection could temporarily serve as substitutes. My estate and some old acquaintances might still have relics from previous dynasties. Shen Yan knew Yen's words were wise and genuinely for his safety. He suppressed his impatience over the difficulty of finding the jade pendant and solemnly bowed. General, your strategic mind is admirable. I am grateful for your advice. We will follow your plan step by step. As for searching for other ancient items, I will leave that to you and Jing Xiao. Shen Yanji was secretly planning to find the roaring lion jade pendant for Su Nianhe. Meanwhile, a few days after coming out of the space, Su Nianhe received a court summons. As Su Zikai had predicted earlier, Su Jiming and Su Hongmei were determined. They believed that all the antique jade items in Su Nianhe's possession were relics left by her mother. Since Su Nianhe was not a blood relative of the Su family, she had no right to inherit the family's assets. Fortunately, Su Zikai hired the best lawyer in Beijing, Zhang, to help her. Also involved were Old Sun, Old Huang, Meng Mingyuan, and Director Wang from the Provincial Museum, who personally took an interest in the case. Additionally, Old Sun arranged for some elders and neighbors from the old neighborhood to testify in court. They could confirm that Su Ziming and Su Hongmei were not the biological children of Su Nianhe's adoptive grandmother, Wang Guiqin. They also supported Wang Guiqin's clear wish for Su Nianhe to inherit the two-story small building, making the will legally valid. On the day of the trial, at the court steps, Su Jiming, Zhao Manyun, and Su Nianwei waited early. Su Hongmei also brought her husband, Lu Dakwai. They looked confident, secretly planning that if they could prove Su Nianhe was not a blood relative, they could take back the two-story building left by Wang Guiqin and claim her assets worth 2 billion yuan, hoping to turn their lives around. When the court session started, Su Ziming was the first to speak, loudly accusing Su Nianhe, crying and claiming she was just an unknown orphan adopted by her mother out of kindness. Now, she refused to return the Su family's house and treasures. Su Hongmei also supported him, but they had no evidence. They kept emphasizing bloodline to pressure public opinion. Before they finished, Lawyer Zhang presented testimonies from neighborhood elders. Several elderly neighbors testified in court, clearly stating that Su Ziming and Su Hongmei were not the biological children of Wang Guiqin's late husband's previous wife. They had only stayed at the Wang family's house as children, with no blood relation to Wang Guiqin. Next, Lawyer Zhang showed Wang Guiqin's notarized will, which clearly stated that Su Nianhe was to inherit the two-story small building. The will had the official stamp and signatures of witnesses, and Su Nianhe also provided the property transfer certificate for the house. The chain of evidence was tightly connected, and the judge announced on the spot. All of Su Ziming and Su Hongmei's claims were dismissed. Su Nianhe's right to inherit the small building was legally valid, and her personal assets were protected by law. Upon hearing the verdict, Su Ziming and Su Hongmei were stunned, their confidence completely gone. They never expected that their focus on blood ties would reveal that they were actually the outsiders. It was like shooting themselves in the foot. The judge's gavel echoed in the courtroom, and the phrase, "All claims of the plaintiff are dismissed," sounded like a final judgment, hitting Su Ziming and Su Hongmei hard. Their pride and greed froze instantly, then twisted, like a beautiful porcelain vase suddenly cracking with many lines.
What? Why?
That's my parent house. It belongs to the Su family. Su Jiming was the first to react, his face turning red with anger. He suddenly stood up from the plaintiff's seat, and because of his force, the chair scraped loudly against the marble floor. He pointed at the judge's bench, eyes wide with rage, almost shouting, "Are you blind? She tricked you. That will is fake." Fake. Su Hongmei went completely crazy. She screamed sharply, her voice piercing like a knife. "You little! How dare you steal my mother's inheritance? I'll fight you." Ignoring the solemnity of the courtroom, she lunged at Su Nianhe like a street woman, claws extended toward her face, eager to tear her apart immediately. Seeing this, Su Jiming was also overwhelmed by anger and the fear of losing everything. He followed quickly, swinging his fist to attack Su Nianhe. "Give back the house. Hand over the money." The courtroom instantly erupted in chaos. Spectators gasped, never expecting these siblings to dare attack their adopted daughter and niece in court. Lawyer Zhang's face changed. He immediately stood up, trying to block Su Nianhe, but as a scholar, he couldn't stop two furious adults. Just as Su Hongmei's nails were about to reach Su Nianhe and Su Jiming's fist was mid-swing, at a critical moment, a figure moved like lightning, so fast that many people didn't see how he did it. They only saw a tall, strong man suddenly standing firmly between Su Nianhe and the attackers. The visitor's build was not overly muscular, but his quick, decisive movements and explosive energy were startling. It was Chen Lifan, the bodyguard who protected Su Nianhe every day. When Su Hongmei grabbed his nails, Chen Lifan didn't make any unnecessary moves. With precise timing, he raised his hand, and his finger, like a pair of pliers, instantly clamped onto Su Hongmei's wrist. He then casually twisted and pulled her hand to the side and behind her. Su Hongmei let out a sharp scream. She was thrown off balance by his strength, stumbling backward and falling awkwardly to the ground. The pain in her wrist was sharp, and she immediately lost her fighting spirit. Almost at the same time, when Su Jiming swung his fist at him, Chen Lifan's other hand moved faster. His forearm, like a steel whip, accurately blocked the punch.
Bang!
A muffled sound. Su Jiming felt as if his fist had hit a concrete pillar. His knuckles throbbed painfully, and his entire arm went numb and weak. His forward momentum was suddenly stopped, and he was pushed back 2 steps, his face full of shock and pain. Throughout this, Chen Lifan's steps didn't move at all. His face was cold as ice, and his eyes sharp as a blade. He looked at Su Hongmei, who was on the ground, and Su Jiming, clutching his arm and crying out in pain. His voice was calm but carried a chilling, intimidating power. "In a court of law, you dare to attack." His voice was not loud, but it clearly cut through the chaos, carrying an undeniable force. It made Su Hongmei, who was trying to get up, and Su Jiming, who was trying to rush forward again, freeze in place as if struck by a bucket of cold water. They stood there stiffly, trembling from pain and fear, gasping heavily. Only then did the court security fully react. They quickly rushed forward and subdued the frenzied Su Jiming and the crying Su Hongmei, who had collapsed on the ground. "How dare you? This is outrageous." The judge's face turned pale as he struck the gavel hard. Plaintiffs Su Jiming and Su Hongmei disrespected the court and attempted violence. "Security, take them away immediately and handle them according to the law." The security officers dragged Su Jiming and Su Hongmei away like defeated dogs. They could no longer shout their arrogance, only whimpering in frustration and crying in despair. Their family members, frightened and pale, hurriedly fled the scene. Zhao Manyun and Su Nianwei had already disappeared without a trace. Chen Lifan then slightly turned to the side, quickly glanced at Su Nianhe to confirm she was unharmed, not even a scratch on her clothes, and quietly asked, "Miss Su, are you frightened?" Su Nianhe took a deep breath, calming her rapidly beating heart, and shook her head. "I'm fine. Thank you, bodyguard Chen." At that moment, she finally understood the careful intention behind Suzuki keeping him close by her side. The noise in the courtroom gradually faded like the tide, leaving behind mess and lingering shock. Su Nianhe left the court with Chen Lifan's protection and Lawyer Zhang accompanying her. The cool air filled her lungs, and she finally felt a bit relaxed. Miss Su, I will handle the follow-up procedures and any potential appeal issues. You don't need to worry about this anymore, Lawyer Zhang said professionally.
Thank you, Lawyer Zhang.
I appreciate your hard work, Su Nianhe sincerely expressed her gratitude. It's my duty, Lawyer Zhang nodded, then looked at Chen Lifan with approval. Mr. Chen is truly capable. His reaction was very quick. Chen Lifan only nodded slightly and said nothing, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings to ensure there were no hidden dangers. His presence was like an unbreakable shield, making Su Nianhe feel safer than ever. Back at the small house, Su Nianhe's life seemed to return to normal. That evening, after finishing all her chores and preparing to go to bed, she suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation in space. Shen Yanji had entered again. She understood immediately. He must have come into her space for an important matter. Without delay, she focused her mind and quickly stepped into the space. Inside, a gentle glow still shone. Shen Yanji looked a bit tired, but his eyes were sharper than before, showing that the pressure in Jin Cheng was increasing daily. Next to him was a large sandalwood box, open to reveal sparkling jewels, various gemstones, gold and silver jewelry and jade ornaments, more exquisite and numerous than before. Miss Su, Shen Yanji saw her and immediately bowed, speaking urgently but politely. Sorry to bother you. Although I managed to win one battle, the cold winter is still long. The people of Jincheng and nearby areas, along with tens of thousands of soldiers, still lack clothes and food, and medical supplies are extremely scarce.
These.
He pointed to the treasure chest. This contained some of the spoils from the recent battle and a few tokens of goodwill from General Yan. We hope you can help us exchange these for some life-saving supplies for the over 100,000 soldiers and civilians in Jincheng. He paused, a hint of shame on his face. As for the Roaring Lion Jade pendant you need, General Yan has secretly used all his contacts to find it. It is indeed in the palace, but the Emperor has hidden it deep inside the treasury, guarded very strictly. Only trusted close servants can approach it.
Right now.
It's very difficult to get. But rest assured, General Yan has agreed to help, and he will not give up. It just takes time to plan carefully. Su Nianhe looked at the full chest of priceless jewelry. Hearing Shen Yanji speak sincerely, she felt heavy-hearted. The supplies for over 100,000 people are an enormous amount. Your Highness, you don't need to worry so much. I understand your difficulties, Su Nianhe quickly said. The jade pendant matter, the opportunity hasn't come yet, and we can't force it. Your safety is the most important. These. She glanced at the jewelry chest, smiling with guilt. The things you've given are already very valuable, and there are so many. Don't worry, I will find a way to gather the supplies. But I need a lot of money to do this, so it will take some time. She quickly thought through her plan. The 2 billion yuan from the previous auction should be enough, if she just spends 1 billion. Moreover, the boxes of items Shen Yanji sent earlier haven't been sold all yet. The rings, gemstones, and famous paintings he later gave are all worth a fortune. The most important thing now is to find a safe way to turn these into cash. As she thought about this, a clear idea became more and more vivid in her mind. The amount of supplies needed is huge: grain, medicine, clothes, and shoes. It's impossible to get all of this in the provincial capital. Oh, right. Suzuki has been helping her a lot. Didn't he say his goal was to work with her? Then she might as well let him handle this batch of supplies. And after finishing the shipment from Shen Yanji, she plans to go to Beijing to find her mentor, Meng Mingyuan, to open an antique shop. She will slowly sell the items Shen Yanji gave her. Shen Yanji didn't realize how many thoughts Su Nianhe had in such a short time. He only listened to her words and then relaxed, saying sincerely, I understand. Miss Su, please do your best to gather the supplies. I will wait patiently. Su Nianhe was moved by his sincerity. All right. Your Highness, please tell me again the types and approximate quantities of the materials needed. I will write it down and start working on it immediately. I will take these items first. Shen Yanji carefully repeated his needs, including the types of food, mainly long-lasting rice and wheat, medicines such as healing ointments, hemostatic powders, and remedies for cold and frostbite, the sizes and quantities of military boots, divided into a few categories, and clothing for men, women, and children. Su Nyenha listened carefully, feeling the weight of her responsibilities grow heavier. After leaving the space, Su Nyenha looked out the window at the dark night, feeling restless and unable to sleep. The box of jewelry rested quietly inside the space, like a burning fire that represented hope but also symbolized great pressure and risk. The supplies for 100,000 people. This far exceeded what she could secretly purchase on her own. Whether it was funding, procurement channels, or transportation and storage, all required professional and absolutely reliable people to handle. She picked up her phone, took a deep breath, and dialed Suzukai's number. The call was answered quickly, and a gentle, slightly concerned voice came through. Nyenha? It's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Is there something wrong? Mr. Su, I apologize for disturbing you so late, Su Nyenha said seriously. I have a very important and very difficult matter that I need your help with. This matter might be much more complicated and large-scale than you imagine. There was a pause on the other end, then Suzukai's voice became steady and serious. Tell me. As long as I can do it, I will help you. Su Nyenha carefully chose her words. She couldn't reveal the secret of the space or Shun Yanji's existence, so she explained differently. I have contacted a group of people in urgent need of aid through some special channels. Their situation is very difficult, similar to disaster victims in remote areas, numbering around 100,000, urgently needing food, medicine, clothing, and shoes to get through this tough time. Suzukai, being very clever, immediately understood from Su Nyenha's serious tone and the mention of special channels that this was not just ordinary charity work. The scale involved was extraordinary. But he didn't ask for details. Instead, he focused on the main point. I understand. You need me to help you buy and coordinate the transportation of food, medicine, and clothing for 10,000 people. The funds will come from converting the antique jewelry provided by the other side, right? Yes, Su Nyenha sighed in relief. Suzukai's understanding and trust made her feel very comforted. Don't worry about the money. I will have the funds soon. The main concerns are the procurement channels and logistics. These need to be secret, fast, reliable, and as low profile as possible. Suzukai paused for a moment, then quickly replied, Okay. I can find ways to get the food and general medicines by purchasing through a few trusted trading companies in batches. We can report through disaster relief channels to minimize attention. As for clothing and shoes, especially military boots in specific sizes, that's a bit obvious. I need some time to find reliable manufacturers to place orders in batches. Give me a rough list of what you need, and I will handle it. He paused again, his voice firm and confident. Nyenha, since you trust me, I will take care of this. You don't need to worry. I will handle everything. Just make sure that your channels are secure. Thank you, President Su, Su Nyenha said sincerely, feeling a great weight lift from her shoulders. With Suzukai taking action, half the battle was already won. Why are you still being so polite with me? Suzukai chuckled softly. But if you want to sell those antique jewelry to exchange for these supplies, you could open an antique shop in Beijing or Hong Kong. It would give a reasonable explanation for your sources and help establish a steady flow of funds. When you're free, we can discuss this in detail. Su Nyenha thought to herself, isn't Suzukai just a spoiled rich kid? How does he seem to know everything, like a parasite inside her stomach? She started to worry. Is it really reliable to entrust such a big task to him? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Suzukai's voice came through the phone. Rest assured, I will arrange everything immediately. You come to Hong Kong in 2 days, and we will settle on a cash-on-delivery basis. Why do I have to go to Hong Kong? Su Nyenha asked with doubt. Have you thought about it? If we place such a large order inland, it could cause a big fuss. That would bring a lot of trouble, Suzukai explained over the phone. Listening to Suzukai's clear and well-organized plan over the phone, Su Nyenha's doubts quickly eased by more than half. He didn't seem like a reckless at all. Instead, he appeared to be a careful, resourceful, and capable person. I understand now, Su Nyenha responded quickly. Mr. Su has thought everything through. The inland procurement targets are too large, and the Freeport in Harbor City is more suitable for large shipments and financial transactions. Okay, I will fly to Harbor City the day after tomorrow. I'll arrange the flight and accommodation and send you the details later. Contact me directly when you arrive, Suzuki said efficiently. As for the list of needs, send it to me as soon as possible so I can contact the suppliers and logistics companies in advance. I'll organize the list and send it to you immediately, Su Nianhe replied right away. After hanging up, she carefully listed the needs described by Xinyanji, omitting sensitive information, only noting the types, rough quantities, and priority levels, then sent it to Suzuki via encrypted email. Having done all this, she looked at Chen Lifeng, who was standing quietly nearby. She hadn't avoided mentioning the call in front of him. Chen Lifeng looked calm, as if he had just heard an ordinary business matter. Bodyguard Chen, Su Nianhe said, I need to go to Harbor City the day after tomorrow to handle some important matters. I might need you to accompany me. That's my duty, Miss Su. Don't worry. Chen Lifeng nodded briefly. 2 days later, in Harbor City, this bustling international city was very different from the old city where Su Nianhe lived, with its fast pace and modern vibe. As soon as the plane landed, the arranged driver and car were already waiting, taking them directly to a top hotel near Victoria Harbor. In the executive suite on the top floor of the hotel, Su Nianhe saw Suzuki again. Today, he wore a well-fitted casual suit, looking more businesslike and steady than usual, with a sharp and calm aura. Traveling must have been tiring, Suzuki greeted her with a smile. His gaze swept past Su Nianhe and nodded to Chen Lifeng behind her. Lifeng, good job. Chen Lifeng nodded slightly, taking on the task of checking the suite's security, then quietly stayed in the corner of the living room, maintaining a distance but ready to respond to any emergencies. Mr. Su, thank you so much this time, Su Nianhe said gratefully. It's just a small effort. Suzuki waved her to sit on the sofa and got straight to the point. I saw the list you sent. The amount is indeed quite large. I have contacted several trustworthy trading companies that have stable supplies of grains and medicines in Southeast Asia and Australia. They can purchase and ship in batches under the names of International Red Cross Humanitarian Aid or Disaster Relief Supplies. All paperwork will be complete, so there will be no suspicion. He took out a tablet and showed some pictures and information. Military boots and warm clothing are a bit more complicated, but I found 2 large factories owned by Hong Kong companies in Southeast Asia. They can start production urgently based on your size requirements, and the labels and packaging will look like regular work shoes and clothes. These will be mixed with the grains and medicines for shipment. The first batch can be ready within a week. Where do you want them sent? Su Nianhe looked at the clear process and schedule on the screen, feeling amazed at Suzuki's efficiency and connections. President Su, this is so fast. As for where to send it, let me think about it a bit more. Su Nianhe hesitated over this decision. She could only do what she did last time, rent a warehouse to store the supplies and wait for Xinyanji to come pick them up. Miss Su, it seems you're having some trouble. How about this? Let Li Fin rent a large warehouse to store the goods for you, Suzuki said with a slight smile. His words made Su Nianhe blush instantly. It seemed Suzuki already knew her quirks. Since he brought it up and Lin Feng wasn't here this time, only Chen Lifeng could help handle this matter. Yes, I was so anxious I was confused, Su Nianhe quickly agreed, showing a modest and slightly embarrassed smile. We really need a big warehouse to manage everything. Bodyguard Chen, I might trouble you with this. Chen Lifeng stepped forward calmly and said, Miss Su, please tell me the size you need and any requirements for location and security. Su Nianhe quickly thought about Xinyanji supplies for 10,000 people. This was definitely not a small amount. The area, at least 2,000 square meters, preferably larger. Location doesn't have to be central, but transportation should be convenient. Most importantly, security must be strict and keep everything confidential. She looked at Suzuki. President Su, do you have any reliable recommendations in this regard? Suzuki smiled slightly, seeming to have expected this. Coincidentally, I know a friend whose logistics company has several large bonded warehouses on the island. They usually store goods waiting to be shipped. His words carried a subtle, knowing tone. I can make a call and probably get an internal discount. It will be quiet and no one will ask too many questions about the goods destination. That's great. It really solves my urgent problem, Su Nianhe sincerely thanked him. Suzukai's arrangements were always so thoughtful, almost covering all possible leaks. Li Feng, you accompany Miss Su to handle the rental procedures and all related documents, Suzukai instructed Chen Li Feng. Then he looked at Su Nianhe again. I will keep an eye on the materials. The first batch should start arriving at the port and entering the warehouse in about 5 days. As for the funds, Mr. Su, didn't you say it could be cash on delivery? What's going on? Are you having second thoughts? Su Nianhe retorted. Miss Su, you're joking. What I say is always true. Do I need to pay for the warehouse myself? Suzukai chuckled lightly. Miss Su, that's not what I meant. I've always kept my word. It's just that the warehouse rental fee will need to be covered by you, Suzukai said with a faint smile, teasing in his tone. Of course, I'll handle that myself. I need to go see it in person, Su Nianhe quickly agreed. In her mind, she thought, handling this herself is the safest. The last time I rented a warehouse through Lin Feng was a good example. Later, when I wanted to cancel the lease, the landlord insisted on dealing with Lin Feng directly. I had no choice but to call him and ask him to handle it. Later, Lin Feng kept calling, asking how the logistics managed to take away that batch of down jackets so suddenly. Even after I explained that the goods had already been arranged to be shipped back to China, Lin Feng refused to believe it. To this day, he still can't understand why I didn't handle it myself this time. That's good, Suzukai said, then raised his hand to pick up his phone. I'll make a call first. Later, Li Feng will go with you to see the site. After speaking, he moved aside to make the call. Young Master Gu, I heard your industrial zone has an empty warehouse for rent. Is it possible to make an exception and rent it to me? Suzukai's fingertips lightly touched the table, his tone straightforward like an acquaintance's, yet respectful. Mr. Su? Are you joking? The voice on the phone suddenly raised, full of surprise and a hint of amusement. Your own industrial park has so many big warehouses. Why would you rent mine? I'm not joking, Suzukai's tone grew serious and firm. It's a friend of mine from the mainland who wants to rent. You know, my warehouses over there are complicated and not very convenient for her to use. All right, I understand, Gu Xiao quickly agreed, his tone becoming friendly again. Since it's your friend, there's no problem. I'll call and ask my team to clear the warehouse. Your friend can go directly to handle it when the time comes. The procedures are simple. After the call, Suzukai's professional and efficient expressions still lingered. He turned and walked back to the living room, briefly glancing at Chen Lingfeng standing still, then focusing on Su Nianhe, who was frowning and thinking. Everything is arranged, he said clearly and calmly, with a reassuring tone. The supervisor there will wait for you at the warehouse. Lingfeng, he looked at his assistant with a clear command. You go with Miss Su. All procedures should be in her name. Make sure everything is proper. Chen Lingfeng's jaw tightened slightly, and he nodded firmly. Understood, Mr. Su. Su Nianhe let out a breath, looked up, and thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Su. Sorry for the trouble. Suzukai gave a faint smile. No need to thank me. The sooner the warehouse is settled, the faster the material logistics can proceed. Without further small talk, Su Nianhe picked up her bag, and Chen Lingfeng opened the door ahead of her. They stepped down the stairs, and outside, a black car waited quietly. Chen Lingfeng opened the back door for her, his hand resting on the top of the door frame. Mr. Chen, no need to be so polite. Su Nianhe sat in the car. The cold, cedar-like scent in the air matched Chen Lingfeng's calm demeanor perfectly. Chen Lingfeng started the car, moving precisely and efficiently. The car smoothly left the city, heading toward the island on the edge of the port city. Inside, it was quiet, only the faint sound of air conditioning and tire noise. Chen Lingfeng focused on driving, while Su Nianhe leaned back in the back seat, her mind gradually settling as she silently planned her next steps. About 40 minutes later, the vehicle entered a well-organized industrial area. Behind a silver fence, rows of large warehouses stood neatly, with occasional container trucks passing by, quiet and orderly. The car stopped in front of the electric gate. The middle-aged man in the booth quickly approached with a warm and polite smile. Are you Mr. Chun and Miss Su? My surname is Wang. I am the customer manager here. Our general manager, Gu, has asked me to wait for you. Manager Wang, thank you for your trouble. Su Nianhe nodded politely. No trouble at all. Manager Wang stepped aside to lead the way. Please follow me. We can look at the warehouse while we talk. After swiping the card to enter, they saw a wide warehouse along a long driveway. Manager Wang explained, this is the top bonded logistics park in Harbor City. Mr. Su specifically asked us to find the safest option. Warehouse C07 is available, about 2,000 square meters, with a height of 8 meters, an independent loading dock, near the backup exit and very private. They arrived in front of a silver lift door. Manager Wang opened a side door, revealing a large, bright warehouse. The smooth epoxy floor reflected the LED lights. The temperature and humidity control system kept the air dry. High-definition cameras covered every corner, with no blind spots. Over there is an independent loading platform that can handle 2 trucks at once, with automatic records of entry and exit. Manager Wang pointed to the equipment and continued. Temperature sensors, fire sprinklers, and infrared alarms are all connected to the central monitoring system, responding within 3 minutes. Su Nianhe examined everything carefully. The sturdy walls and well-planned pipes made her very satisfied. However, she wanted to say, I don't need such high-end facilities. As soon as my goods arrive, I'll take them away, but she only replied politely, it's indeed very good. Since Miss Su has no objections, shall we go to the office to discuss the contract? Manager Wang smiled. In the reception room, Manager Wang handed her the contract. The rent is a friendly price arranged by our general manager Gu, including basic management and security fees. Water and electricity are extra. The terms are clear. Su Nianhe read through each clause carefully, paying special attention to permissions and confidentiality. After asking some questions, Manager Wang patiently explained everything. When she confirmed everything was correct, she signed her name and used her card to pay the first rent installment. Finally, Manager Wang handed her the electronic key card for the warehouse, a floor plan, and his business card. This is the main access card. Feel free to contact me anytime if needed. All the procedures were completed in less than 2 hours. Walking out of the reception room, the afternoon sun was just right. Su Nianhe returned to the hotel. During the days waiting for supplies in Harbor City, time seemed to stretch endlessly for Su Nianhe, as if she were immersed in a thick, idle feeling. Every day, she mostly spent her time sleeping, only eating at the hotel restaurant. The busy court, secret spaces, urgent supply orders. These huge pressures suddenly paused. Instead of feeling overwhelmed, she felt a kind of emptiness, needing simple rest to slowly regain her strength. She knew well that behind this brief break, someone else was working tirelessly for her. Since that day, when Yuzukai arranged the warehouse, he and the reliable old Chen disappeared, leaving Chen Lifan to always protect her nearby. Su Nianhe leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window in her hotel room, watching the busy traffic below in the city. She thought quietly, he must be running around for her large order. With over 100,000 people needing supplies, it's not small work. Even for the Yu family, it probably requires many contacts and channels to coordinate, negotiate prices, and transfer goods quickly. She felt she owed him more and more. After 2 days of mixed feelings, gratitude, anxiety, and boredom, the luxurious but closed hotel suite finally made her feel suffocated. She needed an escape, fresh air, and something to do to distract herself from the anxious waiting. So she picked up her phone and called Chen Lifan. Bodyguard Chen, are you free? I want to go out for a walk.
Anytime, Miss Su.
I'll be waiting for you in the lobby, Chen Lifan replied, always simple and reliable. Half an hour later, a black car took her to the most famous shopping district in the city, Central. Su Nianhe's goal was clear. First, to check the market, looking for natural ingredients, beautifully packaged or reusable items like high-quality spices, pure essential oils, or antique-style containers, to prepare for future deals with Shen Yan in the new era. Second, to buy some practical items for herself and the small building in the provincial city. The car stopped on Queens Road Central. Su Nianhe got out and told Chen Lifan, I'll look around. It might take a while.
You.
I'll be nearby. Miss Su, you can call me anytime. Chen Lifeng understood and did not plan to follow closely, giving her full freedom. However, his sharp eyes habitually scanned the surroundings to ensure her safety within a safe radius. Su Nianhe nodded slightly, took a deep breath of the humid, slightly salty air of the port city, and merged into the fashionable crowd. She moved through the busy high-end shopping mall, lingering at luxurious counters filled with shiny displays and fragrant perfumes. Her eyes swept over beautiful products, sometimes trying samples, sometimes quietly asking staff about ingredients, origin, and craftsmanship. She looked focused and serious, as if conducting careful market research. At a top skincare counter famous for its powerful restorative effects, she stayed a little longer. The staff, dressed in a fitted suit and perfectly made up, enthusiastically offered her a rare cream, explaining its ancient secret recipes and modern technology in detail. Su Nianhe nodded slightly, dipped her fingertip into the cream, and gently massaged it on her wrist, feeling its texture and scent, trying to judge if it had the value of being antique-inspired and transported to another time. Suddenly, a familiar male voice, slightly surprised and raised in pitch, cut through the soft background music of the counter behind her. Miss Su?
Oh.
It really is you? I looked for a long time and almost mistook someone else. Hearing this, Su Nianhe turned around and saw Zhou Shihong, whom she had met in the port city before, standing a few steps away with a surprised and happy expression, almost clapping with joy. Next to him was a tall, fashionable woman dressed in the latest seasonal designer clothes, holding his arm closely and looking at Su Nianhe with curiosity. Boss Zhou, Su Nianhe put down the sample, showing a genuine surprise on her face, then politely smiled. What a coincidence to meet you here. Oh, what a fate. Zhou Shihong released his companion and strode forward with a big smile, speaking loudly enough to attract the attention of nearby customers. Miss Su, you honor us with your visit to the port city. Why not give me a heads up next time? It's a bit too formal. I should make arrangements and show you around properly. His words were very enthusiastic, but a quick flash of curiosity appeared in his sharp eyes. He didn't wait for Su Nianhe to answer. His gaze instinctively swept around her, as if searching for someone. Then he said with a slightly self-important and reproachful tone, Is that kid Lin Feng with you?
Hey.
That guy is really inconsiderate. He brought you to Hangcheng and didn't tell me? Where is he? Why are you here alone? That's just not right. Su Nianhe was about to explain that she wasn't with Lin Feng, but Zhou Shihong didn't seem to need her explanation. He turned the conversation more warmly, stepping closer and lowering his voice to speak sincerely. Miss Su, are you here to relax or? If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask me. I have some connections in Hangcheng. Whether you want to buy something special or handle some matters, I can take care of it. His enthusiasm was almost overwhelming, but beneath his overly friendly attitude, his natural instincts for gathering information and controlling the situation were quietly showing. Su Nianhe felt a slight movement in her heart, but kept a polite smile on her face, saying vaguely, Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your kindness. I'm just here to handle some personal matters and take a look around. Personal matters? Zhou Shihong raised an eyebrow, catching on to that vague phrase and becoming more interested. What personal matters would require Miss Su to come all the way here?
Could it be?
You're after some good items again? If that's the case, you should prioritize me. I can offer better prices and channels than in the provincial capital. He spoke half joking, half seriously, his eyes fixed on Su Nianhe, not missing any subtle change in her expression. Su Nianhe didn't want to say more, especially about those sensitive supplies, but she had long learned how persistent Zhou Shihong could be. She could only continue to speak vaguely. Mr. Zhou, you're joking. It's just some ordinary purchasing needs, nothing special. However, the word purchasing was enough for Zhou Shihong's sharp senses. His smile remained, but his eyes suddenly sharpened. Did ordinary purchasing really require Su Nianhe to come all the way to Hangcheng? Did she need to be so secretive? Still interested in leather goods? Do you want me to introduce some reliable agents? They offer direct supplies with clear prices. While saying this, he gave a subtle signal to the woman beside him. That woman was sharp-minded and immediately smiled sweetly, agreeing, "Yes, yes, Mr. Zhou has many contacts. Miss Su, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask." Feeling a bit overwhelmed by their combined pressure, Su Nianhe was thinking about how to leave when Zhou Shihong casually asked, "By the way, Miss Su, which hotel are you staying at this time? If you haven't booked one yet, or if you're uncomfortable, I have some large suites at the Peninsula Hotel that you can use anytime. No trouble, Mr. Zhou." "I've already settled in," Su Nianhe quickly interrupted. "Oh, you've settled in? Which district? Wan Chai? Causeway Bay? Sim Sha Sui?" Zhou Shihong seemed to be making casual conversation but was actually probing closely. Su Nianhe didn't want to reveal her hotel details, so she only gave a rough area. "Near Central, convenient for errands." "Errands?" Zhou Shihong immediately caught on to this word, his eyes flashing with interest. "It seems Miss Su is doing quite a bit of shopping this time, even working while in Hong Kong? Have you already contacted a trading company here?"
Which one?
"Maybe I know the boss, and I can help you out." His words kept coming, leaving little room for Su Nianhe to think or respond. His persistent questioning made her feel a headache coming on. She knew that talking too much could cause trouble, so she just wanted to end this chance meeting quickly. Meanwhile, Zhou Shihong was filled with suspicion, his mind racing with guesses. He didn't believe Su Nianhe was just here to look around. She appeared alone at Hong Kong's top shopping mall for market research, mentioning, purchasing, and doing business, which definitely hinted at a big deal behind her visit. Seeing that Su Nianhe no longer wanted to continue talking, Zhou Shihong could only leave reluctantly with his companion. But once home, he felt something was off. He had clearly told Lin Feng last time that if Miss Su came to Hong Kong for shopping again, she must be brought to him. Something Su Zikai could definitely do. But judging by Lin Feng's attitude, he didn't seem to take this seriously. Could it be that Su Nianhe's visit this time was just for fun? Yet she had said she was here for business. Thinking of this, Zhou Shihong no longer hesitated. He immediately called his assistant, asking him to quickly find out the real reason Su Nianhe came to Hong Kong and the address of her hotel. About an hour and a half later, his phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the screen. It was a new message. The sender was the assistant he had just spoken to. The message was brief, but hit him like a thunderclap. "Found out. Miss Su is staying at the Manhwa Oriental Hotel in a long-term suite rented by Su Zikai. Also, the Port brothers report that the Su family is currently gathering large amounts of supplies, food, medicine, clothes in huge quantities. The destination is Warehouse C07 in the Lidao Free Trade Zone, registered under the name Su Zikai. Manhwa Oriental Long-Term Suite. Large shipments. Lidao Free Trade Zone. Under the name Su. All these pieces of information suddenly fit together perfectly at this moment. Zhou Shihong's smile froze instantly. His blood surged to his head with a loud buzz, and the veins on his forehead nearly burst. A wave of complete deception, betrayal, and overwhelming anger and disbelief swept over him. Su Nianhe came to Hong Kong, stayed in Su Zikai's suite, kept it a secret from him, Zhou Shihong, and completely excluded him. She handed over a clearly profitable large-scale purchase to Su Zikai, who only knows how to enjoy cars and women? What does that spoiled brat know about doing business? He only wastes his father's money. A deep sense of disappointment and anger almost made Zhou Shihong lose control. He could no longer maintain his false, enthusiastic smile. His face turned very ugly, and his breathing grew heavier. He stared fixedly at the message on his phone, his eyes complex and hard to describe, shocked, questioning, and feeling betrayed by a friend. Suddenly, he remembered Lin Feng. Yes, it must be Lin Feng. It was probably him who arranged everything. It was because of him that Su Nianhe knew Su Zikai. Unable to hold back, Zhou Shihong's hand trembled as he almost stabbed the screen and dialed Lin Feng's number. In Lin Feng's office at Lin's Trading, Lin Feng had just finished a long conference call. He was massaging his forehead and reviewing the procurement budget report for the next season. The sun outside was shining brightly, but he felt inexplicably restless, as if something was out of control, making him uneasy. At that moment, his personal phone suddenly rang loudly, and the screen displayed the name, Zhou Shihong. Lin Feng frowned. Zhou Shihong was overly enthusiastic and sometimes a bit noisy, but he still pressed the answer button. Before he could say, "Brother Zhou, what's the matter?" the phone erupted with a series of angry, almost shouting questions. The voice was so loud it made his eardrums hum. "Lin Feng, you traitor! What the are you doing? Miss Su is in Harbor City, and you introduced her to that spendthrift Suzuki? Do you think I'm dead? Such a big deal, and you just let it slip away to others? Are you out of your mind? Explain yourself right now." Lin Feng was stunned by the sudden barrage of insults and instinctively moved the phone away. Zhou Shihong's anger seemed almost to burn through the line. "Brother Zhou," Lin Feng's voice was filled with disbelief and confusion, trying to make sense of the chaotic shouting. "What did you say? Harbor City? Is Miss Su in Harbor City?" His heart suddenly skipped a beat without reason. "Don't play dumb with me." Zhou Shihong was breathing heavily with anger, his voice sharper because of his fury. "I just saw Miss Su in Admiralty, shopping alone. Don't tell me you don't know? You're quite something. First you try to introduce Miss Su to that spoiled brat Suzuki, and now you're not even thinking of your brother? That's really unkind." Suzuki, the name was like a sharp needle stabbing his most sensitive nerves. His voice suddenly rose sharply. The confusion from before vanished, replaced by urgency and worry. "Brother Zhou, are you sure you saw Miss Su? Is she with Suzuki? Where is she now?" Su Nianhe is simple, calm, and even a bit too independent. But in the world of love and the bustling city of Hong Kong, will she? Lin Feng couldn't think further and felt a cold shiver run up his spine. It was as if something had clenched his chest tightly, making him feel both suffocated and anxious. Can what I saw with my own eyes be false? As for whether she is with Suzuki, she stayed in the large suite at Manhwa Oriental with Suzuki. The Su family is frantically gathering a large amount of food and medicine, all stored in her warehouse. "Lin Feng, oh Lin Feng, you really are." Zhou Shihong's voice was full of painful sarcasm and anger. "Brother Zhou, thank you for telling me. I had no idea she went to Hong Kong City. I'll explain everything to you later." Lin Feng couldn't listen anymore. He hurriedly interrupted Zhou Shihong, even before the other could reply, and abruptly hung up the phone. His face had completely changed. The previous irritation was replaced by intense anxiety and worry. His knuckles turned slightly white from gripping the phone too hard. He almost didn't pause and immediately found Su Nianhe's number to call her. But the voice on the other end was cold and mechanical. "Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be reached at the moment." How could it be unreachable? Was it because of poor signal?
Or
had she set her phone to Do Not Disturb? Or was there some other problem? "This cannot be reached" was like pouring oil on his burning heart. He suddenly stood up from his large office chair, like a trapped wild animal pacing back and forth in the thick carpeted office, his brows furrowed, breathing becoming a little heavy. "Suzuki, that spoiled brat," he muttered through clenched teeth, full of negative thoughts. "Nianhe is so innocent, lacks caution around people. She must have been entangled with him during the last shipment. That kind of person, best at using sweet words and material things to deceive girls. Hong Kong City, so glamorous and intoxicating, and she's there alone. What if?" A strong wave of guilt flooded his heart. It's all his fault. If he hadn't introduced Su's connection to Su Nianhe to show off his contacts, she wouldn't have met Suzuki, and none of this would have happened. He had practically sent a little white rabbit into the fox's territory himself. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt, and the more restless he became. Every second of waiting felt like torture. No, he can't stay here waiting any longer. He must go to Harbor City immediately. He needs to see for himself if Su Nianhe is safe. He must find out what is really going on between her and Suzuki. If Suzuki dares to have any bad intentions or deceive her. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a rare stern look. He suddenly stopped, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his rising emotions. He pressed the intercom button and said, "Yalin, come to my office right now." A few minutes later, Lin Yalin, dressed in a beautiful Chanel suit, pushed the door open, still looking a bit confused. "Brother, why are you calling me so urgently? I was about to go check the stores." "Put the store visit on hold," Lin Feng said quickly, gathering his phone, wallet, and car keys without looking up. "There are family business matters. I need you to keep an eye on things for me these days. Important documents can wait until I return. Call me if there's an emergency." Yalin was stunned. She had never seen her brother so anxious and hurried. "Brother, where are you going? Did something happen?" Lin Feng paused, looked up, and his face was serious as he looked at his sister. "Nianhe went to Harbor City alone and she might be involved with Suzuki." "What?" Yalin's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, her voice rising sharply. "Nianhe went to Harbor City? And with that famous Suzuki? How is that possible? She never told me anything about it." As Su Nianhe's best friend, Yalin knew her very well. She was calm and independent, but when it came to feelings and relationships, she was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. She had no idea about the wealthy boys in Harbor City or their ways. "I just found out too," Lin Feng said in a heavy tone. "Zhou Shihong met her there and things might be more complicated than we thought. I can't reach her now. I have to go there right away." She was so anxious that she started pushing Lin Feng toward the office door. "What are you packing? Just bring enough money and your ID. Let's go, let's go." Her reaction made Lin Feng even more worried. He no longer hesitated and patted Lin Yalin's shoulder firmly. "I'll leave everything at home to you. Call me if anything happens." After saying that, he grabbed his suit jacket from the chair nearby, then strode out of the office. He didn't even wait for the elevator. He pushed open the security door and hurried downstairs. The roar of the engine soon echoed below. The black car sped out of the underground garage of Lin's Trading, rushing toward the airport like an arrow. Lin Feng drove quickly to the airport, feeling anxious and unable to wait for a regular ticket. He immediately called a friend who was a senior at the airline. Using all his connections and paying a price far above the ticket cost, he managed to get a first-class ticket on the fastest flight to Harbor City. Waiting, boarding, flying, landing, these few hours felt longer than centuries to Lin Feng. He was restless, his mind uncontrollably imagining all the bad things that could happen to Su Nianhe. As soon as the plane landed and was still taxiing, he hurriedly turned on his phone and called Su Nianhe again. "Sorry. The number you dialed cannot be reached at the moment." The cold voice was like a bucket of cold water poured over his anxious heart. "Still no connection. This is very strange. Even on the plane, she should have turned on her phone after landing. Could something really have happened?" A huge panic seized Lin Feng. He was in the crowded arrival hall of the airport, feeling suffocated. At this moment, he was unfamiliar with Harbor City and didn't even know exactly where Su Nianhe was. Zhou Shihong only mentioned the Manhwa Oriental Hotel, but didn't give the room number. In his desperation, the only person he could think of asking for help was Zhou Shihong, who had just yelled at him on the phone not long ago. Although it was awkward, finding Nianhe was his top priority. He took a deep breath and dialed Zhou Shihong's number. When the call connected, Lin Feng didn't bother with greetings or explanations. He immediately and urgently said, "Brother Zhou, it's me, Lin Feng. I've arrived in Harbor City, but I still can't get in touch with Nianhe. Her phone keeps ringing without answer." "Brother Zhou, do you know which room she was in at the Manhwa Oriental?
Or,
When you last saw her, did you notice anything unusual? I'm really worried." On the other end of the phone, Zhou Shihong heard that Lin Feng had already arrived in Gangcheng and was still so anxious. He was stunned. He originally thought Lin Feng was the one causing trouble, but now it seems Lin Feng really doesn't know anything, and his worry is genuine, not fake. The anger Zhou Shihong felt from being betrayed by a friend eased a lot, replaced by a shared suspicion. "You really don't know? She didn't tell you before coming to Gangcheng?" he asked to confirm. "Of course I don't know. If I had known, how could I let her stay alone on Suzuki's turf?" Lin Feng said, sounding frustrated and angry. Now Zhou Shihong was convinced he had wrongly accused Lin Feng. He immediately said, "Wait at the airport, don't move. I'll come pick you up. We'll talk in detail when we meet." In less than 30 minutes, Zhou Shihong's flashy sports car stopped at the airport arrival area. Lin Feng opened the door and got in. The two men looked at each other, and the previous disagreement disappeared in the face of their shared concern. "Still can't reach her?" Zhou Shihong asked as he started the car. Lin Feng shook his head with a serious expression.
Still no answer.
"Brother Zhou, think carefully. When you saw her this morning, was there anything unusual?"
Did she seem forced or pressured?
Zhou Shihong frowned, trying to recall the afternoon's details.
Forced.
Doesn't seem like it. She looked pretty normal, just a bit reluctant to talk to me.
But
He suddenly remembered a detail, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. "Now that you mention it, I remember. I was busy talking to her, but looking back, there was a man nearby, walking around. He was wearing a black suit, looked sharp. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but now I think his build and demeanor are very similar to Chen Lighting's younger brother, Chen Lifin. He used to be a bodyguard for Suzuki." "Yes, that's him." "Chen Lifin?" Lin Feng was a bit unfamiliar with the name. "That's Suzuki's close aide, Chen Lighting's younger brother. You know Chen Lighting, right?" Since childhood, he's been following Suzuki closely, claiming to be a bodyguard and driver, but in fact, he is Suzuki's personal butler and enforcer, handling those shady matters that cannot be seen in the light. Suzuki's scandals and troubles, which one of them was not cleaned up by Chen Lighting. Now he has even sent his brother to take care of Miss Su. What good intentions could that possibly mean? Zhou Shihong said this with spit flying, increasingly convinced that his guess was correct. After exchanging information and sharing honest opinions, a frightening truth gradually became clear and fixed in their minds. This spoiled young man, Suzuki, covets Su Nianhe's beauty. He took advantage of their last cooperation to gain her trust, then tricked her into coming to Hong Kong under the guise of collaboration. He then placed her in his territory at the Manhwa Oriental private room, assigned his trusted bodyguards to watch her day and night, and possibly confiscated or interfered with her communication devices, making her unable to contact the outside world. This is clearly house arrest. That, Lin Feng angrily punched the car door, his eyes turning red. "If Suzuki dares to hurt even a strand of her hair, I won't let him go. Now is not the time for threats." Zhou Shihong, though also furious, was more familiar with Hong Kong City. "The urgent thing is to confirm Miss Su's safety and get her out of that guy's hands." Both men immediately felt the situation was extremely serious and could not wait any longer. Zhou Shihong stepped on the accelerator hard. The sports car roared and sped toward the Manhwa Oriental Hotel in Central. On the way, they quickly discussed their plan again. Forcing their way in was definitely not an option. They had to be clever. Using his local connections, Zhou Shihong quickly came up with a plan. He first made a call and, through a certain channel, roughly confirmed the floor where Su Nianhe was staying. Then he arranged for a few people to create some chaos outside the hotel later, just in case. When they arrived at Manhwa Oriental Hotel, Zhou Shihong and Lin Feng went straight to the front desk with a commanding presence. Zhou Shihong acted like a wealthy local businessman, claiming he had urgent business documents that needed to be delivered immediately to Miss Su Nianhe on the VIP floor. He demanded the front desk notify her to come downstairs or give them her room number so they could deliver the items personally. The front desk clerk, well trained, naturally refused under the pretext of protecting the guests' privacy. As they argued, their voices gradually rose. At this moment, the person arranged by Zhou Shihong caused a small argument on the other side of the hotel lobby, drawing the attention of some security guards at the front desk. Taking advantage of this brief chaos, Lin Feng quickly spotted an elevator stopping on the first floor with many people inside. Without thinking much, he grabbed Zhou Shihong and ran toward the elevator. The two of them quickly reached the floor where Su Nianhe's room was. They held their breath and searched room by room until they found the right door. Lin Feng took a deep breath, ignoring politeness, and knocked the door, calling out anxiously and softly, "Nianhe. Nianhe, are you inside?"
I'm Lin Feng.
"Please open the door." "Are you okay?" Inside the room, Su Nianhe had just finished a relaxing bath. She was comfortably sitting on the sofa, applying a face mask while studying a pile of jewelry and thinking about how to secretly collect items from the warehouse. She was startled by the sudden, urgent knocking and familiar shouting. She took off her mask, walked to the door with confusion, and looked through the peephole. She was even more shocked. Standing outside were Lin Feng, looking anxious as if the sky was falling, and Zhou Shihong, looking tense and ready to fight like a soldier on guard. How did they find her here? And why do they look like this? Su Nianhe opened the door in confusion. As soon as the door opened, Lin Feng rushed in, grabbing her shoulders and examining her carefully from all angles. His tone was urgent and almost incoherent. Nianhe, are you okay? Did he hurt you? Why can't you get through on your phone? Did he lock you up? Don't worry, we're here. Zhou Shihong also squeezed in at the door, looking ready to rush inside and fight the bad guys, nervously scanning the room as if searching for Su Zikai or Chen Lihui. Su Nianhe was completely stunned by this scene. Seeing these two men, who looked like knights rescuing a princess from a dragon but also clearly overthinking, she was first confused, then realized the huge misunderstanding they might have. She felt both amused and helpless. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to explain. Su Nianhe looked at the two overly nervous men in front of her and couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. She gently pulled away from Lin Feng's hand and turned sideways to make way. Brother Feng, come in and talk. Don't stand at the door. Lin Feng and Zhou Shihong squeezed into the room. Their eyes still carefully scanned the luxurious suite, which was filled with scattered jewelry, appraisal books, half-eaten fruit platters on the coffee table, and a lady's coat hanging on the clothes rack. Everything looked comfortable and normal, with no sign of the house arrest they had imagined. How did you find this place? Su Nianhe wiped the remaining mask essence from her face with a towel. Her calm tone made both men feel a bit confused. Nianhe, tell me first, are you okay? Lin Feng asked urgently. Did Su Zikai trouble you? Why can't I reach you by phone? Zhou Ge said he saw Su Zikai's bodyguard following you. Su Nianhe finally understood what kind of story these two men had imagined. She shook her head helplessly and walked to the bedside table to pick up her phone.
Infine.
I just set my phone to only answer calls from contacts. There have been too many sales calls lately. As for your calls, I might have forgotten to save your number at the time, which is why. She turned on the screen. Over a dozen missed calls were clearly visible, and Lin Feng's number was among them. Feeling awkward, she looked up at him and moved her finger to save his number in her contacts, labeling it Brother Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was completely stunned, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, making him feel icy. He realized that in her heart, he was still just a stranger who needed to be saved with a note. It was only when he saw her saving his number that he managed to force a faint smile and squeeze out a little grin. As for the bodyguard, Su Nianhe paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. That Chen Liheng is a bodyguard Su Zikai reluctantly handed over to me. Moreover, recently we've been coordinating a batch of emergency supplies. Port City has a complicated situation, and having Chen Liheng with us makes handling things much easier. Supply coordination? Lin Feng quickly caught onto the key point. Is it the batch of grain and medicine that the Su family is gathering? From your warehouse? Su Nianhe nodded and walked to the desk to pick up a stack of documents. The Su family needs to quickly purchase and transport disaster relief supplies within the mainland. My storage and logistics network can help with that. This trip to Port City is to finalize the details. She looked at Zhou Shihong. Zhou Xiao met me outside today. I was investigating market conditions. Zhou Shihong opened his mouth, but was left speechless. What he called surveillance was actually just normal work interactions. But Su Zikai, Lin Feng still felt uneasy. You know his reputation. Why did he choose to work with you? And why are you staying in his large suite? Su Nianhe smiled slightly, her calm and confident expression familiar to Lin Feng. First, this room is a suite belonging to the Su Group, used for business meetings, not Su Zikai's personal space. Second, his reputation has nothing to do with me. We signed a proper business contract. He helps me gather the goods, I pay, and there's no real risk or suspicion. She pointed to the figures on the document. Plus, I need to get everything, and Zhou Xiao might not be able to prepare all these things in a week. That's why I chose Suzuki. She looked at the still doubtful pair and sighed. I know what you're worried about. But trust me, I'm not the kind of girl easily fooled by sweet words or luxury items. Working with the Su family is purely a business decision, nothing more. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. All three froze for a moment. Su Nianhe looked through the peephole and opened the door unexpectedly. Standing outside was Chen Lihui, holding a delicate paper bag. Miss Su, Mr. Su asked me to bring this. He said you left your shawl in the meeting room, and there's a contract you need to sign for tomorrow's delivery. His gaze calmly swept over Lin Feng and Zhou Shihong inside, with no unusual reaction. Thank you, and sorry for the trouble. I'll sign it tonight and send it to him tomorrow, Su Nianhe said naturally, thanking him. Do you need me to stay on standby? Chen Lihui asked, his tone professional and restrained. No need. I have no other plans tonight. Just come to pick me up in the morning to check the goods, she replied. Chen Lihui nodded politely and left. The whole process was smooth and proper, with no sense of surveillance, as Zhou Shihong had described. After the door closed, the room fell into brief silence. Lin Feng looked at Su Nianhe's calm and composed manner and finally realized he might have overreacted. He rubbed his forehead and softened his tone. So, you're really just here to buy supplies? Yes. Su Nianhe smiled slightly, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Of course, Suzuki did invite me to visit his private yacht tomorrow night. I heard there's an amazing wine cellar on board. Lin Feng's heart tightened again. But I refused, Su Nianhe continued casually. I said I wanted to see the port logistics system of the Su Group. So, he arranged for me to visit the port tomorrow afternoon, then go straight to the warehouse to check the first batch of goods. She looked at Lin Feng and Zhou Shihong with warm eyes. Thank you both for caring about me. But really, you don't need to worry. I know what I'm doing. Zhou Shihong awkwardly rubbed his nose.
So,
you're not a naive girl tricked by a spoiled rich kid. Su Nianhe was amused by this description. Mr. Zhou, I'm 24 now, not a child. I've applied to several big companies before, but I was inexperienced and lacked support, so I was rejected. She picked up the documents on the table. Now I am independent, and this business can increase my net profit by 40%. Once I get this profit, I will register a trading company, my first step into entrepreneurship. Su Nianhe didn't dare to say the exact profit percentage, fearing Lin Feng might become suspicious and ask too many questions. Finally, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and smiled helplessly. Looks like we made a big fuss over nothing. He looked at Su Nianhe with a mix of apology and subtle disappointment. You've always known what you want, but still, thank you both, Su Nianhe said sincerely. Having friends who care about me is a very happy thing, she glanced at the time. Since you're here, let me treat you to a late-night snack. The ones at Manhwa Oriental are famous, and I'm hungry too. The three of them smiled at each other, and the atmosphere finally relaxed. On the way to the restaurant, Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper, so Suzuki really doesn't have. Su Nianhe smiled meaningfully. No. Do you think I'm just a business partner? I think he's more interested in a long-term cooperation between me and his company than in dating. Lin Feng shook his head, finally feeling completely at ease. The Su Nianhe in front of him was no longer the little girl he first met at elementary school, but a queen capable of building her own castle. Meanwhile, Suzuki, working late in his office reviewing contracts, suddenly sneezed. Was someone talking behind his back? The phone on the table suddenly rang, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. Suzuki answered the call, and Chen Lifeng's voice came through the receiver. Mr. Su, Lin Feng, and Zhou Shihong are here to see Miss Su. At first, he was a bit surprised, but then he remembered Lin Feng's obvious feelings for Su Nianhe. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he laughed out loud. Chen Lifeng on the other end was stunned, completely confused. Does Mr. Su really have no feelings for Miss Su? Was I just guessing all along? Did he approach Miss Su only for business cooperation? But over these years, he had never been so interested in the Su family's business. Wait, Suzuki has indeed changed a lot recently, almost like a reformed prodigal son. Li Feng, What are you daydreaming about? Su Zakai's voice pulled him back to reality. If they want to come, let them. Lin Feng has hidden his feelings for Miss Su for so long. If Miss Su was interested, it wouldn't be like this now. I sent you to be Miss Su's bodyguard, not to spy on her. You are paid by Miss Su. If you lose your job and come back to me, don't blame me for being harsh. His words were clear and firm. Chen Lifeng was stunned for a long time, trying to process what he heard. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. After hanging up, Chen Lifeng stood in the hotel corridor, holding his phone with a complicated expression on his face. Su Zakai's words not only clarified that he had no special intentions towards Su Nianhe, but also made his responsibilities clear. There was even a hint of teasing about Lin Feng, quite different from how he usually handled similar situations. Mr. Su. It seems he's really changed, Chen Lifeng muttered softly, shaking his head and pushing aside these tangled thoughts. No matter what, his main task now was to ensure Miss Su's safety and convenience, not to guess his boss's mind. He straightened his suit, restored his usual stern expression, and turned to leave. Inside the restaurant, the atmosphere had already relaxed. Delicate Cantonese dim sum was served one after another. Zhou Shihong was starving and ate eagerly, praising Manhwa's chef really has skills. Miss Su, you really know how to enjoy. However, Lin Feng seemed a bit distracted. He barely moved his chopsticks and kept glancing at Su Nianhe. After realizing it was a mistake, I felt relieved, but a deeper, more complicated emotion slowly grew inside me. I felt a small sense of happiness, but also an unspoken sadness and a feeling of distance. The person in front of me, Su Nianhe, was calm, cool, and focused. She handled everything smoothly and even managed to navigate tricky situations with people like Su Zakai just to reach her business goals. She was no longer the shy junior I remembered, who sometimes looked confused and needed my guidance. Her quick growth surprised me, making my earlier frantic attempt to help seem silly and unnecessary. Brother Feng, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? Su Nianhe asked kindly, noticing his silence. No, it's very good, Lin Feng replied, forcing a smile. He picked up a shrimp dumpling. I just didn't expect you to make such quick progress in Hong Kong City and to start doing business with Su Zakai. There was a hint of sadness in his voice that even he didn't notice. Su Nianhe quickly sensed his mood. She put down her chopsticks and looked at him seriously. Brother Feng, I know you're worried about me. But please trust me. I understand the risks and benefits better than anyone. Working with the Su family is the fastest and safest way I've found to get those supplies. As for Su Zakai, she paused, giving a slight, teasing smile. He might have his reasons, but for now, we're just doing straightforward business. I can handle it. I believe in your ability, Lin Feng said sincerely right away.
But
Hong Kong City is complicated, and the Su family is deeply rooted. I'm worried you can't handle everything alone. He couldn't help but show a protective side. Don't I have you? Zhou Shihong suddenly chimed in, trying to lighten the mood. Don't worry, in Hong Kong City, I can look after Miss Su. If Su Zakai tries anything sneaky, I'll be the first to say no. But next time, don't leave me out if you need help. Su Nianhe smiled and laughed.
thank you, Zhou Xiao.
And thank you, Brother Feng. With friends like you, I feel much more at ease. She raised her teacup. Here's to you all, with tea instead of wine. The three of them clinked cups, and the atmosphere seemed to become lively again. But deep inside, I still felt a strange, lingering sadness that hadn't completely gone away. He knew that Su Nianhe no longer needed him to care for and protect her in every small detail as he used to. She had her own plans now. After dinner, Zhou Shihong politely took his leave, and before leaving, he winked at Su Nianhe. Miss Su, if you need anything tomorrow, just call me. I promise I'll be more reliable than Su Zakai's people. After Zhou Shihong left, Lin Feng and Su Nianhe stood side by side at the hotel entrance. The night breeze was cool, blowing away the daytime noise.
You.
Lin Feng started to speak, but didn't know what to say. He wanted to ask about her plans, but that seemed like he didn't trust her. Or remind her to stay safe. It sounded nagging and distrustful. Su Nianhe seemed to see his hesitation and spoke up casually. I'll go to the port and warehouse tomorrow afternoon. If everything goes well, I can start arranging the first batch of shipments by tomorrow night or the day after. Brother Feng, you really don't need to worry. Go back to Jing City and focus on your work.
You.
Lin Feng was speechless, unsure what to say. He had rushed over anxiously, full of worry, only to hear Su Nianhe speak so calmly. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He really shouldn't have introduced her to that batch of military down jackets. If not for that, she wouldn't have gotten involved with Suzuki. But now it was too late to change anything. He used to think Manhwa was still young, and that waiting a bit longer to confess his feelings wouldn't matter. But the current situation made him suddenly realize he had to tell her how he felt sooner. Su Nianhe saw Lin Feng's face change and quickly realized her words might have been inappropriate. She hurried to explain, Brother Feng, I'm not trying to chase you away. I just don't want to delay your important work. Is that so? Lin Feng's voice was full of disappointment. My family matters are under Yalin's watch, so I don't need to worry about them. What I really can't let go of is you being here alone. He paused, his tone firm with a hint of insistence. Since I've come all this way, I might as well stay for a couple of days, so I can rest assured. Su Nianhe was slightly taken aback. Lin Feng's insistence and his unspoken concern weighed heavily on her. She wasn't slow to notice that his worry went beyond normal friendship, but this sudden, almost straightforward, I can't let go caught her off guard. She didn't want to hurt Lin Feng, but she also didn't want to get involved in complicated emotional matters at this critical point in her career. She took a deep breath, quickly organized her thoughts, and put on a polite, slightly distant smile suitable for business occasions. Brother Feng, I understand your good intentions, and I really appreciate it. Her voice was gentle but firm, carefully avoiding any deeper meaning in his words. But I can handle things here. Although Suzuki is well known, his business reputation is still reliable. And, she paused, jokingly yet seriously said, Don't worry, I can take care of myself now. As for the situation in Jing City, Su Nianhe shifted the topic successfully. It's a big deal for Yalin to be watching over such a large operation alone, and I feel a bit guilty about you coming to Hangqin to help me. She looked at Lin Feng with clear eyes and sincere tone, appearing entirely as a partner who cares about their work. Brother Feng, your business is in Jing City, and I also have the potential to develop there in the future. When that time comes, I'll need your help again. Hangqin is just one business deal, one purchase. You really don't need to stay here just for me, as it might delay more important matters. This speech was reasonable and heartfelt, expressing gratitude for Lin Feng's concern, clearly refusing his suggestion to stay, and indicating she would return to Jing City, skillfully avoiding any emotional implications. Lin Feng looked at her calm, almost businesslike face. All the words he wanted to say, like, I can't let go of you, or I care for you more than just friends, were stuck in his throat. What could he say? Forcing her to stay would only show he lacked judgment, cause endless entanglement, and might even ruin their previous friendship. A wave of helplessness and disappointment surged in his heart, like a heavy punch hitting cotton. He realized that Su Nianhe might not be completely unaware of his feelings, but she chose the most gentle yet resolute way, avoiding confrontation, not exposing anything, and using her career and distance to gently push him back to his place. He was silent for a few seconds, then finally nodded with some difficulty, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. You're right. There are indeed many things in Jing City. I was careless. Then, be very careful. If you need anything, call me anytime. Definitely, Su Nianhe said with a relaxed smile. Be safe on the road, and send me a message when you arrive. She stood at the hotel entrance under the bright lights, smiling as she watched Lin Feng turn and leave. His figure looked a bit lonely in the night, but Su Nianhe didn't stay long on him. Until Lin Feng's figure disappeared around the corner, her smile slowly faded. She let out a soft sigh, her eyes becoming sharp and focused again. She turned quickly and headed for the elevator. There are many contract details to review, and tomorrow's plans to visit the port and warehouse need to be prepared again. As for Lin Feng's heavy feelings, She was not in the mood or able to respond for now. Right now, her world only revolved around the urgent supplies Xinyan needs and the new path to wealth and freedom she just started to walk. Across the street from the hotel, inside a black car, Su Zakai rested his hand on the steering wheel, watching everything at the hotel entrance. He saw Lin Feng leave looking a bit sad and saw Su Nianhe turn back without hesitation. A playful smile appeared on his face. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Lingfeng. Make sure everything is well arranged for Miss Su's visit to the port and warehouse tomorrow. Also, he paused, speaking casually but with a firm tone. Don't get too close. Do whatever he asks you to do. After hanging up, Su Zakai looked at the brightly lit entrance of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel with deep eyes. Lin Feng, it seems your slow and steady plan is so slow that even if the water dries up, you won't catch the frog. Su Nianhe already carries secrets she keeps hidden, and her goal is to be the one who makes her open her heart and share her secrets. The next morning, sunlight broke through thick clouds, casting a light golden glow over the port city. Su Nianhe arrived on time at the hotel lobby, dressed professionally and neatly, her hair looking sharp and energetic. Chen Liheng was already waiting there, still looking very professional and meticulous. Miss Su, good morning. The car is ready. Chen Liheng nodded slightly, speaking calmly as if last night's hotel mix-up never happened. Good morning, Liheng. Thanks for your help today, Su Nianhe replied with a smile, acting as if nothing was wrong. On the way to the port, the car was very quiet. Su Nianhe was flipping through the supplies list, occasionally glancing out the window at the passing city scenery, thinking about the next steps. Chen Lifeng was driving carefully, speaking little besides necessary navigation instructions. He was strictly following his role as a bodyguard, which also confirmed the effectiveness of the phone call from Su Zakai last night. He was just an assistant on temporary assignment, not an undercover agent. The port was large, with cranes everywhere and stacks of containers, busy and bustling. The Su Group had its own dedicated docking area and storage facilities here. They were greeted by a port manager who had already been informed and was very friendly and attentive. Miss Su, Mr. Su has given instructions.
Please follow me.
The first batch mainly consists of medicines stored in temperature-controlled warehouses. There are also some military supplies. The manager led the way and explained.
Su Nian nodded, listening carefully.
She asked some questions about storage conditions, security measures, and the process for releasing items. Her questions were professional and to the point, making the manager answer very seriously and diligently. Chen Lifeng silently followed Su Nianhe from about a step away, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings to ensure safety. He seemed uninterested in the conversation between Su Nianhe and the manager, fully focused on his security duties. The tour went smoothly. Su Nianhe saw the batch of supplies with special labels, neatly arranged in designated areas, matching her list exactly. She secretly nodded to herself. Su Zakai's efficiency and quality of work were truly impeccable. Checking and verifying will take some time. Miss Su, do you want to watch here, or? The manager asked. I'll verify here. Please have someone bring the handover documents, Su Nianhe replied. She needed to make sure the numbers were absolutely correct, and more importantly, she wanted to create an opportunity to access all the supplies. The manager quickly arranged for tables, chairs, and thick documents. Su Nianhe sat down and carefully checked each item. Chen Lifeng stood nearby like a silent guardian, neither too close to disturb her nor too far away, always ready to notice her movements. Time passed second by second. Su Nianhe was fully focused, her fingertips gliding over the data lines. During this time, she claimed she needed to personally verify some batch numbers of the medicines and asked to open several boxes. The person in charge cooperated naturally under Chen Lifeng's watchful gaze, checking, counting, and occasionally doing random inspections. This process lasted for over an hour. Once everything was counted and signed off, the official handover was complete. The person in charge sighed in relief and said, Miss Su is very careful. Mr. Su's chosen partner is truly exceptional. That's what should be done. Such important supplies can't have any mistakes. Su Nianhe closed the documents, stood up, and looked slightly tired but satisfied. Next, you'll be responsible for transporting these to the warehouse, right? Yes, the vehicles are arranged and will follow your car. The warehouse in Area C, number 07, where Su Nianhe rented space, is a standalone, sealed building. It is located in a quiet area, with security much higher than regular warehouses. When the heavy iron door slowly closed after all the transport vehicles entered, it completely blocked out the noise and sight from outside. The workers, well trained, followed instructions to unload boxes of medicines and bundles of military supplies, including those valuable military down jackets and telescopes, from the trucks and neatly stacked them inside the warehouse. Throughout the process, Chen Lifeng stood near the warehouse door, scanning the environment like a hawk to ensure everything was perfect. Su Nianhe held the checklist, seemingly doing a final check, but actually planning the best route and order of movement. Finally, the last item was placed and the foreman came over with a receipt. "Miss Su, all the unloading is done. Please sign." Su Nianhe quickly glanced at the list and signed neatly. "Thank you, everyone." The workers left one after another and the warehouse door slowly closed again. The large lights inside went out, leaving only a few emergency lights faintly glowing, plunging the huge space into a near-quiet darkness. Chen Lifeng did not go deep into the warehouse, still standing near the door, with his back to the stacks of goods, maintaining a vigilant stance. This was his duty boundary, and also the opportunity for Su Nianhe to wait. After confirming everyone had left and asking Chen Lifeng to wait outside, Su Nianhe took a deep breath and walked to the middle of the piled-up boxes. She took out a wooden sign, her mind focused. A tall stack of medicine boxes in front of her suddenly disappeared, vanished into her space as if they had never existed. She didn't stop. Her steps were light and quick. As she moved past wooden signs, whether they were tightly packed military supplies crates or stacked cardboard boxes, all the piled-up goods silently and neatly disappeared, transferred into her space without a trace. The whole process was fast and quiet. Only her faint footsteps echoed softly in the empty warehouse. The large space visibly became emptier in a short time. In just a few minutes, the originally crowded storage area C-Zone 07 was completely cleared, leaving only the faint smell of cardboard and wood in the air, proof that many goods had once been stored there. After finishing, Su Nianhe stood still, taking a moment to calm her breathing and settle her excited feelings. Her mind quickly scanned the new, small mountain in the space, and a sense of fulfillment and safety grew inside her like never before. She turned around, her face returning to its usual calm, and walked toward the warehouse door. Hearing footsteps, Chen Lifeng turned around. His eyes habitually swept inside the warehouse. When he saw it was empty, his pupils subtly contracted. A flash of extreme shock and disbelief crossed his stern face, but his strong professionalism made him suppress all emotions in the next second, and his expression quickly returned to calm and steady. The warehouse was empty.
How could that be?
He had been guarding the door, with no vehicles or people coming or going. So many items, how could they all vanish in just a few minutes? A huge wave of doubt crashed into his mind, but he remembered Suzukai's orders. His duty was to protect Miss Su's safety, not to pry into her secrets. He forcibly controlled his urge to carefully check the warehouse, locking all his shock deep inside. He lowered his gaze slightly. Su Nianhe naturally caught his moment of surprise, but she didn't mind. Chen Lifeng was smart and a professional bodyguard. He knew what to look at and what not to ask. "All right, there's no problem here. Lock the door," Su Nianhe said normally, as if she had just finished a routine inspection. "Yes, Miss Su." Chen Lifeng's voice sounded slightly awkward, but he immediately followed the order, efficiently locking the warehouse door completely. The heavy lock clicked shut, sealing away everything that had just happened, making it impossible to see or access. In the following days, Su Nianhe was busy nonstop. A steady stream of grain, cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings was delivered to different warehouses. Then came large amounts of military tents, blankets, and solid alcohol fuel. even several trucks of high-quality smokeless coal. Suzuki was truly impressive, almost always able to meet her needs quickly and efficiently. All supplies were carefully sent to designated storage points according to Su Nianhe's instructions, often during times when there were few people around or when monitoring was weakest, or directly stored in private warehouses controlled entirely by the Su family. Each time, the process was almost the same. Goods arrived, were checked and signed for, personnel left, and then Su Nianhe stayed alone for a moment before leaving with Qin Lifeng. Every time, the storage space in that small wooden courtyard grew rapidly. Food piled into small hills, medicine boxes were neatly stacked, military supplies sorted and categorized, and coal occupied a large corner. The space seemed like a bottomless, greedy hole, yet everything was kept in perfect order. Su Nianhe was like a tireless warehouse manager and magician, rushing around different parts of Port City, turning countless scarce supplies into intangible assets, absorbing them into herself. She was highly focused, exhausted physically, but her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Suzuki kept his promise. Only after all the supplies were stored as Su Nianhe requested did he of the finance department send her a detailed, clear invoice. Su Nianhe sat at the hotel desk, looking at the long list and the shocking total amount at the end, over 98 million, close to 100 million. She took a deep breath. Even though she had expected this number, it still made her heart race. But thinking about the supplies in her space, enough to handle a major crisis, or even serve as a hard currency, and recalling the priceless items quietly resting in a corner of her space that Shenyanji had promised, made the cost seem completely worthwhile. Almost 100 million spent, she whispered to herself, a faint smile appearing on her lips. But it's worth it. She efficiently completed the payment according to the contract. Seeing the bank's confirmation of successful transfer, the last worry in her mind was finally gone. Everything was under control. Paying off the goods meant that this large purchase deal with the Su family had officially concluded on the surface. And she, Su Nianhe, not only completed Shenyanji's task on time, but also used this opportunity to build an incredible strategic reserve for herself. She walked to the window, gazing at the bright night view of Victoria Harbor. Gently, she raised her water glass, making a toast to her reflection in the glass. Su Nianhe drank the clear water in her glass. The cool liquid slid down her throat, slightly easing her recent busy and tiring days. She was thinking about registering her company tomorrow. She had already come up with several possible names. Just as she put down her glass, a very faint but clear ripple spread out like a stone thrown into a calm lake, emanating from her wooden tag and quickly reaching her mind. Su Nianhe paused, her eyes suddenly shining brightly. All her fatigue disappeared, replaced by uncontrollable joy and anticipation. It was Shenyanji. He had indeed kept his promise. The week was up, and he was here to pick up his goods. That's wonderful, she almost jumped with excitement. She quickly suppressed her feelings, focused, and entered the space of the wooden tag. Sure enough, in front of the already mountain-high pile of supplies, a tall figure suddenly appeared, Shenyanji, dressed in dark patterned traditional clothes, with clear and sharp features. He seemed to have just arrived and looked around with slight surprise at this warehouse that was completely different from the last time he left. Even with his calm nature, seeing the dramatic change in just a few days, a hint of shock flickered in his eyes. The once empty space was now filled with various boxes, burlap sacks, and bundles, all neatly categorized and orderly. The rich smell of grains, the bitter scent of herbs, and the unique aroma of leather and metal subtly intertwined, creating a strange yet reassuring sense of abundance. Young Master Shen is indeed punctual, Su Nianhe's smiling voice echoed in the space. Though her physical body was outside, her consciousness projection was here, and her voice was clear. Shenyanji turned his head at the sound and saw Su Nianhe, an apparition, standing seemingly out of nowhere. He quickly masked his surprise, returning to his usual calm, and cupped his hands. "Miss Su, it seems everything is going smoothly." His gaze swept over the large pile of supplies again. Though his tone was calm, His curiosity and satisfaction were clear. "I'm not disappointed," Su Nianhe said proudly. "All the supplies listed are here, nothing missing. Medicines, weapons, food, clothing, fuel, everything prepared to the highest standards. You can check and verify at any time." She paused slightly, scanning the supplies with her mind, and added carefully, "Especially the medicines and antibiotics you emphasized, as well as the military telescopes and the special down jackets, bulletproof clothing, military boots are all here. I also bought a military tent for you." A bright light flickered in Shen Yanji's deep eyes. He didn't rush to check, but once again bowed seriously. "Miss Su, I trust your work. Thank you for your effort. I won't say more about your kindness." Su Nianhe didn't say much. She took out a tent nearby, unwrapped it in front of him, and patiently showed him how to set it up, guiding him step by step. Shen Yanji was quick to learn and grasped the skills in no time. Su Nianhe couldn't help but think to herself, the descendants of ancient emperors are truly extraordinary. Not only do they have good looks, but their minds are sharp too. Later, Su Nianhe explained how to use some modern daily items, and Shen Yanji listened carefully and learned. Seeing that Shen Yanji had mastered the use of various supplies, Su Nianhe asked without delay, "Young Master Shen, is the place ready to store the supplies?" Shen Yanji nodded. "General Yan is waiting in the warehouse over there." Su Nianhe immediately focused her mind and began to activate her space powers. Her expression was focused. Her invisible mental energy acted like a precise control device, locking onto the target. First, she moved out a mountain of grain bags and a large amount of smokeless coal. These basic supplies were the largest in quantity. They suddenly appeared outside the space, in the warehouse next to Yan Jingshao, almost instantly filling a large area. Next, boxes of medicines, sets of military clothing, tents, and tightly sealed weapon cases were carefully sorted and moved out in batches. The supplies were organized by category and batch, spreading quickly across the warehouse floor. The entire process was quiet and efficient. Yan Jingshao stood nearby, witnessing this miracle beyond his understanding. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't hide his shock as he watched materials appear out of nowhere. He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, but the slight tightening of his fingers revealed his inner emotions. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, His Highness prepared well this time." They found a very spacious and tall warehouse outside, enough to hold all these goods. Otherwise, it would have been much more difficult. About an incense stick later, the last batch of supplies, precious telescopes and special down jackets, was carefully placed on the ground. The materials taken out filled the entire warehouse, piling up high and creating a grand scene. Su Nianhe let out a gentle sigh. Moving such a large amount of items required a lot of mental energy, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. But her eyes shone brightly, full of pride from completing such a big achievement. "Young Master Shen, everything listed in the inventory is here," she said confidently, looking at Shen Yanji. Shen Yanji looked at the huge pile of goods, took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and bowed deeply to Su Nianhe. "Miss Su, your skill is amazing. I am truly impressed. I will remember this kindness forever." Su Nianhe smiled, about to say something polite like, "It's just a transaction," when she saw Shen Yanji straighten up. Instead of immediately ordering people to count the items, he took out a simple, elegant box made of rosewood from his wide sleeve. The box was plain but refined, with a smooth surface and a warm glow from age. At first, Su Nianhe didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just another gift of thanks, perhaps a beautiful ancient jade or jewelry. She even secretly wondered what stunning treasure he would reveal this time. However, Shen Yanji held the box carefully, looking very serious, even with a hint of pride that was hard to miss. He looked at Su Nianhe and spoke clearly in the quiet warehouse. "Miss Su, I, along with General Yan's son, have fulfilled our duty. We searched far and wide, following the clues, and finally found this for you." He paused slightly, then carefully pronounced 4 words: "Majestic, lion, furious, roar." "What?" The smile on Su Nianhe's face instantly froze. Her pupils suddenly dilated, and she stood frozen as if under a spell. Did she hear correctly? The roar of a lion? The jade pendant worth 200 million that Mo Tianqian wanted? Actually, she had only mentioned it casually last time. She didn't dare to hope he could find this top-quality treasure, the roar of the lion, so quickly. The huge shock swept through her mind like a tidal wave, making her lose the ability to think. She only stared wide-eyed, fixated on the seemingly ordinary sandalwood box in Shen Yanji's hand. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, so loud she could almost hear it. He found it? He really found it?
So fast?
Shen Yanji looked at her rare, completely flustered state, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips, seemingly pleased with her reaction. He carefully opened the box lid. In an instant, even though the warehouse lighting was not very bright, a dazzling, vibrant green burst forth, full of vitality and power, as if illuminating everything around and making it fade into the background. The box was lined with dark velvet, and inside lay a flawless imperial green jade lion seal. The lion was majestic and fierce, with exquisite carvings. Every strand of its mane was clearly visible, eyes wide open with anger, as if ready to roar and shake the mountains and rivers. The jade's quality and watercolor were top-tier, lush and dripping with green, glossy and restrained, exuding unmatched nobility and dominance. This was the roar of the lion that she had been dreaming of, worth a fortune.
It
Really is it. Su Nianha's voice trembled with disbelief. She instinctively took a step forward, her gaze completely captivated by the exquisite jade, her breathing becoming rapid. 200 million. Hard work truly pays off. No, it's Shen Yanji's effort that paid off. She suddenly looked up at Shen Yanji, her eyes filled with joy, shock, and deep gratitude. Young Master Shen. This is just too amazing. I don't know what to say. You found it so quickly. This far exceeds my expectations. Seeing her so happy, Shen Yanji's smile deepened, but his tone remained calm. I'm glad you like it. If you are pleased, then it is all worth it. He gently closed the box lid, tucking away the stunning brilliance inside. Then with both hands, he handed the wooden box to Su Nianha. Is this enough to cover the payment and your hard work, young lady? Su Nianha almost held her breath, carefully and nervously taking the heavy sandalwood box with trembling hands. The box felt cool to the touch, yet it seemed to carry a weight of thousands of pounds. Inside was more than just a piece of jade. It was a fortune worth 200 million, a symbol of the strong trust between Shen Yanji and herself, and the brightest foundation for her future business empire. After the excitement, a deep sense of achievement and admiration for Shen Yanji's efficiency flooded her mind. At this moment, Su Nianha clearly realized that this man and the world he represented would bring enormous changes to her life. Her fingers clenched tightly around the purple sandalwood box, turning slightly white from the force. The cool sensation passed through the wood, but it couldn't cool the passionate heat rising in her chest. 200 million. Just quietly resting in her hand. She could even feel her pulse beating through her fingertips, resonating with the rare jade inside the box. Young Master Shen, she finally found her voice, though it still trembled slightly. This is not just feasible. It has far exceeded expectations. She looked up, her eyes shining with disbelief and deep gratitude, as well as a sharp new perspective on him. How did you do it? Just over half a month. Miss Su, that's not your concern. We have our ways. Shen Yanji's tone was calm and light, as if he was talking about something trivial. But behind this nonchalance was a carefully planned, painstakingly executed scheme. Since that day when Yan Su and his son made their plans in the tent, they had been sending messages to the capital by pigeon. The pigeon's wings tore through the sky at the border, carrying secret plans to the city. In the capital, Emperor Jing was lost in dreams of eternal life, with purple smoke curling from the alchemy furnace around the palace. This blindness gave Yen's old friend, Minister of Rights Wang Bo, a rare opportunity. Wang Bo and Yen succumbed from a long-standing family friendship. Over the years, Wang Bo has deeply understood the loyalty and struggles of the Yan family father and son. He has often spoken up for them in the unpredictable court, helping them survive the emperor's growing suspicion and the crown prince's watchful eye. He watches quietly, seeing that Emperor Jing is foolish and the crown prince is cruel. If the throne truly falls into the hands of the Eastern Palace, the country will be in danger. However, news from the border gives him hope. The third prince, Sun Yanji, has gained the support of both soldiers and people in Jin City. It seems he also has a mysterious hero helping him, and his reputation is rising quickly. Additionally, Sun Yanji's mother, a princess who was once taken into the palace, has passed away. But in the past, she was a noblewoman from the Wang family, which makes Wang Bo related to Sun Yanji by family ties. If Sun Yanji can inherit the throne, Wang Bo's contributions will be recognized, and he will gain great honor and status. In a secret letter, Yan So openly praises and supports Sun Yanji. Wang Bo thinks carefully and finally decides to risk everything, including his family's future, to help Sun Yanji. He remembers a famous alchemist near the emperor, Master Su. He had met him once. Master Su's sharp eyes had already seen through the greed and desire hidden beneath his beautiful robes. With the plan set, Wang Bo does not go himself. Instead, he sends his second son, Wang Jingran, who is in charge of imperial trade. Wang Jingran understands immediately. He uses his wealth and information network to quickly gather rare treasures and antiques from overseas, and carefully selects several stunning women. This generous gift is quietly sent to Master Su's luxurious but secretive residence in the capital. Soon after, a carefully arranged banquet begins at his home. The wine flows, music plays softly, and as the guests become tipsy, Wang Jingran pretends to be drunk. He pulls on Master Su's sleeve and sighs, "Your divine blessing is truly enviable. I've heard that your majesty owns a jade pendant called Roaring Lion, which gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's a divine object. Sadly, I am not fortunate enough to see it with my own eyes in this lifetime." Master Su takes a few sips of wine, enjoying the flattery, and then chuckles. His vanity and greed swell instantly. He lowers his voice and says, "Young Master Wang, you speak too modestly. His Majesty is a true dragon emperor. I only wish to share a few treasures with those who are destined to appreciate them. It's not difficult."
But
His words pause as he gently strokes his wine cup with a meaningful look. Wang Jingren secretly sneered, but his face immediately filled with surprise and sincerity as he clapped 3 times. The servant waiting outside quickly brought in a heavy sandalwood box. As the lid was opened, a dazzling display of jewelry and treasures almost filled the entire luxurious room. Daoist Su's eyes were instantly captivated by the bright, golden glow, and a joyful, uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. Within a few days, Daoist Su found the perfect moment when the emperor was most excited and happy after taking the golden pill. He respectfully spoke with a very serious expression, "Your Majesty, I observed the stars last night and combined that with the furnace's heat to glimpse a bit of the heavenly secret. To create an immortal pill that lasts forever, we must use the supreme, pure jade as a guide. It needs to absorb the powerful imperial energy and fierce killing intent, then be refined in the furnace for 49 days. This will balance the dragon and tiger energies, activate the medicine, and help your Majesty achieve the great path of the golden pill, completing the perfect transformation." At first, the emperor hesitated. That roaring lion was not just a simple ornament, it was a symbol of imperial authority and a treasured artifact. However, Daoist Su's persuasive words emphasized how crucial this item was for becoming an immortal. Meanwhile, the Wang, who was already convinced by Xin Yan's words, knew this was a trick by the Yan family father and son. For the future of the country, Wang chose to support the third prince. He then bowed and agreed, "Your Majesty, Daoist Su is right. Although the treasure is expensive, it cannot compare to the longevity of the immortal path. This is the best use of the treasure. In the end, the ultimate temptation of eternal life overwhelmed everything. The emperor waved his hand and approved. The roaring lion, jade pendant, symbolizing supreme imperial power, was easily taken from the royal treasury and handed over to Daoist Su. In an instant, it appeared as a thank you gift for a dirty deal placed on Wang Bo's desk. Wang Bo's fingers brushed over the smooth yet seemingly roaring jade, suppressing his excitement. Without hesitation, he ordered sharply, "Urgent delivery. Send it immediately to the third prince in Jincheng." A swift horse, carrying secrets vital to the empire's future, kicked up dust and was rushed to Shun Yan's hands. Of course, Su Nianhe didn't know any of this. She only thought Shen Yan was truly talented and destined for greatness. Soon, she believed she could maintain a long-term business relationship with him as his most important strategic resource supplier. But Shen Yanji had no time to guess what Su Nianhe was thinking. His mind was filled with the urgency to return and discuss with Yan Su and his son how to use these supplies to strengthen the nation. As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his hands to Su Nianhe and took his leave. After Shen Yanji left, Su Nianhe suppressed her excitement and quickly stored the lion's roar safely in the cabinet on the second floor of her office space, planning to sell it to Imo Tianqiong after returning to the capital. At dawn the next day, Su Nianhe was still lost in her dream of getting rich. In her dream, she had already registered an import trading company in Harbor City. She also dreamed that Shen Yanji came to her, humbly asking for advice on how to make the country stronger. She then recommended Grandpa Yuan's high-yield rice seeds and the modern method of building tall buildings with reinforced concrete. After Shen Yanji's figure faded from the dream, when one appeared, smiling gently as she walked into her space. Seeing her, Su Nianhe eagerly took out various modern cosmetics, fine powder, bright lipstick, and moisturizing cream, and introduced them to Wenwan one by one. Just as she was enjoying her dream, a sudden burst of her phone's ringtones startled her awake. She picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID showed her mentor, Meng Mingyuan. "Nianhe, where are you now?" came Meng Mingyuan's gentle voice from the other end.
I'm.
Su Nianhe wanted to hide the fact that she was in Harbor City, but faced with her mentor's genuine concern, she finally admitted, "I'm in Harbor City. Why did you suddenly go there? Don't tell me you're with that boy Suzuki?" Meng Mingyuan's tone was half teasing, half curious. "No, really not." Su Nianhe's heart tightened, and she quickly denied it. She couldn't let her mentor misunderstand her relationship with Suzuki. Meng Mingyuan chuckled softly on the phone. This girl was so nervous that her voice even trembled, yet she still tried to sound calm. That boy Suzuki had been openly protective of Su Nianhe lately. Anyone could see they were close. But since she didn't want to talk about it, as her mentor, he wouldn't press further. All right, if you're not with him, that's fine," Meng Mingyuan said kindly, changing the subject as if his earlier question had been casual. "Nianhe, the reason I called is to ask about that piece of agarwood you brought last time." He paused, his voice carrying a faint hint of excitement. "That quality is truly exceptional. My phone has almost exploded with calls from those old guys. They come smelling the scent, eager to ask about it. All curious and vying to buy and display it at home." Meng Mingyuan's voice was warm but serious. They offered high prices, hoping to get one or two more. "Can you tell your mentor? With such good stuff, does your family or your contacts still have more? Not necessarily rare agarwood, top-quality golden silk nanmu would do too. Just send some over to satisfy their cravings." On the other end of the call, Su Nianhe's heart had just calmed down after her mentor stopped asking about Suzuki, but now it raced again because of this sudden purchase request. Her mind raced quickly, and the wooden bundles in the second-floor office seemed to sparkle in her thoughts. She took a deep breath, trying to sound less excited, a bit hesitant but also eager. "Teacher Meng, old Sen saw those bundles of wood the other day, and they're still there. But whether they're very rare is hard to say. As for other golden silk nanmu, I can only say I'll look around." When Meng Mingyuan heard her agree to give him those bundles, his tone became even warmer. Good. You must come back quickly and bring them over." Those old guys are waiting eagerly, and the price won't be unfair to you. Okay, Teacher Meng. But I have a small request. Just say it, girl, Meng Mingyuan replied cheerfully. I'm planning to open an antique shop in Beijing, and would like you to help me out, Su Nianhe said with some anticipation. That's easy. I'll help you, Meng Mingyuan agreed immediately, then added, but we need to agree if you find any new old items, you have to show them to me first. No problem. It's a deal. I'll book a plane ticket now, and come to see you as soon as possible. Su Nianhe couldn't hide her happiness. Good. The teacher will be waiting for you in Beijing. After hanging up, Su Nianhe held her phone, looked out at the morning light over the port city, and felt like another huge business opportunity was shining down on her, filling her with joy. The favor and buying power of top antique collectors are like a ticket more valuable than gold. So, the plan to register a company in Port City was temporarily put aside. Su Nianhe immediately called Chen Lifeng to help book 2 tickets for an immediate return to Beijing. 2 hours later, Su Nianhe and Chen Lifeng appeared in the VIP lounge at Port City Airport. Su Nianhe hesitated over the name, Suzukai, in her phone contacts. As her finger moved across the screen, a thought crossed her mind. Chen Lifeng probably already told him about her departure. She finally turned off the screen, put her phone back in her bag, and let out a quiet sigh. She whispered to herself, trying to convince herself, forget it, Chen Lifeng will say it anyway. Calling him might seem like I care too much. No need, it's just unnecessary. Meanwhile, in the office of the Su Group, Suzukai was busy handling company affairs. Over the years, he had been pretending to be a spoiled rich kid outwardly, while secretly placing trusted people in Su Group through Old Chen, all to crush the schemes of his half-brother, Su Zhan. Recently, his increasingly obvious actions made Su Zhan, who had already relaxed his guard, suspicious again. Suzukai had to focus on dealing with this, and in the process, he completely forgot about Su Nianhe. That day, Suzukai had just finished a video conference with overseas directors and massaged his slightly swollen forehead. The intense work and secret dealings with Su Zhan had made him feel like a stretched string these days. He habitually picked up his personal phone, swiped across the screen, but didn't see any messages or missed calls from the person he expected. A strange sense of emptiness quietly arose. He frowned and suddenly realized he hadn't heard anything about Su Nianhe for 2 days. He immediately pressed the internal call button, his voice carrying a faint sense of urgency. Old Chen, come in for a moment. After a short while, Old Chen knocked and entered, still looking meticulous, calm, and capable. Mr. Su, you called me? Suzukai didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. How is Su Nianhe doing lately? Nothing happened, right? He tried to sound like he was just casually concerned. Old Chen was surprised and said, Mr. Su, Miss Su arrived safely in Beijing 2 days ago. Suzukai suddenly stood up from the leather seat, causing the chair to slide back with a loud screech. He leaned forward with both hands on the desk, his sharp eyes fixed on Chen Lifeng. His voice suddenly rose, full of disbelief and suppressed anger. She's back in the capital? 2 days ago? Why are you only telling me now? Old Chen was surprised by his anger. Could it be that Su Nianhe didn't say goodbye to Mr. Su? No wonder Mr. Su is so angry, his sincere feelings were ignored. But Chen Lifeng remained calm, speaking in a steady, almost matter-of-fact tone, as if explaining a basic rule. Lifeng followed your clear instructions. Unless it concerns Miss Su's safety, he doesn't need to report her daily schedule in detail, to avoid losing her trust and causing you unnecessary trouble. Besides, Miss Su's trip back to the capital went smoothly, so there was no need for special reporting. Suzukai was momentarily speechless after hearing this. His chest felt tight with frustration, almost ready to explode, but Chen Lifeng's strict adherence to the rules kept him from losing control. He opened his mouth to scold him for being inflexible, but the words got stuck. He suddenly raised his hand and loosened his tie forcefully, as if that could help him breathe. His face was dark and cold, like water could drip from it. He took several deep breaths before finally forcing out a voice through clenched teeth. Fine. I get it. You can leave now. His tone was sharp and impatient, showing clear annoyance and irritation. Old Chen nodded slightly, calmly left the office, and gently closed the door. Suddenly, the office was empty except for Suzuki. With a loud bang, he slammed his fist on the heavy wooden desk. His chest heaved violently, clearly very angry. Chun Li-feng.
You
blockhead. Wooden-headed fool, he muttered angrily, frustration and disappointment in his voice. Can you hide things from me? I told you not to bother her. Not to keep me in the dark. He paced back and forth in the office, running his fingers through his hair, messing up his neat hairstyle. After a long moment of frustration, Suzuki finally calmed down. He walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the busy city below, his eyes a bit distant. He took out his phone, his fingertips once again hovering over the name, but he ultimately did not make the call. He simply hummed softly, his tone complicated, mixed with frustration, helplessness, and a hint of unnoticed disappointment. Fine, Su Nianhe, you're impressive. You go back to Beijing without even saying hello. Really impressive. He stared out the window, silent for a long time, then suddenly picked up another work phone and quickly dialed a number. His tone returned to his usual calm and decisive manner, but with firm insistence. Immediately check where Miss Su Nianhe is staying after returning to Beijing and her recent schedule. Be detailed. Yes, report back to me as soon as possible. No matter what, he needed to know everything about her, even if he wasn't there in person. Beijing City, an antique market. Su Nianhe had just landed and settled in when she eagerly dialed a number. Her voice was respectful but carried a hint of urgency. Hello, Teacher Meng. This is Nianhe. I've arrived in Beijing. About the shop I mentioned yesterday, I wonder if you're available today. On the other end, Meng Mingyuan's cheerful laugh came through. Haha girl, you're back. Fast work. I happen to have a tea appointment with Lao Zhou today. He's like a walking map of this antique street, knows every shop's owner, their deals, everything. Where are you? I'll come pick you up and we'll go shopping today. Within half an hour, Meng Mingyuan's car stopped in front of Su Nianhe's hotel. He personally led her and Chen Liheng through the charming, old-fashioned streets, exchanging greetings with familiar shopkeepers and asking about the shop's details. They arrived at a shop with a prime location but a slightly quiet atmosphere, where an elderly man with a slender build, surnamed Zhou, was waiting. He looked at Meng Mingyuan and teased with a smile. Old Meng, your student looks honest and clever. Is this girl planning to buy a shop? Meng Mingyuan nodded and replied, Old Zhou, that's her. She has good taste and a sharp mind, definitely a promising talent. You should help her find a reliable place. Old Zhou glanced at the shop and honestly said, the owner is eager to return south to develop, so the price is fair. But the layout is a bit dull. Used to do porcelain business, so it feels somewhat old-fashioned. After a moment, she turned to the two men. Teacher Zhou, Teacher Meng, I think this place is quite good. The location is nice, the space is enough, and the layout can be changed if needed. The most important thing is that there is good foot traffic and a strong background. I think. Let's decide on this place. Meng Mingyuan and Old Zhou looked at each other, both surprised by her decisiveness. Meng Mingyuan couldn't help asking, Girl, aren't you going to look at other places? Su Nianhe smiled and shook her head. I trust your judgment, teacher, and I believe Teacher Zhou's recommendations won't be wrong. Please help us connect with the owner, so we can settle this quickly. Old Zhou clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Great. That's straightforward. I love dealing with honest people. Old Meng, your student is really impressive. I'll go call the owner now. Things went surprisingly smoothly. Within 2 days, the shop lease was initially finalized. On the afternoon of the third day, Su Nianhe took out 2 bundles of firewood from her space, which the woodcutter had given her earlier, and arrived as promised at Meng Mingyuan's antique shop, filled with collectibles. Inside, 3 distinguished elders sat drinking tea. When they saw Meng Mingyuan bring in a young girl, all 3 showed some curiosity. Meng Mingyuan smiled and introduced. Old brothers, this is the young friend I mentioned, Su Nianhe. Nianhe, these 3 are my old friends, Old Zhang, Old Li, and Old Wang. They are experts who have been playing with wood for most of their lives. Su Nianhe respectfully bowed and greeted, Old Zhang, Old Li, Old Wang, hello. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Nianhe placed two plain-looking cloth bags on the large pearwood table in the middle. The most impatient old Li was the first to lean forward, looking at the cloth bags with curiosity. Miss Su, the treasure that old Meng mentioned so mysteriously, is it inside here? Su Nianhe smiled and reached to untie the bag. Just look and see, teachers. She said, this is the firewood left by my grandmother. I think it's special, so I didn't want to burn it. I've kept it until now. As she opened the bag, a strange, rich, slightly cool fragrance quietly spread out. The three elders almost simultaneously sniffed the air, their faces changing instantly. When Su Nianhe poured out some of the seemingly plain, even muddy-looking wooden blocks onto the soft cloth, old Zhang suddenly leaned forward, almost pressing his nose to the wood, and his voice changed. This pattern. This scent. Old Meng. Come look at this. Old Li couldn't wait to pick up a small piece, trembling fingers examining the cross-section, then deeply sniffing it under his nose. He was so excited that his beard was trembling.
No mistake. No mistake.
This is top-quality agarwood. Look at these oil lines. Smell this aroma. And this. This is golden silk nanmu, or dark nanmu. Look at the water waves, the shine. My goodness. Old Wang picked up another piece of golden silk nanmu, carefully examining it under the light, muttering non-stop. Such a waste. Truly a waste. The appearance, the fragrance. Almost burned as firewood? Oh, ancestors. The three old gentlemen completely forgot their usual manners, surrounding the pile of firewood, like they had found rare treasures, marveling and unable to let go, their eyes shining brightly. Although Meng Mingyuan had been mentally prepared, he was still momentarily stunned by the scene, then shook his head with a smile. He turned to Su Nianhe. Girl, look at how these old brothers are getting so excited. Tell me, what do you plan to do with these firewood? Su Nianhe looked at the excited old men like children, smiled gently, and spoke casually and generously. The teachers are all experts and also close friends of Teacher Meng. If these things catch their eye, it's their fate. As for the price, just go with what you think is fair. I trust you all. Hearing this, the three elders were even more delighted. Old Zhang excitedly waved his hand. This is too much. Miss Su, this is very precious. Old Li nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, yes. Such quality material, priceless. Girl, your trust. I truly feel honored. Old Wang turned directly to Meng Mingyuan, speaking seriously. Old Meng, your student. No, your little friend. From now on, she's like my own niece.
No, my little ancestor.
If there's anything in the antique market, just mention my name. Old Meng, a few days ago you asked me to help you find a shop for your student. Now such good things appear, and you left me out? That's not very kind. Just as the antique shop was filled with a joyful and lively atmosphere, Zhou Lao strolled in. Zhou Lao's words carried a hint of playful blame, but his sharp eyes betrayed his cleverness. He stepped inside slowly, his gaze immediately fixed on the pile of firewood on the table. His nostrils flared slightly, and a look of shock and fascination appeared on his face, just like the other three elders moments ago. He quickly took a step forward, almost snatching a piece of rare agarwood from old Li's hand. He examined it carefully, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes to savor it for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, his face was full of excitement. This is top-quality agarwood. And this golden-threaded fragrant wood. Old Meng, you've kept this from me for so long. Such a lucky find. I almost missed it. Seeing this scene, Meng Mingyuan laughed loudly, with a tone full of pride and teasing. Oh, old Zhou, what are you saying? Miss Nianhe just came back, and she just brought out these items. I was planning to wait until the shop was settled to surprise you. Who knew you'd be so quick, smelling the scent and coming right over? Su Nianhe looked at the industry experts in front of her. They were so excited and eager over the top-quality wood that they looked like children fighting over toys. She couldn't help but laugh and quickly tried to smooth things over. She spoke gently and thoughtfully. Professor Zhou, don't worry. Since you're here, let's enjoy these together. All of you are experts, and I'm honored to have your favor. I was planning to wait until the shop opened, either to keep these as treasures or to use them to connect with fellow collectors. Her words not only gave Professor Zhou a way to save face, but also hinted at future cooperation. Hearing this, Professor Zhou felt very pleased, and his earlier slight annoyance disappeared instantly. He patted his chest, as if still a bit nervous. Good, good. You're a clever girl. I almost missed such a treasure, and my heart. Now I feel at ease. From now on, your shop will be my priority. If you need anything, just ask, old Joe. You're too late. Old Wang chuckled and interrupted. We've already accepted this little girl as our own. From now on, this street will be protected by us old guys. Old Zhang and Old Li nodded in agreement, making the atmosphere in the antique shop even warmer and more friendly. The few old men gathered around the wood, excitedly discussing how to price it fairly, so as not to betray their trust, and what kind of objects these woods would be best for, to show their true value. Meng Mingyuan took the chance to whisper to Su Nianhe with a smile, full of pride. Girls, see? Your firewood is quite powerful. It's already brought the top collectors in Jing City's antique circle here. From now on, your shop will be very popular. Su Nianhe looked at the lively scene before her, feeling full of joy and anticipation. She understood that the few bundles of firewood she exchanged for brought not only incredible wealth, but also the most solid and valuable connections in the antique circle of the capital city. She nodded with a smile, her gaze sweeping over a few enthusiastic elderly gentlemen as she quietly sketched out her future plans for the antique shop. Just as Su Nianhe's antique shop was beginning to take shape with the support of 5 senior experts and various preparations were underway, another important figure, old Mo Tianqiong, arrived unexpectedly. This saved Su Nianhe a lot of trouble. She had been quietly pondering how to naturally and properly tell this mysterious old man about her shop opening and also share the news that the Lion Roar jade pendant had been found. If she took the initiative to speak first, she worried it might seem too eager and he might take advantage of her by lowering the price. After all, everyone in the antique world, including Old Meng and other senior collectors, thought Mo Tianqiong was too mysterious and unpredictable, not easy to deal with. Mo Tianqiong's arrival was silent, but carried an undeniable presence. That afternoon, under the bright sun, he appeared at the shop's entrance, leaning on a smooth, purple sandalwood cane, looking like a thin, elderly passerby. Inside, Su Nianhe was quietly discussing shelf materials with Meng Mingyuan, while Zhou Lao pointed out where to hang the paintings on the wall. His appearance made the relaxed atmosphere in the shop tighten slightly. Meng Mingyuan was the first to react, immediately showing a respectful smile and stepping forward. Old Mo, what wind brought you here? Please come in, please come in. Zhou Lao quickly adjusted his casual stance and greeted him respectfully. Su Nianhe felt a slight movement in her heart, but remained calm on her face. She stepped forward gracefully, offering a respectful greeting. Old Mo, you've arrived. Mo Tianqiong nodded slightly, his calm eyes beneath snowy white eyebrows like a deep, ancient pond. He didn't exchange many words, but his gaze slowly swept over the shop's emerging layout, pausing briefly at the areas he had previously pointed out. It seems Miss Su's shop is set here. His voice was old but clear, without any doubt, just a calm statement. Yes, old Mo. I am quite satisfied with this place. It suits me well. Su Nianhe replied respectfully. We are still preparing, so it's a bit messy. I hope you don't mind. Mo Tianqiong slowly entered the shop, gently tapping his cane on the ground, producing a steady click. His gaze casually swept through the shop, finally resting on Su Nianhe. His voice was calm and steady, without any hint of emotion. Miss Su, it seems I missed the busiest time. He was referring to the small appreciation event a few days ago. The conversations inside the shop suddenly stopped. Meng Mingyuan and Old Zhou both quickly masked their relaxed smiles. Old Meng cleared his throat, and Old Zhou instinctively straightened his back, offering a polite and cautious smile. People in the antique world have mixed feelings about Mo Tianqiong. Everyone knows he has a deep and mysterious background, sharp eyes, and has handled countless rare treasures. He is truly a top figure in the hidden circles of the industry. But because of this, he also appears very mysterious, unpredictable in his actions, and has a stern, serious demeanor. His presence is strong, making him hard to approach. Dealing with him always requires extra caution. Su Nianhe was slightly surprised by his sudden appearance, but she showed no sign of it on her face. She stepped forward politely, with a proper smile and respectful tone. "Old Mr. Mo, you are being modest. It's just a few experienced masters caring for their juniors, coming to help look around and have some fun. I was just thinking of waiting until the shop looked a bit better before inviting you over for guidance. I didn't expect you to come so early. We've been a bit careless." Her words were respectful and balanced, explaining the situation while showing her respect, cleverly easing any subtle tension in his words. Mo Tianqiong's gaze lingered on her face for a moment. In his calm, deep eyes, there seemed to flicker a faint, almost imperceptible emotion, so quick that no one could catch it. He didn't dwell on the question of, "Why wasn't I notified?" instead turning his attention to the shop. His tone was flat. "Since you're opening a shop, the layout and decorations are the face of the place, and also about feng shui. This place is acceptable." His comment of acceptable might sound critical coming from others, but from him, it was almost a rare approval. Meng Mingyuan and Old Zhou exchanged a quick glance, and both relaxed slightly. Old Zhou quickly smiled and responded, "Old Mr. Mo, you're an expert. If you say it's acceptable, then the foundation of the shop is solid. We're discussing how to arrange the antique shelf so that it displays treasures well, without blocking the flow of good energy. If you have any good ideas, please kindly point them out to us." Mo Tianqiong was not polite. He walked slowly into the shop. His steps were calm, and his gaze sharp. He casually pointed out a few small issues with the placement and lighting, speaking briefly but hitting the key points every time. Meng Mingyuan and Old Zhou nodded thoughtfully, listening carefully. Su Nianhe followed nearby, listening attentively. She secretly thought that this person was truly deep and mysterious. After a simple exchange, Mo Tianqiong didn't seem to want to stay long. He looked at Su Nianhe again and took out a very simple, elegant calling card. It had only a dark ink mark of an ancient jar and a handwritten phone number. "Girl, the last card I gave you probably didn't suit you, right? It's been a while and you haven't called me?" His tone was still calm, but carried a firm weight. "If you like this number now, give me a call." This remark made the few old gentlemen present feel confused. Only Su Nianhe understood that Mo Tianqiong was actually asking whether there was any news about the roaring lion jade pendant that was important to him. Whether there was news or not, she had to give him a definite answer. She couldn't just leave him hanging. When Mo Tianqiong said this, the atmosphere in the shop, which had been a bit tense because of his arrival, seemed to grow even heavier. Meng Mingyuan and Old Zhou looked at each other, both showing confusion. The last calling card? Give him a call? The old gentlemen were truly puzzled, not understanding what Mo Tianqiong meant with his vague words, nor why he only said this to Su Nianhe. Only Su Nianhe understood clearly. She immediately realized that Mo Tianqiong's real concern wasn't about the card, but about whether there was news of the roaring lion jade pendant, which was linked to an important promise he made. He chose to speak in this roundabout, questioning way to keep his usual mysterious style, while also subtly urging and testing. Su Nianhe quickly thought through, then showed a perfect, slightly apologetic smile. She slightly bowed, her attitude more respectful, and her voice clear and gentle. "Old Mo, you're joking. I would never take lightly what you gave me. I've been keeping it safe and always remembering it. Your entrusted matter is very important, and I dare not be careless. Recently, I have been paying close attention and searching in many directions. Recently, I have indeed found some small clues." Her words paused slightly, cleverly leaving a hint that would make others curious. She admitted she was working on it, but did not reveal everything, showing she was cautious and trustworthy. She looked up at Mo Tianqiong with sincere and serious eyes. The clues still need time to be sorted out and verified to ensure nothing is missed. That's why I didn't want to disturb your peace prematurely. She thought that once her shop was a bit more stable and she had about 70 or 80% confidence, she would prepare a generous gift and visit you personally to report and ask for advice. Since you are here today, I might as well ask you face to face. Do you prefer I report immediately when I have clear progress, or wait until everything is certain? Her words were flawless. She explained why she hadn't contacted him sooner, not because she didn't care, but because she was cautious and responsible about her promises. She also showed respect for old Mo, humbly leaving the decision of next steps to him, always putting his wishes first. At the same time, her mention of a few small clues piqued curiosity, enough to soothe Mo Tianqiong's waiting mood. It made him unable to complain and perhaps even look forward to what's coming. Mo Tianqiong's deep eyes looked at her, lingering on her honest and clever face for a moment. The shop was silent. Meng Mingyuan and old Zhou, though not understanding everything, could see that there was some important, secret agreement between these two. They all held their breath and watched quietly. After a while, the faint, almost non-existent hint of questioning on Mo Tianqiong's face disappeared. He spoke slowly, his voice calm and steady, but with a slight softening. If that's the case, then I trust you. It's better to be cautious. When you have definite news, let me know. He didn't insist on knowing the clues immediately, showing patience and a big-picture view. It also showed he approved of Su Nianhe's explanation and approach. Yes, I understand, Mo Tianqiong. I will clarify things as soon as possible and will not delay your matters, Su Nianhe thought to herself, feeling relieved that she had passed the test. She quickly responded respectfully. Mo Tianqiong nodded slightly and said no more. He looked at the shop again, his gaze passing over the few elderly gentlemen who still seemed a bit confused. Finally, he said to Su Nianhe, "Run the business well." After speaking, he leaned on his cane and turned to leave slowly. Meng Mingyuan and old Zhou hurriedly saw him off again. Once old Mo's figure disappeared, old Zhou couldn't help but lower his voice and ask Meng Mingyuan, "Old Meng, what kind of riddle is old Mo and Miss Nianhe talking about?" "It sounds like something important." Meng Mingyuan shook his head thoughtfully, his eyes showing a new respect for Su Nianhe. "Old Mo's matters are not something we can easily inquire about. But it seems that Nianhe is more than we thought. She's not simple. Being entrusted so seriously by old Mo is both an opportunity and a test." Su Nianhe listened quietly to the two elders' whispers, not explaining, but carefully keeping the new invitation card from Mo Tianqiong. She knew clearly in her heart that after today, she had to tell him about the jade pendant. 200 million was a lot, and only when the money was in her pocket could she feel at ease. Su Nianhe was quietly thinking about how to start the conversation with old Mo about the deal. Last time, the roaring tiger in the mountain forest painting was openly sold at a proper auction. But this time, it was a private deal, which was riskier. Moreover, she wanted to keep this secret, not letting others know. It seemed that Mo Tianqiong shared the same idea. Otherwise, he would have told Meng Laoshe and Wang Lao about it long ago. Unexpectedly, that night after finishing her work, just as Su Nianhe returned to the hotel lobby, Mo Tianqiong used the same method as before, asking someone to invite her to a VIP room for a private talk. Su Nianhe felt a bit nervous. First, Mo Tianqiong's identity was sensitive. Second, Zakai Su was not with her this time, so she was going alone. But then she thought, Mo Tianqiong's goal was clearly only that jade pendant. It shouldn't be too risky. Plus, Chun-Li Hui was with her, so it should be fine. She took a deep breath, suppressing her unease, and maintained a calm expression. She nodded slightly to the messenger, who was clearly a trusted aide of old Mo, and said softly, "Please lead the way." She turned her head slightly and exchanged a glance with Chun-Li Hui behind her. Chun-Li Hui looked calm as usual, nodded almost imperceptibly, and followed silently but steadily, just a step behind her. He was both her protector and silent support. The VIP lounge on the top floor of the hotel is very quiet. The thick carpet absorbs all noise. The guide gently pushes open the heavy wooden door and bows slightly to indicate entry. The room is dimly lit, with only a few wall lamps creating a cozy atmosphere. Mo Tianqiong sits alone in a large Zeton wood Taisher chair, with his distinctive Zeton staff leaning against the armrest. He does not stand up to greet the guest. Instead, he raises his thin, withered hand slightly toward the empty seat opposite, exuding an undeniable sense of authority. His eyes, weathered yet clear, appear especially sharp in the dim light, like a lurking eagle, instantly locking onto Su Nianhe. "Miss Su," he begins, his voice deep and old, cutting straight to the point without unnecessary pleasantries. Old master does not like to waste words. "Is the lion's roar in your possession?" His direct question eases Su Nianhe's initial nervousness. She sits down as instructed, keeping her back straight, facing his seemingly penetrating gaze. She responds clearly and without hesitation, "Old Master Mo, I am fortunate not to have failed my mission. The item has indeed been found." She pauses briefly, speaking carefully and firmly. "As long as the 200 million yuan you previously promised is paid, the jade pendant will be yours." She deliberately slows her tone on paid, her slender fingers unconsciously curling on her lap, revealing her cautious mind. Mo Tianqiong's face, lined with wrinkles, shows no obvious reaction, as if he had already expected this answer. He simply lowers his eyelids, his deep-set eyes more intense in the shadow cast by his eyelashes. His bony fingers tap rhythmically on his knee, making a barely audible sound. "Good," he says simply and decisively. "Account number." Su Nianhe takes out a prepared slip of paper from her purse, showing a clear string of bank account numbers, and passes it across the coffee table. Mo Tianqiong takes it without looking closely. Instead, he pulls out an old-fashioned, yet clearly custom-made phone, and dials a number. His call is brief, with no greeting. He simply states the numbers and the 200 million amount into the microphone, then says firmly, "Proceed now." His tone is an unquestioning command. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to have no doubts, and immediately agreed. After the call ended, the VIP room fell into complete silence. In this quiet space, the only sounds were the slow, careful breaths of a few people. Su Nianhe could clearly feel her heart beating faster. She tried to keep her face calm, but her attention was fully on her phone, waiting for that decisive beep. Time seemed to stretch. Just when the silence was almost overwhelming, a clear, short notification sound from her phone suddenly rang out, breaking the quiet. Su Nianhe quickly picked up her phone. The screen lit up, showing a special notification from the bank for VIP clients. She quickly checked the details. Her funds had been safely transferred into her account, exactly the amount agreed upon. The heavy weight of worry in her heart suddenly lifted, replaced by a strong sense of relief. Without hesitation, she put away her phone, reached into her bag, and with a slight thought, took out a purple sandalwood box. The intricate carvings on the lid shimmered faintly in the dim light. She carefully held the box with both hands, her expression serious, and handed it to Mo Tianqiong. "Old Mo, please examine this." Mo Tianqiong's deep gaze fixed on the box. His calm eyes seemed to flicker with a barely noticeable ripple. He extended his weathered but steady hand, slowly and almost reverently taking the box. His fingertips lightly brushed the smooth, cool surface of the lid, just about to open it. Suddenly, the door to the VIP room was pushed open forcefully from outside, hitting the wall behind with a loud bang. A clear, urgent voice with undeniable authority suddenly rang out, shattering the almost frozen silence inside the room. The three inside, Su Nianhe, Mo Tianqiong, and Chen Lifeng, were all startled. They immediately turned their heads toward the door. You see Su Zakai standing at the open door, tall and upright but with quick, shallow breaths. His expensive suit jacket is casually draped over his arm, the top button of his shirt undone, and his tie slightly loosened. A thin layer of sweat beads on his forehead, showing he has hurriedly rushed over. Su Zakai's eyes are sharp and intense. He quickly scans the room, first looking at Su Nianhe and Chen Lifeng. Seeing she is safe, the worry in his eyes slightly eases. In the next moment, his gaze locks onto Mo Tianqiong, who is holding a beautiful box and suddenly stops moving. Suzukai rushes forward swiftly, reaching out with a firm hand to the purple wooden box from Mo Tianqiong's grasp. This move is lightning fast and assertive, catching everyone by surprise. The sudden action makes Mo Tianqiong, who had been sitting calmly, visibly startled for the first time. His thin body trembles, and his deep eyes narrow in disbelief and sudden anger. He had been maintaining a calm, commanding presence all evening, but Suzukai's almost wild grab completely shatters that control. His hand, which was about to open the box, freezes midair, trembling slightly from the shock. Next to him, Su Nianhe is also stunned. Her bright eyes widen in shock, almost doubting what she sees. She cannot understand why Suzukai appears now, and why he would act so recklessly and offensively. The fragile trust and balance built just moments ago between old Mo and herself, based on 2 billion yuan, seemed to be shattered in an instant. She instinctively opens her mouth but, overwhelmed by shock and confusion, cannot speak a word. She only looks at Suzukai with confusion and a hint of panic. Even Chen Lifeng, the silent bodyguard who has always been like a shadow, shows a slight flicker of emotion. His muscles tense immediately, and he leans forward instinctively, ready to stop or protect. His sharp gaze locks onto Suzukai, filled with suspicion and alertness. More than anything, he instinctively warns because Suzukai's actions have completely disrupted the situation, putting Su Nianhe in a very dangerous and unpredictable position. After a brief silence, Mo Tianqiong erupts like a volcano. His face, full of wrinkles, turned red with extreme anger. His chest heaved violently, like a sleeping lion that had been completely provoked. All his composure and grace were thrown aside in that moment. He suddenly slapped the armrest of the grand chair, using the force to stand up abruptly. Pointing at Suzukai, his voice trembled with rage, but remained loud and shocking. "Young Master Su, what are you doing? This is simply too much. Do you really think I fear your Su family?" "Mo Tianqiong, you know very well what I want to do," Suzukai said confidently, every word clear and firm. "You want to take a jade pendant worth $1 billion for just 200 million? Do you think everyone is as easy to fool as that girl?" As soon as he spoke, Su Nianhe and Chen Lifeng were stunned in place, their faces full of disbelief. Mo Tianqiong, exposed and furious, slammed the table hard. The cups and dishes trembled lightly. "Suzukai, this is a private deal between me and Miss Su. How much I pay has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, put down the jade pendant quickly, or don't expect to leave easily today." However, Suzukai only curled his lips and looked at him coldly. "Mo Tianqiong, what if I say that Miss Su is my fiancée? Now, does this matter to me? You're just causing trouble for no reason. Bring him out." He no longer looked at Suzukai, but suddenly waved his hand and shouted loudly toward the empty doorway. His voice carried undeniable authority and fierce anger, piercing through the heavy wooden door and echoing down the quiet corridor. Almost at the moment he finished speaking, the heavy door of the VIP room was pushed open again. Two tall, stern-faced bodyguards dressed in black swiftly entered the room like ghosts. They moved quickly and silently, their sharp eyes like blades. In an instant, they locked onto Suzukai, who was standing in the center holding a jewelry box. The overwhelming sense of pressure instantly filled the luxurious VIP room, turning it into a dangerous trap ready to explode. The air inside seemed to freeze completely, filled with tense, explosive energy. At this moment, Su Nianhe had no mind to notice what was happening around her. Suzukai's words about fiancé sounded like a thunderclap in her ears, exploding loudly. Her heart suddenly clenched, then started pounding wildly. An indescribable heat rushed to her cheeks, and her ears felt burning hot. She experienced a moment of blankness in her mind, unable to understand why he suddenly revealed such a shocking identity. Shock, confusion, and a hint of offended embarrassment mixed together, making her instinctively want to argue. But when she looked up and met Suzukai's sharp eyes, which seemed to hold a hint of urgency and protectiveness, her words of denial got stuck inexplicably. Was he trying to help her? Using this most outrageous yet straightforward way to forcibly intervene in this unfair deal? This thought flashed through her mind quickly, causing her heart to become even more chaotic. However, before she could sort out her tangled thoughts, the confrontation suddenly escalated. Faced with Imo Tianqiong's shouting and two fierce-looking bodyguards, Suzukai showed no fear. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. He didn't even glance at the two bodyguards. Instead, he held the jewelry box more tightly and loudly called out, his voice clear and strong. Old Shin. Before he finished speaking, the door to the VIP room was pushed open for the third time, with even more force. 5 black-clad bodyguards, led by Chun Lighting, who had a stern face and sharp eyes like a hawk, entered in a line. They spread out in a semicircle, subtly surrounding Imo Tianqiong's 2 bodyguards, and stood behind Suzukai and Su Nianhe in a protective stance. Their overwhelming numbers and presence instantly overturned the balance in the room. Seeing this sudden, well-prepared force, Imo Tianqiong's anger froze on his face. His pupils shrank sharply again, and his powerful aura seemed like a burst balloon, deflating most of its strength. Only disbelief and shock remained. He clearly didn't expect Suzukai to have a backup plan, let alone such a strong one. This sudden reversal made Imo Tianqiong's face change unpredictably. He stared fixedly at Suzukai, then suddenly turned his gaze to Su Nianhe, who was also clearly shocked. His voice, filled with anger and surprise, became hoarse and sharp. "Miss Su? Is what he said true? Are you really his fiancée?" This question hit like a hammer, heavily pounding on Su Nianhe's confused mind, pulling her out of her shock at the tense scene before her, and refocusing her on the identity that made her scalp tingle. She was asked a question that made her brain freeze. She was speechless, not knowing how to handle this absurd and difficult situation. Admitting? That was definitely not true. Denying? Wouldn't that just expose Suzukai right then and there and make things worse? Just as she froze in place, her face turning pale and her lips trembling without making a sound, Suzukai suddenly moved. He strode forward and, in the surprised eyes of Imo Tianqiong and everyone else, reached out with his strong arm and pulled her into his embrace. Su Nianhe was caught off guard, crashing into his solid chest. She gasped in fear and instinctively tried to struggle free. But Suzukai lowered his head, his warm lips almost touching her hot earlobe. In a deep, threatening voice only they could hear, he quickly whispered, "If you don't admit it today, I will kiss you in front of everyone to prove our relationship." "I mean what I say." Hearing this, Su Nianhe trembled all over, instantly stopping her struggle. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Suzukai, who was so close she could see every detail. There was no hint of joking in his eyes, only a firm resolve and a powerful, intimidating presence that made her heart race. She had no doubt that if she shook her head now, he would really do something shocking and outrageous. That intense breath and undeniable threat felt like an invisible chain, holding her firmly in place and blocking any chance she had to deny. Her slender body stiffened in his arms, every nerve stretched to the limit. She could smell a faint, fresh scent of aftershave mixed with a dusty, traveled smell, an unfamiliar closeness that left her feeling lost. Her heart pounded loudly, almost bursting from her chest. Imo Tianqiong's sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, stared at them closely, not missing any tiny expression, waiting for her answer. His gaze seemed almost capable of piercing her. Suzukai's arm, like a steel band, tightly held her waist, silently applying pressure. His lips, close to her ear, moved slightly, almost a whisper but with a firm tone. "Speak." These 2 words felt like a final warning. Su Nianhe closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling violently. When she opened them again, her eyes were filled with the helplessness and compromise after her struggle. She avoided Imo Tianqiong's probing gaze, her eyes drifting to the ground. Her voice was soft, like a tiny insect, trembling clearly in the silent room. Yes. One word, and she used all her strength. Suzukai's tense jawline seemed to soften for a moment. He held her arm but didn't relax. Instead, he pulled her closer in a possessive way, as if declaring ownership to Mo Tianqiong. He looked up, meeting Mo Tianqiong's shocked and stern eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Old Mo, do you still think this has nothing to do with me? Fight for my fiancé's justice. Recover what she deserves, it's only right. Mo Tianqiong's face turned pale, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He stared fiercely at the two people embracing, especially at Su Nianhe, who looked forced to lean on him, pale but still admitting it with her own words. He had lived a long life, but he had never been so humiliated, pressured, or threatened by a younger person. Yet, Suzukai's bodyguards far outnumbered his own, and their strength was vastly different. Confrontation was hopeless. More importantly, Suzukai's claim of being her fiancé, whether true or not, now became his most legitimate reason to intervene. His previous private deal suddenly seemed weak and even guilty. A jade pendant worth $1 billion, wanting to take $200 million. If this got out, would Mo Tianqiong still have any face left? Especially in front of the Su family. A surge of anger and humiliation gnawed at his reason, but he was experienced and knew that the situation was stronger than him. His wrinkled hand clenched the cane tightly, his knuckles turning white from the grip, as if trying to crush the hard purple sandalwood. After a long moment, he squeezed out a cold voice from between his teeth, each word filled with icy chill. Fine. Very good. Suzukai, Su Nianhe. You too are clever. The future is long. His cold gaze swept over Su Nianhe's face like a venomous snake, full of warning and resentment. It finally settled on the jewelry box in Suzukai's hand, filled with unwillingness and greed, yet helpless. Let's go. He suddenly stomped his cane, making a dull sound. He no longer looked at anyone and turned toward the door. The two black-clad bodyguards immediately lowered their aura, alert and protecting him as they followed him out. The heavy door of the VIP room was gently closed, sealing out everything outside. Just moments ago, in a tense and almost suffocating space, only Suzukai, Su Nianhe, and his silent, intimidating bodyguards remained. The tense atmosphere suddenly eased, replaced by a strange silence. Su Nianhe quickly used all her strength to break free from Suzukai's embrace, staggering back 2 steps to put distance between them. Her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment, now paler with a mix of shame and anger. Her beautiful eyes stared at him, filled with fear, fury, hurt, and confusion.
Suzukai.
You just now. She spoke trembling with anger, wanting to ask why he said those things and threatened her. But when she saw the black-clad bodyguards around, she swallowed her words, her breathing quickening and her eyes slightly red. Suzukai looked at her, and his previously cold, commanding attitude softened a little. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gave a subtle signal to Chen Lighting, the leader. Chen Lighting understood and nodded slightly. He made a gesture and quietly, with the 5 bodyguards, left the room without a sound, carefully closing the door from outside, leaving a private space. Only then did Suzukai turn his gaze back to Su Nianhe. He stroked the purple sandalwood box in his hand and spoke with a complex tone, breaking the silence. This jade pendant is worth at least 10 billion on the market. 2 billion. Su Nianhe, are you really short of money? I remember you still have at least 1 billion in assets, right? I already took 2 billion from him. Su Nianhe was stunned by Suzukai's sudden involvement. Her mind was a mess, and she instinctively repeated the fact, as if it was the only thing she could hold on to. She looked at the box in Suzukai's hand, which she had already handed over, then thought of the real numbers in her online bank account. A strong sense of unreality overwhelmed her. So, what if you took it? Suzukai said calmly, but with undeniable confidence. Mo Tianqiong tried to seize the treasure with almost fraudulent means. He wanted to use 2 billion to get a treasure worth 10 billion. Is there even a door for that? Don't worry, he won't be asking for the 200 million back now. He definitely won't give up this jade pendant because he has already found buyers for the tiger roaring mountains and lion's roar, far more than just that amount. He took a step forward and forcefully pressed the purple sandalwood box back into her trembling hands. The cold touch made her shiver.
But
Old Amo, Su Nianha hugged the box tightly, as if holding a hot potato, her voice full of fear and concern. He won't just let this go. I took his money and took the item back.
this
This means I've completely offended him. She could almost see Emo Tianqiong's sinister eyes watching her from the shadows, making her spine feel cold. Right now, the 200 million yuan brings her not happiness, but great fear and pressure. You think if you don't offend him and just give him the jade, he'll let you go? Su Zakai sneered sharply, his eyes piercing. A common man is innocent, but holding a treasure makes you guilty. From the moment you took out the tiger roaring mountains jade, you've already fallen into his trap. If I hadn't come today, you would have lost the jade and also lost your support, only to be used by him to find what he needs. Now, at least you still have the money and the item. And he paused, his gaze falling on her pale but beautiful face, and his tone became subtle. And you still have a temporary reputation that can scare people. Su Zakai's fiancé, this title still carries some weight in Jing City. Hearing this, Su Nianha's cheeks warmed again, feeling embarrassed and helpless.
you
Don't joke about this anymore.
this
This is too absurd. Whether it's a joke depends on what's needed next. Su Zakai didn't answer directly, but changed the subject. The most urgent thing now is to handle the follow-up. I'll send someone to watch over Mo Tianqiong. You should be careful when you go out recently, and don't let Qin Li Feng leave your side. He pointed at the box in her arms. If you trust me, I can help you find a completely safe place to store it, or contact top appraisers and auction houses to realize its true value. Of course, the decision is yours. His words were clear and methodical, gradually pulling her out of confusion and fear, guiding her toward a seemingly feasible path. Su Nianha stared at him blankly. His tall figure gave off an inexplicable sense of pressure, yet strangely also brought a faint feeling of safety. Everything that happened tonight was too dramatic, and she needed time to process it. Finally, she lowered her head and looked at the jade pendant in her arms, which had been lost and found again, with a roaring lion design. She nodded softly, her voice faint but clear. I think I should keep it myself for now. Thank you, Su Zakai. It seems you still prefer to trust when Mo Tianqiong, that old fox, and refuse to believe me. For such an important deal, you didn't tell me a word. If I hadn't come to find you today, I might still be kept in the dark, Su Zakai said with a hint of hurt in his voice. Su Nianha's face flushed red, but she couldn't speak clearly. The sudden change caught her off guard, and she was still overwhelmed by shock, unable to respond properly to Su Zakai's questions. After her mood settled a little, she hurriedly explained, President Su, I really didn't know the roaring lion was worth so much. If I had known, how could I have easily traded with Mo Tianqiong? And last time, when he asked me to find this jade pendant, you were right there. He said it was worth 200 million. Did you forget? I haven't forgotten. Su Zakai frowned slightly, his tone tinged with helplessness. That was then. I didn't expect you to find the jade so quickly. Moreover, I only found out later that someone has offered 15 billion to buy Howling Tiger Mountain and Roaring Lion. 15 billion? Su Nianha exclaimed in shock. The astronomical figure hit her like a heavy hammer, making her dizzy. She instinctively hugged the jewelry box tightly, her fingertips turning white from the grip. So when Mo Tianqiong wasn't just lowering the price, he was actually trying to seize a treasure worth 15 billion with only 2 billion. A wave of deep fear and anger at being deceived swept over her, almost making her lose her balance. Su Zakai looked at her face turning pale and her shocked, helpless eyes. The hurt in his eyes gradually gave way to a complex understanding. He sighed helplessly, his tone softening but tinged with a barely perceptible bitterness. Now you understand? The fair deal you thought you had was actually a carefully planned trap, He, in this circle, trusting too easily and not asking for help can cause you to fall apart completely. This was the first time he called her by her name, not the full Su He, but a deep, emotionally charged He, which made her heart tremble unexpectedly. I didn't mean to hide it from you, she hurriedly explained, her voice soft. I just didn't want to trouble you anymore. You've already helped me so much, and we're not really close. As she spoke, she felt her words sounded weak and powerless. Not close? Yet he always appeared at the most critical moments, protecting her in the most outrageous but effective ways. Hearing this, Su Zakai's lips curled into a faint, self-deprecating smile. Not close? Yes, that's true. I was just being overly hopeful, thinking. He stopped mid-sentence, leaving a tense silence that made her uneasy. He raised his hand to rub his forehead, showing a hint of tiredness, hiding his unspoken words and deeper feelings. Forget it, he said, lowering his hand. His expression returned to his usual calm and distant look. Talking about this now is useless. Pack your things, hold on to the money tightly. Remember what I said, Mo Tianqiong won't give up easily. Be careful until the jade pendant is sold. He looked at her deeply, as if trying to see through her, yet also carrying a heavy sense of trust. As for me, if you encounter trouble you can't solve, or remember something about the Su family or these ancient jade artifacts, try to contact me. He didn't say anything more. Turning toward the door, his back was tall but strangely lonely. Su Mian, he stared blankly as he opened the door, watching Chen Lighting stand respectfully outside, nodding to him. She watched him stride away, without once looking back. The door of the VIP room gently closed again. This time, the room was completely empty except for her and the heavy, powerful lion's roar pendant that carried immense wealth and unknown risks. Cold fear and lingering dread still wrapped around her, but the last look of hurt in Su Zakai's eyes, his helpless sigh, the unfinished, I thought, and his words, try to contact me, stirred a series of complicated, chaotic ripples in her heart, like stones thrown into a still lake. Suddenly, she realized she might have truly misunderstood him. The timing of his appearance, his assertive manner, the information he revealed, and even his current plans all seemed to serve one purpose, protecting her. However, she used the words, not familiar, as an excuse to hide her embarrassment. A strange sense of guilt and an indescribable panic filled her heart, mixing with fear of the future and confusion about the current unclear situation. She slowly sat down on the sofa, pressing her hot cheek against the cool purple sandalwood box. Tonight, it seemed she had once again hurt someone's feelings. After a long while, Su Nianhe finally came out of the VIP room. Outside, Chen Lifeng was still silently waiting. When she appeared, he quietly followed her. The two entered the elevator together and went up to their floor. Just as Su Nianhe was about to close the door, Chen Lifeng suddenly spoke. Miss Su, actually, Mr. Su has been treating you very differently. By the way, you've been staying in a hotel all this time. Have you thought about buying an apartment in Jing City? Su Nianhe paused, her heart suddenly skipping a beat. She pretended not to hear the first part, but the second part hit her hard. Yes, she had been back in Jing City for over a month, living in a hotel every day, which was clearly not a long-term solution. Su Nianhe was always quick to act. Now, holding $1 billion yuan, she had already made plans. Once her antique shop opened, she intended to hold a proper auction, showing off the ring Shen Yanji gave her, the sparkling ruby, and the valuable calligraphy and paintings. All of these would be displayed then. When that time came, she wouldn't just buy a house in Jing City. Even adding a few more properties would be a small matter for her. The next morning, Su Nianhe decided not to go to the antique shop. She first called Teacher Meng, asking him to help find 2 staff members. She also mentioned that in a few days, they would organize the shop's layout and pick a good day to open. After everything was arranged, she took Chen Lifeng and went straight between various real estate agencies and property developments in Jing City, focusing on house hunting. For 2 days, Su Nianhe traveled between different agencies and developments, feeling overwhelmed but still unable to find the right place. The locations were either too noisy, the layouts awkward, or the neighborhoods unappealing. She wanted a home that could bring peace to her mind, with a bit of lively charm but still quiet and comfortable. Clearly, this was not an easy task. Just as she was feeling a bit discouraged and planning to return home to think things over, an unexpected person came to her. That afternoon, she had just left a new villa sales office and was walking toward her parked car, feeling a little disappointed, when she heard a voice full of obvious displeasure and hurt behind her. Soon Yinha. Soon Yinha paused, turned around in surprise, and saw Lin Yalan dressed in a stylish Chanel suit, with a slightly angry face, walking quickly toward her. Yalan, Soon Yinha was very surprised. What are you doing here? Why am I here? Lin Yalan stepped in front of her, crossed her arms, looked her up and down with a sour tone. I want to ask you. It's been almost a month since you returned to Kyoto, right? You've taken over the store, and your house is bustling. So what? Have you forgotten your old classmate and friend? Not a single call, no sign of you, and I had to come find you myself? Soon Yinha was a bit stunned by her series of questions, then a wave of guilt washed over her. After returning to Beijing, she had been busy with many things and deliberately avoided everything related to Lin Feng. She had truly neglected Lin Yalan. Sorry, Yalan, she tried to explain. I've been busy lately. The store is opening soon and I'm looking for a house, so you've completely forgotten about me? Lin Yalan interrupted her, her eyes not only showing dissatisfaction but also concern and curiosity. Soon Yinha, tell me honestly, are you avoiding opening your store and looking for a house because you're also avoiding my brother? She didn't expect Lin Feng's reaction to be so intense and so hopeless. She believed she handled the matter of returning to Beijing well, not wanting to cause trouble or delay him, but she never thought it would hurt him like this. Yalan, she struggled to speak, her voice dry. There were some things between me and your brother, but I thought it was the best choice for both of us. I didn't expect him to what? Be good for everyone. Lin Yalan sounded like she was hearing a joke, her tone full of sarcasm. Soon Yinha, your brother has liked you for 4 years.
Don't tell me you can't see it.
Yes, he's proud and makes mistakes sometimes, but he truly cares about you. And you just dismiss him so easily? Don't leave any room for hope? And now you won't even contact me after coming back? Are you so afraid of the Lin family bothering you? I'm not trying to hurt you, Soon Yinha quickly denied, her mind a tangled mess. She looked at her old friend, who was now full of resentment because of her brother. A deep feeling of helplessness and sadness filled her heart. Yalan, our friendship is real. I never wanted to drift apart from you because of your brother. It's just, I need some time and space. Things happened so suddenly, She paused, looking at Lin Yalan's red eyes, and finally softened her tone.
I'm sorry.
I didn't think this through. I'm sorry for causing this situation with your brother, but I really can't return his feelings. Lin Yalan stared at her intently, as if trying to judge if her words were true. After a long moment, she exhaled deeply, her tone softer but still filled with disappointment and confusion. Soon Yinha, I really don't understand you. What's wrong with my brother? Never mind. I can't control your affairs. But she looked at Soon Yinha with a complex expression. As a friend, I want to remind you, Beijing isn't very big, but it's not very small either. Since you're back and want to stay in this industry, some relationships can't be cut off completely just because you want to. Be careful. After saying this, she looked at Soon Yinha deeply, then turned and walked toward a nearby sports car. The engine roared to life, and she quickly drove away. Soon Yinha stood alone, watching the car disappear into the distance, feeling a mix of emotions in her heart. The arrival of Lin Yalan was like a mirror, revealing some relationship problems she had deliberately ignored after returning to Beijing. She avoided Lin Feng but hurt her good friend's feelings. Ahead, there was Mo Tianqiong's determined desire to take the jade pendant, Su Zakai's complicated and hard-to-understand help, and the upcoming opening of the antique shop with an uncertain future. Her urgent need to buy a house felt even heavier now. She needed more than just a place to live. She needed a safe fortress where she could feel at ease and withstand outside storms. She took a deep breath and opened the car door to get in. "Keep looking," she told Chen Lifan in the driver's seat. Her voice was tired but more determined. Beijing was so big. She didn't believe she couldn't find a suitable place to settle. And those tangled relationships, she knew she had to face and solve them step by step. After several days of searching, Su Nianhe finally found a quiet, peaceful courtyard in the busy Third Ring area of Beijing. The courtyard was hidden in a quiet alley lined with phoenix trees, surrounded by blue brick walls that kept out the noise, with green vines hanging over the top. She pushed open the black wooden door, revealing an elegant courtyard of about 300 square meters. A winding blue stone path ran through the center, with empty land waiting to be planted in the future. An old pomegranate tree stood in the corner, adding life to the scene. At the end of the path was a 3-story new-style Chinese house, with white walls and gray tiles, large windows to let in plenty of light. The first floor was an open, high-ceiling living room connected to the courtyard view, with a modern kitchen. A solid wood staircase led to the second floor, which had 3 bedrooms, including a master bedroom with a private bathroom. The third floor also had 3 bedrooms and a flexible multi-purpose room, with a wide view. The entire building had 8 rooms, with a well-planned layout and separate areas for activity and rest. The total price was over 24 million yuan, within Su Nianhe's budget. She stood by the window, looking at the courtyard, feeling the fatigue of recent days easing in this peaceful space. This would be her safe haven in Beijing, a port to withstand storms. Since she liked it at first sight, Su Nianhe didn't want to delay anymore. She looked at the real estate agent beside her and said firmly, "Please call the owner. I want to buy this courtyard." When the owner arrived, Su Nianhe's light smile suddenly froze. Her pupils shrank slightly in shock, and she instinctively took a half step back. Followed closely behind, Chen Lifeng's face also turned serious. His muscles tensed instantly, and instinctively, he stepped forward to stand protectively in front of Su Nianhe. The visitor was actually Mo Tianqiong. Today, he wasn't carrying his usual cane. He wore a simple, dark gray traditional Chinese jacket. His face carried a hard-to-read, almost gentle smile as he walked slowly toward them, as if he was just here to meet a regular buyer. However, deep in those calm-looking eyes, there was sharpness and calculation like an eagle's gaze. Su Nianhe's alarm bells rang loudly in her mind. Many thoughts flashed through her head. How does he know I'm looking for a house? Is this a coincidence or a trap? The visitor doesn't seem friendly, so I shouldn't trust him. Suddenly, a strong feeling of unease took hold of her, almost making her want to turn around and leave immediately. No matter how nice this house is, she couldn't take it. She would wait for Suzukai's side to handle things. She was about to politely refuse and say goodbye, but Mo Tianqiong seemed to see through her thoughts. He spoke first with a friendly smile, his voice calm but firm. "Miss Su, what a coincidence. It seems you have a good connection with this courtyard." He looked over the yard casually and said lightly, "Since Miss Su truly likes this place, I'll do a kind deed today. I'll give this courtyard to you." When he said this, Su Nianhe was stunned. Even the real estate agent beside her was shocked, opening their mouth wide in disbelief as they looked at Mo Tianqiong and then at Su Nianhe. They clearly couldn't understand this sudden gift worth over 20 million. A cold sweat broke out on Su Nianhe's back. Giving her the house? Could Mo Tianqiong be so kind? This was clearly a trap. Accepting this gift would mean owing a huge favor, and she might have to pay a heavy price later. The roaring lion might really have to sell it to him for 200 million. Her mind raced, forcing herself to stay calm. She forced a polite but distant smile and declined. "Old Master Mo, you're too kind. This gift is too expensive. I really can't accept it. I was just looking around and haven't made a final decision. Since this is your property, I think I should look elsewhere. It's not convenient to bother you." After saying this, she nodded slightly and prepared to leave with Chen Lifeng, away from this trouble. Mo Tianqiong chuckled softly, took a step forward and appeared to be casual, but he actually blocked part of the way. His tone was still gentle, but with a subtle sense of pressure. Miss Sue, there's no need to rush to refuse. It's just a courtyard, not worth much. Consider it as an apology for my abruptness the other day. There might be some misunderstanding between us. Why let small matters ruin our good relations? Besides, we still have an unfinished deal. Old M.O. The 200 million you mentioned, I will return it to you right now. Su Nianhe was too anxious to care about anything else. Her tone was tense and eager, just wanting to clear all ties with him quickly. No, Miss Su. I think you might have misunderstood. M.O. Tianqiong said slowly, with a deliberately gentle tone. That 200 million is just a deposit for the Roaring Lion. As for the rest of the price, we can discuss it in detail tomorrow when I meet with Mr. Su. The three of us can talk it over then. Seeing the sincere-looking yet unrefusable expression on M.O. Tianqiong's face, Su Nianhe's mind raced. He deliberately mentioned Suzuki and brought the deal back to a three-party negotiation which on the surface followed some kind of rules, rather than outright taking what he wanted. Since he was willing to discuss the price openly, and even invited Suzuki, this was at least an opportunity to negotiate a fair price for the jade pendant and to reconcile with him. Refusing forcefully now might only anger him further and push things into an uncontrollable direction. After weighing the options, Su Nianhe's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Her expression softened from aloofness to cautious calm. She nodded and said evenly, "Since old M.O. is sincere and willing to discuss the price again, I humbly accept. We can talk more tomorrow." Seeing her agree, a faint, almost imperceptible gleam flashed in M.O. Tianqiong's eyes, and his smile deepened. "Very well. I will be waiting for Miss Su and Mr. Su at the Grand Hotel in Jing City tomorrow." Since the matter was tentatively settled, Su Nianhe didn't want to stay any longer. She nodded again and said, "I won't bother old M.O. any longer today. I will take my leave now." After speaking, she no longer looked at M.O. Tianqiong's reaction and quickly left with Chun Lingfeng from the oppressive courtyard. Once in the car, Su Nianhe took a deep breath, as if trying to dispel the heavy air she had just inhaled. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and dialed Suzuki's number. The phone was answered after a few rings, and a deep, slightly cold voice came through. "Hello, Suzuki." Su Nianhe's voice still carried a hint of tension. "I just saw a yard. The owner is M.O. Tianqiong." There was a moment of silence on the other end, then Suzuki's voice sharpened slightly. "Is he causing you trouble?" "Not directly." Su Nianhe quickly summarized what had happened earlier, including how M.O. Tianqiong's initial offer to give the yard was rejected, and then he proposed a detailed discussion about the price tomorrow. "He wants to meet with you tomorrow to talk about the Lion's Roar project." I agreed to the meeting. "What do you think?" Before she finished, Suzuki interrupted her decisively, with a calm tone that gave a sense of reassurance. "You did the right thing." Agreeing was correct. "Wait for me to arrive tomorrow before we discuss further. Until I get there, don't have any serious talks with him alone." He paused briefly, then added, "Once I finish my work here, I can be in Beijing tomorrow afternoon. I'll have Chun Lighting send you the details later. Remember, everything waits until I arrive." Hearing his steady, confident voice and clear plan, the heavy weight in Su Nianhe's heart seemed to finally find a support point, slowly settling down. An indescribable sense of reliance quietly grew. "Okay," she replied softly, unaware of how gentle her voice sounded. "I understand. I'll wait for you." There was a subtle pause on the line, as if her words caused a brief hesitation. Then Suzuki's voice came again, still straightforward. Keep in touch." Su Nianhe held her phone, looked out the window at the rapidly passing street scene, and her chaotic thoughts gradually settled. Tomorrow's negotiations would not be easy. M.O. Tianqiong would definitely fight for his profit. But with Suzuki there, she seemed to have a little more confidence. At this moment, all she needed to do was wait patiently and prepare for the real game of valuing the Lion's Roar project tomorrow. The next morning, at Beijing International Airport's tarmac, a private plane had just landed when the door was quickly pushed open. Suzuki, dressed in a well-fitted dark gray suit, with his sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms revealing a low-key watch, hurried down the stairs. He had been in a small Southeast Asian country handling an urgent international cooperation project. Since receiving Su Nianha's call yesterday morning, when he learned that Mo Tianqiong wanted to discuss the price of the Roaring Lion, he immediately canceled all other plans for the next day and turned his plane toward Beijing. The car sped along quickly, the scenery outside the windows rushing past. Su Zikai's fingertips moved swiftly on his phone screen as he looked at the recent updates about Mo Tianqiong sent by Chen Lifeng. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the words, Su Xiao's fiancé, had worked. Mo Tianqiong was now showing some submission. That afternoon, in the VIP room on the top floor of the Beijing Grand Hotel, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could squeeze water out. Even the sound of air moving was clearly audible. Heavy velvet curtains half-closed, blocking out the noisy traffic outside, only letting in a few soft rays of sunlight that fell on the shiny marble floor. But the warmth couldn't ease the tense mood inside. Inside, there was a dark brown leather sofa set arranged in a triangle, with 3 people sitting, creating a subtle standoff. The air was filled with silent tension, as if a conflict could erupt at any moment. Su Nianha sat on the left sofa, sitting upright like a tightly stretched string. Her hands were folded on her lap, her knuckles slightly white from the pressure. Only her slightly curled fingertips revealed her inner nervousness. Her gaze shifted back and forth between the 2 men opposite her, an older man and a younger one. She felt like a small deer caught between 2 fierce beasts, helpless and uneasy, even breathing more softly than usual. Su Zikai sat beside her, leaning casually against the back of the sofa, legs crossed. His long fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, making a soft tap, tap sound that was especially clear in the quiet room. But the cold, powerful aura he exuded was like an invisible net, tightly controlling the rhythm of the room. He looked calmly at Mo Tianqiong across from him, his eyes deep and unfathomable, like an endless cold pond. It seemed that what they were about to discuss was not a multi-billion deal, but just a trivial matter. Today, Mo Tianqiong wore a more formal dark blue tang suit, made of fine fabric with subtle embroidery, giving him a more composed look. He sat straight on the sofa, his face calm, holding a cup of tea that had long gone cold, but he hadn't taken a sip. But if you look closely, you can see a faint shadow of worry and tension deep in his eyes. Last night, he received news that Su Zikai checked his buyer, and he lost his initial confidence. He knew that today, it was impossible to buy the fierce lion roar at a very low price again. Silence spread like an airtight net over the 3 of them. After a long while, Mo Tianqiong was the first to break the tense silence. He took a deep breath, as if making a big decision, gently placed his teacup on the table, and looked at Su Nianha, trying to make his tone sound calmer. Miss Su, about what happened last time, perhaps I was too hasty in my actions, which caused some misunderstanding. In the end, I just care too much about the treasure. So, for the fierce lion roar, I will offer 10 billion. This price is fair in the market. You can ask around, there's no lower price. 10 billion. Su Nianha's heart suddenly jumped, like being hit by a heavy hammer. This number far exceeded her initial expectations and almost made her nod immediately. She had even thought that selling the jade pendant for 2 billion was already high, but unexpectedly, Su Zikai's interference pushed the price up to 10 billion. Her mind went blank, and only the words, 10 billion, kept echoing. Before she could speak, Su Zikai let out a very soft sneer. His laughter carried obvious mockery, instantly breaking the brief calm. Old Mo, Su Zikai's voice was quiet but sharp as a dagger, piercing through the false peace in the room. 10 billion? You could sell it to the next buyer for 15 billion and make 5 billion profit. Isn't that a bit too easy? Mo Tianqiong's face suddenly changed, as if his shame was exposed in front of everyone. A flash of panic appeared in his eyes. He clearly didn't expect Su Zikai to know everything so well. His fingers unconsciously clenched the edge of his tang suit. He suppressed his displeasure and tried to explain. Young Master Su, you are mistaken. The buyer wants the pair of Tiger Roar Mountain Forest and Fierce Lion Roar, not just this one pendant. Also, I spent a real million on the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest, which I bought from Miss Sue at an auction. It wasn't without cost. Oh, Suzukai's eyebrows slightly raised, his tone still calm, but with a pressing sense of pressure. Even so, your total cost is 11 billion, the selling price is 15 billion, and you net 4 billion. That profit margin is probably faster than stealing money, right? Moreover, the risk is almost zero. After all, you've already found the buyer and the transaction process is nearly complete, isn't it? Each word felt like a heavy, hitting Mo Tianqiong's heart. He was choked and speechless for a moment. He opened his mouth but couldn't find anything to say in reply. A faint vein throbbed on his temple, and his face looked a bit grim. He raised his hand to rub his forehead, sighed deeply, and his tone carried a hint of helplessness, even a subtle, hard-to-notice plea. My ancestor. Mr. Su, please don't push me further. Tell me, how much do you think I should earn? I can't just work hard for nothing and not even make a little profit, right? Suzukai leaned slightly forward, his original relaxed posture on the sofa suddenly sharp and intense. His gaze was like a torch, directly staring at Mo Tianqiong, and he spoke clearly, with an unyielding firmness. 13 billion. Plus that courtyard that Nian he is interested in. What? Mo Tianqiong, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, suddenly jumped up halfway from the sofa and then sat back down heavily. His face darkened instantly, and his voice rose a few tones. 13 billion? And that courtyard? Suzukai, you're basically extorting me. The courtyard's market value is 24 million, plus 13 billion. The total cost is 13.024 billion. I only get a little over a billion after all expenses and connections. After deducting transportation and other costs, I barely have 7 million in profit. I took on such big risks, went through all this trouble just for this tiny amount. His voice trembled slightly from excitement, clearly indicating that this price had touched his bottom line. His eyes were full of disbelief and anger. However, Suzukai remained unmoved, just coldly watching him. His expression was calm, as if Mo Tianqiong's anger had nothing to do with him. Mo Tianqiong's chest heaved heavily a few times. His fists clenched tightly, with white knuckles, clearly trying to suppress his anger. He was silent for a moment, gritting his teeth, as if making a final concession. 12 billion. That courtyard counts too. That's my bottom line. Not a penny more, I won't agree. Suzukai stopped tapping with his fingertips, his gaze sweeping over Mo Tianqiong's pale face, as if weighing the final decision. The room fell silent again, only the heavy breathing of Mo Tianqiong and Su Nianhe's nervous heartbeat blending together. After a moment, Suzukai finally spoke again, his tone still firm. 13 billion, the courtyard must be included. Old Mo, this is our final offer. He paused, his gaze fixed on Mo Tianqiong's tense face. His tone was casual but carried a deadly threat. All right, you can sign the agreement and transfer the money now. If not, then the Roaring Lion stays with Manhwa for her to enjoy. As for your buyer, since he's willing to pay 15 billion for a pair, he probably won't wait long. You have your own way to explain, right? This last remark completely hit Mo Tianqiong's weakness. He knew the buyer had already pressed him several times. If he couldn't get the Roaring Lion soon, the deal might fall through. At that point, he wouldn't just lose money but also the contacts and costs he spent trying to reach the buyer. Mo Tianqiong stared hard at Suzukai, then looked at Su Nianhe, who was completely stunned. His face flickered with emotions, anger, frustration, struggle, until he seemed to have no strength left. He slumped back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and with great difficulty and reluctance, squeezed out a word through his teeth. Deal. The two words seemed to drain all his energy, his voice hoarse. Throughout the process, Su Nianhe sat there blankly, watching the two exchange words and push the price from 10 billion to 13 billion, even securing a courtyard worth over 20 million. She felt like she was watching an exciting but completely silent business movie. Every time they spoke, her heart raced, palms sweating. Every confrontation made her hold her breath, tense enough to stand up. It wasn't until Suzukai finally said, "Deal," and Mo Tianxiong gave up that she seemed to wake from a strange, vivid dream. She blinked, looked at the agreement pushed toward her on the coffee table, and suddenly realized her roaring lion had really sold for a sky-high 13 billion. A wave of huge, unreal joy and shock flooded her, overwhelming her completely, leaving her momentarily unable to react. She only opened her innocent and shocked beautiful eyes, looked at Mo Tianxiong, who was pale and leaning motionless on the sofa, then glanced at the calm man beside her, as if he had just completed an ordinary business deal. Her mind was only filled with one thought. Suzuki. How did he do it? When the phone rang with a clear ding, indicating that the huge amount of money had safely arrived in the account, Su Nianhe still felt dizzy, as if she was floating on clouds, stepping on soft cotton that wasn't real. In her limited understanding, this number was almost like infinity. The shock it brought was 100 times stronger than the 200 million Mo Tianxiong had thrown out earlier, enough to make any ordinary person feel suffocated and confused. Next was the process of transferring the house. Although Mo Tianxiong was bleeding inside, he showed a bit of collector's grace, or perhaps he was just being efficient because he was afraid of Suzuki's power. I don't know what connections or resources he used, but the whole process was so fast it was almost unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, all the complicated procedures were done. Su Nianhe didn't even have time to fully understand this huge change in wealth. She just followed the steps passively, signing, confirming. When she finally came back to herself, she held a heavy property certificate with her name on it. She, Su Nianhe, who not long ago was struggling to make a living and even had to sell family heirlooms, suddenly became a new rich person with 13 billion in cash and a house worth over 20 million in Beijing. The dizziness from this change in identity lasted the whole afternoon, until the sunset slanted west and the warm golden light shone through the glass of her new home, casting mottled shadows at her feet. Only then did she slowly come out of that unreal daze. The huge joy and sense of security felt like a warm tide, slowly spreading through her limbs. Along with it came a strong, undeniable feeling of gratitude. If not for that person, Su Nianhe almost hesitated for a moment, then picked up her phone, found the now differently named contact in her address book, and typed a message. Her fingers trembled slightly, not out of nervousness, but from an indescribable excitement and seriousness. Name: I really want to thank you today. Do you have time tonight? I want to invite you to dinner to thank you. The message was sent successfully. She held her phone, her heart unexpectedly racing, and her eyes kept flicking to the screen, feeling both excited and a little nervous. Fortunately, the wait was not long. A few minutes later, the phone screen lit up with a simple reply, just like his style. Okay. When and where? Su Nianhe let out a small breath and a relaxed smile appeared on her face. She quickly thought of a suitable place to thank this great contributor. It couldn't be too ordinary, but being too fancy might seem awkward. In the end, she chose a high-end restaurant known for its good atmosphere and privacy, not too luxurious, but enough to show her sincerity. She sent the restaurant name and reservation time. He replied with a shorter message. As the city lights began to glow, the night in Beijing shimmered brightly. Su Nianhe arrived at the restaurant a little earlier than the scheduled time. Guided by the staff, she was led to a quiet spot by the window, overlooking the dazzling cityscape outside, with soft lighting and gentle jazz music inside. Not long after she sat down, a tall figure appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. Suzuki had changed out of his formal suit from the day, replacing it with a soft, dark gray turtleneck sweater and a sleek black long coat. He looked less sharp and more relaxed and handsome. His gaze swept the restaurant briefly and then focused precisely on her as he walked over. Su Nianhe instinctively stood up. Have you been waiting long? He asked, his voice deeper and more pleasant than on the phone, with a hint of huskiness from just having finished a busy day. No, I just arrived too. She quickly shook her head, signaling him to sit. The waiter stepped forward, pulled out his chair, carefully hung his coat, and poured warm water for both of them before quietly stepping back. A brief silence filled the space between them, but it didn't feel awkward. The excitement and intense negotiations of the day had transformed into a subtle atmosphere under the soft lights of the dining table. Su Nianhe took a deep breath, holding her warm glass with both hands, looked up, and sincerely said to the man opposite, "Suzuki, I really don't know how to thank you today. Without you, the outcome would have been completely different." She paused, feeling that words were too weak, and added, "Anyway, I will remember this kindness in my heart." Suzuki picked up his glass, his slender fingers clean and neat. He looked at her when he heard her words, his deep eyes focused under the light. "No need to thank me." Mo Tianxiong was already in the wrong. "I just helped put things back where they should be." He spoke casually, as if it was just a small, easy task. But Su Nianhe knew what kind of energy, information, and negotiation skills were needed behind those words, and the sincerity he showed by stepping in for her. It was more than just being in the wrong, but it's also because you came that this proper place exists, Su Nianhe insisted, her tone full of genuine gratitude. "And that yard. I didn't expect it." When she mentioned the yard, Suzuki's lips barely curved into a faint smile, his tone still calm. "If you like it, take it. Leaving it with Mo Tianxiong would just be a waste." His words left Su Nianhe momentarily speechless. A yard worth over 20 million yuan, in his words, seemed like just a small toy that could be taken at will. She lowered her head, gently touching the cool wall of her glass with her fingertips, softly saying, "Anyway, thank you." At that moment, the waiter began serving appetizers, perfectly easing the brief pause in their conversation. Delicate dishes were brought out one after another. As they ate and talked, their topics gradually shifted from daytime negotiations to other subjects. Suzuki seemed to put aside all his business sharpness. Although he didn't speak much, he listened patiently to her, responded occasionally with precise words and unique insights, making Su Nianhe feel more relaxed without realizing it. She talked about the yard she had just acquired, her eyes shining with hope for a new life and a little bit of confusion. "Such a big yard. It feels empty, and I don't know how to decorate it properly." Suzuki was slicing food gracefully, not looking up, and naturally replied, "If you want to do it your way, it will take some effort to redecorate. If you need, I can recommend a few good designers." His tone was very casual, as if it was just a friendly suggestion. Su Nianhe was slightly stunned and looked up at him. "No, I plan to move in tomorrow. Taking my time to buy things and decorate the room is fine." Suzuki had already expected her to refuse. In his eyes, Su Nianhe, this inexperienced young girl, probably thought once she had a house, she wouldn't want to spend money on hotels anymore. She was quite clever. Thinking this, he suddenly smiled, the corner of his mouth lifting just right, revealing a neat row of white teeth. "That's good. If you need help later, just tell me." The soft light in the dining room fell on his sharply defined side face. His long eyelashes drooped, his nose was high and straight. He looked less cold and hard than during the day, showing a rare kind of gentle warmth. At this moment, Su Nianhe's heart felt like it was lightly bumped by something. A strange, subtle feeling spread out like ripples in a lake after a stone was thrown. "Okay," she replied, quickly lowering her head to hide her moment of awkwardness with food. Yet, a faint warmth quietly rose to her ears. Outside, the city neon lights flickered endlessly, while the dinner inside continued. The dizzying feeling of wealth gradually settled, but a more complicated, hard-to-express emotion quietly grew, flowing silently at this thank-you banquet table. "Nianhe." A familiar voice sounded beside her. Su Nianhe looked up and saw Lin Feng. He was standing a few steps away, wearing a slightly wrinkled khaki trench coat. His face looked a bit pale under the soft restaurant light, with faint blue shadows under his eyes. He seemed exhausted and somewhat despondent. His gaze was complicated, shock, confusion, and a hint of hurt that couldn't be hidden. Su Nianhe's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly felt cold. Yalin had said that her brother became very depressed after she politely refused him. Now, if he saw her having dinner with Suzuki, wouldn't he be even more upset? Oh no! What should she do? She had hoped to finish her work first, then meet him for a good talk, to help him let go of this matter and cheer up again. But now, she was caught red-handed. It looked like she had rejected him when she was in Gangcheng, saying that Suzuki was just a business partner. And now, she was having dinner with him privately. If Lin Feng believed her, she would be surprised. She instinctively glanced at Suzuki sitting opposite her. Suzuki also seemed to notice the unexpected guest. He put down his knife and fork, gently wiped his mouth with a napkin, and looked calmly at Lin Feng. His eyes carried a subtle scrutiny and a calm understanding, as if he saw through the sudden meeting and its underlying issues. Su Nianhe felt a shiver down her spine. She forced herself to stand up and forced a natural smile, even though she felt stiff inside. Fengge? What a coincidence. You're here eating too. Lin Feng's gaze struggled to leave Su Nianhe's face. He quickly glanced at Suzuki, who sat there composed and confident. His handsome face and strong presence made Lin Feng feel even more inferior and hurt, as if he was overshadowed. He forced a weak smile and said in a dry voice, "Why, I was meeting a friend. I didn't expect to run into you here." He emphasized the word, "you," a little too much, and his eyes drifted again towards Suzuki, hinting at something. The atmosphere became awkward, heavy enough to make anyone feel uncomfortable. Su Nianhe's temples throbbed, and her mind raced to find a way out. Should she introduce Suzuki?
How?
Say, he helped her earn 13 billion? That might sound like bragging. Not introducing him? That would seem more guilty. Just as she hesitated, Suzuki slowly stood up. He was very tall, and his presence brought a quiet pressure. He didn't look at Lin Feng first, but turned to Su Nianhe, speaking softly like warm water. "Nianhe, don't be afraid. It's better for Mr. Lin to know about us than to keep it a secret." His tone was natural and intimate, as if they had been together for years and understood each other, without words. Hearing this, Su Nianhe's heart suddenly pounded, and her face turned pale. She was clearly shocked by his sudden words. Meanwhile, Lin Feng looked as if all his strength had been drained. His face was pale and weak. He reached out and grabbed Suzuki's arm, trembling as he asked, "Young Su, what do you mean?" "You and Nianhe. Have you already?" He couldn't finish his sentence. "That's right," Suzuki interrupted calmly, with firm certainty. "Nianhe is now mine." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped over to Su Nianhe and naturally put his arm around her shoulder, showing a protective gesture. Suzuki's arm was steady and warm, and through the fabric, he conveyed a firm strength. Su Nianhe froze completely, her mind went blank, and her ears buzzed. Only Suzuki's words, "Nianhe is now mine," kept echoing in her mind, each word like a thunderclap. She suddenly turned her head to look at Suzuki, her eyes wide with disbelief and silent accusation. "What are you talking about?" But her shock and stiffness, in Lin Feng's eyes, looked like helpless acceptance after their relationship was exposed. Lin Feng's face quickly turned pale, visibly losing color. His fingers, which had been holding Suzuki's arm, relaxed weakly, and he staggered back half a step, as if drained of all strength. He looked at Su Nianhe, his eyes filled with shock and hurt that couldn't be hidden. His lips moved a few times, but he couldn't make a sound.
Suzuki ignored Su Nianhe's murderous gaze.
Instead, he held her even tighter and gently patted her shoulder with his fingertips, as if comforting a frightened kitten. He then turned to the dazed Lin Feng. After all this, he finally looked at Lin Feng, who was frozen in place, and spoke in a tone that sounded deliberately familiar, slowly saying, "President Lin, long time no see. Since we've run into each other so coincidentally, why not have a meal together?" Lin Feng's face had already lost all color, so pale it was almost transparent, with his lips showing a faint grayish hue. "No need," he said tightly, his gaze fixed on Su Nianhe, ignoring Suzuki's presence. "I just want to ask Nianhe a few words. After I ask, I'll leave." "Fine, ask away." Suzuki raised an eyebrow, sounding indifferent. He waved his hand casually, as if watching a scene unrelated to himself. Lin Feng didn't care about Suzuki's attitude. He took half a step forward, his eyes filled with panic and reluctance. He asked Su Nianhe word by word, almost biting his teeth, "Nianhe, Are what young Master Su said today true or false? When Su Nianha heard Lin Feng directly questioning her, her mind instantly exploded. How could she answer? Say it's false? That would be like tearing down Su Zakai's words right then and there, denying his earlier kindness to help. Not only would it make the situation more awkward, but the banquet might turn into an offense. If she admits it's true, then her friendship with Lin Feng and Yalin over the years will really be finished. It can never be explained away again. She was so anxious that her forehead was almost sweating. Her lips parted slightly as she instinctively wanted to explain, "Brother Feng, it's not what you think. Actually, we..." Before she finished speaking, she instinctively glanced at Su Zakai beside her. He wasn't looking at her. He remained relaxed, as if unaffected, but his deep eyes quickly and subtly swept over her. There was no teasing in his gaze, only a calm, almost cold reminder, like saying, "Think carefully. Now that you explain, all your previous efforts are pointless. You might face even more complicated entanglements and deeper misunderstandings with Yalin." In a flash, Su Nianha's chaotic mind was suddenly opened up by this cold gaze. She suddenly realized Su Zakai's seemingly absurd action might really be his way of helping her end Lin Feng's obsession in the most extreme but also the most effective way. Short-term pain is better than long-term suffering. Lies can hurt, but sometimes they are easier to accept than a tangled truth. Thinking of this, her difficult-to-speak explanation was swallowed back. She dared not look into Lin Feng's eyes full of hope and pain. She lowered her eyelashes, her heart pounding with guilt. Her voice was so low it was almost inaudible, but she clearly managed to say one word. Yes, this word was light as a feather, but like a heavy hammer, it struck Lin Feng's heart hard. The last bit of color drained from Lin Feng's face. His pupils shrank suddenly, as if he couldn't understand or accept this simple answer. After a brief silence, the overwhelming feeling of betrayal and anger erupted like a volcano. "Su Nianha," he suddenly raised his voice. Because of extreme anger and disappointment, his voice changed tone, hoarse and trembling. No wonder last time you went to Hong Kong alone and swore you were just doing business. No wonder when I later went to find you in Hong Kong, you made all kinds of excuses and hurriedly sent me away. So you all knew." He trembled with rage, pointing at Su Nianha, then suddenly turned to Su Zakai, eyes red as if he was going all out, and shouted sharply, "Su Zakai, I respect you as a figure in the business world, but you actually use such methods to deceive Nianha. Do you really think I, Lin Feng, am afraid of you? Do you believe that having money and power allows you to do whatever you want?" His loud shout sounded very out of place in the quiet, upscale restaurant, drawing surprised and curious looks from several nearby tables. Facing Lin Feng's outburst and accusations, Su Zakai showed no sign of anger or emotion. He even slightly curled his lips into a cold, contemptuous smile, as if watching a boring farce. He gently wrapped his arm around Su Nianha, who was trembling slightly, shielding her behind him. Then he spoke slowly, his voice quiet but carrying a calm strength that could silence all noise. "Mr. Lin, watch your words and your setting. Matters of love are between two willing people.
There's no such thing as tricking someone.
Nianha's choice is her own. As for whether you're afraid of me..." He paused, his icy gaze sweeping over Lin Feng's twisted, excited face. His tone was calm but carried a deadly pressure. "That's not important. What matters is that you're disturbing me and Nianha's meal. You can leave gracefully, or I can have someone you out." Lin Feng was struck hard by the coldness and undeniable threat in Su Zakai's words. His face turned pale and flushed. He clenched his fists tightly, nails almost digging into his palms. His chest heaved violently, but under those unfeeling eyes, he felt a flicker of fear. Su Zakai's presence was too strong. It wasn't bravado, but the confidence of someone truly in control. He knew that staying longer would only bring shame. In the end, all his anger, frustration, and pain turned into a suppressed, almost sobbing growl. He suddenly turned around, no longer looking at Su Nianhe as if fleeing from some plague. His steps staggered but quickly rushed out of the restaurant. His panicked figure was soon swallowed by the bright neon outside. The suffocating tension disappeared with Lin Feng's departure, but the awkwardness and heaviness remained even more strongly. Su Nianhe felt weak all over and swayed slightly. Su Zakai released his hold on her at the right moment, acting as if he had just helped her up. "I'm sorry, young Master Su." Su Nianhe's voice was soft and trembling, filled with relief after surviving the ordeal and deep regret. She didn't know how to explain this scene, or whether Su Zakai would be angry. "It's nothing." Su Zakai interrupted her, his expression returning to the calmness he had before. He even raised his hand to signal to a nearby, somewhat confused waiter. "The food is cooled down a bit. Please help us replace the main dish with a hot one." His tone was as calm as if nothing had happened earlier. He sat down again, tidied his napkin, as if dismissing an insignificant interruption. Su Nianhe stared at him blankly, feeling a mix of emotions. He helped her out in a very decisive way, but it also made her feel guilty toward her friend. His current calmness made her feel even more mysterious, as if everything was under his control and within his expectations. Soon, the new main dish was served. The delicate presentation and steaming heat couldn't dispel the gloom in Su Nianhe's heart. She ate without tasting, moving her knife and fork mechanically. "Are you still thinking about Lin Feng?" Su Zakai suddenly asked, his voice emotionless. Su Nianhe suddenly snapped out of her thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded softly and whispered, "After all, he's Yalin's brother. We've known each other for many years. Things got so complicated. I feel guilty about it. Cutting ties cleanly is better than letting things get worse," Su Zakai said as he cut his steak with graceful precision. "Give him a clear reason to give up, rather than let him keep investing hope and effort in a hopeless situation. Over time, he'll understand." His words were straightforward and cold, yet impossible to argue with. Su Nianhe was silent for a moment. She took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision. She looked up, her gaze becoming more determined. "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Su. I've caused you trouble again." She paused, then finally shared the decision she had been pondering all afternoon. "Today's events, I really owe you. I know saying thank you is not enough, so I want to give you 3/10 of that 13 billion as a token of my gratitude. Please accept it." After speaking, she looked at him nervously, waiting for his reaction. 3/10, nearly 4 billion. Surely that was enough to show her sincerity? Su Zakai's hand holding the knife and fork paused slightly. He slowly raised his eyes, his deep gaze fixed on Su Nianhe's face, which was full of seriousness and nervousness, as if he had heard something extremely surprising and very interesting. Under the soft lighting of the restaurant, his handsome face showed no emotion, only a faint, elusive glimmer in his eyes. He was silent for several seconds before slowly setting down his knife and fork, then wiping his mouth with a napkin. Suddenly, he gave a gentle, low laugh, a sound that carried an unclear, subtle meaning. "Su Nianhe," he looked at her, speaking slowly and carefully, "are you in such a hurry to settle things with me using money?" "That's not quite right, President Su," Su Nianhe replied earnestly, her eyes full of sincerity. "You've helped me so much before, and I've never been able to repay you. This time, I earned 11 billion more from Mo Tianqiong, and I'm giving you 4 billion. It's only fair." Hearing this, Su Zakai's lips curled into a teasing smile. His gaze lingered on her, and his tone was lightly playful. "Not able to repay? Then why not offer yourself? As for the money, I really don't lack it." Su Zakai's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in Su Nianhe's heart. Her cheeks involuntarily warmed, but she quickly steadied herself and met his teasing eyes. "President Su, you're joking," she said calmly, avoiding his intense stare. "You know I didn't mean that. Because I know you're not short of money, my gratitude feels less meaningful. But I have to do something or I'll feel uneasy." She gently put down her utensils, her fingertips unconsciously touching the cool glass wall. "Your help isn't just solving today's awkwardness, maybe. It's also preventing longer-term trouble." This favor isn't something money can measure, but right now, that's all I can offer. Suzuki leaned back slightly, his gaze wandering over her face, as if admiring an interesting painting. The soft light in the restaurant reflected in his deep eyes, flickering like a candle. Uneasy in your heart, he repeated, his tone rising slightly, with a playful edge. Su Nyenha, it seems you're always uneasy around me. He paused, lowering his voice but making sure she heard clearly. If you really want to thank me, why not do it in a different way? Su Nyenha's heart tightened, and she instinctively asked, what way? He smiled slightly, his expression less cold than usual and filled with a subtle, hard-to-explain meaning. Instead of answering directly, he gently turned the question back to her, saying, besides money, what else do you think you can give me? His question was too straightforward and broad, as if he was weighing her entire self on a scale. Su Nyenha was momentarily speechless, her heart skipping a beat for no clear reason. What could she give him? Compared to what he had, what she possessed was truly insignificant. Seeing her stunned, Suzukai's smile deepened a little, seeming quite pleased with her moment of hesitation. He no longer pressed her and gracefully picked up a napkin to wipe his hands, as if that almost teasing question was just a casual remark. All right, he said in his usual calm tone. Let's eat first. The food will get cold. He gestured toward her plate, which was almost untouched. As for thanking me, we'll talk about that later. My investments, Suzukai's, are never just about short-term gains. He lifted his glass and gently swirled the dark red liquid inside, leaving winding streaks on the crystal wall. His gaze became deep and unreadable again, fixed on the dazzling night view outside the restaurant window. His tone was calm but carried an undeniable sense of control. As for the Lin Feng siblings, their feelings for you over the years seemed genuine. You could respond in a different way, maybe through business. I know you still need to buy a lot of supplies later, but you can't specify who will receive or where the supplies will go. So, I thought about registering a trading company in Gangcheng as a cover. This way, your business would cover multiple industries. Later, just giving a little support to their family and business would be enough. Suzuki spoke slowly and calmly, his tone very even. But Su Nyenha's heart was pounding wildly, and her fork almost slipped from her hand with a clatter. Her heart suddenly jolted again, secretly thinking, does this man have mind-reading skills? How else could he know exactly what she was thinking? But upon reflection, what he said made sense. This plan was perfect, especially since she had already been considering registering a company in Gangcheng. Thinking of this, Su Nyenha quickly calmed her mind and said, Mr. Su is right. Once I finish handling the antique shop, I will go ahead and register the company in Gangcheng. Since that's the case, why not stay and have this meal with me first? Suzuki interrupted her, his tone gentle but with a subtle warmth. Yes, Su Enian responded simply. The two looked at each other and smiled, the previous tension quietly fading away as they focused on the delicious food in front of them. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the thin fog into the hotel room. Su Nyenha got up early and checked her few belongings again. Her entire possessions were just one suitcase and a small backpack. The small courtyard with 3 rings, given by Mo Tianxiong, was quiet despite being in the busy city. White walls and dark tiles, with a touch of old-fashioned elegance, suited her taste very well. She inserted the key into the lock, turned it gently, and the gate made a soft squeak. Su Nyenha pushed the door open, followed closely by Chen Lingfeng carrying her suitcase. She walked along the winding blue stone path to the small building. When she reached the second-floor master bedroom, she opened the window to let fresh air in. The bed was already there, but missing bedding. Su Nyenha simply arranged her clothes and then took her handbag and left, planning to buy bedding and daily necessities at the nearby mall. The afternoon sun was warm as she stepped out of the alley, but her steps paused slightly. A low-key but luxurious black car was parked outside her small courtyard, with a figure leaning against it. Today, Suzuki wore a light gray casual down shirt, sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, revealing smooth forearms. He held a cigarette between his fingers, but did not smoke, letting the blue smoke rise and drift away in the warm afternoon air. He tilted his head slightly, seemingly examining the old-fashioned courtyard gate, with his usual indifferent expression, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. Su Nianha's heart unexpectedly beat faster. Why was he here? Seeming to notice her gaze, Su Zakai turned his head and precisely caught her in his sight. His deep eyes swept over her shopping bag, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "You're quick." He extinguished the cigarette, his tone emotionless. "Mr. Su." Su Nianha stepped forward, surprised. "How come you? I'm just passing by to see how nice Mo Tianqiong's yard is since you're in such a hurry to move in." His tone was calm, but his gaze went past her, landing on the gate she had just opened. "Would you like me to come in and take a look?" Su Nianha quickly took out her keys and opened the door. "Of course, please come in." Su Zakai stepped into the small yard. His appearance made the space, which had just started to feel lively, seem a bit cramped. He casually looked over the bamboo bushes, the stone steps, and the layout of the main house, as if evaluating something. "Not bad, peaceful," he concluded, but his tone was neutral, not indicating praise or criticism. Su Nianha placed her shopping bag on the stone bench under the porch, feeling a little nervous. "Would you like something to drink? I just moved in and I only have mineral water." "No need." Su Zakai waved his hand and finally looked back at her. "Is everything settled?" "Almost, just missing some daily supplies." He nodded, as if finishing a check. Suddenly, he took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to her. "What is this?" Su Nianha asked, taking it and unfolding it. It was a name, a phone number, and an address, an office building in Gangcheng. Jiang Yizhou, partner at Jincheng Law Firm, good at handling offshore companies and cross-border trade, Su Zakai said casually, as if talking about something trivial. "Registering a company with him is much faster than figuring it out yourself." "Mention my name." Su Nianha held the paper, feeling its faint warmth on her fingertips. She looked at the neat handwriting, feeling a complex emotion rise in her heart. He had helped her again, even before she could ask. This sense that everything was under his control made her feel both safe and strangely resistant. "Mr. Su, don't say thank you again." Su Zakai interrupted her, his eyes sharp with understanding. "Just do a good job, and that's thanks enough." He paused, as if suddenly remembering something, then added, "Regarding the procurement of supplies, take it easy. No need to rush. The channels can be developed slowly." His words hinted at a reminder not to be too eager to repay favors. Su Nianha took a deep breath and carefully stored the paper. "I understand." Su Zakai seemed satisfied. He looked around the small courtyard again, his gaze lingering for a moment on her somewhat empty house. "Tell Chen Lifeng directly if something is missing," he said before turning to leave. He walked straight to the gate, without hesitation. As he opened the car door, the tall figure sat in the driver's seat. The car window slowly lowered, but he didn't start the engine right away. Instead, he turned his head and looked at her one last time. "Su Nianha," his voice came through the window, sounding a bit deeper than usual. "Remember, you are not alone now." This sentence was like a stone thrown into her heart, creating ripples that spread out. Before she could think more about what it meant, the black car silently slipped into the alley, merged into the traffic, and disappeared. She stood alone at the gate, clutching a piece of paper with her contact information tightly in her hand. The afternoon sun stretched her shadow long across the ground. The yard was so quiet that she could hear the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind. Su Zakai's arrival and departure felt like a breeze, but what he left behind was more than just a lawyer's contact details. His words, "not alone," seemed to mark a clear yet complicated note at the start of her new life. She turned back into the yard, closed the door, leaned against the cool doorframe, and let out a gentle sigh. A new life had begun. The road ahead seemed clearer, but it also appeared covered in a deeper, more mysterious fog belonging to Su Zakai. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking on the door. "Who is it?" Su Nianha asked from behind the door, sounding a bit sleepy and lazy. "It's me, Chen Lifeng." "Miss Su, did you forget you were supposed to go out shopping?" came Chen Lifeng's voice. She suddenly remembered her plan, but then frowned. Chen Lifeng. Where had he gone just now? Without thinking further, she quickly opened the door. Seeing this, Chen Lifeng hurriedly explained. Miss Su, I'm really sorry. I just went to the bathroom. I had no idea about Mr. Su coming over. Chen Lifeng, tell me honestly, are you my bodyguard or is he Suzukai's spy? Su Nianha's eyes turned cold, and her tone was full of suspicion. Chen Lifeng was caught off guard and stammered, unable to finish his sentence. No way you're going to tell me? Fine. Next month your salary will be cut in half, Su Nianha said fiercely. She turned around, locked the door, and headed out, thinking to herself, it seems I need two completely trusted close friends around me, or I'll always feel like I'm living under Suzukai's watch every day.
Misu.
Miss Su, wait. You really can't blame me. It was President Su who came here himself, Chen Lifeng hurriedly said, anxious to catch up. As he ran, he muttered to himself, I've really had the worst luck. Neither of these bosses is easy to deal with. Su Nianha quickly reached Chen Lifeng's car. The thought that he reports every little detail to Suzukai made her anger rise even more. She was so angry she kicked the car door hard, then suddenly pulled open the driver's door and sat inside, her chest heaving with frustration. She stepped on the gas pedal, and the car sped away with a humming sound. Chen Lifeng was completely stunned. He never expected that just wanting Su Sha and Miss Su to have some private time together would make her so angry. He was so anxious he started stomping his feet, calling out Miss Su, and chased after her for a while, but her car was already gone. There was nothing he could do but quickly call a Didi ride and head toward the commercial street. Su Nianha stepped on the gas as she reached the commercial street. Her anger hadn't fully cooled, but the many shops and busy crowd helped distract her a little. She looked at each textile shop, comparing colors and textures. When she reached a store that specialized in natural silk products and was about to go inside, a familiar voice suddenly made her stop in her tracks. That voice, with its familiar rural accent and cautious politeness, called out, "Six Auntie, I think I'd better not stay at your son's place tonight. I can just find a guest house. Why stay there? It's expensive. Let's wait until I find a job." Another slightly fiery voice responded, full of confident warmth. "That's too much trouble for you, and I don't want to bother your son. What are you saying? We're old friends." Jing sure wouldn't say anything. Six Auntie. Wang Ma. A surge of joy suddenly flooded Su Nianha's heart, like a ray of sunshine breaking through dark clouds. Since arriving in Beijing, she has been so busy that she hasn't had time to visit her caring Aunt Lu. Unexpectedly, she ran into her here. What surprised her even more was how Wang Ma was here. Wasn't she still with the Su family? She immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw two middle-aged women arguing near a stall selling cotton and linen fabrics. One woman, slightly plump with a round face and a loud voice, was Aunt Lu. The other, dressed simply in a gray coat with a nervous and uneasy look on her face, was Wang Ma. If not Wang Ma, then who else could she be? Wang Ma had worked at the Su family for over 10 years. She had watched Su Nianha grow up and was very gentle and diligent. She took good care of Su Nianha, acting more like a quiet elder than a nanny. Since her last break with the Su family and her hurried departure, Su Nianha hadn't had time to say a proper goodbye to Wang Ma. She always felt a sense of longing and guilt. Now, seeing Wang Ma suddenly appear so far away in Beijing and with Aunt Lu, Su Nianha felt both happy and confused. She quickly walked over, unable to hide her excitement in her voice. "Aunt Lu." Wang Ma. The two women, who had been politely declining, were stunned and turned to look at her. Aunt Lu was confused at first, but when she saw Su Nianha, her face immediately broke into a big smile. "Oh, Nianha? It's you. You came to Beijing and didn't even say you wanted to visit Aunt Lu first." Wang Ma's reaction was much more complicated. When she saw Su Nianha, her eyes widened in surprise, then her lips trembled, and her eyes turned red. She instinctively wanted to step forward but hesitated, clutching her clothes nervously and whispering, "Nianha, what are you doing here?" That long-lost Nianha, with a choked tone, touched Su Nianha's softest spot deep inside. She didn't have time to answer, "Aunt Lu." She quickly grabbed Wang Ma's hand, which was cold and trembling slightly. "Wang Ma, it's me. Why are you in Beijing? Is it because of the Su family? Su Nianha's heart raced. Her first thought was that the Su family might have expelled her. Wang Ma hurriedly shook her head, tears falling uncontrollably. She quickly wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. No. Nianha, don't worry. It's not my fault. The Su family has fallen on hard times. Aunt Six sighed and said, Oh, Nian, you don't know. After you left, your father's family. Sigh. Old sister, please don't pity that family. Mama Wang patted her shoulder angrily. Do you really not know what kind of person Su Jiming is? He's not even the biological father of Miss Nian. He doesn't deserve the title of father. Luckily, Nian has completely cut ties with them. Otherwise, they would have come knocking on our door by now. Hearing this, Su Nian walked over and held Mama Wang's hand, asking urgently, Mama Wang, you mean the Su family has fallen on hard times? What exactly happened? What has been going on since I left? Mama Wang sighed and wiped her eyes with the corner of her apron. Nian, I've been with the Su family for over 20 years. I've seen how they treat you and how they treat Nyangwei. It's like heaven, and if it weren't for the decent wages Su Jiming still pays, enough to support my child's education, I would have left that cold family long ago. And now? How did the Su family end up like this? Su Nian asked softly. Well, it's strange. Not long after you left, their business suddenly collapsed. Mama Wang shook her head. First, their business went completely under, and they owed a lot of debt. Then, I heard they offended some powerful person. They even had to sell their villa, which they'd lived in for over 10 years, just to pay off debts. Now, the whole family is crammed into a shabby house in the old city district. All their former glory is gone. Aunt Six chimed in. In my opinion, this is just retribution. Su Nian paused for a moment and then asked, And my good sister, Su Niangwei? How is she doing? Mama Wang immediately looked disdainful. Her? With a family like that, she had no choice but to marry into the Liu family, hoping for a better life. But Mama Wang lowered her voice and leaned in close. But not long after, she caused her husband, Liu Qingyu, who was in a coma, to die. Such a family can't tolerate that kind of thing. Now, they've not only sent her to prison but are also looking for the best lawyer, insisting she pay with her life. Mama Wang held Su Nian's hand sincerely. Nian, I really mean it. You must cut ties with them, or you'll be dragged into this mess. All of this is their own doing. You can't blame others. Su Nian stood there in a daze, trying to process this sudden news, unsure how to react. A quarter of an hour later, Su Nianha suddenly burst into loud laughter. Her laughter sounded very strange and out of place in the noisy market, even a little shocking and wild.
Ha ha ha.
Karma. Truly karma. The Su family has its day.
Su Nianbei.
She laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face. She leaned on a nearby shelf to steady herself. All the pent-up anger in her chest seemed to find an outlet at that moment, pouring out uncontrollably. Her sudden laughter frightened Aunt Lu and Madame Wang. They looked at each other with worried faces. Aunt Lu quickly stepped forward to hold Su Nianha's arm and gently patted her back. Nianha? Good girl, what's wrong? Don't scare Aunt Lu. Madame Wang also panicked, thinking she was overwhelmed by stress. She hurriedly said, Miss Nianha, please don't do this. It's not worth getting upset over that bad person. It's all in the past. Su Nianha laughed for a while before gradually stopping. She wiped away tears from the corner of her eye with her fingertips, took a few deep breaths, and tried to calm her turbulent emotions. But her once clear eyes seemed to have shed some of their gloom from the big laugh, revealing an unprecedented brightness and relief. Aunt Lu, Madame Wang, I'm fine, she said with a faint smile and a clear voice, despite catching her breath. I'm not angry.
I'm
happy. She looked at Madame Wang with firm eyes. Madame Wang, you're right. It's all in the past. The rise and fall of the Su family no longer concern me. I just didn't expect this day to come so quickly, so completely. She paused, a complex smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Well, it's good. From now on, the bridge is the bridge, and the road is the road. Aunt Lu looked at her, making sure she wasn't overly upset. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and chide her gently. Child, you can't laugh like that when you're happy. It's too scary. Madame Wang also relaxed but asked cautiously, Nianha, have you truly let go? No longer care? Yes, I don't care anymore. Su Nianha shook her head. Her gaze swept over the dazzling array of goods around her, then focused back on her original goal. Wasting emotions on someone who doesn't matter is foolish. Madame Wang, I overheard your conversation. You're here in Jingjing to find a job, right? I just moved to a new place and am in need of someone trustworthy like you to help manage things. If you don't mind, would you come and help me? The pay and conditions are good, definitely better than when you were with the Su family, and it will be very peaceful with fewer worries. Mother Wang was stunned by this sudden invitation and looked blankly at Su Nianha. It was like falling asleep and finding a pillow. I was worried about where to go, and now I have a chance. But I wonder if Nianha is telling the truth? People say she has made a lot of money, but I don't know how big her business is, or if she really needs a nanny. Aunt Lu looked happy and patted Mother Wang's arm firmly.
Oh.
This is such great news. Nianha is doing well now. If you follow her, we all can rest easy. Why are you still hesitating? Say yes quickly. Mother Wang looked at Su Nianha's sincere and hopeful eyes. Thinking back to the past at the Su family, her heart was full of mixed feelings. Finally, she nodded heavily, tears coming again, but this time with a smile. Thank you, Miss Nianha, for taking me in. It's I who should thank you for coming to help me. Su Nianha also smiled. Just now, she was worried about not having trustworthy people around. Mother Wang's appearance was like a blessing from heaven. She knew Mother Wang well, hardworking, honest, quiet, and truly caring for her. Because she met two kind elders, the gloom caused by Su Zakai and Chen Lifan was completely gone. She held Mother Wang's hand and smiled at Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, what a coincidence today. Come on, I'll treat you and Mother Wang to a meal so we can have a good time. My new home still needs many things, so Aunt Lu and Mother Wang, please help me pick some. Su Nianha held Aunt Lu's arm with one hand and Mother Wang's with the other, happily shopping at the market again. Having two elders with her made choosing things much more fun. Look at this bedding, Nianha. The fabric is so soft, and it's silk. Mother Wang touched a set of elegant purple four-piece bedding, her eyes full of liking. But when she saw the price, she instinctively pulled her hand back. It's just too expensive. Mother Wang, if you like it, try it, Su Nianha said with a smile to the shop assistant. Please, bring this set over for us to see, Aunt Lu whispered to Mother Wang. Old sister, now you're enjoying good times with Nianha. Don't always think about saving money. Nianha is different now. Mother Wang smiled shyly, but looked very pleased. Finally, with the help of her two friends, Su Nianha bought the silk bedding she liked and also picked out a comfortable new quilt and some everyday clothes for Madame Wang. Madame Wang declined politely, but was touched and teared up. After choosing her own items, Su Nianha also picked a set of bedding and bed supplies for Chen Liheng. From today on, Chen Liheng would officially move into the small building. With his bodyguard nearby, she could feel more at ease about her safety. Without him, she would always worry. After shopping, the three of them carried large bags and headed to a nearby elegant local restaurant. They reserved a quiet private room and ordered a few special signature dishes. While waiting for the food, Madame Wang couldn't help but ask curiously, Nianha, tell the truth. What exactly are you doing now? I heard you made a lot of money, and even someone like Boss Missouri treats you politely? Aunt Lu also looked at her with concern. Su Nianha poured tea for her elders, thought for a moment, and decided not to hide too much. She said carefully, Aunt Lu, Madame Wang, I won't hide it. I've been lucky recently. I did some antique deals and earned some money. She paused and spoke seriously. Now I've opened my own antique shop over in Liuli Factory. I might do some other businesses later, and I need trustworthy people to help. Madame Wang, since you're here, my new yard is quite big. I'll need your help with daily chores, cooking, and laundry. When business gets busy, I might also need you to help with some small tasks. Hearing this, Madame Wang straightened up immediately. Nianhe, don't worry. I can handle cleaning and cooking well. I won't let you down. Madame Wang, from now on, just treat me like a daughter, Su Nianhe said softly. We're family now. Oh, yes, yes. Madame Wang choked with emotion. Aunt Lu watched the scene and felt happy for them. That's wonderful. Sister Wang, you've finally had good days after all your hardships. Nianhe, you're such a kind and good girl. As the dishes arrived one after another, filling the air with delicious aromas, Su Nianhe cheerfully served her elders. Aunt Lu, Madame Wang, try some. In the future, if you want to eat something, just come often. The atmosphere at the table was warm and harmonious, feeling just like a family. Seeing the satisfied smiles on Aunt Wang and Sixth Aunt's faces, and hearing them chat about family matters, Su Nianhe felt an unprecedented sense of peace and warmth inside her. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft golden glow on the dining table. Su Nianhe looked at the scene before her, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Yes, she was no longer alone. In this city, because of the arrival of someone she cared about, everything started to feel warmer. Not far away, Chen Lihui was watching her. As a bodyguard, he almost got fired today. If that news got out, it would be very embarrassing. Just thinking about it made his face feel hot. After dinner, Su Nianhe was about to drive Sixth Aunt back to her son's house. When she reached the car, she saw the driver's door already open. Chen Lihui was sitting inside, hands neatly on the steering wheel, looking straight ahead, ready at any moment. Su Nianhe paused for a moment, glanced at him, said nothing, and quietly opened the back door. She let Sixth Aunt and Wang Ma get in first, then she went around to the other side to get in the car. Take us to Lijiang Garden Community, Su Nianhe said calmly, her tone emotionless. Chen Lihui quickly glanced at her through the rearview mirror and responded softly, Yes, Miss Su. Then he started the car smoothly, merging into the traffic. The inside of the car was quiet for a moment. Only the faint hum of the engine and the wind outside could be heard. Sixth Aunt looked at Chen Lihui driving ahead. He was tall, with a strong jawline, and looked steady and reliable. She couldn't help but lean closer to Su Nianhe and ask quietly, Nianhe, who is this? Su Nianhe looked at Chen Lihui's back and simply introduced, Sixth Aunt, Wang Ma, this is Chen Lihui.
He's my
driver and bodyguard. She paused, then added bodyguard, since that was his main role. Chen Lihui's hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. He looked at Su Nianhe through the rearview mirror and said in a steady voice, Hello, Sixth Aunt Wang Ma. Hi, Sixth Aunt quickly responded with a smile. She then whispered to Su Nianhe, Wow, you even have a bodyguard now, Nianhe. You're really something. Wang Ma nodded happily, her eyes full of love and pride as she looked at Su Nianhe. The car drove along the road and reached the entrance of Lijiang Community at the 5th Ring Road. Sure enough, they saw a young man dressed in a jacket and glasses, looking refined and gentle, waiting at the gate. It was Zhang Jingshi, Uncle Lu's son. As soon as the car stopped, Aunt Lu hurriedly got out and greeted her son with a smile. Jingshi, have you been waiting long, Mom? Zhang Jingshi adjusted his glasses and smiled kindly. Not long. This is. His curious gaze shifted to Su Nianhe and Wang Ma, who had just gotten out of the car, and to the driver in the front seat with an elegant demeanor. Jingshi, long time no see. Su Nianhe stepped forward confidently and greeted warmly. Although there was an age gap of over 10 years and not much interaction, they were still acquaintances from the same hometown. Zhang Jingshi looked at the bright and poised Su Nianhe, stunned for a few seconds before recognizing the shy girl from his memories. He was surprised and said, Nianhe? Is that really you? Mom told me she met you on the phone. I almost couldn't believe it. You've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you. His tone was full of emotion, and his eyes unconsciously glanced at the luxury car behind her and the driver inside, showing even more surprise. Aunt Lu held Wang Ma's hand happily and said to her son, Jingshi, look who this is.
Wing Ma.
Nianhe is kind-hearted. She knew Wang Ma had no place to go after leaving the Su family, so she specially invited Wang Ma to help her out, providing food and shelter, and paying well too. Now I feel at ease. Zhang Jingshi finally noticed Wang Ma beside his mother and quickly nodded politely. Wang Ma, hello. But inside, he was even more puzzled.
A nanny?
Or a full-time driver? What exactly is Su Nianha's situation now? He couldn't help but look at Su Nianha again. She was wearing a simple yet high-quality coat, with a calm and composed demeanor. She was completely different from the shy girl from the countryside he remembered, who was later said to be not well regarded in the Su family. Nianha, what are you doing now? Zhang Jingshi finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked politely, I heard you're doing very well in Beijing. Su Nianha naturally understood his curiosity in her words. She smiled slightly and spoke calmly. Just luck. I started a small business and have just stabilized. I needed help, and being able to hire someone I trust like Wang Ma is my good fortune. Small business? Zhang Jingshi looked at the luxury car that could buy half a small apartment in Beijing. He couldn't help but see the small business and all this luxury as very different things. The housing prices in Beijing have been rising wildly for over 10 years. He managed to buy a 120 square meter apartment outside the Fifth Ring Road with his savings and good judgment from earlier years. Now, he still has a big loan to pay every month. Last time, his mother sold their small two-story house to help him ease some pressure. Meanwhile, Su Nianha, young and successful, not only owns a luxury car but can also afford a nanny and a driver. The difference between them feels huge. He was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling mixed emotions, surprise, curiosity, and maybe a little envy. He pushed up his glasses and finally just smiled sadly. That's really wonderful. I'm happy to see you doing so well now. With Wang Ma taking care of you, we feel more at ease. Thank you, Brother Jingshi, Su Nianha nodded. Seeing his discomfort, she kindly said, It's getting late. We won't stay any longer. Aunt Lu, you should go back with Brother Jingshi. It's cold outside. Wang Ma, let's go too. Yes. Nianha, thank you so much today. Come visit often when you're free, Aunt Lu quickly said. Definitely, Su Nianha replied with a smile, then nodded to Zhang Jingshi. She and Wang Ma got into the car again. Chen Liheng started the car and slowly drove away from the neighborhood entrance. Zhang Jingshi helped his mother stand there, watching the black luxury car disappear into the night traffic. Only then did he turn his gaze away, sighing softly, and said to his mother, Mom, Nianha. She really surprises me. Aunt Lu looked proud.
See?
I told you Nianha is a promising girl. She has a good heart. With Aunt Wang by her side, she's got the right people. Inside the car, Su Nianha leaned back in the rear seat, looking at the neon lights outside. Suddenly, she spoke clearly, giving an address. Chen Liheng, go to this place first and help me pick up something. Yes, Miss Su. Chen Liheng replied without hesitation, immediately adjusting the driving direction. His professionalism and obedience made the last bit of irritation from the daytime conflict fade quietly from Su Nianha's mind. The car moved smoothly through the night streets of Beijing, the city lights shining brightly outside the window. Wang Ma, probably tired and comfortable from the warm interior, soon leaned back and dozed off. Su Nianha thoughtfully lowered the air conditioning fan, so inside the car there was only calming music and the soft hum of the engine. Chen Lifeng focused on driving, occasionally glancing in the rear-view mirror to check the traffic behind and the condition of the new boss in the back seat. He could tell that although Su Nianha was looking out the window, she was not sleepy. She seemed to be lost in thought. Finally, when the car slowly stopped at a red light, Chen Lifeng took a deep breath and broke the silence. His voice was a little deeper than usual, with clear apology. Miss Su, he said, meeting her eyes through the rear-view mirror about what happened at noon with President Su. Chen Lifeng, this matter is over. I know President Su came to see me, and you can't stop that, but you can't deliberately make excuses to leave. Remember, you are now my bodyguard, not his subordinate. Your top priority is my safety and well-being. Understood, Miss Su. I'll be more careful next time. Chun Li-feng thought to himself how unfair it was. It's like the saying, when gods fight, the little ones suffer. That's exactly how he felt. President Su asked him to step away for a bit so he could spend some time alone with Miss Su. How did that turn into his fault? He couldn't argue. It was what President Su wanted, so he had to listen to Miss Su. The green light turned on, and the car started moving again. Su Nianhe slightly turned her head toward the driver's side and said, "Since that's settled, let's forget about it. By the way, I bought you a set of bedding earlier. It's in the trunk. When we get home, ask Aunt Wang to help tidy up the guest room."
You can move in tonight.
Chun Li-feng was surprised. He was thinking about how he should protect her closely now that she moved to the small house. If she didn't want him to stay, would he have to sleep in the car every night? He hadn't expected Su Nianhe to be so thoughtful, even arranging a guest room for him. He paused for a moment before replying, "Thank you, Miss Su." "No need to thank me. That's basic courtesy," Su Nianhe said, her tone returning to normal. "From now on, Aunt Wang will handle the household chores. If you need anything, just tell her." "Okay, I understand," Chun Li-feng replied, feeling a little more relaxed. Miss Su was willing to buy him things, which at least showed she had calmed down. At this moment, Madame Wang, who had been pretending to sleep, quietly opened her eyes and a small, barely noticeable smile of satisfaction appeared on her face. She had been listening carefully just now. It seems Miss Nianhe is a kind and sensible person. The little bodyguard Chun looks tough, but he is also honest. In the future, living under the same roof, they should get along well. The car followed the new address that Su Nianhe provided, heading to a high-end dry cleaning shop open 24 hours. They picked up a coat that had been sent earlier, then turned towards the small building. Inside the car, the atmosphere was not as lively as when she was with Aunt Lu Wang, but the previous awkward tension had disappeared. Instead, there was a steady, professional harmony. As night deepened, the black car merged into the flow of returning traffic with 3 people inside. Su Nianhe slept very peacefully that night. With Madame Wang taking care of household chores and Chun Li-feng, a capable bodyguard, accompanying her outside, she felt very happy. This kind of life was something she wouldn't have dared to imagine a few months ago. But there were still many things to do. The new year was coming soon. She hadn't visited the antique shop in 2 days and wondered how Meng had been helping her find 2 new staff members. The next morning, Su Nianhe woke up to the tempting smell of food. She put on her clothes and went downstairs. The dining table was already set with steaming millet porridge, golden fried eggs, and a few fresh vegetable dishes. Madame Wang, wearing an apron, was carrying a plate of freshly steamed scallion buns from the kitchen, with a satisfied smile on her face. "Nianhe, you're awake? Come wash up and have breakfast. I don't know if it will suit your taste," she said nervously but expectantly. "So fragrant." Su Nianhe took a deep breath and sincerely praised, "Madame Wang, you're so kind. I'm lucky to have such good food in the future." After washing up and sitting down to eat, she found the porridge just the right temperature and the vegetables were seasoned perfectly. Madame Wang's presence brought a warm, homely feeling. She ate happily and contentedly. Just as she put down her bowl and chopsticks, Chun Li-feng also came out of the guest room. He was dressed in a neat black training suit, with tiny beads of sweat on his forehead, as if he had just finished morning exercise. His posture was upright, and his eyes were bright. "Good morning, Miss Su." He saw Su Nianhe and Madame Wang in the restaurant. He paused for a moment and politely greeted them. "Good morning," Su Nianhe nodded. "Have you had breakfast?" Madame Wang made a lot. "Thank you. Madame Wang wants you to sleep a bit longer." "I already ate," Chun Li-feng replied politely, standing to the side. "Do you have any plans today? Do you need a car?" "Yes, I'm going to the shop on Liuli Street later," Su Nianhe said, wiping her mouth with a napkin. "By the way, is your car yours or arranged by Mr. Su?" Hearing this, Chun Li-feng was stunned. His car was indeed arranged by Mr. Su. "Oh no, this might cause more trouble." "Never mind, better to be honest. Miss Su, I won't hide it from you. This car was actually arranged by Mr. Su." Before he finished, Su Nianhe interrupted, "Oh, Then just take me to the antique shop first, and later we'll go to the dealership to buy a car. Huh, Chen Lifeng instinctively exclaimed, then quickly responded, okay. He didn't dare ask more, and turned around decisively to leave. Madame Wang watched Chen Lifeng's back and whispered to Sun Yanhe, this young Chen gets up really early. He's been active in the yard before dawn, moves quietly, and doesn't disturb anyone. Looks like a diligent and steady person. Sun Yanhe smiled, but didn't say much. Inside, she thought to herself that Chen Lifeng was quite disciplined. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of Kang's Hensai. This well-known shop's name was carefully chosen after several discussions by some old gentlemen. Sun Yanhe thought it suited her store well and decided to use this name. She asked Chen Lifeng to wait in the car while she got out. After a few days away, she felt a bit unfamiliar with her own shop. She took out her keys, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The shop was bright and tidy, fairly organized, though some key decorations hadn't been arranged yet. As for some more valuable items, Sun Yanhe had already decided to display them on the second floor. She was thinking about setting the opening date before the new year when her phone suddenly rang. She swiped her finger across the screen and answered. Meng Lao's familiar voice immediately came through. Girl, as you requested, I've been honest, sensible, and discreet. I considered 2 candidates. One is my distant nephew, Meng He, in his early 20s. He's clever, has learned the basics from me over half a year, and is honest and hardworking. The other is a girl introduced by my old friend, Linya. Her family used to deal in antiques but fell on hard times. She worked in another shop selling antiques for 2 years and is quite experienced. However, recently her family had some issues, and she urgently needs a stable job. Old Meng paused and looked at Sun Yanhe's expression. Miss, if it's convenient, may I ask them to come over this afternoon to meet you? Sun Yanhe thought for a moment. All right, Old Meng. I have some things to do this afternoon. Can I have them come now? If it's okay, they can start working today. Sure. You wait at the shop and I'll call them now. Old Meng happily hung up and probably made the call right away. Sun Yanhe looked around the shop again, then took out a few small items from the space and placed them where they could be seen. She was quietly planning. During the opening, she might hold a small appreciation and exchange event to attract more visitors. Having reliable staff was the first step. With dependable people, she could focus on other development plans. Soon, footsteps and cheerful talking outside the shop were heard. Sun Yanhe looked up and saw Old Meng leading 2 young people inside. The one in front was a young man, about 22 or 23, probably Meng He. He was tall and slim, wearing a slightly faded blue down jacket and fitted jeans, with clean sneakers. His hair was cut short, looking neat and energetic. His face had sharp features, with a healthy wheat complexion. His bright eyes showed intelligence and curiosity, but not slyness. He quickly and politely glanced around the shop, then respectfully looked at Sun Yanhe, slightly bowing to show politeness. He seemed a bit shy but stood straight, showing he was well-trained and eager to learn. Behind Old Meng was a young girl, likely Linya. She was a bit shorter than Meng He, slim, wearing a beige wool coat and a light gray scarf. Her simple, modest outfit was very appropriate. Her long hair was loosely tied into a bun at the back of her head, revealing a smooth forehead and a delicate, oval face. Her features were gentle, but her eyebrows carried a faint hint of tiredness and stubbornness. Her eyes were calm and reserved, unlike Meng He's more expressive style, giving her a mature and steady presence beyond her age. When she entered, she lowered her gaze slightly, clasped her hands in front of her, and showed humility in her posture. Yet, her back was straight, showing confidence and dignity. Her fingers were slender, but the knuckles seemed to have small calluses, as if from handling or cleaning objects over time. Old Meng smiled and introduced her. Girl, I brought someone for you. This is my nephew, Meng He. And this is Miss Linya. Hello, Boss Su, Meng He greeted cheerfully, with a clear, youthful voice full of energy. Hello, Miss Lin, she replied softly but clearly, bowing slightly with a respectful attitude, yet confident. Sun Yanhe nodded and carefully examined both of them. She was beginning to trust old Meng's judgment. From this first impression, they seemed honest and hardworking. Old Meng's good eye for people was true. He was right to recommend them. She moved to the counter, signaling them to come closer. She casually took out a few common small items from behind the counter, a small blue and white dish given by Xin Yan, an old jade pendant made of Shi stone, and an antique-looking copper coin. "Don't be nervous," Su Nianhe said calmly. "Since old Meng recommended them, I believe they have a good foundation. I'm just asking questions, just chatting." She first picked up the blue and white dish and looked at Meng He. "Meng He, what do you think of this dish?" Meng He stepped forward carefully, took the dish, examined the glaze under the light, turned it over to look at the bottom, then spoke cautiously. "Boss Su, this dish has a pattern of entwined lotus flowers. The blue and white color is a bit gray-blue. The glaze is smooth, but the base clay feels a bit coarse. The exposed clay shows a reddish hue, which isn't very natural. I think it's from the mid-Jin period, maybe a folk kiln. It's old, but not particularly valuable." Su Nianhe nodded without saying much and pushed the jade pendant toward her. "Now, take a look at this." Linya gently picked up the jade pendant, not examining the jade quality first, but carefully feeling the patterns and edges with her fingers. She then looked at the internal fiber structure under the light and softly said, "Miss Su, this is Shiyu jade. The texture is quite fine, but the hardness is a bit low. You see, there are some tiny scratches on the edges. The carving style is traditional longevity and happiness patterns, but the carving technique appears soft and loose. It was popular during the Yunhuang period. It is mostly intact, so its market value won't be very high." She paused and added, "To keep it in good condition, avoid hard impacts. When cleaning, use a soft cloth with water and avoid chemical cleaners." Finally, Su Nianhe picked up a copper coin and looked at both of them. "And this?" Meng He took it first, examined it and frowned. "This coin. The characters are a bit blurry, and the rust looks artificial, as if it was deliberately made to look old. It doesn't seem right." Linya nodded and added, "The patina is uneven and the worn edges look rough. It's definitely a fake. It's probably from the last few decades." After hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Su Nianhe's face. Although their answers were brief, they hit the key points. Meng He's eyesight is quite sharp, and Linya is more careful, considering maintenance and market value. She clearly has more experience. She put the items back in the display case and said confidently, "Good, your basic skills are solid. Old Mr. Meng, you definitely recommended the right people." Old Meng listened and smiled proudly. Su Nianhe looked at both of them and said seriously, "My shop is new, so I'll need you to work hard in the future. As for the pay, old Mr. Meng should have told you 1 month probation, and if everything goes well, you'll become permanent staff. Any issues with the shop, come to me. When I'm not here, you can find old Mr. Meng. If you encounter uncertain items, ask more questions. Never act on your own. Most importantly, watch your eyes and words. Don't gossip with customers and don't share shop secrets with outsiders." "Can you do that?" "Yes," Meng He immediately promised loudly, a look of happiness on his face. "Rest assured, Miss Su, we will follow the rules and work diligently." Linya nodded seriously, a hint of gratitude and determination in her eyes for the opportunity. "Good," Su Nianhe nodded with satisfaction. "Today counts as your first day. Old Mr. Meng, show them around the shop and its rules and organize the items that need to be put on display. I went out to take care of some matters." "All right. Girl, go ahead and do your work. Leave this to me," Old Meng said helplessly, "as when girl treated me like the manager of the shop. But that's good. If she has any good things, I will be the first to know." Meng He and Linya also quickly got into the rhythm, familiarizing themselves with the shop alongside Old Meng. Su Nianhe felt relieved that the shop finally had 2 good helpers. She turned to leave Kang's Henshai and said to Chen Lifeng, "Let's go." "We'll buy a car." Su Nianhe and Chen Lifeng drove to the largest car city in Beijing, which is home to many luxury brand 4S stores. Sunlight shone through the huge glass walls onto the shiny floors. The new cars were displayed like art pieces, and the air was filled with the smell of leather and perfume typical of new vehicles. They casually entered a German luxury brand 4S store. The store was cool and elegant. Several sales consultants were enthusiastically talking to groups of wealthy-looking customers. Su Nianhe was dressed simply today, just a plain sweater and jeans, with a normal brand-down jacket. She wasn't wearing any noticeable jewelry. Chen Lifeng, who always wore black, looked cold and tough, but to the salespeople, he probably seemed more like a driver or assistant. They paused in front of a sleek sports car, but no salesperson came over to greet them. Occasionally, a salesperson glanced their way, but only gave a brief look before turning back to the well-dressed customers. Frowning slightly, Su Nianhe walked over to a nearby lounge area and asked a young salesperson who looked free, "Hello, could you please introduce the features of this car?" The young salesperson was playing on his phone. He looked up quickly when he heard her, sizing her up with a glance. There was a faint trace of disdain in his eyes, and his tone was somewhat dismissive. "This model, fully loaded, costs over 200,000. The specs are on the display board. Look for yourself." After saying that, he lowered his head again, seemingly convinced they were just here to look around. Chen Lifeng's face darkened. He was about to speak, but was stopped by a look from Su Nianhe. She wasn't angry, just spoke calmly but with a hint of coldness. "It seems your dealership has very high standards, so high that even basic product information requires customers to look it up themselves. Since that's the case, we won't take up your valuable time playing on your phone." The salesperson's face immediately turned pale, and he opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Su Nianhe no longer looked at him. She turned to Chen Lifeng and said, "Let's go." It seems this place doesn't welcome genuine car buyers. They visited 2 more stores, but the experience was similar. Either they were treated coldly, or the salespeople spoke condescendingly about entry-level models with high cost-performance ratios, implying they couldn't afford better cars. Finally, they entered the Maserati showroom. The Trident logo shone brightly. This time, a slightly older, more experienced male salesperson named Li Bin approached them professionally and respectfully. "Good afternoon. Welcome to Maserati. How can I assist you today?" Su Nianhe glanced around the showroom. Instead of heading straight to the most eye-catching models, she first looked at the SUV series nearby.
Just browsing, she said.
Guided by Li Bin, she examined the Levant. She opened the door to check the interior. The space was enough, but the design style wasn't her favorite. This model is more suitable for families or off-road use. If you're looking for driving fun and precise control, you might want to check out the Ghibli sedan over here, Li Bin suggested at the right moment. Su Nianhe nodded politely and went to look at the Ghibli. The coupe's sleek shape was nice, and the interior was finely crafted, but she still felt it lacked that special touch to truly impress her. She shook her head slightly and casually looked past Li Bin's shoulder, her eyes falling on the most dazzling spot in the center of the showroom, a low, sleek, and cool sports car with flowing lines that immediately caught her full attention. It was the Maserati flagship supercar, the MC20, like a calm sea god, blending elegance and power perfectly. "That one," Su Nianhe pointed at it, clearly interested. Li Bin's eyes lit up with understanding and admiration. "You have great taste. Please come this way. This is our brand's flagship supercar, the MC20. His introduction was detailed and professional, showing no sign of dismissiveness despite Su Nianhe having just looked at the more affordable models. While Su Nianhe carefully listened and opened the car door to experience the MC20 cockpit, a slightly sarcastic woman's voice came from nearby. It sounded like another salesperson whispering to a colleague, but loud enough for them to hear. "Wow, young girls these days are really bold." She looked at SUVs and Ghibli for a while, then immediately went to touch the MC20. Bringing a friend just to see the MC20? This car might have some scratches, probably not worth much. Maybe she's just here to take photos for social media. Chen Lifeng's eyes suddenly turned cold. His sharp gaze swept toward the source of the voice. The female salesperson was startled and immediately fell silent. Su Nianhe, however, gracefully leaned out from the cockpit. Instead of showing anger, she wore a faint but commanding smile. She looked in that direction and spoke clearly and calmly. "It seems your brand's training still needs improvement. At least, your staff should understand that judging a customer depends on their eyes and mind. not by belittling others to feel superior. I saw the Ghibli in the Levant, just to confirm they're not as good as the MC-20 for me. Is that hard to understand? Her words were quiet but felt like a silent slap, exposing the other person's arrogance and showing her own confidence in her choices. The female salesperson blushed instantly. Several other salespeople, who had been watching with curiosity, quickly looked away or pretended to be busy. Su Nianhe ignored them and turned to Li Bin, who had been patiently waiting. She asked directly, "Is this display car the standard version? Does it have optional features like invisible paint protection and high-end interior?" Li Bin's heart pounded. He realized she might be a true expert. He suppressed his excitement and quickly replied, "Miss Su, this is a display car with basic options. If you have specific needs, we can customize it, but the delivery might take a little longer. Too long to customize." "I can't wait," Su Nianhe said decisively as she stepped out of the car. Her gaze swept the showroom. "Do you have a ready-stock top model? Preferably in mica blue or pure white." Li Bin immediately said, "Please wait a moment. I'll check now."
Yes.
"We happen to have a top model in mica blue in stock, just arrived a few days ago." "Take me to see the car," Su Nianhe said calmly. After inspecting the car and confirming everything was in order, everyone returned to the negotiation area. Su Nianhe didn't ask about the discount. She only confirmed a few optional details and the final price, then took out her bank card from her bag and handed it to Li Bin. "Please process it quickly. Can I pick up the car today?" During the process, the female salesperson who had spoken rudely earlier, along with a few others who had misjudged the situation, watched from afar with shocked, regretful, and incredulous expressions. Li Bin took the card with both hands and became more respectful. "No problem, Misu. We'll handle the temporary license and insurance right away. You can drive the car out within 2 hours." Su Nianhe nodded and said to Chen Lifeng, "I'll drive the new car later. The old one. Since it's his, you should find a way to deal with it or just send it back to him." Chen Lifeng was both amused and helpless. "Miss Su, what kind of temper are you in? If you don't drive this car, I might want to drive it sometimes too." He quickly agreed. "Yes, Miss Su. I'll take care of it later." 2 hours later, under the watchful and somewhat complex gazes of the Maserati sales team, the dazzling mica blue MC-20 emitted a deep, powerful roar and slowly drove out of the showroom. Su Nianhe was somewhat unfamiliar with driving this powerful beast, trying to get used to its handling. Since she got her driving license after school, she rarely had the chance to buy or drive a car. If she hadn't been so angry yesterday and just took Chen Lifeng's car for a quick ride, she probably wouldn't have dared to drive this new car today. Holding the steering wheel of the MC-20, she felt the delicate leather under her palms and the engine's deep, strong roar, and her mood was incredibly happy. Although her driving skills were still a bit inexperienced, it didn't stop her from enjoying the amazed looks from around her. In Jing City, there are many luxury cars, but a supercar like the Maserati MC-20 is always the center of attention wherever it goes, attracting many onlookers. Su Nianhe slightly raised her chin, feeling proud inside. This is what life should be. Before, she could only call it merely surviving. Meanwhile, Chen Lifeng was feeling troubled. He was driving the black SUV that Su Nianhe had abandoned, slowly following behind, pondering how to talk to Su Xiao. He hesitantly dialed the phone. "President Su." His tone was unusually hesitant. The phone rang, and Su Zakai's lazy voice came through. What's the matter? Has she bought the car?" Clearly, he already knew about Su Nianhe buying the car. "Yes, she bought a Maserati MC-20. Chen Lifeng paused, struggling to get to the main point. "Miss Su said this old car is yours, so I should handle it or send it back to you." There was a 3-second silence on the line. Then Su Zakai's voice suddenly rose sharply, almost piercing Chen Lifeng's eardrum.
What?
"Send it back." "Chen Lifeng, you said you didn't want her to be your bodyguard without a car, so you got her one. Now she says she doesn't want it? You want me to drive a rejected, unwanted car? Am I some junk collector?" Chen Lifeng silently moved the phone away a bit, internally smiling bitterly. "I knew it. This is just trouble coming out of nowhere. Mr. Su, look at this." "What do I look at?" Deal with it yourself. Throw it away, sell it, donate it, do whatever you want. Just don't bring it back to bother me. Angrily, Su Zakai hung up the phone. Probably another valuable antique vase was about to suffer. Listening to the busy tone, Chen Lifeng sighed helplessly. Well, the boss is furious, and this hot potato is back in my hands again. He looked at the white Maserati MC20 that had just been driven away by Su Nianhe, resignedly turning the steering wheel. What else could he do? He decided to drive it back to the small courtyard first. Can't just leave it on the street. Meanwhile, Su Nianhe had already arrived at the small courtyard. She looked at her not-so-spacious garage door, then at the low-slung, wide body of the MC20, feeling a bit nervous. But she couldn't lose face. She took a deep breath and started trying to reverse into the garage. Move forward a bit, turn the steering, reverse. Oh no, it's crooked. Pull out, realign, reverse again.
Bang!
Lightly brushing the edge of the garage door bumper. Try again. She turned the steering sharply, and the back of the car almost hit the wall beside it. Manhwa came out after hearing the noise. She saw her young lady driving a stunning white new car, performing a crab dance at the garage door, twisting left and right, but just couldn't get into the hole. Manhwa crossed her arms, shaking her head with both amusement and helplessness. She sighed. Oh, my Nianhe, your driving skills. Maybe you should wait for Xiaochen to come back and help you park? This new car, scratching and bumping, it hurts to see. Su Nianhe's face was slightly red, and she was a bit embarrassed, but she stubbornly said, Mom Wang, don't worry. I just haven't gotten used to the width of this car yet. I'll be fine soon. She continued to try stubbornly, not giving up. Just then, the hero finally arrived. Chen Lifeng drove a black SUV steadily into the yard. As soon as he got out, he saw Su Nianhe struggling with the garage door. He looked at the battered Maserati MC20 and saw Su Nianhe sweating nervously. Remembering the boss's furious phone call earlier, he couldn't help but find the situation both funny and frustrating. He took a deep breath, walked over, and knocked on the car window of the MC20. Su Nianhe rolled down the window, showing a slightly awkward but forced calm face. Ahem. You're back? There seems to be a problem with the garage design. Chen Lifeng tried to hide his smile and said seriously, Miss Su, maybe I should do it? Your new car is precious, and I know you'd be upset if it gets scratched. Su Nianhe felt relieved but still wanted to keep her boss's authority. She pretended to be calm, unbuckled her seatbelt, and got out. All right, that's fine. You can get familiar with the new car. Be careful when you drive. It's quite expensive. Don't worry. Chen Lifeng sat in the driver's seat, skillfully adjusted the seat and mirrors, hardly looked at the car, and smoothly turned the steering wheel. With coordinated acceleration and braking, he expertly guided the stubborn MC20 into the center of the garage, perfectly balanced with space all around. Mom Wang watched happily and said, Young Chen is really good. Su Nianhe looked a little uncomfortable but felt relieved inside. She still tried to sound confident. The car handles pretty well. So, is the old car sorted out? Chen Lifeng got out, closed the door, and reported calmly, Boss Su told me to handle it myself. So, I just drove it back. He paused and added, Your car is good for a drive, but sometimes when you need to carry things, it's not very practical. Maybe you should leave it here for me to drive. It would be more convenient. Su Nianhe thought for a moment and found it reasonable. She didn't insist on immediately getting rid of the car, just snorted and said, All right, you decide. After saying that, she turned around, held her head high, and went inside. But her back looked a little proud, as if she had won a small victory despite feeling a bit awkward. Chen Lifeng and Mama Wang exchanged a glance, both seeing a look of helplessness mixed with amusement in each other's eyes. For several days, a striking figure with a shimmering blue flash often appeared on the streets of Jing City. Su Nianhe almost every day drove her MC20 out, not for any official reason, but simply to enjoy the thrill of driving fast and attracting attention. Chen Lifeng always followed behind in a black SUV, neither too close nor too far. He acted as her bodyguard and was ready to step in as a firefighter whenever needed, especially when Su Nianhe faced tight parking spots or tricky reversing situations. At first, Su Nianhe's parking skills made people nervous. Several times in the underground parking lot of a shopping mall, she struggled to fit into a parking space, moving left and right without success. In the end, Chen Lifeng would get out of his car, help her with a calm expression, and guide her in. However, Su Nianhe was quite determined not to give up. After practicing a few times, she started to get the hang of it. Her sense of direction and distance improved, and her driving became smoother. Chen Lifeng watched her from behind, seeing her go from awkward, crab-like movements to confidently parking in a side space with a quick, clean turn. He felt a rare sense of pride, like a teacher seeing a promising student. Although he still didn't fully trust her skills, his stress eased a lot. In the blink of an eye, several more days passed. Su Nianhe, Meng Mingyuan, and Old Zhou repeatedly discussed and finally set the opening date for Treasure Pavilion, 10 days before the Lunar New Year, on December 20th. As the year drew to a close, it was the perfect time for people to have extra money and buy beautiful gifts for friends and family. Opening at this time would meet market demand and bring good luck. Su Nianhe was full of anticipation. Besides practicing driving, she also began to think more about the details of the opening. That day, as usual, Su Nianhe drove her MC-20 back to the small courtyard. She skillfully parked in the garage and felt happy as she entered the house. After eating the meal Mama Wang prepared, she chatted with her for a while, then went upstairs to her room. She removed her light makeup, took a relaxing hot bath to wash away the day's fatigue. Putting on comfortable pajamas, she was about to pull back the covers and lie down when suddenly, she had a clear thought. She sensed someone had entered the wooden sign space. She initially thought the visitor was Shen Yanji, but upon closer look, she realized it was Wenwan, whom she had been longing for and searching everywhere to find. Su Nianhe was full of surprise. Shen Yanji had entered the space by relying on the talisman on his body, but how did Wenwan manage to come in? She was eager to find out the truth and immediately stepped into the space. At this moment, Wenwan was wide-eyed, with a look of surprise and doubt, observing the strange space with unclear boundaries. Not far away, two small wooden buildings exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, definitely not any place she knew. It turned out that when she parted ways with Su Weiping at the Nianhe breakfast shop, she relied on the various new things provided to safely reach the military camp. After finding her father, she learned that he had actually surrendered under false pretenses. Later, with her father's complete victory, the emperor ordered him to return to the capital and appointed him as the great general protecting the nation. Wenwan also returned to the capital with her father, making a special detour to the place where Su Nianhe's shop was, wanting to thank her face-to-face for saving her. But she searched repeatedly in that area and couldn't even find a trace of the Nianhe breakfast shop. Wenwan even secretly wondered if Su Nianhe was an angel sent by heaven to save her. After saving her, the shop had mysteriously disappeared along with her. It wasn't until she later found an old acquaintance, a woodcutter, that she confirmed from him that Su Nianhe's shop had indeed been open here for a while, but for some unknown reason, it suddenly vanished again. Because of this, Wenwan was convinced that the shop might appear again in the future. She specifically told the woodcutter to notify her immediately if he saw the Nianhe breakfast shop open again, then she could rest assured and return to the capital. Just now, she was anxiously pacing in her yard, full of worry about how long it would be before she could see Miss Su again. How could she suddenly find herself in this strange place? Just as she was panicking and unsure what to do, the mist beside her suddenly moved slightly, and a familiar figure appeared out of nowhere. Wenwan was first stunned into silence, but as soon as she recognized the person's face, her fear was instantly replaced by unbelievable joy. "Miss Su? Is that really you?" She almost threw herself forward, clutching Su Nianhe's hand tightly, her eyes full of excitement and confusion from their reunion. "Oh my God! Am I dreaming? Where is this? How did I suddenly see you? Do you know how much I've missed you these days?" Su Nianhe looked at Wenwan standing alive and well in front of her, and her heart was also filled with excitement. But compared to Wenwan's pure surprise, she felt more troubled by lingering doubts. She suppressed her rising emotions, reached out and held Wenwan's hand, and spoke urgently and seriously. Sister Wenwan, I didn't expect to see you again. But don't get too excited first. Tell me, how did you come here? What were you doing before? Did you bring anything special with you? After the joy of reunion eased a little, Wenwan was also affected by Su Nianhe's serious expression and tried to recall, I didn't do anything special. I was just thinking in my yard when I suddenly felt warmth in my arms, then everything blurred, and when I opened my eyes again, I was here. She shook her head with a look of confusion. Something special? I don't think I brought anything special with me. Su Nianhe's eyebrows immediately furrowed, and the scene of Shen Yan entering the space flashed uncontrollably in her mind. She steadied herself and said to Wenwan, Sister, take out everything you're carrying and show me. Even small, ordinary items don't miss anything. Her tone carried an unquestioning sense of inquiry. Although Wenwan didn't understand why Su Nianhe was acting like this, she trusted her completely. She immediately began to search her belongings, a plain handkerchief, a small box of rouge, a few sunflower seeds, a finely embroidered sachet, a small personal seal. Scattered items laid out on the ground. Finally, she instinctively patted her sleeve to make sure she had nothing else, then looked up and said, Miss Su, see, this is all I have. Su Nianhe squatted down, carefully examined each item on the ground, and gently touched them with her fingertips. But she found nothing with any unusual energy fluctuations. Her heart sank slightly. Could she have guessed wrong? The items Wenwan brought in weren't these belongings? Unwilling to give up, she added a reminder. Sister, think carefully again. Did you bring anything with a special material? Like a wooden token or a jade pendant? She specifically mentioned wooden token, which made her think of Shen Yan's token fragment that had entered the space. Upon her reminder, Wenwan suddenly seemed to remember something. Her cheeks flushed with two bright red clouds, and her eyes looked a bit shy. She whispered shyly, There is one more thing. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly raised her hand and reached inside her clothing. She carefully took out a token from her chest pocket.
This
is a token my father strictly told me to carry close. It's an important family keepsake of our Wen family. With it, I can summon some secret guards and private soldiers. In emergencies, I can also use it to call for help. This token is related to family secrets, and my father specifically warned me not to show it to others easily. That's why I hesitated. Wenwan's voice grew softer as she spoke, her tone tinged with a bit of guilt for hiding it. To her, this token was a family matter and naturally should not be shown casually.
Su Nianhe understood her feelings perfectly.
Now was not the time to question her about this. She immediately took the wooden token from Wenwan's hand. As soon as her fingertips touched it, she sensed something unusual. It was slightly heavy, with a smooth, almost icy texture, and carved with intricate, ancient patterns. The material and feel of this token were exactly the same as Shen Yan's wooden token, as if they came from the same source. She quickly took her own wooden token from her bag and placed both tokens side by side in her palm for comparison. Sure enough, although the patterns on the two tokens were different and their sizes slightly varied, the wood was exactly the same. More importantly, when the two tokens were close to each other, she could clearly feel an indescribable resonance, as if they were born from the same origin. In an instant, a flash of insight seemed to cut through the fog in Su Nianhe's mind. Shen Yan entered with a fragment of such a token, and Wenwan also came with the same token. Both of them came from ancient times, yet they could both access their own wooden token spaces through this strange token. A shocking hypothesis exploded in her mind. This mysterious space is not a fixed location at all. It is a cross-dimensional portal that uses these special mind tokens as coordinates and keys. No matter which era they are in, as long as someone holds this kind of wooden token, they could be linked to this space. What does this mean? This means that Su Nianhe now has an incredible platform that allows her to communicate directly with people from different historical periods across time and space, even to trade with them. Modern craftsmanship, new and strange objects, advanced ideas, these would be priceless treasures in ancient times, capable of causing a huge shock. Ancient rare medicines, lost skills, century-old or even thousand-year-old antiques, these are priceless treasures in modern times, worth a fortune. The huge business potential and even the possibility of changing history are rushing before her eyes, almost becoming real. Thinking of this, Su Nianhe feels her whole body heat up instantly. Her heartbeat races like drums, and a strange excitement and thrill sweep through her. Her eyes shine brightly, as if light is about to burst from them. She tightly grips the 2 wooden tokens in her hands, then turns to look at Wenwan, who is still confused and a little uneasy. A very bright and slightly ambitious smile slowly spreads across her face.
Wenban sees Su Nianhe smiling so happily.
Though she doesn't fully understand why she's so excited, she feels a rush of joy and gratitude from their reunion. She holds Su Nianhe's hand again, speaking sincerely and urgently. Miss Su, I'm so glad to see you again. You don't know how much I appreciate your saving me. And those amazing medicines, tents, the spray that can scare away bad guys, and the matches that light with a flick. Each one is incredible. Her eyes sparkle with admiration and a little fear. My father once said, if our soldiers had these things, especially the quick-acting medicine and sturdy, lightweight tents, the soldiers on the frontier would suffer less, and we'd have a better chance of winning. If we could produce them in large quantities, we wouldn't fear barbarian invasions. Our country would be peaceful and strong. Su Nianhe looks at her excited face and understands everything. She smiles, pats Wenwan's hand gently, and doesn't reply directly. Instead, she changes the subject. Wenwan, no need to thank me so much. Our reunion is fate. Come, I'll show you some things. Then she leads Wenwan to walk among the neatly arranged shelves in the spacious first-floor hall. Wenwan's eyes quickly filled with curiosity. She saw on the shelf a variety of strange objects she had never seen before. Beautifully packaged foods, clothes made from unusual materials and modern styles, and different kinds of household items. Each one looked delicate and unfamiliar, beyond her time. Su Nianhe casually picked up a pack of compressed biscuits and pointed to a set of stainless steel tableware nearby. She briefly explained their uses and then casually added, Sister, you see, these things are quite common here. If you need, you can exchange things from your place with mine in the future. Hearing this, Wenwan was first stunned, then her eyes lit up with great surprise and understanding. So, magical items from the fairy world could be exchanged for ordinary things? She almost blurted out, gold and silver. Miss Su, we can exchange with gold and silver. Father would surely be willing to do anything for that. Su Nianhe smiled slightly and shook her head. To her, although gold and silver from ancient times were valuable, they were not as precious as antiques, calligraphy, paintings, or some rare modern resources. She paused thoughtfully, then suddenly remembered the firewood sent by the woodcutter, and her eyes brightened. Gold and silver are not the first choice, Su Nianhe guided her. Sister, do you remember? I want to show you something else. Okay. Wenwan was curious about the new things Su Nianhe might show her. They then went upstairs to a refined office. Su Nianhe saw her sister follow and took out some leftover firewood samples from the corner, which the woodcutter had sent that day, and handed them to Wenwan. Look, sister. I need wood like this. Or furniture made from this kind of wood, like tables, chairs, or beds, would also be good. Su Nianhe pointed to the faint patterns and unique scent on the wood samples. Wenwan examined them carefully, then leaned in to smell. Her face suddenly showed disbelief, even a bit amused and helpless. Is this golden nanmu and fragrant nanmu? Although these scraps are not top quality, they are definitely from those kinds of wood. She looked up at Su Nianhe, her tone light and even a little amused. Miss Su, isn't this firewood from that woodcutter? How come he used it to pay for your meal? Yes, this is the firewood the woodcutter sent me, Su Nianhe nodded. Why do you want these? They're not worth much. In my great flourishing dynasty, everything was abundant. Wealthy families hired skilled craftsmen to make tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets. They were beautiful, but not rare or hard to find. The wood used in the mountain forests where this material came from was just ordinary firewood for farmers. Nothing special. If you only need this wood or furniture made from it, it's very easy to get. She was worried that the things Su Nianhe needed might be very precious and hard to find, but she never expected that what the other person cared about was something almost considered common in their area. This made her feel speechless. She thought Su Nianhe's tastes were quite unique. Su Nianhe watched her gentle reaction and felt a wave of happiness almost impossible to hold back. Sure enough, the difference in time and space created a mismatch in value, and this was her biggest advantage. She forced herself to stay calm and kept a peaceful smile, confidently saying, "Yes, that's right. For me, the smell and feel of these woods are very special. I like them very much. If your sister can provide this kind of wood or make furniture like this." She casually took out her phone and showed Wenwan a few pictures of modern minimalist-style solid wood furniture. "We can exchange long-term. You can trade me these woods or furniture for my rare items."
How about that?
Wenwan looked at the phone without feeling surprised because she had seen these before when Su Lingyi was injured. Unfortunately, they couldn't use them in their great flourishing dynasty. Otherwise, she would definitely buy some from Su Nianhe. Seeing the smooth lines, unique yet strangely beautiful designs of the furniture on the screen, she thought the style was odd, but the materials matched her idea of ordinary wood. Without hesitation, she agreed eagerly, even feeling like she was getting a big bargain. "No problem. Absolutely no problem. Su Nianhe, don't worry, I'll handle this. I'll go back and arrange to find the best wood and the best craftsmen to make it according to these designs. It's really very easy." She was already planning quickly. Her father's storeroom seemed to have a lot of high-quality golden silk Nanmu wood stored, and there was a set of unused Nanmu tables and chairs at their suburban estate. If Su Nianhe needed it urgently, she could send some over tomorrow. Seeing Wenwan's eager expression, as if she was afraid she would back out and couldn't wait to make the deal, Su Nianhe's smile deepened. A trade crossing time and space, with each side getting what they need, was briefly agreed upon in this strange foggy space. It seemed unfair, but both felt they were gaining a lot. Su Nianhe could almost see precious wood and elegant furniture flowing through time to her. Wenwan was happy because what Su Nianhe wanted was just some cheap wood and ordinary furniture. She felt she was getting a good deal and wanted to fill her space with fragrant Nanmu wood to thank her. She hurriedly said, "Miss Su, if you like these, I'll go prepare right away. I'm sure I have plenty stored at home. I'll count and send them to you soon." She looked around, eager to find a way to leave this strange space, as if she couldn't wait to rush back to the general's warehouse. Su Nianhe smiled at her enthusiasm and quickly stopped her. "Slow down, sister. No need to rush." Thinking carefully, she suddenly remembered something and asked with a smile, "Are the items I sent you last time, like sanitary pads and down jackets, still useful? Are you used to them?" When she mentioned this, Wenwan's cheeks turned red, but her eyes shone brightly with gratitude and amazement.
Yes.
"They're so convenient. Especially the sanitary pads." She lowered her voice, shy like a girl, but her excitement was obvious. They really solved a big problem. Before, those days were uncomfortable and made me irritable. After using them, I felt relaxed and almost forgot about that. Then she praised again, and the down jackets, light and warm, much better than heavy cotton-padded coats or fur. "Miss Su, every one of these items is amazing." She became more excited, her eyes sparkling like she'd found treasure. "Honestly, I've been thinking, if these good things, especially the sanitary pads, became popular among noble women in Beijing, it would cause a huge stir. Everyone would want to buy them. Just thinking about it makes me feel proud." Su Nianhe's eyes flashed with sharp light. Wenwan's words hit her right in the heart. A bigger, clearer business plan quickly formed in her mind. She smoothly guided the conversation, her tone tempting and persuasive. "Since sister also thinks they're good, have you ever thought about not just using them yourself, but also letting more women in Dashing Dynasty have access to these convenient things?" She paused briefly, observing Wenwan's reaction, then continued, "I have an idea. Perhaps we can use the reputation and channels of the general's residence to find two trustworthy and clever people in the most prosperous part of the capital to open a few shops. One shop would sell ready-made clothes, like down jackets and other beautiful garments I have. Another would sell daily necessities, such as sanitary pads, stainless steel tableware, and various skincare and cleaning products. As for the supplies, I will provide them naturally. Sister, what do you think of this idea? This plan was actually to make Wenwan her exclusive agent in the ancient world. Wenwan was completely drawn in by Su Nianhe's bold and innovative idea. She was the daughter of a general, with plenty of experience and courage, but she had never thought of doing business like this, selling items that seemed almost magical. Thinking about the scene where noble ladies, competing in beauty and fashion, would marvel at and eagerly pursue a down jacket or a box of cosmetics, her heart raced. An excitement and anticipation she had never felt before surged within her. This was not just about making money. It was a great opportunity to lead trends, increase the influence of the general's residence, and boost her own reputation. She almost hesitated, but her eyes sparkled with eagerness. She nodded firmly. Miss Su, your plan is brilliant. I think it's feasible. Finding reliable people isn't difficult. The housekeepers in the residence are capable, and we can select clever ones from the family. The shop location is no problem. My mother's dowry includes one. I'm willing to give this a try. At this moment, she seemed to already see the bustling scene of customers at the shop. They looked at each other and smiled, establishing a partnership that crossed time, more advanced than their previous wood trade. After discussing the initial plan a few more times, Wenwan suddenly felt the pull from the token in her growing stronger. Knowing her time was limited, she prepared to leave. Su Nianhe was in a good mood, thinking about her upcoming grand plan, and was especially generous. She told Wenwan to wait a moment, then quickly moved through her space, returning with a large pile of items. She handed Wenwan several large makeup bags filled with various brand-name lipsticks, foundations, lotions, and creams. Keep these and use them. There are different colors and effects. Try them slowly. Then she took out several sets of different styles of soft, comfortable underwear and a few pairs of down jackets of various lengths, along with matching casual pants and sweaters. Take these clothes too, and change into them. Finally, she didn't forget Wenwan's loyal maid, carefully selecting a few beautiful silk scarves, some delicate hair accessories, and a small portable mirror, handing them to Wenwan. These little things bring them to Tsuaping. Thank her for taking care of me last time. Wenwan looked at the pile of exquisite gifts in front of her, feeling so touched she didn't know what to say. She kept refusing. This is too valuable. Miss Su, how can I accept so many things from you? There's no need to be polite between us. Besides, in the future, we will work together on big projects. You need to get familiar with the products first, Su Nianhe said with a smile, forcefully stuffing the items into her arms. Go back quickly. I'm waiting for your good news, whether it's about the wood or the shop. Wenwan held the heavy, heartfelt gifts, nodded firmly, feeling warm and motivated inside. As she thought about it, her figure gradually faded into the swirling mist and disappeared completely. Su Nianhe stood alone in the space, watching the direction where Wenwan vanished, a hopeful smile appearing on her face. Her cross-industry business empire took another solid step forward. That night, Su Nianhe was dreaming of becoming a wealthy lady. At dawn, a sudden urgent phone call woke her from her sleep. She groggily reached under her pillow to find her phone. The blinding screen light made her squint. When she saw the caller ID, Lin Yalan, her eyes widened in surprise. Yalan hadn't contacted her in a long time. She quickly pressed the answer button. Before she could speak, Lin Yalan's voice came through, trembling with tears and almost breaking with anxiety. Nianhe, what should I do? My brother has gone missing. What? Su Nianhe sat up abruptly, her heart sinking. Sleepiness vanished completely. Lin Feng was missing?
How could that be?
He was such a steady and thoughtful person. Her mind raced, filled with worry. Lin Feng's parents had passed away long ago. He had raised his sister single-handedly. To her, Lin Feng was like a father and brother, her main support and reliance. If something happens to her, Yalin's world will fall apart. She forced herself to stay calm. The most important thing now was to keep Yalin steady. She took a deep breath, speaking as calmly and firmly as possible, interrupting the almost crying voice on the phone. Yalin. Don't worry, take your time.
What's going on?
Don't cry, just tell me what happened. Where are you right now? While asking, she had already gotten out of bed, barefoot, and was walking quickly toward the wardrobe. No matter what happened, I'll come to find you right away. Where are you? Wait for me. I'm at Xingye Bar. My brother is missing here, Lin Yalin said with a crying tone. Don't be afraid. I'm coming now. Her voice was steady and reliable, as if it could cut through the chaos and help her friend stay calm. After confirming that Lin Yalin was alone at home and very upset, Su Nianhe suppressed her shock and tried to calm her as calmly as possible. Okay, Yalin, lock the door at home and don't go anywhere. I'll be there in no more than 20 minutes. Listen to me. Wait for me. After hanging up, Su Nianhe immediately broke free from her previous calmness, her face full of worry. She almost rushed to the wardrobe, grabbed a coat and some pants at random, threw them on without caring about matching, then grabbed her phone and car keys and rushed out of the bedroom. The loud slam of the door sounded especially harsh in the quiet early morning. She hurried down the stairs, the sound of her heels hitting the floor echoing through the empty villa. This loud noise immediately woke up Wang Ma, who was resting in the bedroom upstairs. Wang Ma, wearing a coat and slippers, hurried out and saw Su Nianhe rushing toward the entrance, her face showing a rare panic.
Oh.
Miss Nianhe, what's going on? Did something happen? Where are you going in the middle of the night? Wang Ma's heart raced as she followed Su Nianhe to the door, her tone full of concern. She saw Su Nianhe quickly put on her shoes, her hair a bit messy, definitely not her usual look. Su Nianhe was anxious and worried, her mind filled with Yalin's crying voice and the news of Lin Feng's disappearance. She didn't have time to explain in detail. She pushed open the door and quickly replied, Wang Ma, it's nothing. My friend has an urgent matter. I have to go right now. Don't worry, go back and get some sleep first. Before she finished speaking, he had already rushed into the garage. Almost at the same time that the engine of Su Nianhe's Maserati roared to life, the light in another bedroom on the second floor also turned on. Chen Lifan was awakened by the noise downstairs. As he walked to the window, he saw the familiar sports car shoot out of the garage like an arrow, speeding across the driveway and merging onto the empty, cold street in the early morning without slowing down. His brow immediately furrowed. This was very unusual. Although Su Nianhe could be stubborn sometimes, she would never drive recklessly in the middle of the night. At this moment, his phone on the bedside table rang. It was Wang Ma calling, her voice anxious and hurried. Lifan, something's wrong. Nianhe doesn't know what happened. She took a call and ran out in a panic. I asked her, but she wouldn't say much, only that a friend had an emergency. Her face looked terrible. I'm really worried. It's so late, I hope nothing serious has happened. I understand, Wang Ma. Don't worry, I'll go check, Chen Lifan said calmly and steadily. He didn't hesitate at all. He was in such a rush that he didn't even have time to change out of his pajamas. He grabbed a coat from the bed, threw it over his pajamas, picked up his car keys and phone, and hurried downstairs. His black SUV was parked in the garage. Soon, the engine of his vehicle, deeper and more powerful than the Maserati's, roared to life. The headlights cut through the darkness as he smoothly reversed and turned, heading swiftly toward the direction where Su Nianhe had disappeared. His eyes stayed focused on the road ahead, sharp and alert, trying to catch sight of the familiar red taillights among the sparse traffic. Su Nianhe's Maserati suddenly braked sharply and stopped right outside the Xingye Tavern. She didn't even wait for the car to come to a complete stop before opening the door. Her high heels clicked hurriedly on the ground as she almost ran into the bar. The scene in front of her made her heart tighten. The normally relaxed atmosphere of the lounge was now a mess. Several tables and chairs were knocked over, with broken wine glasses scattered on the floor. Spilled wine on the carpet had dark stains, and the air was filled with a strange mix of alcohol, perfume, and a tense feeling. Although it was late at night, a few staff members were still cleaning up, their faces showing exhaustion and lingering fear. Her gaze quickly swept across the room and immediately locked onto a figure curled up in the corner. Yalin, Su Nianha hurriedly rushed over. Lin Yalin looked up suddenly at the sound. She was sitting alone at the innermost part of a booth, her face pale as paper, with red, swollen eyes, obviously crying for a long time. She was only wearing a winter dress, and her coat seemed to have been forgotten in the rush. Seeing Su Nianha, she seemed to finally find her support. She stood up quickly, her lips trembling, tears spilling out again. Nianha, you're finally here. Boo. She grabbed Su Nianha's arm tightly, her fingers cold and trembling from the force, like someone drowning clutching a life raft. What should I do? My brother is missing, he's gone. Su Nianha immediately held her cold hand tightly with one hand and wrapped her arm around her shoulder with the other, feeling her trembling slightly all over. She quickly looked her friend over to make sure she was not hurt, then relaxed a little, but her heart clenched tighter because of her friend's state. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Take your time and tell me what happened. Su Nianha's voice was as steady as possible, trying to comfort her with her calmness. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a manager's uniform, looking calmer, approached with an apologetic and helpless expression. Miss, are you Miss Lin's friend? I am. What exactly happened? Where is her brother, Lin Feng? Su Nianha turned to the manager, her tone urgent but controlled. The manager sighed and pointed to the messy scene. About an hour ago, there was a serious fight in the shop. It started because two tables of customers argued over something, then they started fighting. The scene was chaotic and some things were broken. He paused and continued. Miss Lin's brother, Mr. Lin Feng, was also at the scene. From what her staff remember, Mr. Lin seemed to try to step in and stop the fight, to separate the people involved. But during the chaos, after our security responded, separated everyone, and called the police, we found that Mr. Lin was missing. A nearby waitress, wiping the table, also looked worried and added, yes, after the police arrived and took away the people involved, we wanted to find the man who tried to stop the fight to get some information or a statement, but no matter how we looked, we couldn't find him. I called his phone. At first no one answered, then it just turned off. Miss Lin said she couldn't reach her brother at all, and she was getting very worried. Miss Lin listened to the staff's story, tears streaming down her face, as she broke in a trembling voice, my brother. He would never do something like this. Even if he had to leave, he would tell me. He wouldn't make me worry like this. And his phone is never off. Nianhe, I'm scared. Is he being held by those people? Could something have happened to him? Her voice was full of fear and desperate guesses. Su Nianhe held her close, gently patting her back to comfort her, while listening with a worried frown. The words, fighting, chaos, sudden disappearance, phone off, connected in her mind, making her feel more and more anxious, like a snowball rolling downhill. This was not like Lin Feng's usual calm and careful way. The situation was probably much more complicated than just a fight or a quarrel. Just as they looked at each other, trembling from the shock of this sudden bad news, Lin Yalan's phone suddenly rang sharply. A completely unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. In the tense, silent atmosphere, the ringing sounded especially harsh, like a threatening spell. Lin Yalan shivered in fear, almost dropping her phone. She looked at Su Nianhe for help, her eyes full of terror. Su Nianhe took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. She signaled for her to answer and quietly said, "Turn on speakerphone." Lin Yalan tremblingly pressed the answer and speaker buttons. A distorted, deep male voice immediately came from the phone, each word cold and malicious. Is this Lin Yalan? Lin Yalan's voice tightened with fear. Yes. It's me. Who are you? The voice let out a short, unpleasant snicker, like a snake hissing. Your brother Lin Feng is in our hands. This sentence hit like a heavy, sinking into the hearts of both women. Lin Yalan quickly covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming, tears silently falling. The kidnapper continued slowly, with a cruel tone of total control. If you wanted to be safe, have your friend Su Nian he bring the painting Seven Gentlemen in the Bamboo Forest by Gu Kaiji to us. He deliberately paused, as if appreciating the effect of his words, then intensified his tone and issued a threat. Remember, no calling the police. If you do, haha, I can't guarantee your brother won't lose some limbs. Then you'll only get some incomplete parts. What painting? Lin Yalan could hardly believe her ears. The overwhelming absurdity temporarily overshadowed her fear. She shouted, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard of any painting. Her voice rose with urgency and confusion, her face full of disbelief. These people had kidnapped her brother, and their target was a painting held by her friend? When Su Nianha heard the words, Seven Gentlemen of the Bamboo Grove, her pupils shrank suddenly, and her face turned extremely complicated. She looked at her friend with a mixture of doubt, shock, and a hint of confusion. A strong sense of guilt and embarrassment flooded her heart. She truly felt sorry for Yalan. They had been classmates for 4 years, like sisters. The Lin siblings had taken good care of her. Knowing she was just a wealthy girl from the provincial capital, not favored at home, they never looked down on her, treated her sincerely, and helped her as best they could. After graduation, she chose to distance herself, not wanting to trouble them anymore. The deeper reason was her own dire situation. She didn't want to bother the brother and sister anymore. If it weren't for the military supplies order from Xinyan, her difficult circumstances might have kept her from reaching out again. Now, she had caused Lin Feng to suffer this unjust disaster because of her treasured possession. How could she not feel guilty? What is a painting? What about a genuine work by Gu Kaiji? None of it compares to Lin Feng's safety. She didn't have romantic feelings for Lin Feng, but she shared a deep sibling bond. She would never allow him to be hurt because of her. While Lin Yalan was still excitedly arguing on the phone, we really don't know anything about the painting. Su Nianha suddenly reached out, almost snatching the phone from Lin Yalan's hand. Her movements were decisive and firm, her eyes sharp and calm. She clearly said into the microphone, I am Su Nianha.
Who are you?
How do you know I have this painting? The kidnapper on the phone clearly didn't expect the real person to be right next to him, and he responded so quickly that he paused for a moment, seeming a bit surprised. Since you're Su Nianha, it's easier to talk. As for who we are, how we know you have this painting isn't important. What's important is that we want the painting in your hands. Hearing this, Su Nianha realized the kidnappers were targeting her. She wasn't afraid because Shun Yanji had given her many paintings, and she would have more in the future. Right now, her main concern was Lin Feng's safety. If you want a painting, fine. She made her bottom line clear, speaking softly but with strength, but you must promise not to hurt Lin Feng in any way. The distorted male voice responded again, with a teasing and confirming tone. Miss Su, you're quick to agree. He seemed quite satisfied.
All right then.
Tomorrow night at 2 a.m. at the foot of Huilong Mountain on the 6th Ring Road outside Beijing. You hand over the person, and we hand over the painting. He emphasized the rules again with a threatening tone, and you must come alone. If we find out you brought someone else or called the police, well, you know the consequences. Okay, Su Nianha agreed without hesitation, then immediately made a request, as long as Lin Feng is safe. Now, let him listen to the phone. I need to hear his voice myself to confirm he's okay right now, or else everything is off. Humph, you sure are demanding. The kidnapper muttered impatiently but agreed. All right. Wait for my call. A muffled noise and footsteps came through the phone, as if it was being moved away. After a while, a familiar voice, tired but real, came through, filled with worry and urgency. Nianha? Is that you? Don't come. They set a trap. Please don't. Are you trying to get yourself killed? A rough voice interrupted him sharply, followed by dull hitting sounds, Lin Feng's suppressed pain groans, and vicious curses. If you really want to die, I'll make sure you do right now. Stop it. Su Nianha's heart clenched tightly. She shouted into the phone, trembling with anger and fear. Listen. If anything happens to Lin Feng, if even one hair is harmed, I will destroy that painting on the spot and refuse to give it to you. I mean it. Someone on the other end seemed to stop the violence, and another voice faintly responded. Enough, the boss said. As long as you draw the picture, don't cause any trouble or you'll get people hurt. If that happens, we won't get our stuff, and everyone will be in trouble. After a brief moment of chaos, the twisted mastermind's voice came closer to the microphone, filled with anger and shame. All right. Did you hear that? He's alive. Obey our instructions, and he can stay alive. Remember, at 3 a.m. tomorrow, come alone to Long Long Mountain. Hearing her brother being beaten and insulted, Lin Yalin was both anxious and angry. She was about to rush forward and curse the speaker when Su Nianhe quickly held her back with her free hand, giving her a stern look to stop her from provoking the others. Su Nianhe spoke into the microphone, her voice calm and clear. Fine. I'll draw the picture for you. But you better promise to keep him safe and unharmed. Without waiting for a reply, she suddenly hung up the phone. The call ended, and a heavy silence fell over the messy tavern. Only Lin Yalin's muffled crying and Su Nianhe's rapid heartbeat could be heard clearly in the quiet room. At this moment, Chen Lifeng arrived just in time. He had been standing quietly nearby for a while, listening to the whole story. He was filled with disbelief. Miss Su actually had so many rare treasures, each one priceless. Should he report this to Mr. Su? Chen Lifeng hesitated, caught between two choices. Forget it. Protecting Miss Su was the most important thing now. He thought to himself, if anything happened to her, not only would his job be at risk, but he would also face double scolding from his brother and Mr.
Su.
These kidnappers were really bold, daring to target Miss Su. They probably didn't realize how powerful her backing was. But the evening appointment tomorrow night was really tricky. The kidnappers wouldn't let him go with her, nor would they allow him to call the police. How could he ensure Miss Su's safety? Thinking of this, Chen Lifeng felt overwhelmed. But now was not the time to worry about that. The most urgent thing was to persuade these two great figures to go home and rest. In the suffocating silence, a steady male voice suddenly broke the tension. Miss Su. Both Su Nianhe and Lin Yalin turned sharply at the sound. They saw Chen Lifeng standing not far away, his brows slightly furrowed, eyes filled with concern and a hint of sharpness that was hard to notice. He clearly hurried over, casually throwing his coat over his pajamas, but his posture remained tall and steady, giving a strange sense of reassurance. He continued speaking, his voice deliberately calm, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. The key issue with Mr. Lin still depends on tomorrow night's negotiations. Worrying now won't help. His gaze shifted to the nearly exhausted Lin Yalin, and he spoke gently. Miss Lin, you were frightened tonight and cried for a long time. Your mind and body are at their limit. Why not take her home now to rest? Resting well will help you handle tomorrow's matters better. Upon hearing Chen Lihui's words, Su Nianhe suddenly snapped out of her intense mix of anger and worry. She looked at Chen Lihui in surprise. Lihui? Why? She didn't expect him to be so responsible, not only being disturbed but also coming all the way here. She instinctively glanced at her phone screen and realized it was nearly 4 a.m. outside the window. It was still dark, but tonight's intense events made the night feel incredibly long. The tavern's manager and staff should have finished closing and cleaning long ago, but because of tonight's sudden incident and the disappearance of their regular customer Lin Feng, his sister Lin Yalin was still here, emotionally upset. The owner had specifically instructed to take good care of her and not to close the shop forcibly, so they had persisted. Now, seeing a calm and reliable-looking man appear and suggest taking Miss Lin away, the manager secretly felt relieved and quickly agreed. Yes, sir. Miss Lin, your friend has arrived. You should go home and rest now. If there are any updates about Mr. Lin, we will inform you immediately. Su Nianhe took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. Chen Lihui was right. Yalin was in poor shape and needed rest. She herself also needed time to think and plan. She put her arm around Lin Yalin's shoulders, speaking firmly but gently. Yalin, you're not going back to your place tonight. Come to my house. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone. She looked at her friend's pale, exhausted face, feeling even more guilty, and made a serious promise. Since your brother's situation is a result of my mistake, I will see this through. Trust me, I will make sure he comes back safe. At this moment, Lin Yalin was physically and emotionally exhausted, like a string stretched too tight, about to break. The fear of her brother's life and the overwhelming helplessness almost drowned her. Hearing Su Nianhe's firm words and feeling her support, combined with her own physical exhaustion, she almost relied on Su Nianhe to stand steadily. She could only nod weakly with tears in her eyes, unable to speak anymore. So, Su Nianhe helped the nearly fainting Lin Yalin out of the Xingye bar. Chen Lifeng followed closely behind, cautiously glancing around the quiet street, then quickly stepped forward, opened the door of the Maserati for them, carefully helped Lin Yalin into the passenger seat, and gently fastened her seatbelt. Su Nianhe sat in the driver's seat, while Chen Lifeng quickly returned to his black SUV. The two cars, one behind the other, broke the silence of the early morning and headed towards Su Nianhe's villa. Inside the red Maserati, two women looked exhausted and worried. Meanwhile, in the steady SUV behind, Chen Lifeng's brows were always furrowed as he quickly thought about tomorrow's clearly dangerous deal and how to protect Su Nianhe without angering the kidnappers and ensuring the safety of the hostage. An hour later, the two cars returned to Su Nianhe's small suburban villa just before dawn, the darkest and coldest time of the night. But inside the villa, warm lights glowed, like a nest waiting for tired birds to return. Mrs. Wang had not slept and was anxiously waiting in the living room. As soon as she heard the garage door, she hurried out to greet them. Seeing Su Nianhe safe and sound, she sighed in relief, but quickly noticed the obvious fatigue on Su Nianhe's face, the pale and red-eyed girl she was supporting, and the serious expression of Chen Lifeng behind them, dressed hurriedly. Mrs. Wang's heart tightened again. Nianhe, you're back. Oh, what's wrong with this young lady? Her face looks so bad. Come in quickly. It's cold outside. Mrs. Wang hurried to help support Lin Yalin, feeling her icy arm and feeling distressed. What happened? Mrs. Wang, it's nothing. My friend just had an urgent matter and is tired, Su Nianhe explained briefly to avoid worrying Mrs. Wang. Then, with Chen Lifeng, helped Lin Yalin to sit on the sofa in the living room. Mrs. Wang saw this and didn't ask more. She quickly said, "You must be exhausted. I'll go get some hot water to warm you up." She quickly walked into the kitchen. While Wang Ma was boiling water and Chen Lifeng was focused on Lin Yalin, Su Nianhe quietly took a few drops of spiritual spring water from her space and silently dropped them into the cups Wang Ma was holding. The warm water carried a faint, sweet scent. Drinking it, a gentle warmth spread through her, seeming to melt some of her deep fatigue and fear. Lin Yalin's rapidly rising and falling chest gradually calmed, and her cold fingertips warmed a little. Although her eyes still looked hollow and sad, the intense emotions of nearly breaking down seemed to have been quietly soothed. Mama also felt less tired from staying up late and became more alert. After drinking the water and catching her breath, Lin Yalin was overwhelmed again by deep sadness and fear, and tears silently fell once more. Su Nianhe gently held her, softly comforting her for a long time until she felt her body relax a bit. Then she softly said, "Yalin, don't think about it. Sleep first. Big things can wait until you wake up. Trust me, I am here for everything." She half supported, half carried Lin Yalin into her bedroom, helped her take off her shoes, and covered her with a blanket. Maybe it was the effect of the spiritual spring water, or perhaps she was truly exhausted mentally. Soon after resting her head on the pillow, Lin Yalin's breathing became steady and deep, and she fell asleep. However, her brow was still tightly furrowed, as if worries couldn't be left behind even in her dreams. Gently closing the bedroom door, Su Nianhe's gentle expression was instantly replaced by seriousness. She went to the living room and quietly told Chen Lifeng, who had been silently waiting, "We need to talk." They sat on the sofa. Wang Ma thoughtfully poured them more water before quietly returning to her room, leaving them space. "Miss Su, you absolutely cannot go alone tomorrow night," Chen Lifeng said seriously, with a rare stern tone. "Going to Long Long Mountain at 2 in the morning is too dangerous. They're clearly prepared. We must call the police.
No.
Su Nianhe immediately rejected, her tone just as firm. Li Feng, I know you're trying to protect me. But that painting is not as important to me as Lin Feng's life. If they only want the painting, I'll give it to them. If they find out we called the police, Lin Feng might really lose his life. I can't take that risk. Her eyes were clear and determined, without any hesitation. But what about your safety? Chen Lifan frowned and said, what if they regret taking the painting or it causes you trouble? Major Su entrusted you to me for protection. I can't just watch you fall into danger. I have a way to protect myself, Su Nianhe replied confidently, though she couldn't reveal the secret of the space. Don't worry, I won't risk my safety. But they specifically asked me to go alone. If they find out you're following me or others, they will get angry, and Lin Feng will be in danger. That's what I fear most. She paused and looked at Chen Lifan with a pleading look. Lifan, trust me just this once. You just wait from afar and support me. Once I confirm Lin Feng is safe, I will send a signal. Chen Lifan looked into her determined eyes and knew she had made up her mind. Thinking about her mysterious treasures and her occasional unusual confidence, he struggled inside. Finally, he sighed heavily and agreed. All right, I won't follow closely, but you must promise to keep communication open at all times. I will stay ready nearby to help you as quickly as possible. If anything goes wrong, your safety comes first. This was his bottom line as a bodyguard.
I promisik, Sunianta enadit seriously.
With their plans set, a heavy silence returned. Neither of them could sleep, each thinking about tomorrow's actions and what might happen. The next evening, Su Nianhe returned early to her room and locked the door. She focused her mind and entered the mysterious space inside her. Among her treasures, she precisely found the scroll, Gu Kaiji's 7 Gentlemen of the Bamboo Grove. The painting was simple and old, radiating the weight of time and a faint spiritual aura. Carefully, she took it out and placed it into a prepared ordinary scroll tube. For Lin Feng, she was willing to give up this rare treasure. As night deepened and it neared 1 a.m., Su Nianhe dressed neatly, looked at Lin Yalan sleeping peacefully but with a better color on her face, nodded to Wang Ma and Chen Lifan, then took the scroll tube and headed to the garage. Chen Lifan followed closely, once again reminding her, Miss Su, be very careful. I will follow from a distance along the route. My phone is always on. I understand, Su Nianhe said, getting into the driver's seat and starting the car. Maserati's low growl broke the quiet of the villa area, like an arrow shot from a bow, speeding into the dark night toward Holong Mountain on the outskirts of the city. Honestly, she was not completely fearless, but more calm and determined. Right now, her biggest worry was that the kidnappers might break their promise and still hurt Lin Feng after getting the painting. She could just enter the space herself, but she was more concerned about how Lin Feng would escape danger. The night wind blew in through the car window gap, bringing the cold mountain air and brushing against her tense nerves. The road ahead was unknown and full of danger, but she had no other choice. The car took nearly 2 hours to reach the destination. Chen Lifeng, still worried, helplessly betrayed her trust, following her from about 500 meters behind, keeping his distance so Su Nianhe wouldn't notice. When Su Nianhe's Maserati was parked alone on a deserted clearing at the foot of Holong Mountain, the headlights were off. Surrounding her was thick darkness and howling mountain wind. Only the faint glow from the dashboard lit her tense face. Suddenly, her phone screen lit up again with a familiar yet strange number. She immediately answered. It was the same distorted voice, firm and commanding. Miss Su, have you arrived? I see your car lights. Now get out, bring the painting, and walk on the mountain trail straight ahead. Reach the abandoned viewing platform halfway up the mountain. Don't try anything funny. We're watching you. Su Nianhe took a deep breath of the cold air without hesitation. Okay. She grabbed the painting tube from the passenger seat, decisively got out, locked the car, and used the faint daylight to step onto the rugged mountain path. Her high heels made crunching sounds on the gravel, especially loud in the silent mountain wilderness. She tried to walk steadily, constantly thinking about different possibilities. However, just as she struggled to reach the halfway point, her phone rang sharply again. Su Nianha. The voice on the other end suddenly became fierce and alert. You're not being honest. You promised to come alone. Who's in that black SUV behind you? Get him out of here now. Otherwise, the deal is off, and you can just wait to collect Lin Feng's body. Su Nianha was startled and quickly looked back. At a bend on the mountain road below, a faint car light flashed by. Although it was far away and very hidden, the clever kidnappers noticed it. It was Chun Li Feng. He still couldn't fully relax and followed them. I don't know who it is. Maybe just a passing car by coincidence, Su Nianha tried to explain, her heart pounding. Stop talking nonsense, the kidnapper interrupted harshly. Who the passes by at 3 in the morning by coincidence? Make him turn around and get out of here now. Or I'll cut off Lin Feng's finger and let you hear the sound. On the other end of the phone, Lin Feng let out a painful groan and struggled, while the kidnapper threatened maliciously. Did you hear that? Hurry and choose. Su Nianha didn't doubt that these reckless criminals would really hurt someone. She couldn't let Lin Feng get hurt because of her. Okay. Don't hurt him. I'll let him go, she said through gritted teeth, feeling guilty and helpless. Her following might have put Lin Feng in danger. Give your phone to the person in the car behind.
Now.
Don't hang up, the kidnapper ordered. Reluctantly, Su Nianha stopped, turned around, and raised her phone high toward the faint car lights down the mountain. Soon, Chun Li Feng's SUV realized what was happening, sped up, and stopped nearby. Chun Li Feng quickly got out, his face pale with worry, walking briskly with a look of disapproval. Su Nianha handed him the phone, whispering, Li Feng, I'm sorry. They found us. For Lin Feng, you have to leave first. Chun Li Feng took the phone, put it to his ear, and his voice was cold as ice. I am Miss Su's bodyguard. What do you want? The kidnapper's voice came clearly through the microphone, full of arrogant threats. We don't want anything. We just want to make a deal. But you're unnecessary. Listen carefully, turn around, and drive your broken car back now. Don't follow us anymore. If we see you again, just wait to be the one they find dead. Understand? Chun Li Feng clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, veins throbbing on his forehead. He stared hard at Su Nianha's determined and pleading eyes, then thought about the reckless threats. As a former special police officer, he knew that angering the kidnappers now would be the stupidest choice. He almost whispered through gritted teeth into the microphone. Okay, I'll go. You must ensure the safety of both of them. After saying that, he forcefully shoved the phone back into Su Nianha's hand, giving her a complex look and softly warning, keep the line open and be careful in everything you do. Without hesitation, he turned around sharply, got into the car, started the engine, and quickly made a U-turn. The headlights cut through the darkness with a decisive arc, heading back along the road and soon disappeared into the night. Watching Chun Liheng's car lights vanish at the end of the mountain path, Su Lingyi was finally alone as she headed up Longshan. Chun Liheng slammed his fist to the steering wheel when he reached a place where the kidnappers could no longer see him. The sharp honk of the horn briefly echoed in the night sky, expressing his anger and frustration. He had betrayed Miss Su, yet he still couldn't change the situation. He couldn't hesitate anymore. He quickly pulled over to the side, took out a secure communication phone, and dialed a number for Suzuki. The call rang for a moment before being answered. Suzuki's deep voice, tinged with sleep but still clear, came through. Liheng? Calling me at this hour. Something's wrong. He knew Chun Liheng's character. Unless it was a major matter, he wouldn't disturb him late at night.
Mr. Su, I'm sorry.
Something big has happened. Chun Liheng spoke quickly but clearly explained everything that had happened tonight, from Lin Feng's disappearance, the kidnapper's ransom for the painting, Su Nianha's decision to trade alone, to being forced to retreat after being discovered by the kidnappers. There was a brief silence on the other end, then a muffled thud, as if someone had hit the table with their fist. Suddenly, Suzuki's voice rose sharply, full of disbelief and anger. What did you say? Su Nianha went alone to negotiate with the kidnappers? You didn't tell me earlier. His voice grew even more furious, filled with incredulity. What? Su Nianhe went alone to deal with the kidnappers? The painting by Gu Kaiji? Longshan? She's got guts. That's reckless. His anger seemed almost tangible through the phone, and he shouted, Chen Liheng, why are you only telling me now? Didn't I tell you to protect her at all costs? His questions hammered down like hail, but now was not the time to blame. Su Zakai's mind raced quickly, grasping the key point and fueling his fury. And those kidnappers? Who the dares to move the person I'm protecting? Enough is enough. He took a deep breath, suppressing his overwhelming anger. The most important thing now was to save her. Time was tight, and every second counted for Su Nianhe's safety. Time is too short. If I rush over now, it might be too late. But he would never just wait and do nothing. His tone instantly turned cold and firm, with a commanding voice that left no room for doubt. Chen Liheng, listen carefully. Send me your exact current location, the last known coordinates of the kidnapper's designated meeting point, and all other information immediately.
Right now.
Immediately. Soon, he heard hurried footsteps on the other end of the phone, along with clear and quick instructions to the guards outside. Prepare the vehicle.
No.
Immediately get the helicopter ready, flying straight to the Longshan area in Jing City. The fastest one. Su Zakai's orders sounded like a thunderclap, instantly illuminating the entire house and tearing through the deep night. He quickly changed into light clothes, moving swiftly like a leopard, while sending out commands through a secure communication device. Within 5 minutes, the roar of helicopter blades shattered the silence over the military zone. An armed transport helicopter, like a black night owl, took off and sped toward Longshan in Jing City at full throttle. Inside the cabin, Su Zakai's face was as cold as water. His fingertips rapidly moved across an electronic map, his eyes flickering with icy, killing intent. He quickly thought through several rescue plans, each detail crucial to the safety of the person he could not afford to lose. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Su Nianhe was struggling to reach an abandoned viewing platform halfway up the hill. The starlight was faint, and the broken stones and ruins looked like the bones of monsters under the weak light. Trash and broken bottles left by tourists were scattered everywhere. The night wind howled past, blowing her sweaty hair and bringing a biting cold. She was out of breath, leaning against a broken concrete railing to try to calm herself. Her phone screen suddenly lit up again, showing a strange, processed voice with a teasing tone like a cat catching mice. Tisk, I'll let you listen for now.
But
the scenery here is still too nice. Do you see that patch of wild grass on your left? There's a small path below that's been around for generations. Give you 10 minutes, get down to that broken mountain temple in the valley. Don't try anything funny. We're watching you. Su Nianhe's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The kidnapper's cunning and suspicion wrapped around her like a cold, poisonous snake. She instinctively looked around, as if countless eyes were watching her every move in the darkness. This feeling of being completely controlled made her feel suffocated, but she forced herself to stay calm. Any panic now could be deadly. There was no choice. She took a deep breath of the cold, leaf-scented air and gritted her teeth, saying, "Okay. Don't move, Lin Feng." Without hesitation, she pushed aside the nearly foot-tall thorny bushes covered in dew. Her figure was instantly swallowed by the darkness. The path was steep and slippery, clearly unused for many years. Sharp branches scraped her arms and cheeks like demon claws, leaving bloody scratches, but she felt nothing, her focus entirely on the danger ahead. In the dark, she could only rely on her phone's faint light to see the way. Every step she took was on loose stones and rotting leaves, making loud noises in the silent forest. Her mind kept flashing back to Lin Feng's sunny smile, a stark contrast to the pain he might be suffering now. Anger and fear mixed together, creating a strange calm. She touched the wooden token hidden in her pocket. Once Lin Feng was safe, she planned to quickly disappear into the space inside the token. 10 minutes felt like a century. When she finally staggered into a small clearing in the valley, her legs trembled uncontrollably. The low, collapsing mountain shrine appeared like a shadow of a beast lying in a graveyard. The temple walls were old and peeling, with broken tiles, clearly abandoned for many years. The door was open, and faint yellow flashlight beams flickered inside, casting strange light trails in the darkness, making the place even more eerie. In the brief flash of light, she saw clearly. Lin Feng was being carried by two masked strong men like a torn cloth bag. His head hung weakly, face covered in blood, almost unrecognizable from his once handsome features. His clothes were torn apart, and his exposed skin was covered in terrifying bruises and wounds, some still bleeding. One eye was swollen shut, his lips split open, clearly beaten badly. A hot surge of anger and sharp pain suddenly overwhelmed Su Nianhe. It looked like the kidnappers had heard him, and she almost couldn't hold back from rushing forward. Inside the temple, about 4 or 5 dark figures stood, all dressed in dark clothes and wearing matching black masks with cold, emotionless eyes. They were spread out, forming a semicircle, clearly well prepared for defense. The leader stepped forward, tall and muscular, with muscles bulging under his tight clothing. Only his fierce eyes were visible, glaring intensely at the painting tube that Su Nianhe was holding tightly. His voice was rough and harsh, like sandpaper rubbing. The painting, handed over, his command was short and forceful, carrying an undeniable sense of threat, echoing through the quiet valley. Su Nianhe quickly hugged the painting tube tighter, straightening her back. She forced herself to meet his angry gaze and spoke clearly in a cold voice inside the broken temple. "You can have the painting, but first you must let the person go. Let him leave safely, and the painting is yours." A heavy silence followed. The kidnapper leader's eyes narrowed dangerously, as if assessing her resolve. Inside the temple, only dust dancing in the flashlight beam and Lin Feng's faint breathing could be seen. "Boss, why are you wasting time with her?" One of the impatient kidnappers suddenly snapped, cursing loudly. Like a hungry wolf, he lunged forward, his thin hands reaching for the painting tube. His movements were quick and professional, clearly trained. His fingers curled into claws, aiming straight at the target in Su Nianhe's arms. In a flash, Su Nianhe reacted incredibly fast. She took a quick step back to dodge the claws, then raised her right hand. A burst of bright orange flames suddenly exploded in the darkness. Without hesitation, she precisely placed one end of the precious painting tube into the flames and shouted sharply, "Back off. Take another step forward, and I'll turn it to ash immediately. You can bet whether your speed or my fire is faster." The flickering flames lit up her pale but calm face. Her determined stance of risking everything felt like an invisible shockwave, startling all the kidnappers into sudden paralysis. The attacker froze abruptly, turning his head in shock to look at the leader, afraid to make a move. "Stop. She dares," the leader roared angrily, furious and surprised. He hadn't expected this woman to be so ruthless. The priceless ancient painting was fragile under the flames. He dared not gamble. As the fire flickered, he saw the edge of the painting tube beginning to blacken and curl. Time seemed to freeze. All the kidnappers' eyes focused on that small flame, and the tense atmosphere was almost about to explode. The flashlight flickered anxiously, illuminating different expressions on each face: shock, anger, hesitation, and a faint trace of fear. The kidnapper leader stared intently at the flickering, greedy flames, his muscles twitching violently as he quickly calculated his options. Finally, he forced out a stiff command through clenched teeth. Let him go." The two kidnappers holding Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, exchanged a glance, and ultimately loosened their grip. Lin Feng lost his support and collapsed softly onto the ground, emitting a faint groan. His body curled on the cold floor, trembling slightly, but he still seemed to be conscious. Su Nianhe's heart pounded wildly, but her hand holding the lighter remained steady as a rock. The flame dangerously licked the edge of the drawing tube. "Come over here," her voice was cold as ice. "Come to me." The kidnapper leader made a gesture, and the two kidnappers stepped back a few paces, giving Lin Feng space. But everyone's eyes remained fixed on the drawing tube in Su Nianha's hand and the deadly flames. The tense atmosphere was thick, as if any small movement could trigger a dangerous standoff. Su Nianha's heart was pounding fiercely, but her voice was icy cold, like mountain winter frost. She stared intently at the kidnapper leader. "Let him go. I want to see him safely down the mountain, out of my sight. Otherwise, you'll never get this drawing." The lighter in her hand flared up a little more, the intense heat causing a faint burnt smell at the edge of the drawing tube. The kidnapper leader's eyes flashed with ferocity, but as he watched the flickering flames and the woman's unwavering resolve, his muscles twitched. Suddenly, he grinned a sinister, terrifying smile with a chilling sense of ease. "All right, Miss Su, you really are loyal and caring. We promise to let him go." He waved his hand at his men, his tone even carrying a strange hint of joy. "Let him go." A thin, scrawny kidnapper beside him sneered and lowered his voice to the leader. "Boss, our target was this girl from the start. I heard her family is loaded with treasures and rare items. If it weren't for that bodyguard named Chen, who's like a gatekeeper, sticking close to her, why would we bother kidnapping this poor kid? Now she's offering herself up. Perfect." Though the whisper was soft, in the silent, dilapidated temple, it clearly reached Su Nianha's ears, shattering her last shred of hope and leaving only cold resolve. Two kidnappers roughly pushed Lin Feng forward. Lin Feng staggered a few steps, struggled to lift his head, and with swollen eyes, looked at Su Nianha. His lips moved, and he made a weak, anxious sound. "Nianha, you can't. Go." Su Nianha sharply interrupted him, her eyes firm and unwavering. "Hurry. Go down the mountain, get in my car, and leave immediately." She suddenly took out the keys to her Maserati from her pocket and forcefully threw them at Lin Feng's feet. The keys clinked on the gravel with a clear sound. Lin Feng struggled to pick up the keys but looked at Su Nianha, unwilling to leave her alone in danger. "I can't leave you. Just go." Su Nianha almost shouted, her hand holding the lighter trembling slightly from the force. The flame burned in the air. "If you stay, you'll only hold me back. Hurry, or all my efforts will be wasted." Her voice was desperate and close to breaking, piercing Lin Feng's heart. Looking at the flames threatening the painting and symbolizing Su Nianha's determination, and then at her pale but resolute face, Lin Feng knew that staying behind was useless given his injuries. He finally closed his eyes in pain, bent down, and with trembling hands, picked up the keys. He looked at Su Nianha deeply and said hoarsely, "Be careful." Then, gritting his teeth, he dragged his battered body, limping step by step toward the mountain's descent. Every second felt like an eternity. Su Nianha's gaze stayed fixed on Lin Feng's staggering figure until he disappeared into the thick darkness below the mountain, no longer visible. She could hear the heavy breathing and impatient footsteps of the kidnappers.
"He's gone."
"Bring the painting," the kidnapper leader impatiently shouted, reaching out his hand. Su Nianha took a deep breath, knowing she couldn't delay any longer. She suddenly moved the burning lighter away and, at the same moment, used all her strength to throw the heavy painting tube toward the kidnapper leader's side and behind. "Catch it." Everyone's attention was instinctively drawn to the tube flying through the air. The kidnapper leader and a few of his men instinctively rushed toward where the tube was headed. In this split second, Su Nianha hesitated for no reason, then turned and sprinted into the dark bushes outside the temple.
Catch
her." The kidnapper leader grabbed the tube and immediately realized he had been tricked, furious like thunder. "Don't let her escape. Catch this woman. She's more valuable than the painting." The other three kidnappers reacted very quickly, rushing forward like hungry wolves and blocking Su Nianha's path instantly. Their fierce faces and angry eyes approached in the darkness. "Miss Su, where do you think you're going?" One kidnapper sneered as he reached out to grab her. But Su Nianha was already prepared. As she ran, her mind had already communicated with the wooden token space. Just as the other person's hand was about to touch her, she seemed to pull something from her pocket, but in reality, a small black can suddenly appeared out of thin air. Shoo. A very strong, spicy fog shot out quickly, precisely covering the face of the kidnapper, blocking her way.
Ah,
My eyes. What is this? Cough, cough. Screams and curses immediately sounded. The kidnapper, who was hit directly by the spray, clutched his face and rolled on the ground in pain. The other two were also coughing from the spreading fog and kept retreating, their vision blurred. Taking advantage of this brief chaos, Su Nianhe didn't stop at all. Like a frightened deer, she suddenly turned sideways and darted into the dense, dark bushes nearby. Her figure was instantly swallowed by the branches and leaves. Chase her. She can't run far. Catch her, the kidnapper leader shouted angrily into the walkie-talkie. The remaining kidnappers, enduring discomfort, frantically pushed aside the bushes to look for her. Flashlights flickered wildly among the thick branches, startling a flock of birds. She's not here either. Where did she go? No matter how they searched, the woman dressed in a delicate dress seemed to have vanished into thin air, disappearing completely. Only broken branches and swaying leaves showed she had passed through. While the kidnappers frantically searched like headless flies, distant sirens suddenly sounded from the mountain road ahead, growing louder and clearer as they approached. At the same time, a deep, powerful engine roar, unlike any ordinary vehicle, faintly came from both the sky and the ground. The kidnapper leader's face changed drastically. He listened carefully, then panicked. It's the police. And other cars. Hurry. We've got the target. Forget that woman. Retreat. Retreat quickly. He no longer cared about finding the mysteriously disappeared Su Nianhe. He tightly hugged the scroll case, as if clutching a lifeline, and hurriedly ran into the deep forest away from the sound of sirens. The other kidnappers also woke up suddenly, panicked and confused, and disappeared into the darkness, crawling and stumbling. In front of the abandoned temple, there was no one left, only traces of struggle on the ground, the lingering smell of spray in the air, and the distant, increasingly loud and frightening sounds, signaling the true arrival of the storm. At this moment, Su Nianhe was safely inside a protected wooden sign space, completely cut off from the outside chaos and danger.